Chapter 341 The Law of True Fragrance. Half an hour later. Boom! The inner court of the servants collapsed. And Klein took away most of the valuables. There were too many items. And selling the stolen goods was indeed a problem. But this matter could be handed over to Byzini. Klein was sitting on the body of Haka, the leader of the Flying Snake mercenary group, holding a few space rings of the Flying Snake mercenary group in his hand, and said to the deputy leader beside him, TSK, I didn't expect that your Flying Snake mercenary group was quite rich. It's really beyond my expectation that such a small organization can accumulate so many supplies. The deputy leader Zio bent over and nodded. He was an old yin and yang. He smiled and said, these are all the membership funds that we Flying Snakes are going to hand over to the organization. Don't worry, sir. From now on, we Flying Snakes are members of the Eye of Grayla. Klein shook his head. He was very busy and too lazy to play word games with the guy in front of him. So he said simply and clearly, there will be no Flying Snakes in the future. And there will be no other organizations or gangs. In the future, there will only be one organization in the city of Grilla. The Eye of Grilla. I'm leaving and going to the next one. Byzini should bring his people here later. You just need to hand over to him at that time. Zio was stunned. Does Klein mean to integrate the power of the entire city of Greta? How is this possible? The chaos in these cities in the north was obviously tacitly approved by the second princess, or deliberately arranged to be like this. All organizations in the north, including the Skull and Bone Society in the north, have to hand over a large amount of resources to the second princess every year. The real person behind them should be the second princess Chinyu. The second princess would not allow an organization that integrates all forces to appear in the heart of the north. This is a very dangerous signal for her. However, Zio did not dare to say it in front of Klein. He wanted to wait for Klein to be unlucky, and wait for him to be punished by the second princess. Just when Zio was thinking about Klein being punished and ravaged by the second princess, Byzini had already arrived with his men. Brother. This? Byzini's subordinates looked at the Flying Snake mercenary group's base in some surprise. There were many people lying here and there. Some were really dead, and some were knocked unconscious. Byzini looked at Zio, and the ambition in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Just like Klein said, this was an opportunity for him to really soar to the sky. Kill Zio. Everyone else, join the Eye of Grilla now. This is your chance to survive. Otherwise, you will all die. Zio was scared when he heard this. He didn't expect that Byzini, a coward, would dare to kill people. He said in horror, Byzini? What do you want to do? Lord Kane said he won't kill me. Byzini glanced at Zio and said nothing. At this time, it was the time for the other members of the Flying Snake mercenaries. So Zio must die. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Klein counted the items in the ring as he walked. Sure enough, this straightforward way is more profitable. If I had a mature organization under my command that continuously gave me money, how fast would it develop? Klein put a dozen rings into his backpack, then took out the map and looked at the direction of the next one. Silver Flower Sisterhood. Operating gambling and running a big health club is fine. But you are still forcing, trafficking women, and framing people. It's too much. You need to be treated. He followed the direction and came to the casino Big Winner run by the Silver Flower Sisterhood. There were too many women here, including maids, dealers, and receptionists, all of whom were very beautiful. They wore unrestrained and unusual outfits, with huge necklines and legs that almost reached their buttocks. Klein couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was his first time to come to such an entertainment venue, and it was a bit novel. Looking at these beautiful women, Klein couldn't bear to make a move directly. Looking at the casino with complete facilities, and even some modern facilities, he had a new idea. As for the casino, it's open for business, so you can't let people win money. Walking into the casino, Klein took out the wrinkled 500 thalers that Byzini had just given him, exchanged them for chips, and walked into the casino. After walking a few steps, a beautiful waiter asked politely, Sir, is this your first time here? What game do you want to play? We have many interesting games here. You will definitely like them. Klein waved his hand. I'll take a look myself. No need to introduce. Okay. I wish you a good time. There are many people like Klein. So the waiter left politely. Klein walked and observed that there were very sophisticated barriers on the gambling tables here, which were enough to block the third-level reconnaissance magic. And the strength of these dealers is also extraordinary. They are basically second-level professionals with amazing quality. They use some subtle changes in the barriers to control the winning and losing. And they rarely make moves. Even third-level professionals may not be able to see it. And once a fourth-level professional comes in, they will stop immediately and let the boss here deal with it. This is the way this casino operates. And it is almost always successful. Unfortunately, they ran into Klein, a guy who couldn't even sense the magic pool of a superclass strongman. Klein stopped in front of a baccarat table. In front of him sat a man wearing a mask and a cloak. Klein stopped because this man had lost several times in a row, and each hand started with 500 thalers, which was not a small amount of money. It was obvious that he was cheated by the dealer. Just when this man wanted to continue to bet on the player, Klein said, "Bet later." The man hesitated for a moment, and Klein's voice came again. "Banker wins." Klein's voice was very low, and only the cloaked man could hear it. But this man didn't seem to want to believe Klein, and continued to bet on the player. The result was also obvious, and he lost again. This time it's still the banker. The cloaked man still didn't accept it, and lost again. Keep on being the banker. If you want to lose, just keep losing. Klein's voice was very mean. The cloaked man finally couldn't help it and said, "I'm here just to play. I don't care about this little money. Besides, people who keep interrupting when others are gambling are particularly annoying." From this voice, it turned out to be a woman. Quite young, level 3 strength. Not ordinary. Really, gambling is fun. It's true. It's possible that you don't care about this little money. But there's one thing you don't seem to understand. When gambling, losing will be very annoying. And the winner will be happier. If you don't win money in gambling, what's the point? This is still the banker. Do you bet? The woman picked up 1,000 chips, and was about to put them on the idol. But just when she was about to put the chips down, she hesitated again. She did come here to play, but she really wanted to win. Just like Klein said, if you don't win money in gambling, what's the point? So, she put 2,000 chips on the banker. Banker 8. Player 7. Banker wins. Fuck. It's banker again. Are you kidding me? I've won 3 times in a row. Ha ha. The gamblers each had their own joys and sorrows, while the cloaked woman clenched her fist slightly. The feeling of winning money was great. However, Klein didn't speak in the next hand. The cloaked woman hesitated slightly, turned her head and looked at Klein and asked, "What is this? Talk." Looking at the man in front of him, Klein curled his lips in disdain. Sure enough, everyone in this world cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Just now he said no. But now he is so honest. Chapter 342 Gambling is fun. The cloaked woman was a little anxious. But Klein was not in a hurry, because he felt that the dealer in front of him was cheating. The barrier on the gambling table fluctuated twice. The side with more chips would lose. Although the dealer's movements were very subtle, Klein was no longer the same as before. This obvious fluctuation of magic power could not escape his perception. The hourglass is almost empty. Do you still bet this time? Perhaps she felt that her tone just now was a little bad. The cloaked woman pointed to the hourglass on the gambling table and asked in a lower voice. The reason why casinos use hourglasses instead of clocks is also very simple. This countdown hourglass will leak out all the sand in 1 minute. The lost sand will give people a lot of psychological pressure, making gamblers lose some accurate judgment invisibly. But clocks cannot achieve this effect. Just 2 seconds before the sand ran out, Klein spoke. "Player." Hearing Klein's voice, the cloaked woman quickly put 2,000 telephones of chips on player. And this time, Klein followed suit. Ding! Ding! Banker 6. Player 9. Player wins. Win again! The cloaked woman clenched her fists excitedly again. The pleasure of winning money in gambling was very strong. She liked this feeling very much. It should be that everyone likes the feeling of winning money, not just her. Klein glanced at the 40,000 chips in the cloaked woman's hand calmly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Almost done! Klein picked up the chips he won, rubbed them in his hand, felt some magic stripes on them, and then threw another 100 telephones on the gambling table. Still player? Okay. I'm going to go for a big one this time. The cloaked woman saw Klein put 100 chips on player, so she took the initiative to follow up with 5,000 thieves. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, Klein could feel that she was very excited. This behavior made Klein nod secretly in his heart. Now, the dealer's attention was all focused on this cloaked woman. He just took this opportunity to understand the operation of this casino and make people here lose their vigilance against him. After the hourglass ran out, the dealer turned over the cards and said with a smile, "Ding, ding, banker 9 points. Banker wins straight. Lost, why did you lose?" The cloaked woman seemed a little surprised. Klein had guessed many times in a row just now. Why didn't he guess this time? She turned around and looked at Klein, her eyes full of confusion. Yes, it was confusion, not anger. This was a little different from Klein's previous judgment. Although Klein's hood covered his face, and the two could not look at each other, Klein still felt the other's burning gaze on him. "Wouldn't you get upset if you lost 5,000 at a time? This woman has a good mentality," Klein said innocently. "I'm not a gambling god. How can I keep winning?" His expression was fake. But the cloaked woman didn't know how to refute. Klein was right. Gambling is about winning and losing. Everyone understands this truth. But why was she so unwilling just now? She didn't feel this way even after losing so many times before. She was so angry. She quickly realized her misbehavior just now and apologized to Klein. "Sorry. My attitude just now was not very good." Klein was even more surprised. This woman would actually apologize for such a thing? Your emotions are too stable. Right? It's hard for me to send you away like this. Klein looked up to the cloaked woman in his heart. But even if he looked up to her, she still couldn't get rid of the identity of a tool in Klein's eyes. Nothing. It's normal to have some emotional fluctuations in gambling. What's important is to be happy. Winning or losing is not important. Klein's words were a bit farting. Who doesn't want to win money when people really come to such a big casino to gamble? Who knew that the cloaked woman actually nodded in agreement? Well, you're right. The important thing about gambling is to be happy. Winning or losing is not important. So what do you think of this one? Sister, do you really think so? I'm embarrassed to cheat you if you say that again. This one. It's okay. The cloaked woman nodded and bet another 5,000 thalers. She didn't even realize that after meeting Klein, she had invisibly increased the amount of the bet significantly. Before, the bets were around 500, 1000, and occasionally 2,000. After Klein intervened, the bets never dropped below 2,000. And she herself didn't know why. But this time, they lost again. We've lost again. The cloaked woman sighed. But she didn't question Klein again. But she could still sense the unhappiness in her tone. Afterwards, under Klein's deliberate manipulation, the woman won and lost. Winning less when she won and losing more when she lost. And soon lost all the nearly 40,000 tel chips in her hand. When she lost the last few chips, she stood up easily. "I lost everything. It's always like this. But I won a lot today. Overall, I had a lot of fun. Thank you. You lost everything because you kept listening to me. You're still thanking me? You're too good at gambling. Young man, if you have friends who are as good at gambling, you can introduce them to me. I'm not greedy. I just like to make friends." Klein's mouth curled up under his hood. Just be happy. Gambling is a game of wins and losses. You can still laugh after losing so much today. I can see that you have a good mentality. You will definitely win next time. A lot, haha. It's not a lot. The cloaked woman waved her hand indifferently. But she didn't explain too much. But Klein had heard the meaning of her tone. 40,000 tel is nothing. Could this woman be a rich woman? Thinking of rich women, I suddenly don't want to work hard anymore. Seeing the cloaked woman get up and leave, Klein immediately put all his chips on the banker. During the gambling period, Klein was not idle. He was observing the turnover of this casino, which was indeed very amazing. The chips on the table exceeded 3 million. This amount is enough to show that the cash here exceeds this number. It is really an exciting business. The high income of the casino also made Klein have an idea. It is better to take than to win. It is better to seize than to rob. How about taking this place for yourself? The high income of the casino made Klein a little tempted. He now felt that it was not a mature choice to push this place flat. Although he could make money with the synthesizer, selling the synthesized items for money was a waste of resources. If he had some stable high-income industries, he wouldn't have to worry too much about making money with the synthesizer. And he could use all his resources to improve his strength. Well, after all, it's because Jiesha doesn't belong to me. If Jiesha is my thing, then all the problems are not problems. While Klein was thinking, the dealer had already opened a new hand. Ding, ding, banker 8 points. Player 7 points. Banker wins. Klein took the 2,000 chips he won and bet on player again. A minute later, He won again, and he didn't even look at the gambling table, because the cloaked woman had lost 40,000 chips just now. The dealer didn't pay much attention to Klein, who had won several times in a row. In this way, Klein maintained the rhythm of 2 wins and 1 loss, and quickly accumulated his chips to more than 40,000 on this gambling table, winning back all the chips of the cloaked woman before. Klein, who won money continuously, finally attracted the attention of the dealer. She looked at Klein from time to time, wanting to confirm whether Klein was cheating or had any problems. "Ah, you won so much in just a short time? Your luck is too good, isn't it?" Just when Klein was about to reap the gambling table, the cloaked woman came over. She held some local snacks in her left hand and took off the mask below her nose with her right hand. She ate and said, with red lips and white teeth, "She is not the age of a rich woman. What a pity. Hey, why do I have such an idea? Get rid of this idea quickly." Klein looked down at the cloaked woman's fingers. She didn't have any chips in her hand, so she shouldn't be here to continue gambling. Klein asked knowingly, "Yes. I'm lucky now. Do you want to continue playing?" The cloaked woman waved her hand. "No. I have something to do later. So I came to see how my gambling friends are doing. I'll leave later." Gambling friends. Do you want to eat? Gambling friends? It's a pity that gambling together is not one of the 4 great fortunes in life. And you are not a rich woman. Klein thinks this woman is interesting, with a stable mentality and a good personality. She is a person worth making friends with. However, Klein does not intend to make friends here, and there may be a fight in the casino next, which will be dangerous, so it is better to drive her away. No. As a woman, you should eat less greasy food. Otherwise your figure will be out of shape. Also, I'm winning money now. You'd better stay away from me. I'm afraid of being infected with your bad luck. I brought you some food with good intentions. If you don't want to eat it, it's fine. But there's no need to be so vicious. Right? The cloaked woman didn't expect to be rejected like this, and she was also confused by Klein's sudden change of attitude. "Were you gambling friends just now? You don't have to be so real even if I lost all my money. Right? Are all gamblers like this?" She felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't choose to argue with Klein. You have won so much. Do you want to continue?" Klein picked up a 10,000 chip, rubbed it in his hand again out of habit, stared at the cards in the dealer's hand, and said meaningfully, "I want more than just these." Ding, ding, banker 9 points. Banker wins straight. The dealer's tone was a little unstable. Klein won too much. He already had more than 60,000 tel in his hand. This was not a good sign, and it was already her dereliction of duty. Chapter 343 The Legendary Klein. The cloaked woman watched Klein calmly put the chips on the table again, and her eyes began to become inexplicable. She was never stupid. On the contrary, she was a very smart person. She came here for entertainment, so she didn't think deeply. Staring at Klein hiding under the wizard's hood, the cloaked woman asked in a strange tone, "From now on, you will keep winning, right?" Klein didn't answer her immediately. He took a glass of juice handed over by the waiter and crushed the berries in the juice, even biting the core of the berries into powder. "It's a bit sour. I'm asking you a question. Will you keep winning?" The other party's reaction speed was faster than Klein expected. It seemed that he had done a little too much just now. "Yes." Hearing Klein admit it, the cloaked woman suddenly smiled. "So, you deliberately made me lose. I had a lot of chips just now. Are you using me to attract the attention of this dealer? You can guess the gambling skills almost 100%. You have a big plan." This woman's intelligence is somewhat beyond Klein's expectations. He doesn't like women with good brains, because women with good brains are not easy to deceive. That's too bad. You found this out. You are quite smart. Don't worry. I won't report you. But the background of this casino is very big. I can't feel any fluctuations of magic and fighting spirit in you. Are you sure you want to cause trouble here? The cloaked woman reminded again. And finally Klein was moved. It's okay to be a good gambler, but you are also such a good person. When you compare me like this, I will look more scumbag. Klein turned around, took a piece of the greasy meat pie from the woman's hand, and ate it while talking. I cheated you, and you can still remind me so kindly. I am so touched. How about this? I have a 100 yuan chip. Buy your meat pie and take it to the bus. No need to change. The cloaked woman looked at Klein and forced 100 taels of chips, and was stunned. What a 100 taels without change. You are so generous. You are a very interesting person. What's your name? My name is Kane. Don't you have something else to do? Let's go. The cloaked woman nodded. Kane. I remember this name. But the more you urge me, the more I don't want to leave. What should I do? Klein pouted. It's up to you to leave or not. If you don't want to leave, forget it. If we fight later, I will splash you with blood and you will be honest. He won again, and the chips in his hand had reached over 100,000. As he put away the chips, a maid walked straight to Klein and asked, Sir, if you have more than 100,000 chips, you can go to the VIP area. It's quieter there, and the stakes are higher. Klein shrugged and said to the waiter with a smile, I heard that you are a powerful gangster. If I don't go, will I be stabbed to death here? Will I be stopped from leaving if I win money? I'm so scared. The maid's face froze, and she continued to smile and said, Sir, you are too good at joking. We are a regular casino. How could we do such a thing? You can leave at any time if you want to. What's your name? Sir? Can you really leave at any time? Then I'll go in and take a look. As for the name, call me Kane. Okay. Mr. Kane, come with me. Klein stood up and turned to the cloaked woman beside him and said, I'm so sorry. I have to go to the noble VIP area. You are a good person, but we have no chance to be together. Go back quickly, and don't let your parents worry. Klein gave the cloaked woman a good person card in a mean way, turned around and left with the maid. My parents? He. The cloaked woman smiled. She had always been calm and didn't care about Klein's boasting. But after looking at the time, she shook her head and prepared to leave. Interesting guy. It's a pity that there is not enough time. Otherwise I will definitely play with you. Just when she was about to leave, Klein was stopped by the maid in the VIP area. Sir, in order to prevent cheating, you can't wear a cloak in the VIP area. You must show your true face, and your fingers must be stretched out. You can hang your cloak here first. There are quite a lot of rules. Klein took off his wizard hood, revealing his iconic buzz cut, and the dark scar on his neck that looked like a magic pattern. The cloaked woman looked back at Klein. Her pupils shrank slightly. She subconsciously crushed the snacks in her hand, and with her other hand, she slowly put the mask back on, completely hiding her expression. Kane, Klein, Alex Boscu. I have heard of your name for a long time. You didn't serve well in the West, but came here. He. The boss thinks so highly of you. It seems that I have to get in touch with you seriously. The cloaked woman did not leave again. After Klein entered the VIP area, she went directly to the second floor of the casino and took out a card in front of the waiter. The waiter saw the card and lowered his head quickly. Sir, don't tell anyone that I'm here. If you talk too much, you know the consequences. Yes. The cloaked woman said no more and walked directly to the inside of the second floor. After coming to a room on the second floor alone, she took off her cloak and mask. She had the same face and hair color as the Empress and Qianhua, but she was thinner than Qianhua. Qianyu, the second princess of Tellerla, was known as the perfect successor of the Empress and the ruler of the northern city, just as she and Klein said. She came here just for fun. Tens of thousands of Teller were really a drizzle. Qianyu tied her hair very skillfully, then put on a golden wig, and quickly changed her makeup, and finally put on a maid's dress. After walking out of the door, he grabbed the drinks from a real maid and headed for the VIP area. The maid led Klein into the VIP area. There were only 4 tables here. One for Texas Hold'em, one for stud, one for dice, and one for big and small. But no one was playing. The female dealer at the big and small table had a very outstanding temperament, without the worldly airs of the other tables. Looking at this table, it seemed to prove that her skills were the best. Mr. Kane, what do you want to play? Since they were already here, Klein's goal was achieved. He didn't want to play anything too complicated, mainly because it was too slow. I'm a slow person. I don't understand those things. So let's compare the size. The maid subconsciously wanted to laugh. Aren't you courting death? But Klein didn't care. He directly put his 10 chips of 10,000 on the table of size, and pushed them over. This action is somewhat eye-catching, because people who have just come to the VIP area usually try to play a few hands, and it takes a long time for a professional to earn 100,000 tel. The female dealer of size is already a third-level professional, and she is also interested in Klein's behavior of going all in when he comes in. She glanced at Klein, and after confirming that he did not have any energy fluctuations, she smiled and said, "Mr. Kane is so generous to play such a big game as soon as he came in. My name is Jane, and I am very happy to meet a friend like you." Klein waved his hand and said with a double meaning, "It's okay. I am stupid and rich. You can play with confidence." Jane was stunned for a moment. Stupid and rich? Someone else said this about himself? Mr. Kane is really humorous. Let's get started. Jane smiled and shuffled the cards very skillfully. Perhaps because of her confidence in her gambling skills, or because of the principle of not cheating the first customer. Klein found that she did not cheat. After Jane shuffled the cards, she handed them to Klein again, indicating that Klein should shuffle first. Klein just cut them twice and threw the cards to Jane again. "I'm done. You come." Jane naturally drew a card and turned it over on the table. "I'm the 9 of diamonds. The points are okay. Mr. Klein, it's your turn." Klein paused and suddenly asked, "Are we competing for bigger or smaller?" "Mr. Kane, whatever you want. I'm fine with it." Klein put his hand on a card. "I feel this card is an 8. I can't tell the other cards. So let's compare the smaller one. Miss Jane, do you agree?" Jane's smile remained unchanged. The card under Klein's hand should be AJ. But she didn't say it, just nodded calmly. The customer is God. Since Mr. Klein wants to compare the smaller one, then let's compare the smaller one. Haha. Now is the moment to witness the miracle. Pa! Klein threw the card on the table. And it was indeed an 8 of spades. Just a little bit smaller than Jane. Looking at the cards on the table, Jane's smile finally faded a little. She didn't notice Klein moving the cards at all. How could this be possible? But in the first round, she usually gave in. This was a routine. So Jane said politely, "You won, Mr. Klein? Congratulations. I told you. My feeling is always very accurate. I should shuffle the cards first in this round. Let's see who has the smaller cards." Klein took the cards, shuffled them in a formal manner, and then returned the cards to Jane. At this time, Jane's mind was still reviewing the situation of the previous round. As a senior dealer of the Silver Flower Sisterhood and a third-level professional, such a mistake should not happen at all. Jane still did not cheat. She shuffled the cards carefully and confirmed the size of each card. This time, "I'll turn the cards first." Jane confidently pulled out one of the cards. But when she turned the card over, her fingers froze and her eyes narrowed. How is this possible? The card she turned over was the Ace of Spades, the biggest card. But unfortunately, they were competing for the smallest card. Klein stared at the Ace of Spades on the table and said in amazement, "Wow, Ace of Spades. But it seems that we are competing for the smallest card. Right? Does that mean that I don't have to draw any cards?" Jane took a deep breath. She met a master, and a very skilled master who couldn't see any flaws. If she had a 1 in 10,000 chance of failing, it was possible. But failing twice in a row was impossible anyway. A third-level agility professional with precise control of fingers would never make such a mistake. And she didn't feel that she made a mistake, which could only mean one thing. That is, the opponent was not simple, or the opponent was simply looking for trouble. Klein didn't give Jane too much time to think, and pushed all the chips over again. This time, "I won't shuffle the cards. I'll open them first. I won't touch them at all. I'll still bet on the smaller cards." "How about that?" Jane, who was about to leave, hesitated when she heard Klein's conditions. She took a deep breath. If she couldn't stop Klein like this, then this matter was no longer a problem that could be solved by gambling skills. Mr. Kane is very confident. Jane will accompany him. Jane shuffled the cards twice again, and then placed the cards in her hand on the table. "Mr. Kane, choose one. You choose for me." "I said I won't touch them," Klein said calmly. This calmness put great pressure on Jane and made her silent. Klein didn't urge her. He turned his head to look at the blonde maid who had been standing aside for a long time without moving. It was the first time he had seen such a maid with no vision. Klein picked up a 100 tal chip and stuffed it into the other party's collar. "I don't drink. Bring me a glass of juice." "Here, this is a tip." Chapter 344. I am a master. I show my cards. The maid's eyebrows jumped, and when Klein stuffed the chips into her chest, her body was inexplicably stiff. Klein looked at her strangely. "What are you standing there for? Go ahead." If it was an ordinary maid, there would be no problem doing this. But unfortunately this maid was Qianyu. And Klein's behavior was already considered molesting the princess. Qianyu took a few deep breaths, suppressed her mood, and bowed slightly. Okay, please wait. Jane looked at the cards, struggling in her heart. According to the current situation, she only needed to choose a spade ace for Klein, and she would win. But doing so was really a bit bullying. No, I have to put the interests of the Silver Flower Society first. And I can't care too much about personal gains and losses. Jane finally chose the spade ace that she had already prepared. She pushed out a card and looked at Klein. Mr. Kane, is this card okay? Yes. Jane breathed a sigh of relief. She still won, although it was an inglorious victory. But when she turned over the card, she froze again. How could it be the ace of hearts? Oh, it's so small. My luck is so bad. Klein shook his head, as if he was going to lose. Although Klein said so, Jane had a bad feeling. The other party didn't touch the card. How did he do it? Has the card in her hand been out of her control? Although she would win as long as it wasn't the ace of spades. She always felt that the ace of spades she turned over must be. Jane chose a card with some difficulty. This card should be 10. But when she turned over the card, it was the ace of spades. Just as she had thought before. Qianyu, who came over with juice, saw Klein win, and her eyes lit up. She knew Jane's strength, and Klein's methods were so powerful. Klein said a little exaggeratedly, "Oh, Miss Jane's luck seems to be worse than mine. I'm so sorry. I won again." Klein picked up the juice brought by Qianyu and drank it. After a few sips, he wanted to take some fruit, but found that there was no fruit on the plate. He frowned and stared at Qianyu. "You don't know how to take some fruit when you take the juice? Come on. Come on. I'll give you another 100. Go and get some fruit for me." As Klein said, the magic hand had already reached out. Qianyu wanted to hide, but failed to dodge. Looking at the 100 tell chips on her chest, Qianyu could only go to get the fruit with a dark face. Klein was still mumbling, "You are a high-end entertainment venue. And the maids are only at this level? How were they trained?" At this time, Jane, who was standing at the dealer's seat, was sweating on her forehead. But she seemed relieved. "Awesome. I lost. Mr. Kane, excuse me for a moment. Your victory may mean a little reluctance, but my loss means that I really admit defeat." Jane generously admitted her failure and slowly retreated. She knew that the person in front of her was no longer someone she could handle. Their president should have known about Klein's existence. But she had to delay Klein. So she left with an excuse to delay Klein for a while. Klein had a good impression of Jane. After 3 rounds of fighting, he had already accurately judged the strength of the two. She was a talent without any hesitation. Moreover, she did not cheat. She knew when to advance and retreat. When she knew she was defeated, she did not continue to try to cheat. She used normal gambling skills throughout the whole process. The last round was also the reason why Klein said that he would not touch the cards. Therefore, Jane was a rare woman with a clear mind. The development of the matter was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations. But it was also reasonable. The maid and other dealers directly exchanged the chips for cash and returned them to the gamblers, and also added an additional 20% as hush money, and then closed the door of the VIP area and surrounded Klein. An elderly but still charming woman came down from the 2nd floor, and Jane followed her. "Mr. Kane, right? My name is Ingrid. You can also call me Sister Ingrid." Klein looked at the woman who came down. Even the thick foundation could not hide her wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and her nasolabial folds. It's not scary for a woman to be old, but it's scary for an old woman to pretend to be young. "Sorry, big sister. I feel like you are older than my mother. I am an honest man, and I can't tell lies. So, I'm sorry." The foundation on Ingrid's forehead trembled. The foundation on her face could not cover her forehead wrinkles. The thing she couldn't accept the most was that others said she was old. "Ha-ha. Young man, don't be so ignorant when talking. This is the city of Oot." At this time, Klein didn't plan to talk properly. He forced the boss here to come out. His goal had been achieved. He pushed the 80 chips of 10,000 thalers on the table over and said bluntly, "Are you the boss here? Don't do these fancy things." The casino owner wouldn't dare to accept a bet of 800,000 thalers. Right? Ingrid was a little annoyed. She didn't expect Klein to be so ungrateful. Jane's gambling skills were the best here. If she couldn't deal with Klein, then she certainly couldn't do it. It was impossible to win the bet. If it couldn't be resolved peacefully, then force would be the only option. Using force in a casino was the worst option. Ingrid didn't want to do it unless it was a last resort. After weighing the pros and cons, she could only suppress her anger and winked at Jane, asking her to handle the matter. Jane nodded, understanding Ingrid's look, and handed a bag of cash to Klein. Mr. Kane. Sir, here is 800,000 tires in cash. We opened a casino for business. Today we've lost. So please be merciful. Let's take a step back. Okay? Jane was very humble, and Klein was very satisfied with this humble attitude. But a good attitude did not mean that he would let it go. The Silver Flower Sisterhood was the same as the Flying Snake. From today on, they must be expelled. Klein directly put the 800,000 tires in cash into the ring. Money cannot be left randomly. If a shadow flame comes and burns all 800,000, it will be bad. Well, I will take the money, but I can't return it. Miss, you are good at doing things. I have a better impression of people like you who are clear-headed. I may need you later. Please stand aside first. I am afraid that you will be splashed with blood in a fight. Will the fight splatter me with blood? However, after Jane saw Klein use the space ring and then took out a super long lightsaber emitting a light blue light from the space ring, she finally realized something. Klein picked up the moonlight and pointed at Ingrid, saying loudly, "Stop pretending. I'm telling you, I'm a master. I'm here to mess things up. If you don't want to die, squat down with your head in your hands. From now on, this casino is taken over by the Eye of Grilla. You remember? I'm Kane, the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grilla. Don't forget it." Qianyu, who came back with the fruit, was stunned. Klein glanced at her and frowned slightly. Isn't this maid too slow to react? Klein pointed at Qianyu with his sword. Why are you looking at me? If you don't want to die, squat down with your head in your hands. Qianyu wanted to give Klein a punch, but after thinking about Klein's record, she gave up the idea. Her intelligence network was very detailed, so she knew more things. The record of this guy in front of her was too fierce, and there were 2 5th-level people suspected to have died in his hands. If she couldn't beat him, it would be embarrassing. So, although Qianyu was very angry, she could only squat down in front of Klein honestly. Forget it. He doesn't know me anyway. There's nothing shameful about pretending to be dead. At this time, the other members of the Silver Flower Club also reacted. How could they surrender because of Klein's words? It must be a gang fight, and Ingrid, the strongest, had already drawn 2 daggers. The members of the Silver Flower Club are best at assassination and poisoning. She threw a smoke bomb at her feet, and quickly approached Klein's back with the help of the smoke. In the chaos, the dim dagger in her hand stabbed Klein's neck without any murderous intent. Just when she felt that she was about to succeed, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Bang! Ugh! Klein kicked Ingrid's stomach accurately, sending the old woman flying and falling on the table in the casino hall. After the baptism of arcane energy, Klein went through the 4th-level skeleton enhancement, and now his melee attributes are all close to 80. Although he doesn't have the strong defense of Doqi, Klein can attach magic to his attacks. At least his attack power will never fall. Klein sighed slightly when he felt the other members of the Silver Flower Club approaching him. These people are the elite personnel of the casino and have a lot of work experience, so he doesn't want to kill too many. This casino full of girls is pretty good now. If a group of big men with the Eye of Grilla come to be the dealers, that would be too bad. Klein's bone blade stabbed in all directions. He didn't attach the power of shadow, so most of the people stabbed would not die immediately. Puff! The sound of bones piercing flesh came one after another. Klein tried to kill as few dealers as possible. These were all technical talents, so he would keep them if he could. I'll say it again. If you don't want to die, hold your head and squat. This is the last time. He held Huiwa and looked at the group of female assassins, who were still rushing towards him from the 2nd floor. His expression became indifferent. The shadow thread waved gently, passing through the bodies of these female guests. Blood splashed, dyeing their beautiful makeup red, and 11 people were cut in half with one blow. Some female assassins who were cut in half did not even die immediately, and the shadow power was still corroding their broken bodies. Why bother, others? Squat well, don't run. Klein put away his weapon, picked up the fruit under Qianyu's feet, and walked straight to the lobby of the casino. After Klein left, Qianyu looked at Klein with complicated eyes. The actual situation of this person. It's even more outrageous than the information sent from the imperial capital. The information says he is a mage. But he crushed the Silver Flower Society in close combat alone. How did he achieve such strength? Chapter 345. I'm not Cain. I'm not afraid of anything. Qianyu secretly stood up when she saw Klein walk out. She loved gambling. So she was always curious about the scene where Klein just won against Jane. And she especially wanted to take a look at the cards just now. Qianyu carefully picked up the poker on the gambling table and frowned immediately. Ace of spades? Ace of spades? Ace of spades again? How come all the cards in this deck have become ace of spades? Qianyu's action caught Jane's attention. Jane looked at Qianyu. She had never seen this maid before. But she knew everyone in the casino. So she was sure that Qianyu was not from the casino. But Qianyu was also curious about what she was curious about. So she asked, "What happened to that deck of cards?" Qianyu threw the cards to Jane, shook her head and said, "All the cards in this deck have been replaced with ace of spades. I thought he was really a gambling god. But it turns out he cheated." Jane picked up the deck of cards and observed it carefully. The cards were still the same deck of cards. She was very sure that the deck of cards had not been replaced. But it was precisely because of this that the result in front of her was unbelievable. Yes, Klein cheated. But how did he cheat? He didn't touch the deck of cards the whole time. Which was the amazing part. Is there really someone who can change the cards with just a glance? This is too much. The guests in the casino hall had already run away. This is the North. And many people have seen things like gangs organizing vendettas. But seeing such things is one thing. And staying to watch the show is another story. People in the North are very sensible, and know when to advance and retreat. When professionals fight, swords and magic have no eyes. If they are high-level professionals, they can stay and watch the show. But ordinary people, even first-level professionals, rarely stay. Because in these gang feuds, if you kill the wrong person, sometimes you don't even have time to defend yourself. You are a professional standing in someone else's territory to watch the show. Who knows if you are an enemy or a friend? Just cut first and talk later. If you really get into such a thing, there will be endless troubles, and you won't even have time to cry. Although Ingrid is a 4th-level assassin, she hasn't been in real combat for a long time. And her body has long been rotten. Now she is actually a businessman with a gangster background. Just like many gangster bosses. When they were fighting for their country, they dared to fight and kill. But after sitting in the position for a long time, they became cowardly. Because they have all enjoyed the happiness brought by life and power. The fighting spirit naturally disappeared. But Klein is different. He has been growing up in abuse. He has been abused since he entered the academy. Until now, he has been better, and can abuse others a little. As a member of the executive department of the association, Klein has experienced too many battles. Although he was forced to fight many times, he has indeed seen too many masters, and killed 2 5th-level masters. People like Ingrid, who have not experienced life and death battles for too long, although they are both 4th level like Klein and can be called masters, are no longer qualified to confront Klein head-on. Klein doesn't even need to use magic to crush people like Ingrid. Ingrid wanted to get up and escape, but her most outstanding agility could not suppress Klein. And her strength and physique were even more crushed. As soon as she stood up, Klein's whip kick swept over. Boom! Cough, cough! Half of Ingrid's body was embedded in the wall. She was spitting blood and looking at Klein in fear. You can't kill me, woo-woo! Before Ingrid wanted to say something, Klein had already grabbed a stone and stuffed it into her mouth. A 4th-level master with a strong physique would never die if a stone was stuffed into his mouth. Ingrid wanted to struggle, but Klein grabbed her calf and pulled her down from the wall. She dragged her on the ground and walked towards the VIP area. I feel that you are not as good as the little bald guy with a bounty of 12,000 that I met in the tavern. As a villain, people who don't have a strong desire to survive usually don't survive more than 1 chapter. If you keep nagging me, I will pull out your tongue. Understand? Klein is very cruel to such people. Such people can't be good people. Bang! Ingrid's head hit the threshold, knocking a hole in it. But she held back her words. Klein nodded in satisfaction and continued to walk into the room. Qianyu and Jane in the room noticed Klein's return, and immediately returned to their original positions and squatted down again. Klein also knew that the 2 of them had moved. But it was a small matter. He would not chop her up just because she moved. It was unrealistic to expect her to watch the place in the future. As for the maid who moved around next to her, oh, she was not good enough. So she would be fired later. Dragged Ingrid back to the VIP area, threw her to the ground, and then Klein broke one of her legs. Ah! Hearing Ingrid's screams, the 3 dealers in the VIP area squatted on the ground obediently. Although they were also third-level professionals, their skill points were obviously not added to their combat abilities. They are good at perception, precise force control, observation and psychological judgment, etc. So after seeing Klein's strength, they are all very honest. Klein is clearly going to get Ingrid, so there is no need for them to step forward at this time. Dealers are all technical talents with amazing gambling skills. They are not afraid of not finding a suitable job, so they don't want to hang themselves on a tree. Especially Jane. Although she and Klein only compete in gambling, she has the most intuitive feeling of Klein's strength. And Jane is very smart. She knows that someone as young as Klein, and with such great strength, must not be an unknown person. Just now Klein also extended an olive branch to her. Now Jane just needs to wait for the result of the casino's handling. Maybe after leaving Ingrid, she will soon find a new thigh. The name of the owner of the casino has no substantial impact on her. Anyway, it's all work, and it doesn't matter who she works for. Xianyu on the side was also a little curious about what Klein was going to do. Klein just claimed to be the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grilla. Is he trying to integrate the power of the city of Yut? She has always wanted to integrate the power. But the situation in the north is too complicated, and the pressure on the border is too great. So she has never done it. Now she really wants to know how Klein handles the new power. Klein nailed the sword in front of Ingrid with one hand. And in his other hand, he was holding the fruit he had just taken from Xianyu. Which means that he just beat Ingrid with one hand. When he peeled the fruit, he did not forget to turn his head and complain about Xianyu. As a maid, you don't know how to peel the fruit when you bring it to the guests. The waiter is better than you. Is this your first day at work? Xianyu simply lowered her head and pretended not to hear. You bow your head when I say that to you. You can be a maid with this work attitude? I really don't know what the personnel here do. Klein ate fruit while looking at Ingrid. I said, this casino has been taken over by the Eye of Grilla. Any action you take is meaningless resistance. The gap between our strengths is too big. You have no chance to turn things around. So, Ingrid, if you are smart, don't think about running away. Think about how to survive. Klein said it very bluntly. Ingrid's fingers trembled. But she was not scared. She had experienced many ups and downs to get to her current position. It's just that after Xianyu came to power, Ingrid was a little arrogant because of his indulgence in them in the past few years. Your name is Kane, right? Do you know that the current state of the North is all tacitly approved by the second princess? The frontline pressure in the North is too great. Every year, the Royal Academy recruits, and she needs a lot of money and materials. 30% of all our income must be handed over to the second princess as supplies for the frontline. This development model of the North has been passed down from the previous generation of the North General. What you are doing now is not only making an enemy of the second princess, but also offending the entire border military group. She will not allow a large collective organization to appear in the North. And the situation of small forces, like us excluding each other, is exactly what she wants to see. Xianyu nodded and shook her head. The chaos in the cities of the North was indeed tacitly approved by her, because she was in power for too short a time, and the pressure on the border of the North was indeed too great. But not integrating the chaos in the North now doesn't mean she doesn't have the idea of integrating it. She just can't spare the time. Klein curled his lips. Tut! Anxious. The enemy of the second princess and the border army is the Eye of Grilla. The leader of Grilla number 5. Kane. Not me. I'm panicking. I can collect money for one day. And the money is real only when it is in my hands. Everything else is just a passing cloud. It's useless to tell me those things. If the princess really comes to trouble me, I will take the money, ride on the bird, fly to the sky, pat my butt and run away. Are you going to come to the imperial capital to catch me? Or to the Western Territory to catch me? Hey, Ingrid, you still don't understand your situation. If you really want to live, you won't say these useless words. Crack. Ah! Klein twisted her other leg again. An assassin who lost both legs can basically be regarded as useless. Even if he can heal in the future, his mobility and agility will be greatly reduced. Take out the account books and all the money and resources in the casino, or you will really die. The higher the status, the more afraid of death. This sentence is true to a certain extent. It is because they have enjoyed it that they will cherish life more. Under the torture of Crane's shadow power, Ingrid, whose will had long been weak, succumbed. There are not many material resources in a casino. But the real abundance is money. 27.5 million tell. This number is really a bit shocking. Chapter 346 Marry an honest man. No wonder the Silver Flower Club could just take out cash to hit the guests when they were dismissed just now. They are really rich. The compensation the association paid to the College of Hosvog was only 215 million. It was really amazing that such a casino could take out such a large amount of money. And it was cash. In addition, the Silver Flower Club still had about 14 million gambling debts and usury that had not been recovered. This was also a very large amount of money. However, Klein was going to let Bizini and others deal with this money. He didn't have time to collect the debt. Jane, who was standing aside, watched Klein put a lot of money into his ring without any intention of leaving it. Finally, she couldn't help but remind him, Lord Kane, if you want the casino to continue to operate, you can't take all the money away. The operation of the casino requires a lot of liquid funds. Klein frowned. Jane's words seemed to make sense. He also understood the liquidity. But Klein always felt uncomfortable when he asked him to take money out of his pocket. Liquidity. Right? How much liquidity do you think is enough? You know, I have to hand over all this money to our organization. If it's too much, I'm afraid I can't make the decision. It doesn't have to be too much. You just need to take out about 10 million. There is a reason for 10 million. Because sometimes there will be many big customers coming here to play. 10 million liquid funds can normally maintain the operation of the casino. And it won't offend these customers. 10 million? Not too much? Your tone is worse than my foot. Klein obviously doesn't want to take out so much money. 10 million. He can only sell 10 million by rubbing 500 bottles of magic spirit potion. How many arcane particles does he have to rub? 5,000 arcane particles, including defective products and failure rate. This number will be even more outrageous. This is no longer a matter of magic value. Can you imagine the difficulty of rubbing someone's back 500 times in the bathhouse? Is Klein the kind of person who can rub someone's back 500 times with peace of mind? Finally, under Jane's strong persuasion, Klein reluctantly took out 2.5 million. Jane, 2.5 million is the limit. And it can't be more. You have to understand that the organization is in a difficult situation now. And you have to think more about the organization when those wealthy customers you mentioned come next time. You can personally make a killing from them. And then you will have working capital. Right? I have seen your gambling skills. So I believe in your strength. There is a very good saying. And I will give it to you now. When we encounter difficulties, don't be afraid. Face it bravely. And the best way to overcome difficulties is to face them. As long as your thoughts don't slip. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Come on, Jane. Klein's set of dirty words directly confused Jane. His words were pretty nice. But Klein really took away her money. Qianyu, who was observing Klein from the side, shook her head secretly. Klein? This guy. Although he is quite powerful, his pattern is still too small. If he really wants to integrate the city of Ute and let the casino, this golden chicken, lay eggs continuously, he still needs to give him enough feed. Although this is not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs for the casino, it has greatly restricted the development of the casino. Alas, no one is perfect, and everyone has some flaws. Qianyu was writing her ideological essay when Klein pointed at her. Hey, don't look at it. It's you. Our new casino will go for professional seductive pet style in the future. With fox girls, bunny girls, cat girls and so on. As a maid, your quality is really not good. Not only are you clumsy, but you are also slow to react. So you are fired. As the new boss here, I will personally sponsor you 200 Thur as severance pay. And you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Klein's hand speed was very fast. Before he finished speaking, 200 taels had been stuffed into Qianyu's chest. This time it was not chips, but cash. Qianyu looked at the 200 taels on her chest and was furious. But what embarrassed her even more was, I was fired. Qianyu's expression was very shocked. Klein thought she was sad. To be honest, for a woman, losing such a job is indeed a big blow. Klein, who always claimed to be a good man, suddenly felt a little bit sorry, and then stuffed another 200 inches. Well, forget it. You look pitiful. I'll give you another 200. Go quickly. You're probably almost rotten working here. But you don't have to lose heart. Leaving here is a new beginning. 400 taels is not a small amount. Find an honest man to marry after you go back. Live a good life. You are still young and have a long way to go. You look pitiful to me. My body is almost rotten. Find an honest man to marry. This was the first time that Qianyu had been humiliated like this. If her highest anger value was 50 before, it was 99 now. Also, what the hell is it to marry an honest man? Did the honest man provoke you? She looked at Klein. Her body still didn't move, but her chest kept rising and falling, as if she was very angry. Klein frowned immediately. He hated such ungrateful and greedy people the most. What? You think it's not enough? I'm telling you. Little girl. You're going too far. Have you heard that every grain of rice is hard-earned? Even Qianyu, who was very calm, was almost pissed off by Klein at this time. But she knew that she couldn't reveal her identity here. She could only suppress her anger. Nodded to Klein, and then turned and left. Thank you, boss. I'll leave first. Klein frowned slightly. Not because of anything else, but because the voice of the maid in front of him seemed familiar. Was it a bit like the cloaked woman before? But he didn't care too much. There were many people with similar voices, and he couldn't compare them one by one. Not long after the integration of the casino, Baizini brought their people to the casino. In fact, they had already arrived when the battle broke out. But Baizini didn't rush in, but chose to drink tea and wait on the side. He was very smart and understood that Klein might want to plunder resources. So he gave Klein a long time to search before coming. Brother Kane, are you done? Well, the flow here is sufficient. Suitable for good development. I will plan it for you later in the evening. Change all the maids here into animal girl costumes to ensure that the attraction is even higher. It's getting late today. I'll go and take down the Silver Flower Club's clubhouse and then take a rest. Tomorrow, I'll deal with the remaining small ones. There won't be many forces left in Youth City. Klein made it sound like clearing out the local forces was as easy as playing house. But at this point, no one would doubt the truth of his words. Looking at Ingrid, who was thrown to the ground with her legs broken, you can understand that this Kane's strength is not just strong. Well, Brother Kane, you go and do your work. Leave this to us. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Baizini also knew that the urban forces in the north were all dominated by the second princess. The second princess would not allow a large force to unify the cities, even if it was the very powerful Skull and Bone Society. But Baizini did not intend to organize Kane, nor did he intend to stop his steps. He had a new idea. He wanted to climb up the biggest tree in the north. The princess, with the results of the battle brought to him by Kane, in the sky above the city of Oot. The white crow Chile was panicked. Or to be precise, panicked to death. Because there was a huge black crow behind it. So big that Chile could not understand it. And it had no idea what kind of creature it was. It might be a mutated monster. It accelerated its flight as much as possible. But the black crow seemed to be teasing it, always circling around it. Chile looked back at the black crow's eyes, and it knew that today was going to be bad. The other party was plotting against it, as a very precious monster. The white crow will only choose one partner in its life. And the white crow cherishes its feathers very much. They will only choose their own kind to mate. But now it seems that it has no control over the situation. The black crow behind it looks nothing like beauty. On the contrary, it looks more like a very evil bird monster. Like a messenger of the evil god. So, Chile's mood at this time is somewhat tragic. I was forced. While it was still lamenting its bird life, the death bird Dialogue had already flown over it. Sister, do you want me to take you for a ride? Chile's pupil shrank. It was clearly far away just now. How come it came to it in the blink of an eye? And this monster can actually speak human language. Isn't this incredible? Ah. Chile can only make the common calls of crow monsters. But Dialogue can obviously understand it. So your name is Chile? Not bad. You will be the female crow of my Lord Dialogue from now on. Let's go and have fun with me. After hanging out with Klein, Eric, and Joe for more than a month, Dialogue has perfectly learned the bad language habits of the three. It was originally an evil bird monster. It would take 3 years to learn to be good, and it would take less than 3 days to learn to be bad. So, under the coercion of Dialogue, Baya Chile could only follow the other party and fly towards the grove. It was not that it did not want to resist, But resistance also depended on its strength. It was just an ordinary third-level monster. How could it be compared with a fifth-level bird overlord like Dialogue? It was inevitable to be taken to the grove. Chapter 347. Is this a cult? It's like a dream. Xianyu has been waiting for a long time outside the city of Hut. She has played the White Crow flute twice. But the White Crow Chili has never come. It is getting dark now. If the White Crow has not come back at night, she may not be able to leave. It is okay to go out for fun. But if she does not come back all night, the impact will be worse. She is now the border commander of the north. Even the Dragon Lancer Knight Jonah, who is a general, obeys her. Her personal safety and style will have an impact on the soldiers of the north. And they need to pay more attention. In fact, as the three daughters of the Empress, they all prefer a free life. But the only one who really lives a comfortable and free life is the eldest princess Jinhua. Xianyu's life has always been dangerous, boring and dull, so she likes to come here to gamble. Strange. Chili should be very well behaved. And she doesn't have the feeling of rebellion at all. What happened today? Xianyu waited for a while. And the White Crow finally flew back. The whole bird looked listless. And its feathers, which had always been very soft, had many wrinkles. Seeing it like this, Xianyu was shocked. Could it be that Chili was attacked by other monsters? As a third-level flying monster, the White Crow is even rarer to be tamed. So even though Xianyu is a princess, she loves the White Crow very much. Chili? What's going on? Were you attacked by other monsters? Yeah. As a monster, Chili had no shame. It tried its best to express that it had been slept with by Dialogue. But Xianyu could never understand. Maybe it was really attacked by a monster. But it's good that you're okay. Let's go back. Chili saw that Xianyu didn't understand after she explained. So she simply gave up the idea of continuing to explain. Xianyu rode on the back of the White Crow, then gently patted the White Crow's neck and said, "Today is still very interesting. Let's go. Let's go home." The White Crow slowly flew into the sky. Xianyu felt that it seemed very tired, but didn't ask much. Maybe it's because of the fierce battle. It's really hard for it. Not long after the White Crow carried Xianyu into the sky, a black shadow appeared above the man and the bird. And Dialogue appeared again. Xianyu also clearly felt the presence of Dialogue. She immediately patted the White Crow and said loudly, "Chili, land quickly. This is a very dangerous unknown monster. I feel it is very dangerous. I don't even know its specific level. Descend quickly." Chili began to land very obediently, because she was not sure whether Dialogue would attack Xianyu. Soon, the man and the bird returned to the ground again. Xianyu, who returned to the ground, was obviously relieved. Flying monsters will not land here casually. It should be safe here. Let's hide here for a while, and try to avoid it. It's so scary. I feel that it may even be a fifth-level monster. But I don't know what kind it is. Xianyu's body stiffened before she finished speaking, because she saw Dialogue landed right in front of her. And his huge claws grabbed a northern wolf and bit off its head. Then, in a few moves, he swallowed the wolf whole, and even picked a piece of bloody meat from its beak. The visual impact of Dialogue's random killing made Xianyu very nervous. She thought to herself, "This breath is definitely a fifth-level monster. At this distance, I can't escape. I'm afraid I have to use my mother's power." Xianyu took out a big knife from her ring. Unlike the eldest princess Jinhua, Xianyu is a magic swordsman, while the eldest princess is a mage. The big sword in her hand is called the Divine Fire Big Sword. It is called a big sword, but it is actually a very wide and heavy miracle weapon. Xianyu was ready for the battle. But the Black Crow in front of her gave her a bigger surprise. "Relax, young man. Don't take a weapon. I won't hurt you. Hee. If Dialogue spoke normally, it would be fine. But after he finished speaking, he added a few hee, which was too scary. A black monster that looks like a giant crow and can speak human language. It doesn't look like a normal species at all. Maybe it's the product of some cult sacrifice. Deception. Evil gods. Cultists. Isn't that commonplace? Can you trust such a monster? Definitely not." Xianyu's forehead was sweating, and she tightened the Divine Fire sword in her hand. The other party's laughter was like a spell to urge death, which made her very stressed now. In this area, the probability of encountering a fifth-level monster is very small, and only this flying species can cross the border without scruples. I was still careless. I didn't expect to encounter such a 5th-level monster in the country. If I brought a guard, at least, I wouldn't have to make such a life-threatening decision. Qianyu was thinking whether she could defeat Dialog by fully activating the flame. The flame was very harmful to the body. It was the power of the Empress, so she would not use it if she could. However, the current situation was obviously not something she could decide. She had already thought that as long as Dialog got closer to her, she would take the initiative to attack him. Dialog also saw the fighting spirit of the little girl in front of him. Originally, he was going to come over and say hello to Qianyu, because he smelled Klein's scent on Qianyu, which was very strong. And there must have been physical contact. And the main contact position was the chest, which is a very intimate position for humans. Such physical contact should only be done by the Mistress Lilith. And now there is another one. So the relationship must be extraordinary. So Dialog decided to come over and get close to her, although he could usually argue with Klein. As the object in the bottle, Klein was the master who could decide their life and death with a single thought. Playing and joking were allowed, but Dialog generally did not provoke people around Klein, especially women. What it didn't expect was that its friendly laughter would cause such hostility from the other party, which made Dialog very sad. I usually don't laugh. I finally laughed once. But you still looked like you wanted to kill me. It's really boring. Forget it. I'm leaving. Dialog flew away sadly. Qianhua didn't stop him. Nor did she say anything more. An unknown 5th-level monster was too dangerous. She couldn't let down her guard because of the other party's sweet talk. She had to be responsible for her own safety because it was related to the entire northern border. Seeing that Dialog seemed to have really flown away, Qianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can speak human language and can communicate skillfully. This strange monster is really scary, but from the situation just now, it doesn't seem to be some kind of evil creature. I have to check it out after returning. After a short rest, Qianyu rode on the white crow again and flew towards the border of the northern border again. On the other side, Klein sat at the door of the Yinhua Entertainment Club. He was not sitting on a bench, but on a large handwritten sign, decoration, suspended business. This was written by Klein. The handwriting was not ugly, but it was not very beautiful. The fallen women in the club held their heads and squatted in 2 rows in the hall of the Yinhua Club. There were several corpses in the middle of the hall, dressed like security guards. An old procuress handed Klein a thick account book and handed over a few space rings. Klein simply checked the funds in the ring. There was only about 1 million yuan, which was really not much. And there was no material. It seemed that this club was of this level. Old man, the account book is so thick. Are you fooling me? Klein stared at the madam with a bad look. Really not, Lord Kane. We are doing honest business, relying on my sister's technology and wine sales. So the turnover is naturally not as big as the casino. The madam smiled coquettishly, but Klein didn't even look at her. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Wait until I bring Ingrid here, and you will be honest? The madam hesitated, and there were a few more beads of sweat on her head. Her smile was not as amiable as before, but she was still unwilling to admit that she had hidden money. Okay. Starting today, Silver Flower Entertainment will be taken over by the Eye of Grilla. If you want to stay, you can stay and continue to work, or change to a regular job. We at the Eye of Grilla are currently short of a large number of service positions that can meet your normal work needs. If you don't want to stay, we won't force you. You can take the severance pay and go home now. Klein's voice was loud, and he made sure that everyone could hear it clearly. The madam next to him wanted to say something, but when she met Klein's cold eyes, she backed off. The women in the club talked to each other for a while. Many of them were harmed by the Silver Flower Club and the Flying Snake. Even if they wanted to quit, they had no home now, so they might as well continue to work here. The discussion lasted for a long time before it slowly ended. Only about 1/10 of the people were really willing to take the money and leave directly. The remaining people changed their jobs and continued to be fallen women. At this time, Baizini had brought the people of the Eye of Grilla to the club. They threw Ingrid on the ground and said to Klein, Brother Kane, the people have been brought here. Very good. You can deal with the personnel problem of the club now. Don't be too anxious. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if you close for 2 days. Don't worry. I will handle it. Seeing their boss chatting and laughing with the murderer, the members of the Eye of Grilla, who took over 3 places in one day, felt unreal. Each member who participated in the action today received an action fee ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 tel. But the group of people who were ready for a bloody battle did not participate in the battle at all in one day. Most of their work was to move corpses and clean up the scene. In this way, the notorious Flying Snake Mercenaries and the Silver Flower Sisters Association that had been entrenched in the city of Hut for many years were eliminated in one day. Ingrid, the president of the Silver Flower Association, was thrown on the ground like a dead fish, and the grave of the leader of the Flying Snake Mercenaries was erected. For the first time, the members of the Eye of Grilla felt the significance of being a cult member and an extremist organization. Is this a real cult? This feeling is like a dream. Chapter 348. Stories from the North's Past. Klein dragged Ingrid to the front of the old crow in the club. Only then did the old crow turn pale. She had never believed that Ingrid was taken down by the young man in front of her. This is the Silver Flower Club. The Silver Flower Club has existed for too many years. Even if the second princess came here, she still followed the previous rules. But the young man in front of him unreasonably flattened the Silver Flower Club. Is he going to rebel? Okay. Ingrid, tell me about the cash flow of the Silver Flower Club. I don't know if your old sister is loyal or greedy. She has always refused to tell the truth, so... You know? Ingrid did not go to see the old procuress. Her will had been eroded by Klein's shadow power, and was somewhat scattered. Now it was a bit difficult to concentrate. Finally, under Klein's coercion, without any inducement, the old procuress and Ingrid also explained the cash flow and accounts of the club. A total of 3 million. This amount of money is much less than that of the casino. But Klein also understands that this is normal. After all, this is just the second industry of the Silver Flower Society. But Klein is already very satisfied. The cash of a Silver Flower Society has reached nearly 30 million telephones. If you have to say it is a lot, it is not a lot. Because many big forces can easily take out this money. But this amount of money is really not a small amount. The Silver Flower Society is just a small force. But its ability to accumulate wealth is far greater than many large societies. In the past, Gia Society did not sell magic mechas, and artificial human technology could not be sold outside. At that time, Gia Society was so miserable that Esmond had to tighten his belt. It was only after Perona joined that he became rich. There are also the Mithril Society and the Skull and Bones Society, and their situations are similar to those of the previous Gia Society. For large organizations like them, the law of development has always been to spend all resources, as much as possible, and try their best to improve the strength of the society. While small organizations like the Silver Flower Society are just making money, there is still an essential difference between the two organizations. Klein threw the Madame and Ingrid to Bizini and said casually, I just said that if they hand over the money, I will let them go. So I can't do it. So I will leave them to you. Treat them well. After all, they have done a lot of evil things. Ingrid, who was lying on the ground, was stunned. This is still going to kill her. Before she wanted to resist, Klein's bone blade pierced her right hand, making it impossible for her to continue struggling. Looking at Ingrid on the ground, and the madam kneeling beside her, Bizini grinned. Don't worry. These two old women have done a lot of things. We are not the only ones who want them dead. I will make arrangements. Klein nodded. Well, I'll leave then. If you have anything, just come to the tavern to find me. Okay. Although the two met for the first time today, both sides had a tacit understanding. Klein must have put the looted materials into his own pocket. This was his personal labor income, and he would never share it with others. Originally, he was going to explain when Bizini asked about the whereabouts of the materials. But Bizini had no intention of speaking at all. As if he didn't care about this matter. Bizini is obviously a very smart guy. But he has become like this. Sure enough, in a place like the North, the most important thing is still force. After plundering all the funds of the Silver Flower Society, Klein turned and walked towards the tavern. He had no intention of returning to the headquarters of the Eye of Grilla, because everything he did today was reported in the name of the Eye of Grilla. If the Northern Border Army really came to cause trouble, it would be difficult for him to escape from the Eye of Grilla. It was safer in the tavern. Back at the tavern, the bald man was still bragging with a beaming face. Klein was also a little surprised. Isn't it tiring to brag alone from morning to now? But at this time, Klein heard that the content of his bragging had changed. And it was about him. You don't know how strong the cane in the wizard's cloak is. It is said that he defeated the Flying She mercenary group in just 10 moves, and the Silver Flower Sisterhood in just 2 or 3 moves. Are you afraid of such a master? You know, I have also talked to such a master face to face. And he even treated me to a glass of juice. Awesome. Brother Taitu. Some of the mediocre hooligans looked at Alton with great yearning. In their eyes, Alton, a formal professional, was already an extremely powerful boss. Just as Taitu Alton was about to continue speaking, he suddenly stopped, his mouth half open, and there was no sound to continue. The hooligans followed Alton's gaze and looked towards the door of the tavern. Klein, wearing a wizard's robe, was slowly walking in. The story you told is different from this morning. You really keep up with current events here. Brown hood, wide wizard robe. These hooligans seemed to understand the identity of the person in front of them. But isn't this too coincidental? Usually, I just listen to Alton bragging for fun. But this time it actually came true? Could this person be an actor he hired? Faced with Klein's joke, Alton quickly ordered a glass of juice for Klein. Lord Kane is back. Sit down and have a drink. Klein originally planned to go upstairs directly, but seeing that Alton had a wide range of information, he decided to stay and chat with him. You seem to be well informed. You can get the information about what I did during the day so quickly. It's amazing. Alton waved his hand quickly. This is a skill for making a living. We have an alliance of scattered people. We exchange information in the city every day, so the news comes quickly. And what you did today was too big. You flattened 2 big gangs. These 2 gangs have been entrenched in the city of Wote for almost 10 years. It's impossible for us not to know. Klein nodded. For him, destroying 2 small gangs was just a matter of moving his fingers. But for people who have lived in this city for a long time, it was indeed a big deal. Klein didn't hesitate to take the juice that Alton ordered, took a sip, savored the sour berries in it, and after thinking for a while, he asked, I just arrived in the north not long ago, and I don't know much about the situation here. Your intelligence is pretty good, so I want to ask you some questions. There are many smart people in this world. Bizini is very smart, and so is Alton. So he was able to survive Klein's murderous intentions, and live well, and appear again in the book, which is very impressive. He would not negotiate with Klein just because Klein had something to ask him. It is a very suicidal behavior for the weak to negotiate with the strong. Master Kane, please feel free to ask. I have absolutely no reservations. Klein was also very satisfied with Aldo's cooperative attitude. He didn't care whether this person was reliable or not. He just needed to be quick-witted and useful. When did the situation of numerous gangs and warlords in the north start? Alton frowned slightly. This question was a bit big. He needed to think about it, and then organize his words. Klein didn't urge him. He picked up the unknown northern nut in front of Alton and ate it while waiting for his answer. This is a long story. In fact, the North was unified a long time ago. But it became like this after a major event. It was about 10 years ago, when the superclass monster Ease invaded Telrawila. The actual controller of the North was the Dean of Warhammer Academy, Forger Neltharion. That year, the super monster Ease broke through the border and rushed into Telrawila. The mission of the North Army was to resist the monsters outside the border. So that year, the former North General Puyol and 2 other generals participated in the siege. In the battle to suppress Is. Normally, a superclass monster can be resisted by only 1 general, killed by 2 generals, and killed at a very low cost by 3 generals. Everyone thought so at the time, but Is was so powerful that it was beyond everyone's imagination. In a 1-on-3 situation, he killed the then Northern General Puyol and repelled the other 2 generals. The Imperial officials immediately realized the terrifying power of Is, and they asked the Warhammer Academy to fully support the North. But the Dean of the Warhammer Academy, Neltharion, refused the order. Refusal of orders is not the most fatal thing. What is more fatal is that as the actual controller of the northern cities, Neltharion requires all people in the north to stay put and not help the Imperial army. This is the outrageous part. Neltharion's behavior completely offended the Imperial officials and the entire northern army. So after this time, the Empire will no longer allow such a person to control the northern cities. Neltharion himself is also very clear about what he has done. So he withdrew the direct combat power of the Warhammer Academy in various cities. Without the control of the Warhammer Academy professionals, all the northern cities immediately became chaotic. After a few years of drifting with the tide, with the tacit approval of the Imperial officials and the Northern Army, This situation of gangs and heroes naturally formed. Klein still doesn't understand why humans have the king level, but why there is no corresponding magic beast level. Is definitely a divine beast. That is, the king level of humans. But even to this day, the description of is in the textbooks is just a powerful super-level magic beast. The imperial officials seem to be deliberately concealing the existence of a divine beast, and the divine beast rarely appears in the territory. The only time was when Is attacked Boromia. Alton's words were logical, and Klein heard them clearly. However, it was precisely because Alton spoke more clearly that Klein didn't understand why Neltharion gave such an order. Why did Neltharion, the Dean of Warhammer, give such an order? If Is not killed, then the entire North will fall? Chapter 349, What will the dog whistle summon? Klein's question made Orton look strange. After hesitating for a while, he slowly said, It's strange to say that after everyone kept their troops in place, Is did not touch the cities in the northern border. He even passed by an ordinary professional caravan. But there was no record of attacking a human caravan. His goal from beginning to end was only one. That is, the imperial capital. It kept rushing towards the imperial capital. You should all know the final result. It was killed by the Empress outside the city wall of the imperial capital. Klein nodded. The old dragon of dusk said that Is was his friend. Is wanted to find her child. So she went to the territory. The old dragon should not have lied to him. In this way, Is purpose has never been to kill, but just to find her child. Her child is in the imperial capital. The Empress brought Flando to see a large number of monsters before. Maybe they captured his son at that time? This is not impossible. Thinking of this, Klein thought to himself, could it be that this Neltharion knew that Is was going to find her son? It seems that this old Dean of Warhammer is really something. I have to go see him when I get a chance. Clay casually took out a few 100 tal bills and placed them in front of Alton. Your information channel is good. I am very satisfied. This is a reward. That's all for today. If I have any other questions, I will find you again. Thank you, Lord Kane. Alton did not refuse. Carefully put the money away and watched Klein go upstairs. After returning to the room, Klein did not immediately count the supplies, but took out a strange item that had been stored for a long time and had not been used. A dog whistle. Dog whistle. Grade, strange item. Effect, blow it to summon the nearest dog nearby. With a cooldown of 3 days. Introduction, a whistle for summoning dogs. Very loud. According to the records in the college textbook, dogs and wolves belong to different species in this world. Wolves survived, while dogs became extinct about 400 years ago. The reason why Klein has never blown the dog whistle is because he does not know what he will call after blowing it. He has too many strange items. And he forgot about the dog whistle after putting it away for a while. But after meeting Flando, he remembered that there was this thing. But he dared not blow the dog whistle casually. According to Flando's description, there is only one line of dogs left now. That is, the dog god line. The dog god is the dog god Aishva, and his son by Yanks should all belong to the dog god line of dogs, starting with superclass and capping the divine beast. In other words, if he blew the dog whistle now, he might be able to summon his son by Yanks, or he might be able to summon the dog god Aishva. He was in the north, very close to the Warcraft area, so he didn't dare to gamble. But if his guess was right, then he seemed to have gained something extraordinary. 50% chance of summoning the dog god Aishva, as long as I run fast enough. The dog god won't be able to bite me, there's something. Klein carefully packed up the dog whistle. It seemed that this thing could be developed in the future. Putting away his thoughts about the dog whistle routine, Klein took out all the harvest of the day. More than 30 million tires. And a lot of resources. Klein knew that he had to spend the money. Only the money spent was equal to money. And the money saved was equal to waste paper. He needed to convert the money into elemental materials as soon as possible. How to spend 30 million tires quickly was a very serious problem. Money was easy to handle. But the things of the Flying Snake mercenary group were troublesome. They were in the business of robbery. They often robbed caravans and robbed scattered professionals, which led to their accumulation of a large amount of materials and some unknown things. Klein summoned a few first-level small skeletons and asked them to roughly classify these messy materials. They were not smart enough to do too detailed work, and could only do some simple work. After arranging everything, Klein set up a simple defensive barrier at the door and fell asleep. The next morning, Klein walked towards the Hammer brothers without saying hello to Bizini. What he had to do today was to clear out all forces in the city of Hut except the Skull and Bone Society. 2 days had passed since Klein cleared out the Silver Flower Society and the Flying Snake mercenary group in the outermost part of Hut City. Perhaps because they don't like the sun. Or perhaps because they can avoid the invasion of monsters. The Skull and Bone Society here also built their base underground. The leader of the Hut City Skull and Bone Society is Adams, a third-level necromancer, who is in a complicated mood at this time. As one of the largest underground organizations in Hut City, the Skull and Bone Society naturally received the news that the Silver Flower Sisterhood and the Flying Snake were wiped out by someone who claimed to be Cain, the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grela. Adams didn't know when the Eye of Grela had a number 5 leader, but he knew that the number 4 leader, Bizini, was unreliable. But from the fact that 2 large local forces were easily wiped out within 1 day, it can be seen that this man named Cain is very powerful. At least not what he can deal with now. At the beginning, Adams was not sure whether the other party wanted to integrate the underground forces of the city of Ute or simply a gang feud. For safety reasons, he decided to contact his superiors and apply for support from the headquarters. The result was somewhat beyond Adams's expectations. The headquarters will send 3 4th-level Skeleton Society members to support him and let him hold on for a while. You know, the members of the Skeleton Society are also experienced in battles. Maybe their individual capabilities are not as fierce as the members of the GS Society, but they are definitely not ordinary professionals. There is a clear gap in strength between them and the salty 4th-level Ingrid. This gap is like the C and A in the Warcraft level. Adams was a little surprised to see 3 level 4s sent at once, but he also understood that the headquarters felt that his level 3 strength was not enough to be the top leader of a city, so they wanted to send someone to replace him. Adams didn't care about his position, and more than that, he felt relieved that so many people were sent to help him deal with Cain. This feeling of relief didn't last long for Adams, because yesterday, he heard the news that all the small gangs in the city of Hut were basically wiped out by the Eye of Grela. This news means that in the current city of Hut, except for the Eye of Grela, only their Skull Brotherhood is left. Adams was not naive enough to think that the other party would be afraid of the Brotherhood of the Skeletons, so he would not come. Therefore, he was under great psychological pressure at this time. Adams smeared venom on his bone spears one by one, and then checked the dead essence and dead crystals on his body. He hung 2 bottles of magic potions for combat on his waist, 1 ordinary and 1 advanced. Put on the necromancy robe, picked up the necromancy staff, and also picked up a standard skull magic weapon exclusive to the skeletons. Adams, who had done all this, sat quietly on his sofa. He was the head of the branch in the city of Wote. Everyone could escape, but he could not. He was ready to fight, or to die in battle. At this time, a 3rd-level Death Knight reported to him, "Boss, the members of the Iron Mine have been withdrawn." Adams nodded. The members of the association acted quickly, which made him very satisfied, because the number of people was useful in front of many professionals. There were countless examples of high-level professionals being killed by the human wave tactics. Very good. Let's prepare the brothers for the battle. The Death Knight did not leave immediately. He hesitated to speak. He had already applied for support, and the headquarters also agreed. He did not understand why his boss wanted the brothers from the Iron Mine to come back. This Iron Mine has no clear owner. Whoever has the bigger fist will occupy it. If they leave like this, it will be a very bad situation if it is occupied by others. Adams also saw what the Death Knight meant, but he did not explain too much. He just said lightly, "Booth, I understand your idea, but you don't understand mine. If we die in the battle, then there is no point in guarding the Iron Mine. Do you understand what I mean?" Death Knight Booth frowned slightly. "But the headquarters has sent 3 4th-level masters. They should be here soon. Judging from the time, they may have already arrived." Adams nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, they will be here soon, but they haven't arrived yet. Right? The Silver Flower Society also has 4th-level masters. It's different that they were eaten up in one afternoon." Booth was stunned for a moment. He was a little unconvinced. "That old woman Ingrid is also considered 4th level. I can deal with her. She is a waste. Besides, even if that Cain is very strong, after the Eye of Grela took over the power of the Flying Snake and the Silver Flower Society, it must be sorted out and repaired. Right? A step back. Even if he comes to attack our base now, It is easy to defend here. And he can't get in so quickly. No. If I'm not mistaken, he should be here soon. What? Klein has come to the north of Youth City, where the Skull and Bones Society is stationed. Unlike other places where the Skull and Bones Society's bases are very hidden, the Skull and Bones Society's base here is very conspicuous. From a distance, Klein can see the word Skull and Bones Brotherhood written on the doorplate. This organization is really everywhere. Their sphere of influence is huge, and their members are numerous. Compared with the real cults like the Fireblade cult, the moderate Skull and Bones Society is more like an orderly underworld organization. Only the radicals are considered to be true extreme organizations, creating plagues and unrest, launching wars, and being a bunch of psychopaths. The Skull and Bones Society here also belong to the moderate faction. Their main goal is to make money, cultivate talents, and develop power, which is similar to ordinary societies, but the means are more ruthless. However, the Skull and Bones Society has long been a deadly enemy of Klein. No matter how gentle they are, there is no possibility of resolving it. Chapter 350 today. No surrender. No killing. Klein walked straight in, and was stopped by a member of the Skull and Bones Society. Hey. This is the Skull and Bones Brotherhood. What do you do? Klein did not answer. Behind him, a 4th-level Dread Knight had already closed the door for him. The figures of 3rd-level Black Warriors also appeared one after another on the surrounding courtyard walls. Klein looked at his summons, and almost surrounded the place before he slowly said, "Today, there is no such thing as surrender, and no killing." For more gates to the underworld opened quietly on Klein's left and right. Led by 2 4th-level skeleton mages, a large number of undead creatures began to walk out of the gates to the underworld. More and more outrageous. This number is close to the number of undead creatures summoned by Seth when dealing with Gwen. The reason why Klein usually doesn't like to use the underworld summons is not because it is not easy to use, but because it is too expensive. Undead creatures are very weak, and summoning undead creatures requires sacrificing 1 level of materials, which is completely a waste of money. But today, he obviously didn't want to let any one of the Skull and Bones Society go. And Lilith and the others were not here, so he needed some combat assistance. Klein pulled out the light of the moon, pointed at the people of the Skull and Bones Society, and said, "Leader Kane number 5 of the Eye of Grayla. Come!" The skeleton sea rushed directly towards the Skull and Bones Society's base. It was the first time for the members of the Skull and Bones Society to face such a skeleton sea tactic. The mages in the society also began to summon undead creatures, and began to fight against Klein's skeleton sea. The strongest person in the Skull and Bones Society was only at the 3rd level, and they had a hard time dealing with a 4th-level summon alone. So after Klein personally went down, what they faced was a one-sided massacre. In the underground base of the Skull and Bones Society, Adam suddenly clenched the staff in his hand, and the gate to the underworld opened beside Booth, and a special 3rd-level Black Warrior slowly walked out. This 3rd-level Black Warrior had an extraordinary bright armor with many magic patterns engraved on it. He was not holding a Black Warrior sword in his hand, but a large sword. Booth was a little surprised why Adam suddenly released magic to summon the special Black Warrior Zia. Before he wanted to ask, Adams had already spoken first. "Booth, how long have we 2 brothers been in the north?" Booth was still struggling with the question of the underworld summoning, but he still answered Adam's question. "I came here in 333. It should be almost 5 years. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Adam shook his head and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect that I have been in the north for 5 years. And I have been stuck at the 3rd level for 5 years. In the past few years, I have lost my sharpness and become smooth in dealing with people and things. This is very consistent with the identity of a city leader. I think so myself. Because even if I am stuck at the 3rd level, I can still accumulate strength. This accumulation lasts for 5 years. In 5 years, I have not touched the feeling of the 4th level at all. I originally thought that my accumulation was not enough. It was not until I received the news from Kane yesterday that I realized that it was not that my accumulation was not enough, but that I had lost the courageous and diligent heart. I didn't expect that after so many years without any progress. I seemed to touch the hope of breaking through the 4th level after hearing the news from Kane." Adam's tone was a little strange, but Booth was happy for him when he heard that he had hope of a breakthrough. "Haha. I'm following you anyway. When you break through the 4th level, you will be a high-level member of the club, and I can follow you to benefit from it." Adam shook his head. afraid that there would be no such opportunity. He turned his head to look at Booth and asked, "Booth, we have been brothers for many years. Are you willing to fight with me?" If Booth still didn't understand what Adams meant at this time, then he was really slow. "Boss, I am your Death Knight. I can charge for you at any time." Adams laughed. "Very good." Klein's brilliant moonlight easily cut off the roof of the Skull and Bones Club base, and the entire hall of the base began to collapse. A second-level shadow swordsman rushed to Klein's side with the help of smoke and dust. But before his long sword touched Klein, the bone blade extended by Klein's men nailed him to the ground. The flame lightly swept past, and all the skeletons were cut in half. Klein even killed some of his own skeletons by mistake. But he didn't care at all. He felt rich and powerful now. And this little money was nothing. Klein locked his eyes on a third-level necromancer, and the light of the brilliant moon suddenly extended. Puff! The sword light instantly shattered the necromancer's skeleton shield and sank into his chest. Although it did not have any magic attributes, the attack power amplified by the magic sword effect was too high. The third-level defense could no longer block Klein's ordinary attack. Just as Klein was about to strike the second sword to end the life of the necromancer, the Death Knight Booth slashed at Klein with a great sword. Klein's eyebrows slightly raised. There was actually someone here who interested him a little. Oh, Dark Dochi, it turned out to be a Death Knight like Lilith. The biggest difference between the Death Knight and the Shadow Knight and the Swordsman is the attribute of Dochi. Dark Dochi is a higher level of power than Shadow Dochi. The power of death is a branch of life force. The combination of the power of death and the power of shadow is the power of darkness. Lilith's power of death comes from her father Kakasero. The power of shadow is her own innate power, which is why she merged the power of death. Precisely because of the harsh conditions, the Death Knight is as rare as the Paladin and the Warlock, and they are all top-level combat professions. Clang! The great sword with Dark Dochi was blocked by Klein's bone blade. Klein's original plan was to parry this Death Knight and kill the other necromancer first. However, the opponent's strength slightly suppressed him, and also interrupted Klein's thoughts. He looked at Booth and laughed. "Sure enough, I am still a little arrogant when I compare strength with a knight." Booth didn't understand what Klein meant, but he would not stop. Just as he approached Klein and prepared to attack again, a voice called him. "Booth! Retreat!" Booth was startled and retreated immediately. His original position was also swept by Klein's brilliant moonlight. This time, the attack was accompanied by Shadow Flame. All the materials in the place where Shadow Flame swept began to decay and melt. After Booth saw it, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. Klein wanted to chase Booth again, but a bone spear with shadow power flew in front of him. Klein showed a grim smile, and then grabbed the opponent's bone spear. This bone spear? Is it a specialized shadow power? Undead plus skeleton fusion? Did you come up with it yourself? Great. It was like a master commenting on a novice's work. But just after he finished commenting, the bone spear exploded in his hand. It was as if he failed to pretend to be cool. Boom! But who is Klein? He is an extremely cunning old man. He has used this method of hiding thunder in the bone spear thousands of times, and even taught Joe step by step. How could he not be on guard? His skeleton extended to resist physical impact. The shadow protection barrier absorbed the shadow power. And finally there was a layer of ice to protect his body, to absorb the aftermath. This feeling is like Klein crushed a bone spear of undead plus skeleton fusion with his hands without any damage. So cool. Adams watched Klein crush his proud double-reinforced bone spear with his bare hands, and his heart sank again. Klein saw that his attack did not succeed, but stopped, looked at Adams, and said, "I didn't expect to see not only the Death Knight here, but also someone who also uses ancient necromancy. This feeling is really wonderful. You are just like the weakened version of me and my lover. Interesting. Are you the leader here?" Adams did not answer immediately, but looked at the large number of undead creatures around him. This number definitely exceeded the limit that a normal necromancer could control. He looked for a long time, but there were no other enemies. It could only mean that there was only one enemy. The guy who called himself Cain. Even a 5th-level necromancer could not control so many undead creatures at once. Seth could control a large number of undead creatures only with the support of miracle equipment. Adam's special black warrior walked in front of him and blocked Klein's attack angle. Adam spoke, but he answered the question irrelevantly. "I have met Lord Seth several times when I went to the headquarters for meetings in the past few years. I asked him a question. who is the strongest necromancer of the younger generation. He laughed and told me that it must be Lord Agatha in the past few times. But this time, the answer I got was different. Klein narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "Oh, what did he say?" Looking at Klein's expression, Adams was more certain of his guess that the other party knew Seth. Lord Seth's original words were, "If you had asked me this a few years ago, I would have definitely said Agatha. But now, it should be Klein from GS Society." Klein, Kane, names that sound very similar. Just like you in the rumors. A person who doesn't take lies seriously. Klein raised his eyebrows. So the Skull and Bones Society also discussed him internally? I didn't expect that I had become so famous. I didn't expect that old Seth thought so highly of himself. Correct answer. But unfortunately, there is no reward. Before Klein finished speaking, the moonlight had already stabbed Adams with the shadow flame. Boom! The shadow flame on the moonlight was sealed by the Black Warrior in front of Adams. But the Black Warrior's sword was also melted because of resisting Klein's blade. Adams couldn't describe the shock in his heart. The Black Knight, who had been training for 5 years, almost failed to block the opponent's magic sword. Klein was obviously a mage. Klein looked at the Black Warrior in front of Adams, and his heart was full of surprise. He finally saw different knowledge about necromancy. Good, very good, very good. Chapter 351. Desperate Klein. Death Knight Booth had been cooperating with Adams for too long. When Klein was marveling at Adams' strange Black Warrior, he thought he had caught Klein's distraction. This was a great opportunity to counterattack. So Booth began to charge, holding the great sword in both hands, and rushed towards Klein like a black bull. Klein certainly noticed Booth's approach, but he knew the ability of the Death Knight too well. Lilith was so strong because she combined the destructive power of the Death Knight with the Black Crusader's fighting skills and shadow escape skills. Compared to Lilith, other Death Knights were at best at the same level as ordinary paladins and warlocks. Although they were rare professions, they still did not catch Klein's eyes. He was more interested in the special necromancer in front of him. Klein waved his hand, and the broken skull bones on the ground floated up again, suspended in the entire Skull and Bones Society's residence. Bang! Under the guidance of Klein's magic, the broken bone fragments immediately connected into silver threads. Booth, who was charging, immediately bumped into some of the silver threads, and the solid dead bone chain was torn off by him. However, Klein had so many dead bone chains that even a 5th level monster would not be able to break free if he used all his strength, let alone a 3rd level professional like Booth. Booth was soon entangled by the dead bone chain and fell to the ground. Booth, seeing his brother being captured, Adams also lost his composure. At his command, the Black Warrior raised his sword and jumped at Klein. Although all his abilities were restrained by Klein, Adams still wanted to do something. He didn't want to just wait to be killed. Klein saw that this 3rd level undead creature could actually use some shadow fighting spirit, which made him more interested. It's really humane, and the combat wisdom is much stronger than that of ordinary Black Warriors. Incredible ability. The skeleton blade blocked the Black Warrior's sword, and Klein raised his hand and fired a shadow arrow, blowing the Black Warrior away. The 4th level shadow arrow was extremely powerful, even though the Black Warrior's shadow resistance was very strong. Most of his armor was still shattered. Klein slowly walked in front of the Death Knight Booth and pressed his palm on his head. Originally, he planned to use Shadow Impact directly to kill this Death Knight named Booth. But he thought about it. This Booth seemed to have some effect, and humans were not monsters. If the Shadow Impact rushed to someone's head, this person would be a fool if he didn't die. This is not good. So, Klein moved his palm downwards and placed it on Booth's chest. Friend, I won't kill you now, but you have to persuade your boss to stop doing stupid things later. Ugh. Booth hadn't understood the meaning of Klein's tone yet, and the shadow impact had already shattered the armor on his chest. Booth suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His pupils began to dilate, and he gradually fell into a coma. Booth, seeing that his brother seemed to be killed by Klein, Adam shot out all the bone spears he had condensed before. But now his fighting power was completely futile for Klein. Klein's skeleton extended and easily blocked Adams's bone spear, and then returned him a real double-strengthened fusion bone spear. Klein's spear. The Klein bones wrapped around the Klein spear were like twisted white snakes. Adams's skeleton shield was like paper, broken layer by layer under the impact of this bone spear. Adams looked at the Klein spear nailed to his side, and swallowed his saliva. Only then did he understand why Klein had such a critical attitude towards his bone spear. Because the opponent also had the same moves, and it was more powerful than his. Boom! The bone spear exploded beside Adams, and the broken bone fragments broke Adams' ribs and knees. He covered his chest, which was already bleeding heavily, and his eyes began to blur, as if he might die at any time. Only one level apart. There is such a gap. Is this the strongest necromancer of the younger generation as mentioned by Lord Seth? He lives up to his reputation. If it was an ordinary 4th level, even if I couldn't defeat him, I couldn't lose so badly. I didn't expect that he never broke through the 4th level until his death. I'm so unwilling. Looking at Adams, who was bleeding heavily from his chest, Klein secretly thought that it was not good. It seemed that he had hit too hard. This time he really failed to show off and lost a lot. But before he thought about going up to check on Adams, who was lying on the ground, suddenly began to change his momentum. The magic power that had been somewhat scattered began to gather again, and his magic pool was also being recast. The power of shadow eroded the surroundings, plundering all vitality. Adams stood up again in front of Klein. He felt that his body was full of strength and extremely powerful. This is the feeling of the 4th level. Klein, who had been watching Adams break through, laughed. He didn't interrupt the other party's breakthrough. Not because he was looking forward to an opponent or something, but mainly because he was afraid that Adams would die. If Adams died, he would have no chance to study that special undead summon. He actually broke through on the battlefield. Very good. If it was somewhere else, you might have already had some protagonist style. But unfortunately, the person you met was me. I am not the kind of opponent you can defeat with one breakthrough. According to this strength, you probably need to break through 5, 6, 7 or 8 times before you have a chance to kill me. Adams ignored Klein's provocation, and the magic power he released began to quickly imprint in the air, and soon turned into a magic vortex. The ability of Klein's spells to silently cast plus instantly is not something that all mages can do. Most mages still need to rely on magic patterns, spells, and spells to assist in releasing magic completely. Looking at the magic pattern imprinted by Adams, Klein carefully memorized it. His mental power was very strong and his memory was very good. He could remember such magic pattern imprints completely after seeing them once. This should be the spell to strengthen the undead creatures. He would study it carefully when he returned. After the magic vortex was generated, nothing special happened. Instead, Adams's black warrior rushed back and jumped directly into the magic vortex. The shadow magic vortex began to infuse the black warrior's body, and its torso began to evolve. The armor of the Fear Knight gradually replaced the black warrior's armor. Klein did not move, just quietly watching the birth of a 4th level special undead creature. It's really incredible. A special black warrior just evolved into a special Fear Knight. What's the principle behind this? Adams was already vomiting blood at this time. He had just been promoted to the 4th level, and his foundation was unstable. He just sacrificed his magic power to refine a 4th level super undead creature. The burden on his body was too great. According to the principle that insufficient magic power overdrafts vitality, Adams released this magic and consumed at least 10 years of his life. The Fear Knight suddenly jumped, and the sword in his hand had turned into a huge guandao, slashing at Klein with a strong shadow force. The Fear Knight fell from the sky, with its unique domineering, giving Klein a very different feeling. The soul fire in its pupils was full of evil and provocation. Klein's mentality fluctuated again when he looked at it. It's the same feeling as before, the will of flame. Can I control it? Forget it. Let's give it a try. The red flame began to emanate from his body. This time, under Clay's deliberate control, the red flame was much more stable and not as chaotic as before. Klein stretched out a finger and tried his best to adjust his magic control. The will of flame was too fierce, and he was afraid that he would kill the research object in front of him with one blow. Klein slowly opened his eyes, and the will of flame flashed in his pupils. His state was very stable, and he was not dominated by the will of flame before. This made Klein feel very satisfied. Klein, relax. You can do it. Turn off the arcane enhancement. Turn off the burning heart of magic. Turn off the magic book amplification. And the flame blade? After he finished talking to himself, a red line shot out from the tip of Klein's index finger. Hiss! The red line pierced the chest of the Dread Knight accurately, and its hard armor covered with magic patterns was pierced by this inconspicuous red thread. The Dread Knight flew backwards as if it had received a great impact. And after falling to the ground, its chest began to melt gradually. The shadow power stored in the Dread Knight could not eliminate the strong heat brought by the flame. Its core temperature could not be lowered. And the soul fire was ignited by the flame. And the dark blue soul fire had turned red. The armor forged by the shadow power on its body also began to melt, turning into the most primitive power, and began to resist the burning heat of the flame blade. But all this was in vain. The flame ignited everything. And in the end, it actually ignited the shadow power of the Dread Knight as a fuel. This kind of power with the will of the Empress is no longer a simple flame. It comes from the Empress's ability to completely change the rules of the world. Or the rules of the world will choose to obey her. It is fire but not fire. It looks like an ordinary flame. But it has the ability to ignite everything. And can even use other energy as flame fuel to carry out endless burning and destruction. Although he has tried his best to control the power, the Dread Knight is still burned to death by the flame bit by bit. Klein silently watched the effect of his attack, which was really amazing. At this time, his eyes have returned to normal, and the red flames have completely dissipated from around him. The state of the will of fire did not last too long, but it still caused some undesirable consequences. Chapter 352. There will be no more skull and bone society in the city of Oud. He originally wanted to not be too harsh and leave this Dread Knight alive so that he could take him back for research. But he didn't expect this result. What a good specimen. It's a pity. Now we can only rely on that necromancer. On the other side, Adams, who had been expecting his special Dread Knight to make achievements, vomited 2 mouthfuls of old blood again. The undead creatures that he had summoned and sacrificed with great effort were actually killed by Klein in one move. This was too uncomfortable. At this time, the undead creatures summoned by Klein had killed all the residents of the Skull and Bone Society, and they began to slowly move towards Klein. Klein did not let these undead creatures return to the underworld, but let them stay here, because he knew that the Skull and Bone Society was not a small gang like other gangs, but one of the top 2 extremist organizations in Tarila. If such a city base was attacked, there would definitely be people coming to support it. So the remaining undead creatures could just greet those people. Adams. Right, then. Come with me. Klein grabbed Adams and Booth, threw them to the 2 black warriors, and walked out. This time, Klein did not return to the tavern, but went directly back to the headquarters of the Eye of Grayla. He would not stay in a city for too long. The matter of the city of Wet was basically over. His original purpose of coming to the north was to plunder resources. So Klein's plundering would continue until he encountered an irresistible strongman. If you really meet someone you can't beat, then use your ultimate move to escape. Not to mention the combat power and destructive power. Klein's ability to withstand beatings and escape is absolutely top-notch. Brother Kane, the casino and the club have begun to reopen. I have restructured them according to your requirements. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be added? Baizini handed the information of the 2 venues to Klein very sensibly. But Klein was too lazy to look at it. It was enough to have a general one. Besides, the Eye of Grilla was not his power, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. I won't look at it anymore. I don't understand it. You will still do these things in the future. Anyway, don't be too shady. You should integrate other venues and unify the rules. From now on, you are the boss of the city of Hut, and the Eye of Grilla is the only power in the city of Hut. When Baizini heard Klein say this, his heart suddenly had some waves. He heard some of the meaning in Klein's tone. Brother Kane, are you leaving? Yes. The society needs to develop. And so do I. Please keep in mind the matter of collecting elemental materials for me. Also, recruit more people and prepare to go to Marion City to help me. Klein said this in a casual tone, which made Baizini a little overwhelmed. They have conquered the city of Wote for less than a day. And you are going to develop in another city, brother? Can you talk about the pace? We haven't digested the city of Wote yet. At this time, we have to go to a new city? Don't we need to settle down? And the Skull and Bone Society should have reinforcements coming later. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it by then. Klein closed his eyes, feeling the will transmitted by his undead creature, and suddenly said to Baizini, the reinforcements of the Skull and Bone Society should have arrived. I will deal with them. Ute City should be stable for a while. If they are dead, you can develop with peace of mind. After that, Klein turned and left. Baizini looked at Klein's back and didn't say anything. In fact, when he first met Klein, He already knew that Klein was not an ordinary person. He joined the Eye of Grilla and probably had some ulterior motives. Plotting the land of the Eye of Grilla? Obviously not. They don't like it. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Wanting the sign of Grilla. There are some in this regard. But Klein's real purpose is still plunder. Which Byzini also saw. Klein is not from the north. And he has never thought of staying in the north. He has no feelings for the north. His purpose of coming to the north has always been to plunder. So he is so anxious to go to the next city. Cooperating with such a guy is really full of dangers, however. If we can quickly integrate resources, unify various cities, and quickly expand the influence of the Eye of Grilla, it doesn't seem to be a bad situation. The 3 4th-level Masters of the Skull and Bone Society have already fought fiercely with the skeletons left by Klein in the base. The 3 4th-level Masters cooperated with each other and quickly cleared a large number of undead creatures with almost no substantial consumption. The poor combat power of the undead creatures was fully demonstrated in front of the cooperation of this elite team. Klein, who was standing on Tiny Flying Pig, shook his head. These undead creatures below are all money. If the skeleton sea tactic cannot find enough corpses, it will be a waste of money. After waiting for a while, Dylock, who heard the call, flew to Klein's side. Looking at the tiny flying pig under Klein's feet, he immediately complained, "Is this thing under your feet a magic prop? It looks too ugly. How dare you use it?" Klein's old face turned black. "If you don't want to be beaten, don't talk." He jumped lightly and jumped onto Dylock. With a 5th level Dylock, Klein's combat height and flight speed have been greatly improved. Height is an absolute strategic advantage. And this time, it's time for him to show this advantage. Height plus super long distance destructive power. This way of fighting is very similar to the super long range artillery attack in the previous life. Others can't see you at all, but they are already facing your attack power. This is the effect. Dylock felt the burning heat on his back, and his heart trembled slightly. He had personally tried Klein's fire explosion technique, which had a large range and ridiculous destructive power. If he was hit head-on, even he would be killed in one blow. Why is this guy's magic so unreasonable? Klein aimed the fire explosion at the skull and bones base below, and said with a slight smile, after having a flying mount, "This attack method is really easy to use. It's a pity that I'm not level 5. Otherwise, what else? You still want to show off in front of the super level? They can't beat you to death." Dylock complained that Klein was just listening to his words, but he really wanted to fight the superclass. Or, he had fought with him once before, and Annabelle was tricked by him once. The fact that the other party hadn't come to him for so long was enough to show the damage caused by the disorder arcane to her. He already had the ability to hurt the superclass, and the rest of the things would be done slowly. The superclass strongmen are still fierce. After all, they all have their own unique titles and abilities. Now is not the right time. But it doesn't mean there will be no chance in the future. But let's not talk about this anymore. Let's deal with the Skull and Bone Society first. Oh no! There will be no Skull and Bone Society in the future in the city of Ute. Pyroblast. Boom! The 500 magic Pyroblast spell blasted the base of the Skull and Bone Society into ruins in an instant. And the 3 4th-level members of the Skull and Bone Society were also vaporized by the shock wave and high temperature in the instant of the explosion. The explosion shocked the entire city of Ute. Looking at the scale of the burning flames and the broken walls, it goes without saying that the Skull and Bone Society entrenched in the north of Ute City was flattened. This time it was really flat. Even the buildings were blown flat, and the remaining things were scattered, and basically no complete bodies could be found. Considering the news that other gangs in the city of Hutt were swept by Klein 2 days ago, some people have quietly joined the Eye of Grilla and become a glorious member of the Eye of Grilla. Byzini looked at the mushroom cloud in the north and clenched his fists excitedly. This is the power of Klein. Looking at the raging fire, he seemed to have made up his mind and shouted to his subordinates beside him, "Recruit people. Recruit people for me. Now you only need to have a certain professional ability. Even if you are not a formal professional, you can join the Eye of Grilla. In addition, recruit me miscellaneous staff, financial staff, directors and clerks. All of them. With adequate salary and no restrictions on conditions." The subordinate was stunned by what Byzini said. "And after a long time?" he questioned. "Boss, recruiting people recklessly like this is likely to recruit people with bad character, poor ability, or people with ulterior motives. Isn't it bad?" Byzini shook his head, Do you think I don't know that recruiting people like this is not good? But do you have a better way? Cain is very strong. This is our opportunity. He needs to plunder. And what we want is territory. If we want to keep up with his pace of expansion, we can only recruit people recklessly. Go. In 3 days, I will take a group of people to Marion. In these 3 days, fill in the personnel needed in Youth City for me. Don't be afraid of spending money. Yes. At the northern border, Qianyu was standing on the wall of Gerard Fortress. Her body was a little stiff, and a shudder from biological instinct appeared in her chest. But soon, this fear was dispelled by the flame in Qianyu's body. Under the protection of the flame will, Qianyu had the ability to look directly at all living things. In fact, she was not the only one trembling on the wall. Almost all soldiers and professionals felt a strong fear, because in the woods in the distance, there was a huge monster standing there. The towering bushes could not even reach his knees, and the part of his head, Qianyu estimated that it was nearly 1,000 nano-feet high. Also, it is slightly shorter than the wall of Gerard Fortress. Qianyu didn't know the name of the monster in front of him. A large wolf, it seemed a little different from a wolf. It had a somewhat oval head, a short mouth, not as long as a wolf, and 2 triangular ears standing upright. Its eyes were large and round, as if 2 round black glass beads were inlaid on its face. It was not as murderous as a wolf, but still very majestic. Its nose looked wet. Its yellow hair was not as long as a wolf, and it had a short, curled tail. If it weren't for the fact that it was too huge, the monster in front of him could even be said to be a little cute. Chapter 353 Beautiful Egg. However, its cold eyes still dealt a heavy blow to the hearts of all members of Gerard Fortress, including Qianyu. Everyone understood that it was a look of hatred. It hated humans very much, and it was very strong. Much stronger than ordinary superclass monsters. If Klein were here, he would definitely recognize the true identity of the monster in front of him. The only 2 dogs left from ancient times. The dog god Aishba. Silver Spear Knight Emery supported Qianyu's arm and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, are you okay?" He is the son of Dragon Spear Knight John and the 5th Commander of the North. At the age of 31, he is already a 5th level master. Amazing and brilliant. If Gwen had not broken through because of Klein, it is estimated that she would be about the same as Emery. Emery's voice interrupted Qianyu's thoughts. She came back to her senses, looked at Emery's hand, and calmly withdrew her arm. Qianyu knew what Yorn and Emery were thinking. They wanted to become the true ruler of the North, just like Neltharion before. And what is the fastest way to get the North? Of course, it is to combine with her. She is the commander of the North, the core of the North's morale. If Yorn and Emery want to get the North, they must not bypass her. So Emery is already 31 years old, and still hasn't married or had children, just to wait for Qianyu. Unfortunately, Qianyu and him have less than 50 private conversations except for work. 50 sentences sounds like a lot, but it's 3 years. In 3 years, he has said more than 50 sentences to the aunt selling soy milk at the door. When Qianyu first came to the North, Emery was 28 years old, in the prime of life, and full of vigor. He was confident that he could win Qianyu, but he waited for 3 years. After 3 years, Emery was already a 31-year-old old boy, and Qianyu had no intention of giving in, which made Emery and John a little anxious. Therefore, Emery's active physical contact with Qianyu has increased recently. Qianyu also discovered this, but she really couldn't get interested in Emery. The reason was that the other party was not capable enough and too old. As the second princess, she always regarded herself as the heir to the empire. Qianyu could accept that she had a political marriage, but she needed a husband who was good enough. Otherwise, this political marriage would be meaningless. What can I say about Emery? In the eyes of others, he was still good, but in her eyes, he was just average. At the age of 31, he has just entered the 5th level. To be honest, this strength is not enough to be her husband. Far from enough. The succession mode of Torella is that all outstanding descendants inherit, not the parent-child inheritance. Just like the Empress Qianju. The previous Empress is Qianju's aunt. As long as Qianju shows enough excellent talent and strength, her aunt will not pass the throne to her descendants. This is a secret of their family. So Qianyu doesn't care whether she will have a husband in the future. It doesn't matter if she has no descendants. She has a sister and a younger sister. As long as someone has a son, it's fine. As for Emerald's use of force, cooked rice, etc. Don't joke. Her mother is the empress. Unless Emerald's whole family doesn't want to live. Otherwise, they won't do such a suicidal behavior. There are only two forces that dare to touch the princess. One is the Grand Oxide, and the other is the Radical Skull and Bone Society. Qianyu stared at Emery with a bad look. General Emery, please pay attention to your behavior. And it's better not to let me warn you again. Emery's face turned purple, and it can be seen that he was very angry. But he didn't dare to explode in front of Qianyu, let alone quarrel with Qianyu. He could only force himself to suppress his anger and bowed his head and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I will pay attention in the future." Seeing Emery bow his head, Qianyu's face eased a little. She stared at the dog god Aishba in the jungle not far away and murmured, "Since I came here, this is the third time it has appeared. It comes here every year at this time. Tell me, who is it? Why come here?" Emery, who was sad, also looked at Aishba. "I don't know, but judging from its appearance, it should be a species similar to ISS, a close relative of the wolf. Is..." Qianyu hugged her hands and held her chin. "Is this thing a couple or companion of his? Every year at this time. We have to watch here. I don't know about this." Qianyu looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. As a princess, she was one of the people who knew the true strength of Is. Is definitely a monster that exceeds ordinary superclass monsters. If the guy in front of him is as powerful as Is, then Gerard Fortress will definitely not be able to stop it. I hope it will leave after a few days like in previous years, and will not really attack the fortress. Otherwise, there is no way to deal with it with the current background. Just as Qianyu was about to turn around and leave, her guard suddenly came to report, "Your Highness, your white crow is Chili." "Chili, what happened to it?" Qianyu is not a summoner, so it is difficult to establish contact with Warcraft. Flying mounts are hard to come by and have very high strategic value. It is also too difficult to tame, and it is also very difficult to mass produce. She finally got one, so Qianyu still cares about the white crow very much. The guard looked up at Qianyu and said hesitantly, "Your white crow laid an egg." "Ah, laying an egg?" Qianyu was stunned for a moment. The white crow was fine. Why did it lay an egg? What's going on? Take me to see it now. Yes. Following the guard to the bird's nest where the white crow was raised. The white crow took the initiative to protect its eggs. At this time, it looked at other people with some hostility. Even Qianyu was no exception. It is their nature to protect their offspring. It doesn't matter who the father of this egg is. Chili. It's me. Qianyu took the initiative to extend a hand and wanted to touch the white crow's head. Although the white crow recognized Qianyu, it didn't want Qianyu to get close to it. Even if it was its own master, it couldn't control the will of its own child. This was the idea of the monster. Ah! The white crow Chili was fierce to Qianyu and didn't let her get close. Seeing Chili's tough attitude, Qianyu was helpless and could only withdraw her palm. Why did Chili suddenly lay eggs? Have you seen other white crows? The people who raised the white crows looked at each other and shook their heads. No. That's strange, forget it. Let's do this. The time for a white crow to incubate an egg is about 15 days. Take good care of Chili during this time and let her hatch the baby first. Yes. Chili, I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest during this time. With doubt, Qianyu waved to the white crow and turned away. In the process of returning to her room, Qianyu kept wondering when Chili mated with other white crows. In the past few days, she only went to the casino in Ute City once to play a few games, and met Klein from Jisha. She didn't go anywhere else. She didn't go to any white crow settlements. As she thought about it, Qianyu suddenly thought of the black crow that could speak human language. A 5th level magic beast, it is also a crow-type bird magic beast. And when she called Chili, Chili didn't come for a long time. And when she came, her feathers were very messy, which was completely inconsistent with the white crow's usual personality of loving beauty. Could it be that Chili was killed by that black crow? This is too. But in the world of Warcraft, the strong are respected. This does not seem unreasonable. Maybe Chili is very happy. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. The black crow should have wanted to find Chili that day. Right? But I separated them. I am really a big villain. That black crow should not be hostile. Right? I really misunderstood her at that time. Qianyu put away her thoughts and slowly walked back to her bedroom in Gerard Fortress, on the outskirts of the city of Wote. Klein casually threw Adams and Booth aside. He casually took out a rusty iron sword and put it against Booth's head, and then asked Adams, Hey, don't sleep. If you sleep again, your brother will die. Tell me, how did you make that special summon? Adams looked at Klein with lifeless eyes. He didn't do it on purpose, but the strong backlash of magic before made him in a trance. However, his mind was relatively clear at this time. You will die if I tell you, and you will die if I don't tell you. So why should I tell you? Yohu, you are quite smart. Then I will analyze the difference between the two ways of death for you. If you tell me this technique, you can die comfortably. If you don't say it, you will have to watch your brother being tortured to death by me. And then I will torture you to death. This is probably the difference. When Klein said these words, his tone was like, Have you eaten? That kind of calm and peacefulness. Adam suddenly laughed. Hee. I am not a good person. Booth has been with me for half a lifetime. Of course, he can't continue to suffer with me. I'll give it to you. After speaking, Adams took out 3 ordinary notebooks from the ring. He tore off a few pages from each of the 3 notebooks, and then put the papers in order again, and finally branded them with magic patterns. After doing all this, the spells on the drafts were rearranged to form a new small manuscript. This is the method of ancient magic necromancy. I hope you can keep your promise and let us die more comfortably. Klein did not agree immediately, but picked up the manuscript and flipped through it carefully. After a long time, he nodded in admiration and said, Use the shadow extension to force it into the body of the undead creature, and then combine it with the soul fire to become an enhanced species of shadow power. Another genius idea. Although it is very crude, the person who developed this ability is really amazing. As Klein spoke, he summoned a black warrior. Adams frowned at the side. He had guessed what Klein was going to do. Adams would not be so kind to remind Klein. If Klein was killed by the backlash of magic power, that would be just right. Klein recalled the magic pattern that Adams had imprinted in the air at that time in his memory, and he slowly drew an identical magic pattern array. Adams at the side was more and more shocked. How is it possible that he only read it once? Chapter 354. Every big bad guy in GS Society. Adams's magic vortex was easily reproduced in Klein's hands. It was indeed a bit exaggerated that he could imitate other people's magic after just watching it once. However, he did not really master the enhanced necromancy. He could use this magic not because of skills or perception, but because of copying and the huge amount of magic power. This magic vortex consumed a total of 53 points of Klein's magic power, which must have been a huge consumption for Adams. When he just broke through the 4th level, he could not gather so much magic power, so he naturally consumed his vitality. But Klein was different. 33 points of magic power was a little, and it was a bit pretentious, but it was really not much. It was just average, and it could be exchanged for 3 small fire explosions, controlling the Black Warrior to approach the magic vortex. This forced energy infusion method made the nature of the Black Warrior begin to change. Did you really do it? Adams didn't quite understand why Klein could learn the enhanced necromancy summoning that he had practiced for several years of research and hard work. And there was no magic backlash. Even if there is a gap between people, if you make the gap so big, won't it undermine other people's self-confidence? Just when Adams was sighing at Klein's talent, Klein was not very satisfied with this 3rd-level Black Warrior after he strengthened himself. Weak. Too weak. Incredibly weak. The combat power of this Black Warrior was even worse than that of Adams. He only had 1 shadow power enhancement, and his weapons and armor had not been specially refined. Its strength is at best a little faster and stronger than the average Black Warrior, and nothing else. Not even close to Adam's level. However, Klein also knew that he had not really learned how to strengthen the summoning of the dead. He could use the magic vortex, which was just a copy of Adam's magic seal. He naturally had no foundation for copying others. This kind of strengthened dead creature has strong ductility. Ideally, it should be equipped with powerful weapons and armor, and have the characteristics of long-term existence. The only disadvantage is that it needs to consume its own total magic power to maintain its existence. The overall direction has been determined, and the next thing will be developed slowly. Unfortunately, this one is too weak and has no reference value at all. Klein threw out a bone spear and nailed his strengthened Black Warrior to the ground. Boom! When the bone spear exploded, the Black Warrior's torso was also shattered with the explosion of the bone spear. A strengthened dead creature that cost more than 33 magic power to create was killed by Klein. The defense is also ordinary. Barely upgraded from D to C. But I don't need C. At least give me a B. Otherwise it's too weak. Just as Klein was muttering and analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of strengthening the undead, Adams on the side finally came to his senses. You are wasting magic power by doing this. Don't you know how precious magic power is to a mage? Oh, magic power is indeed precious to a mage. I think so too. Well, you said. I am indeed a bit wasteful by doing this. Klein put away the manuscript of strengthening the skeleton. He did not have much explanation for his behavior of wasting magic power. Now he was too lazy to explain his magic power problem to others over and over again. This was like a topic about resources he had read before. In the previous life, 1 billion yuan was a very huge fortune. But 1 billion more was relative. Suppose you have 50,000 yuan, and you spend 10 yuan to buy breakfast. In fact, the feeling is not much different from that of a person with 5 trillion yuan spending 1 billion. Klein did not understand this truth before, because he was a poor bee in his previous life. But now he understands and he is rich. It's almost time. I should also prepare, so that she won't have another story. Klein took out 2 sugar beans and forced them into Adams and Booth's mouths, which felt like forcing poison into their mouths. Adams frowned. But how could they resist Klein's power now? This feeling of being forced to take medicine was so uncomfortable. Although this pill tastes sweet, what if it is poisonous? What if it is a persistent poison? What will happen to them in the future? Will they be controlled by Klein? Didn't you say that you would not torture us? Why did you give us the pills? Do you want to control us? What was the pill just now? Looking at Adams's expression of unwillingness to surrender, Klein almost laughed. Can I say it is a candy bean? It is just to scare you. Okay, but this is the effect he wants. In order to maintain the mystery and oppression, Klein did not speak. He began to cast a spell on Adams and Booth, and to make up the contract. He cast a spell and made up the contract. He did this all the time, and was so skilled that it made people feel distressed. Adams had no choice but to watch Klein cast curses on him. But he was also wondering. It's almost 10 curses. How much hatred do we have? Is it necessary to do this, however? As time went by, Adams also understood some of the meaning. He looked at Klein and suddenly asked, Are you going to let us go? That's why you cast so many curses. Spells and contracts on us? Klein raised his eyebrows while casting curses and said, You are really smart. How old are you this year? Adams didn't know why Klein asked him his age. But now Klein didn't seem to have the intention to kill them. So he answered honestly to survive. I was born in 304. And I'm 34 this year. 34. 34 is really good for the 4th level. If you hold on a little longer, you should have hope of advancing. I'm not going to let you go by putting this curse on you, but to hand you over to another person and do some safety procedures. Don't worry. Another person? When Adams was confused, a dragon roar came from the sky, and Agatha in flying form was extremely fast. She flew from the sky to their vicinity. Agatha didn't fly directly to them. When she was still some distance away from them, she descended and landed in the forest far away from Klein and his group with a boom. A dragon transformed from a human? Is that Lady Agatha? How did she come here? Klein answered the question irrelevantly. She went to get dressed. How do you know she's going to get dressed? Why do you seem to be familiar with her dressing? Adams was very surprised. But he didn't ask. Not long after, Agatha in human form slowly came over, glanced at Adams and Booth on the ground, and frowned slightly. It's only been a few days. Why are you calling me again? Adams was startled. Sure enough, Agatha and Klein knew each other, and were very familiar with each other. But the Jia Society and the Skull and Bones Society could not unite. We have been sworn enemies for many years. Looking at Agatha approaching, Adams decided to risk Klein's curse, and forcibly reminded her, Lord Agatha, I am Adams from the Meeting City branch of the Skull and Bones Society. And he is from the Jia Society. You'd better stay away as soon as possible. Agatha was stunned for a moment. It turned out that she was from her own society. Does the Skull and Bones Society also have such a strong person? It's rare. If it were me, I would definitely pretend to be dead on the spot. She would not do such a risky and selfless act to remind others. Well, hello Mr. Adams. Thank you for your reminder. I know Jiesha. A very bad organization, with villains per capita, such as this guy named Klein in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, Agatha turned her head and asked Klein, "What do these two people do?" "These two people. One is a Death Knight, and the other is an ancient necromancer. They are both very strong. You can take them back and train them. Your position in the Skull and Bones Society is not low now, and you should cultivate your own power. I think these two people are good. Both are talents. It would be a pity to kill them, so I will leave them for you to use." Adams was stunned at the time. A member of Jiesha actually asked the Skull and Bones Society to train talents? What kind of operation is this? Are the people of Jiesha so kind? Death Knight, an ancient mage, haha. You are really kind. Agatha walked to Adams, took his arm, and injected some magic power. Under the influence of the power of the Dragonborn, the curses, spells and contracts on Adams quickly appeared. More and more. And there was no sign of stopping. As the various restrictions and spells increased, Agatha's face became worse. She guessed that Klein would restrict these two people, but she didn't expect Klein to be so outrageous. "Well, it's a pity to kill an ancient wizard and a Death Knight. But you are letting me cultivate my own power? Isn't it cultivating power for you?" Klein looked at Agatha and saw through the spell he cast. But he was not angry. "If you can see through it, I won't remove it anyway." He touched his nose and said, "Look, I am a member of Jiesha after all, so I have to take some insurance. There are only 20 spells. I am very careful. There is no big problem." Klein really thinks Adams and Booth have great potential, especially Adams, who has a lot of insights in the development of ancient necromancy. Such a person can be kept for a while, not to mention how powerful he will grow into in the future. At least he can be a very practical necromancy researcher. Such research talents are exactly what Jiesha needs. And now he has no way to force the other party to stay, so he can only ask Agatha to help him make a detour. Well, he will thank her solemnly in the future. Agatha rolled her eyes. She underestimated Klein's shamelessness again. "I am a member of the Skull and Bones Society after all. You can raise power if you want. But you actually extended your hand to her and asked her to lead people. This is too much. It's just 20 or so spells. How dare you say them? And you have such a calm expression." Chapter 355 Warcraft Legion Plan. If you are more shameless, maybe the president of the Skull and Bones Society will directly join you. Look at what you said. Don't you think these two people are very useful? Especially this Adams, who is 34 years old and has reached the 4th level, and has a unique set of ancient necromancy. Breakthrough in the battle. Amazing potential. Will become a great man in the future. Why don't you consider training him to be your helper? Agatha finally gave in after Klein's endless and tireless verbal bombardment, coupled with some beautiful-sounding verbal promises. "Okay. Stop bragging. I will take these two people with you later. You have been in the north for 4 days. How is it? Have you felt the chaos in the north?" Agatha just finished asking, and suddenly found that Adams looked at her a little strangely. She touched her face and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like this? What's the problem?" Klein straightened his clothes and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Agatha, I forgot to tell you that I now have another identity. That is, Kane, the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grilla. In addition, the underground forces in the city of Yud have been unified by me." "Huh?" 2 months later, Lilith stood at the bottom of a large pool in the west, slowly swinging the dark sword in her hand. Her movements were very slow, carefully feeling the resistance brought by the water flow to her body, and every bit of strength in her body. A 3rd-level big snake slowly swam towards Lilith, and at a distance of about 100 nanofeet around her, it stopped moving forward and began to circle. Lilith's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. The dark sword in her hand was coated with a layer of dark fighting spirit. She swung it violently, and a strong slash was sent out in the water, cutting the big snake in two with one sword. The blood of the big snake attracted more water monsters. Lilith looked at the various monsters that gradually surrounded her, and her mouth curled up slightly. As a big meat eater, Lilith's daily meat demand is very large. But fortunately, she is strong, and if she wants to eat meat, she can just kill some large monsters in the west. But a good cook cannot cook without rice. After separating from Klein, because of her limited cooking skills, the quality of her food showed a trend of blood collapse. However, Lilith's brain is also very active. After she found that she could not cook the right monster meat, she set her sights on aquatic monsters. Compared with the hard meat of land monsters, the meat of aquatic monsters is very soft, And some aquatic creatures are also delicious without cooking. Moreover, with her extremely strong physical fitness, she didn't need to worry about parasites or anything like that. Anything that entered her body would be completely killed by the dark fighting spirit. It was convenient, fast and pollution-free. So Lilith basically practiced in the water during this period. She had already destroyed a large pond in the past few days. After a few days, those aquatic monsters ignored her no matter how she provoked them. Lilith knew that she should leave. Today she changed to a larger lake. These aquatic monsters didn't know her and really started to attack her. This really integrated Lilith's intention. I'll have a good meal tonight. Just when a third-level crocodile dragon wanted to rush up to bite her, a larger shadow appeared behind the crocodile dragon, bit the other's tail, and dragged the third-level crocodile dragon back. It seems like a big guy has come. I wonder what kind it is. Lilith was slightly excited. It was not as easy as she thought to meet a monster suitable for fighting. She took out the soul harvester and waited for the other party to arrive. But what she waited for was not the other party's attack, but an unusually dull and very slow human voice. Finally found you, my mistress, Lilith. The sickle monster said that the master wants you to help him. It's too far from here, and his communicator can't contact. Dwanley's voice was muffled, and its huge body was floating beside Lilith, and it was still biting the third-level crocodile dragon that it had just torn in half. Lilith certainly knew the effect of the spirit language secret potion, but she was still very surprised that such a huge crocodile dragon spoke to her. She nodded to Dwanley, stood up and jumped out of the water, standing on Dwanley's back. She was a human, but she didn't have the ability to speak in the water. Where is Klein now? In Marion City. There is a 5th-level master there. He said he is sure to win in singles, but winning and killing are different results. Dwanley spoke very slowly, and Lilith's personality sounded a bit uncomfortable. Lilith took out a dry towel from the ring and began to wipe the water stains on her body. She patted Dwanley's back. Then let's go now. Don't let Klein wait anxiously. They have been dormant in the west for several months. Lilith felt that her body was a little rusty, so she wanted to move. But Dwanley shook his huge head and said to Lilith, "No, I won't go with you. I have other things to do. The master has also issued some specific orders to Mr. Eric, Mr. Joe, and Miss Becky." Lilith nodded, although Dwanley's tone was slow and serious. It sounded funny. "Okay, I'll go there by myself." Just as Lilith was about to turn around and leave, Dwanley called her again. "No, you are the mistress. So the master has arranged a mount for you. The clouded leopard will take you there. It's very fast." Lilith froze. "Can't you finish all your words at once? Do you have to say one sentence at a time like squeezing toothpaste?" Who knew? Dwanley said seriously. "Yes. This is the master's order. He said that if I finish everything at once, it will appear that I am very impolite. It will be more polite if others say one sentence and I say one sentence. Only when others have not spoken for a long time can I continue to say the next thing." Lilith was almost speechless. Okay, Klein is really thoughtful. Klein was indeed thoughtful, because Dwanley's intelligence was not very high, although its strength was very strong. Its thinking ability was still very rigid, so Klein gave it a fixed way of speaking. The original intention of these requirements was good, but Klein did not seem to consider the difference between human thinking and magic beasts. Dwanley's speaking speed, and how long a long time was for a 4th-level crocodile dragon. It can only continue to speak after the other party has not spoken for a long time. In Dwanley's understanding, it becomes very strange. It naturally thinks that a long time is about 3 months. Dwanley thinks that he is a smart magic beast, so he thinks that his own long time is different from that of humans. So it shortened the time from 3 months to 3 days, which should be about the same. According to this idea, it reinterpreted Klein's order, and it became, as long as the other party didn't talk to him for 3 days, it would be a long time, and it could continue to talk to others about Klein's subsequent orders, otherwise it would be impolite. What if the other party didn't talk for 3 days, then just follow the other party? As a crocodile dragon, it is very good at tailing. Lilith looked at Dwanley with a serious expression, and couldn't bear to attack many parties. She could only sigh. Klein's idea of the Warcraft Legion has a long way to go. After saying goodbye to Dwanley, Lilith put on her clothes and met a clouded leopard who was ravaging a 2nd-level hurricane wolf by the woods. This hurricane wolf had been tortured half to death by the clouded leopard, and it was lying on the ground with its belly exposed. Exposing one's belly is the most dangerous action for a warcraft like them. But the hurricane wolf really has no strength. And the clouded leopard is completely abusing it. Run. Why don't you run? Run. The clouded leopard, a rare and beautiful monster in Klein's bottle, spoke in a dialect with a strong local flavor, with exaggerated expressions and awkward movements. Lilith sighed again as she watched the clouded leopard abusing the wolf and speaking in a dialect. I didn't expect such a beautiful monster like the clouded leopard to speak in this style. Klein's monster in the bottle. Ah, it's hard to describe. Lilith didn't hide her breath, but her footsteps were always light. When she was close enough to the clouded leopard immediately became alert. When it saw that the person coming was Lilith, it was stunned for a moment, and then immediately crawled down. Green Lord, Silver Lord, a sun lying down will be struck by thunder. Lilith didn't know what to say. She was told that she was the mistress, and the master should act like a mistress. It was too embarrassing to laugh at the warcraft. She could only suppress her smile, keep herself in a high and cold state, and turned over to ride on the back of the clouded leopard. Take me to Marion to find Klein. Okay, let's go! The clouded leopard took Lilith and disappeared quickly in the mountains and forests, heading towards Marion, the northern city of Telella. In the station of the Eye of Jarilla in Marion, many new members were busy carrying goods and various materials. In addition to the things used by professionals, there were many things for ordinary civilians. Most of these living things were looted by Klein. He didn't need these things. What he wanted was the elemental materials. He was too lazy to sell other things. He sold them all at a super low price of 40% of the market price on credit to Bizini and others. When they sold them for money, they only had to pay 40% of the original price of the elemental materials. 40% sounds very low and a huge loss. But for Klein, time is priceless. His time is equal to strength, and is the most important thing that cannot be wasted. When his strength is sufficient, he will have the qualifications to challenge Annabella and Esmond, and the capital to face Edward directly. This little money can make Bizini help him reliably, which is enough. It must be said that Bizini's work efficiency is very high. He personally handled the sale of these materials. Moreover, he also helped Klein a lot in the acquisition of elemental materials. Chapter 356, I haven't seen you for a few days. You already have a child? He contacted the headquarters of the Eye of Grilla and directly bought nearly 50 million tires of various elemental materials for Klein at a price 10% higher than the market price. Most of the sources of this batch of materials came from the Warhammer Academy. They had almost no mages, so there were few elemental materials. Bizini's behavior seemed to have lost 10% of the money. But today, 2 months later, because of his monopoly-style acquisition, the price of elemental materials in several cities was instantly raised by 30%. And in some places the price increase was even close to 40%, which even Klein did not expect. People are blind. And in fact, professionals are not much smarter. Seeing someone buying elemental materials in large quantities, or buying them at high prices, people who did not understand at first must have sold them to make money. But when they found that the other party was still buying after they sold it at a 10% higher price, someone must have wondered, is something about elemental materials going to happen? Then the elemental materials will quietly increase in price, and the price increase will spread. Everyone will buy in large quantities and accumulate elemental materials, which will cause the price of elemental materials to rise sharply. After calculating this, Klein concluded that Bizini's initial purchase at a 10% higher price saved him nearly 15% of the funds. 15% of the funds of 50 million telephones is nearly 7.5 million telephones. Sure enough, doing business and acquiring things still need to be done by professionals. This thing is just like stock speculation. There are too many people following the trend. Bizini's face was ruddy. He seemed to have lost some weight due to his busy schedule in the past 2 months. But he was more cautious. He held a cigar in his hand, and looked like a big brother, placing a ring filled with various elemental materials in front of Klein. Bizini took a puff of the cigar in his hand happily. Brother Kane, our business has been booming recently. Many people have heard about the Animal Lady Casino in What, and ran over to see the style. The rules there are strict and people have fun. In addition, with Miss Jane in charge, we basically don't have to worry about gambling masters coming to make trouble. Business is very good. Bizini's address to Jane was honorific, because Klein had mentioned Jane before, and he didn't know whether Jane was one of Klein's men. Anyway, he didn't dare to touch her. So he just kept her honestly. You don't need to tell me about these things. I am only responsible for helping you eliminate the armed forces of the hostile organization. Ha ha ha, it is because of you that we can develop so fast. After you integrated all the resources, I realized how much higher the earning ability of a group is than that of dispersed investment. Oh, tell me more about it. Youth's Winery produces alcoholic beverages, which can be used directly in clubs and pubs. There is no need to purchase goods. Some factories' materials are directly distributed to members, which can save them a lot of money. These members have money and have thoughts. They either go to gamble or go to the club to play and drink. In this way, the money flows back to our hands, forming a cycle. Brothers feel happy and enjoy the benefits. We earn the money back from others and ourselves. This is the real way to make money. Klein nodded. He knew the model that Baizini was talking about. The circulation of resources. However, Baizini was able to think of this without any information. He was really capable. It can be seen that Baizini still has some insights and experience in doing business, which is much better than him. I heard that the Northern Army will come to discuss with you in a while. I don't know whether the princess will come in person or send someone to come. Are you ready for the funds? Also, how are you going to deal with the second princess? I heard that she is a very difficult person to talk to, known as the Northern Vampire. What do you think? How much do you plan to give her? Hearing Klein's question, Baizini hid his face in the smoke of the cigar and slowly said, Our overall income is about 20% higher than the originally chaotic city of Wote. And in the future, as long as there is no internal fighting and disputes, the income will only go up, not down. So, if we regard the original resources as 10 shares, the current resources are 12 shares. If the income increases in the future, it will be calculated as 13 shares, based on 12 shares. I plan to give 6 shares of income to the princess and the Northern Army every year. For the remaining 6 shares, you will take 3 fixed shares, and the rest will belong to me. Klein narrowed his eyes. Baizini has a big heart and is very decisive in doing things. The income of 6 shares is twice the original amount. Under normal circumstances, it is enough to shut up the Northern Army and the princess. The only problem to worry about is whether the princess will allow an organization like the Eye of Grayla to integrate resources in the north. It seems that you have a lot of ideas. 6 copies were given to the princess and the army in the north, and 3 copies were given to me. Don't you think you got too little? Baichi and I suddenly laughed. If I think I got too little, I would still be the Baichi and I squatting next to the city of Yut, relying on storytelling to attract people all day long. Seeing Baichi and I laughing, Klein also laughed. It seems that you have made a decision, but I still have to remind you that the premise of all this is that the princess allows the Eye of Grayla to integrate cities in the north. I know. So I am also waiting for news from the princess. Logically, the integration of Yut City is not a small matter. But Her Highness the Princess has not come for such a long time, and only sent news, which is a bit strange. Maybe the war on the border is tight, and she can't leave. Also, in a few days, some of my subordinates will come to help me deal with the matters of the Geo Expo. I will say hello to you in advance. Baizini glanced at Klein, nodded, and thought to himself, is there really a force behind it? It should be that he couldn't deal with the 5th level master of the Earth Expo. So he asked the organization behind him to send someone here? Baizini's guess was only half right. Klein did ask Lilith to come here to deal with the 5th level master of the Earth Expo. However, as for the forces behind him, there are some, but none of them can help him. Okay, your subordinates are my brothers, and I will let other brothers pay attention to it. After finishing the conversation with Baizini, Klein returned to his laboratory, which was originally a large evening party theater. After the gang that originally occupied this place was destroyed by Klein, this place was requisitioned by Klein and transformed into his own temporary laboratory. At this time, in the deepest part of the laboratory, 2 black shadows stood silently in 2 magic vortexes of different colors. These 2 black shadows are Klein's masterpieces in the past 2 months. Compared with other mages, he has too many advantages. There is almost no restriction on the use of magic power, experimental data records and magic books, situation comparisons, and endless money. With so many conditions piled up, Klein's research progress has made great progress. There is a reason why he is so concerned about strengthening the necromancy. His team is an elite rout, including the bottle under his command. Up to now, Klein has no one who can perform desperate missions. He feels sorry for the death of a bottle. If Eric, Joe and others die accidentally, Klein will be heartbroken. They all have the potential to grow into superclass strongmen. They are the most precious wealth in Klein's hands. Klein does not intend to use them as tools. 2 new types of undead creatures were renamed by Klein. One is called Flame Guest, and the other is called Shadow Guest. Klein knew that he was bad at naming, so he simply did not describe them anymore. Just like their names, one of them integrates Klein's flame ability, and the other integrates Klein's shadow ability. It sounds incredible that undead creatures control flames, but under the premise of strengthening undead summoning, it can be easily done. These 2 new types of undead creatures are both 4th level, but they are already very different from the original 4th level Fear Knights. They are all special undead created with Klein as the prototype. They can not only use part of the shadow fighting spirit, Flame can also use the same type of flame spell ability as Klein, and Shadow can use shadow spell, but the power is much smaller. They are all true magic and martial arts practitioners, and their fighting styles are also shaped by Klein to be exactly the same as his own. The 2 new undead are wearing very special shadow armor, and the weapons they hold are the strange level magic weapons that Klein has specially strengthened for them. In order to maintain the survival of these 2 special undead, Klein needs to spare 200 points of magic power as their energy support. Fortunately, he has made too much money during this period. With the accumulation of mysterious magic potions, his magic power has been close to 1600, and the impact of vacating 200 points is not very big. With these 2 new undead creatures, Klein can be regarded as a real dead soldier, a kind of expendable elite. Hey, after all this time, it should be usable now. The Flame Guest and the Shadow Guest slowly walked out of the magic vortex and knelt in front of Klein. Klein covered them with a large cloak, put on clothes and gloves, making them look more like a magic swordsman. The undead creatures have no sense of temperature, so even if they wear heavy clothes, from the appearance, as long as they don't reveal their eyes of soul fire, others can't detect that they are undead creatures. This looks good, get ready. When Lilith arrives, we will start to deal with Marion's Geo Expo. Yes. The 2 undead creatures actually spoke. Yes. Klein was very extravagant and used the soul language secret potion on them. He was not afraid of spending money now, and accumulating strength was the first factor. At night, when Klein came to prepare to check the specific terrain of the Geo Expo base with Dialogue in detail, Dialogue made a request that was beyond Klein's imagination. Master, I have something to tell you. Klein was stunned. Dialogue was usually disrespectful, since he was a top-level 5th-level monster. Klein was too lazy to argue with him. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine? What? After hesitating for a while, Dialogue slowly said, My blood is calling me. I want to see my child. What? I'm fighting in the city. And you have a child outside? Are all you monsters so excessive? Chapter 357 Qualifications to become the object in the bottle. Klein felt a little uncomfortable. He, the boss, was working hard in the city. But you were out there with your wife and children. Who could stand this? So, the dissatisfied Klein mocked Dialogue. Brother, you have a child in 2 months? How can you be sure it's yours? What if it's the neighbor Wang's? Things are unpredictable. Dialogue was stunned for a moment. Why did Klein speak so sarcastically? Why can't I be sure it's mine? Who is the neighbor Wang? Are you slandering me again? You keep saying this kind of jargon that I don't understand? TSK. Dialogue's intelligence is indeed much higher than the other idiots. He can even detect such slander. This IQ and reaction faster than most people. Come on. Tell me, how can you be sure that it is your child, and not Master Wang's next door? Dialogue looked at Klein as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. You don't even know such a simple truth? I have a blood connection. It's almost the same as the connection with the object in your bottle. Of course, I can be sure that it is mine, also. Who is Master Wang next door? Blood connection? Is there such a weird thing in the parent-child inheritance of Warcraft? Oh, is that so? Sorry to bother you then. Klein was in a bad mood and chose not to speak. But Dialogue saw that Klein didn't speak, and he immediately became anxious. After all, he was also the object in the bottle, and whether he could see his wife and children still depended on Klein's opinion. Are you going or not? Can you give me a word? Klein didn't want to go at first, but Dialogue was the strongest monster under his command after all, and his intelligence was relatively high, so he had to take care of his emotions a little. Where is your child? The northernmost part of Tarila, Gerard Fortress. Wow. There are superclass monsters there. Will it be dangerous? I have secretly explored it. They live on the rooftop, and don't let people get close to them recently. No one can sense that location at all. It's okay. Klein looked at Dialog's eagerness to go, and finally softened his heart. Okay, just this once. When are we going? Let's go now. When we get there, it will be dark and windy. No one will find us. At night, Gerard Fortress. Qianyu pushed open the door of her bedroom, holding some feed for raising white crows, and some soft food that had been mashed and soaked in water, ready to feed the white crow Chili and her newborn child herself. After the white crow Chili hatched her child, her personality improved a lot, and she no longer attacked others at will. However, she only allowed Qianyu to approach her, so Qianyu fed her personally during this period. Fortunately, because of the dog god Aishba, no monsters dared to approach Gerard Fortress during this period, so she was relatively free. The little guy is growing very fast. Chili's nursing period should be over in a short time. By then, Chili can be used normally again. Qianyu was somewhat relieved. This was the first time she had artificially raised a monster like this. However, I don't know if it was because the blood of the black crow was too strong. Chili's child did not inherit even a little bit of white. It was a black crow, all black, and possessed the power of frost and shadow. It was born at the level of a first-level magic beast, and it was very talented. Chili did not have hostility because the little guy was a black crow. Although this was a common occurrence in the magic beast circle, and it was not uncommon for parents to eat offspring of different colors and shapes. However, Chili was obviously not such a magic beast. It had been raising its children carefully, and the little black crow also shed its hair quickly within a month and grew up to look like a real black crow. It has been a full moon for several days. Today, we can add some raw meat and soft food. I wonder if the little guy will like it. Qianyu smiled and walked towards Chili's nest on the roof. Flying magic beasts were very rare, and she would not complain that she had too many flying magic beasts. So she had always been dedicated to feeding the little black crow. At the same time, Klein had already taken Dialog across the northern border and arrived in front of Gerard Fortress. At this time, he squatted in front of Chili's nest and pinched the little black crow's head. Klein's hands were a little heavy, making the little black crow keep making a quack sound. This sound is a bit like an ordinary water duck. If I only listen to the sound, I will suspect that it is Lao Wang's next door. However, the fur color is very similar to yours, so it can be considered your child. Hee hee. Whether it is my child or not, I am sure I know better than you. Look at you showing off. Klein pouted, grabbed the wings of the little black crow, lifted it up, and began to carefully examine the talent of this black crow. His very rude action made Chili, the white crow next to him, a little worried, but every time he wanted to step forward to stop Klein, he would be stopped by Dialog next to him. You can't go over now. Dialog's voice seemed a little cold, even though the little black crow was his child and Chili was his spouse. They still couldn't compare to Klein's position in Dialog's heart, because Dialog's body was flowing with Klein's blood. As the object in the bottle, Klein was the supreme master. Although they would chat and gossip at ordinary times, this would never change. They had a connection of soul and blood. If we talk about intimacy, he and Klein were much more intimate than Chili and the little black crow. Klein teasing the little black crow was a dangerous action in Chili's eyes, but in Dialog's eyes, it represented intimacy and recognition. So Dialog would not let Chili interfere with this intimacy. After checking for a while, Klein finally put the little black crow down. Dialog, this guy is as ugly as you. Hearing Klein's evaluation, Dialog finally laughed. Klein meant that his child was as talented as him, as the kind of talent to become a top-level magic beast. Although Klein's expression was very bad, Dialog understood that Klein's words meant that he recognized the little black crow. That's necessary. I'm the bird of death, the most powerful cold crow. I will become the faith of the cold crow clan in the future, and my descendants will definitely not be weak. Faith, haha. Although it's night now, it's still unrealistic for you to dream so blatantly. Klein interrupted Dialog's self-indulgence and turned to look at the little black crow, who was also looking at Klein at this time. Since Klein and Dialog came here, the feeling of blood connection appeared in the little black crow's heart, which was a feeling closer than that of his mother. And there was another point. That is, the color of his body was the same as that of Dialog. They seemed to be the same race. and his mother was just a deliverman. As for the feeling that Klein gave to the little black crow, it was only fear. Klein's blood was superior to Dialogue, so he was like an abyss in front of the little black crow, which made it very scared. It did not have the soul connection of the bottle, nor did it have Klein's power and Klein's blood in its body. Although it inherited Dialogue's excellent talent, its upper limit was only level 5 at most. So, after Klein arrived, the little black crow had been looking at Klein timidly, lowering its head that had always been arrogant. Even in front of Qianyu, it had never lowered it. Quack! Klein casually took out some prepared Warcraft dishes and placed them in front of the little black crow. Men have to eat meat. And so do you. You don't have a name yet, so I'll give you one. Dialogue. Do you have any objections? What can I say about your naming? Well, from now on, your son will be called Max. Your monsters grow very fast, so I can give him some time. If he grows up to be good enough, I'll turn him into a bottled thing. What do you think? Becoming a bottled thing sounds terrible to others, but to the bottled thing itself, it is the highest honor. Becoming a bottled thing means the sublimation of the essence of life, the improvement of strength, and the infusion of Klein's blood and Klein's power. These things cannot be obtained by being a monster for a lifetime. Dialogue looked at Klein and was suddenly touched. Klein was quite good to him and had arranged a job for his son in the future. When you fight the Geo Expo, do you want me to help? He saw that Klein had been entangled in Marion's Geo Expo and really wanted to help. But what he got in return was a swearing from Klein. What the hell are you trying to do? You are a monster, and I am a human. If you, a level 5, rashly appear in the city, how many northern troops will you attract? You want to trick me? Can't you just stay in the wild? Please don't harm me. Just be a good bird. Please be a good bird. A vague voice came from the top of the building, and Qianyu was startled. The white crow would not let anyone get close to it recently, so the breeder was not here. Besides, it was already late at night. According to her request, there shouldn't be anyone here. The door locked downstairs also needs her magic key to open. So how did the people upstairs get up there? Is it for the little black crow? Is someone trying to steal the bird? Qianyu's first reaction was that someone knew about the birth of the little black crow and wanted to steal it, because a chick is still very valuable. If the little black crow was stolen, she couldn't accept it. Qianyu didn't say anything else. She held the alarm in one hand, ready to sound the alarm at any time. With the other hand, she drew out the divine fire sword, hid her steps, and slowly walked upstairs. At this time, the voice came again. Max, your talent is a little insufficient, and you haven't been radiated by the void energy like Dialogue. So if you want to grow into an excellent magic beast, you must be a little crazy. Otherwise, you will have no chance with your innate deficiency. Chapter 358, Accidentally Beating the Princess. Qianyu was slightly stunned. Why did this voice seem familiar? Who is Max? Why did he sound like he was preaching? No. We have to strike first. Qianyu carefully distinguished the location of the voice and stopped in front of the last wooden door. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mental state, the divine fire sword suddenly stabbed out. A layer of subtle flame suddenly appeared on the sword of the sword. The weakened version of the flame blade instantly burst out and stabbed through the wooden door to Klein. Klein, who was attacked by surprise, was immediately startled. This attack? Is it a flame blade? But it doesn't look like the original one. Although he was very surprised, Klein's hand did not stop moving. The skeleton hand grasped the weakened flame blade layer by layer, turned around and drew out the light of the brilliant moon, and stabbed at the wooden door at the same time. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't kill him. After all, this was a fortress in the north, and the Dragonlance Knight John was still there, and there were more than 1 5th level masters. He didn't need to die here. He shook his wrist slightly, and only transmitted half of the shadow power, which instantly corroded the wooden door. Under the seemingly fierce counterattack, his figure had actually changed position long ago. All he did was actually a feint to attract the opponent's attention. When the light of the brilliant moon pierced out, Klein's body had turned into black mist and drilled through the crack of the door. At this time, for him, he didn't need to kill the enemy, and he couldn't kill the enemy, so all he had to do was to knock the opponent unconscious. In the dark rotating corridor, Klein's figure instantly materialized from the black mist. His magic power had locked Qianyu holding the divine fire sword, ready to attack at any time. Qianyu also felt the sudden appearance of the enemy. Although she didn't know how the other party suddenly passed through the wooden door, she felt that this person seemed very strong. When the enemy was very strong, she didn't need to take risks. Qianyu made a prompt decision and crushed the magic alarm in her hand. The piercing alarm sounded instantly, and Qianyu was slightly relieved. Dragon Lancer John will be here soon, and she just needs to hold him back for a while. But Klein, who was standing in the dark, smiled slightly. He dared to come here. How could he not be prepared? As a true master of enchantment, the entire tower is now covered with his defense enchantment and soundproof enchantment. A full 3 floors. He really doesn't believe that the opponent's alarm device can penetrate his 3-layer enchantment. The Divine Fire Sword is not suitable for fighting in the corridor. Qianyu drew out a magic short sword and stabbed Klein. But her attack was quickly blocked by the bone spurs that suddenly exploded on the skeleton wall. When her body was unstable, her arm was instantly grasped by Klein's skeleton hand, and she was restrained by Klein almost in an instant. Klein is a mage who is never afraid of close combat, and he likes close combat with others, unless the opponent's strength is strong enough to crush the skeleton hand at will, and the speed is so fast that the skeleton hand can't react at all. Otherwise, he really doesn't believe that a warrior can withstand his magic. The density and destructive power of the skeleton hand are so great that even Lilith can't resist it. Qianyu was caught by a skeleton hand, which means that she almost completely lost the opportunity to fight back. She is only at the 3rd level. Although at her age, she is very strong to reach the 3rd level while dealing with the affairs of the North and practicing. But she still can't escape the fate of being crushed by Klein. The skeleton hand nailed to Qianyu's face, and the broken rocks, along with dust and pepper, filled her nose, making her feel like sneezing. The pepper was deliberately sprinkled by Klein, which could not only cover up the smell, but also destroy the other party's sense of smell in the dark. Qianyu resisted the urge to sneeze, gathered the flames on her arms again, and cut off all the skeleton hands in front of her with a sword. Sparks scattered, and she seemed to have regained her freedom. But when she just broke free, Klein's real attack arrived. Bang! A fierce punch hit Qianyu's stomach directly, and the pain of the shadow power made Qianyu twisted suddenly, and dense beads of sweat began to appear on the tip of her nose. This blow almost made her faint, but the flames took the initiative to dispel the feeling of fainting for her, allowing her to regain her will and not fall down. But Klein was a little puzzled. How come this guy didn't faint after being hit by a real shadow fist? This is not very scientific. How about another one? Qianyu endured the severe pain and just wanted to fight back. But Klein's endless skeleton hands pressed her against the wall again and lifted her up. This was a somewhat shameful action. Qianyu blushed and was very annoyed. In the darkness, she couldn't even see what was entangled with her. She could only feel a hard object like a joint. There is no way to resist. What kind of monster is the other party? Is it a tentacle monster? Just when Qianyu wanted to break free from the skeleton hand, Klein's second attack came. This time, he aimed at the neck and used a hand knife. If you hit the stomach, you won't faint. But you will definitely faint if you hit the neck. This is a very fragile nerve part of humans. Bang! Ugh! Qianyu groaned in pain. The severe pain made her feel dizzy again. But the will of flame dispelled this feeling again. Then the only thing left was the severe pain. The fierce physical attack mixed with some dark power that stimulated the nerves, which made Qianyu want to give up resistance. Why hasn't John come yet? Even if John doesn't come, the other 5 level ones should be here. Is there something wrong with the alarm? Qianyu almost couldn't help but release the will of flame directly, and let the will of flame take over the body completely, so that she wouldn't feel the pain. But reason made her not do so. Klein looked at Qianyu in confusion. Why hasn't this guy fainted yet? Is this the legendary Iron Will? Isn't this too good? You bastard. No one has ever hit me like this. Qianyu's voice was trembling. If she wasn't the second princess of Tarila, she would have cried a long time ago. Because it really hurt, hearing her say this. Klein pouted and retorted. What? I'm not a human. After retorting, the two of them stopped at the same time. Qianyu finally remembered who the owner of this voice was. This voice. Klein Alex? And Klein thought to himself, this voice is very familiar. It's that masked woman. And that maid, yes. That's the voice. How could she be here? Klein covered his face and lit a flame on the fingertips of his right hand. He slowly moved the flame in front of himself and Qianyu and looked at them. Fuck. It's over. I'm done. Qianyu in front of him still had the iconic oriental face and the rare black hair. Of course, She looked very similar to Qianhua and the Empress. Klein swallowed his saliva and decisively gave up the plan to knock Qianyu out again. He extinguished the flame on his finger calmly. Fortunately, I didn't show my face. She shouldn't have recognized me. Right? As for the voice, I only said a few words in total. I'm not familiar with it, so I shouldn't have heard it. Right? Klein felt a little like he was deceiving himself at this time. So he pinched his throat and said to Qianhua. Qianju said, I'm telling you now that I just lost my way. Do you believe it? Qianyu's eyebrows almost stood up. Lost? Do you think I'm a fool? Klein sighed. How could he be so unlucky? No. It was that guy Dialogue who wanted to come here. It's all his fault. I really lost my way. I have to leave now. It's late at night. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Klein didn't let Qianyu go directly, but fixed Qianyu to the wall with a few bones, turned around and ran back to the bird's nest, jumped on Dialogue's back, and flew directly into the sky. At this time, the wooden door had been burned out by the previous flames, and the moonlight had illuminated part of the corridor. From this angle, Qianyu could just see Klein riding on Dialogue. This black crow is actually his? Qianyu was now nailed to the wall in the same embarrassing position as before. She twisted her body and broke a bone. Klein didn't make these bones very hard, so Qianyu could break free with a little effort. This man's strength is really exaggerated, and he is actually a few months younger than me. Even if he is a member of Jesha, this talent is a bit too much. After breaking free from Klein's bones, Qianyu came to Chili's nest and looked at Baya Chili with complicated eyes. At this time, she had understood something from Klein's words before. Looking at the unknown monster meat in the bird's nest, Qianyu was thoughtful. Chili, is the black crow named Dialogue the father of the little guy? If so, then nod to me. Baya Chili looked at the little black crow and nodded vigorously to Qianyu. Then Chili, did that person and the black crow come to see you and the little guy? The white crow nodded again, with some tenderness in his eyes. It was a little unexpected that Dialogue would come to see it. There is very little tenderness between Warcraft, and Dialogue is not a white crow, so it was beyond the white crow's expectations. What the white crow Chili didn't know was that Dialogue was willing to come to see it, and the little black crow Max purely because of blood perception and Dialogue's super high intelligence. Dialogue's purpose was actually to take a look at the talent of his offspring, and whether he had the possibility of becoming a Klein bottle in the future. The Max that the person just mentioned. Is it the little guy? As soon as Qianyu said the name Max, the little black crow actually nodded by himself, as if he was very happy after hearing the name. This made Qianyu feel a little embarrassed. She had taken good care of Black Crow for so long, but Black Crow had never shown any good face to her. Klein just came to give Black Crow a name, and Black Crow was so happy. This was too unfair. At this time, Baya Chili also nodded to Qianyu, which was considered to be an approval of Qianyu's statement just now. The name of the little black crow was Max. Crazy Max. Qianyu saw Baya Chili nod, and was silent for a long time before sighing. The other party's purpose was not to steal the bird, but to bring his magic beast to see his wife and children, and specially name the child. If you say it as a magic beast owner, Klein's behavior is quite affectionate, but Qianyu still felt very angry. I can't take these two blows in vain. That guy hit so hard. This matter must not be let go. And the last time Klein stuffed money and chips into her chest, it was still vivid in her mind. Was he molesting her? If I tell the Empress, she will most likely crush Klein to death. Thinking of this, Qianyu silently took out the 100 chips. She confiscated the 400 telephones that Klein stuffed, but she kept the 100 chips. Although that incident was just a small episode for her, she remembered it. Heh. Instead of serving well in the West, you came to the North, and you also used the name of the Eye of Grilla to plunder in the North. I'll let you rob as much as you want this time. Qianyu took one of the chips and began to calculate Klein. If this guy is strong enough, he can naturally be the one to break the situation in the North. In fact, Qianyu had misunderstood some things. If Klein really molested Qianyu, the Empress would most likely laugh, because she was actually worried about her 3 daughters, and the Empress preferred Klein. But Klein already had Lilith. The Empress also had to save face, and she couldn't snatch the son-in-law of her subordinates, which was too much. But if Klein took the initiative to molest Qianyu, the situation would be different. For a potential stock like Klein, she could arrange a marriage. But Qianyu didn't know about these things. After thinking about how to deal with Klein, Qianyu turned to the little black crow and said, although it's a lot earlier, it's indeed an opportunity. Well, from today on, you're Max, little guy. Chapter 359, Northern Talks. At this time, Klein sat on Dialog's back. His face almost blackened. Dialog, I offended the princess. This matter is all your fault. Faced with Klein's criticism, Dialog didn't take it seriously. Blame it. She is obviously not as strong as you. Why are you still afraid of her? In the world of Warcraft, the concept of respecting the strong is implemented to the end. Then let me ask you, if the Dusk Dragon has a daughter, do you dare to mess with the Dusk Dragon's daughter? Why not? The Dusk Dragon is powerful, and his daughter is not powerful. Don't the offspring of high-level Warcraft often die? Dialog's tone was very arrogant, as if he didn't take the Dusk Dragon seriously at all. You are making a crooked argument. The situation of humans is different from that of Warcraft. Okay. It's all my fault. Humans are really troublesome. Dialog's flying speed was very fast, and at noon the next day, they had returned to Marion City. Klein still lived in his small theater, which was a distance away from the headquarters of the Eye of Grilla, making it convenient for him to escape. However, just as he came back, Byzini, who had received the news, had already rushed over. Brother Kane, there is news. This time it is really confirmed. Klein had not yet reacted to what Byzini meant. Confirmed? Confirmed what? The time when the Northern Army will come to us, and this time, Her Royal Highness the Second Princess will personally come to the city of Yu to meet us. The magic telegram last night has already notified us in advance. Byzini's expression was very complicated, with worry and expectation. He was worried about whether the princess would allow the Eye of Grilla to integrate the city in this way, and he expected that if she agreed, the Eye of Grilla would really soar into the sky. Klein's expression was also complicated, but there was no expectation in his expression, only worry and hesitation. He was hesitating whether to escape. The magic telegram sent by Gerard Fortress last night should not be such a coincidence. Right? If it was not a coincidence, then the princess would have known his identity or guessed his identity. In addition to hesitation, he was also very worried. He beat the princess when he went to Grandok before. He always kept a distance from the eldest princess Qianhua and spoke kindly to her. At that time, he even had the opportunity to sleep with Qianhua. But he still didn't do it, because he knew that after provoking the princess, it would only bring him endless troubles. If the Emperor of Tearella was a politician like Grandok, he would not be afraid. But the Emperor of Tearella was the Empress, who was unreasonable. If the Empress wants to get him, will running away be useful? She should not know my true identity now. I can just give up my identity as Kane. Klein was a little entangled. He now had the urge to run away. Brother Kane, you don't look very good. What's wrong? Didn't you get a good rest last night? Byzini saw that Klein looked unhappy and asked with concern. I'm fine. I didn't get a good rest yesterday. I'll get some rest later. In that case, I won't bother you. I came here just to tell you about the arrival of the princess. Then, are you still going to Yut City? You can go or not. It doesn't matter. It's business talk anyway. I can handle it myself. Klein is now the main fighting force of Byzini. He is naturally almost obedient to Klein. If Klein really doesn't want to go to the city of what? Then he will not force it. Klein was originally going to refuse directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to go. First, if the second princess is really the maid that day, then he has offended the princess more than just hitting her twice. The second princess did not retaliate against him. In addition to showing that the second princess is generous, it also shows that the second princess should be interested in him, or have some needs for him. Second, Klein guessed whether the princess also wanted to integrate the underground forces of the entire northern border. But she didn't have a suitable candidate, so she didn't move him. If this guess is correct, this time the second princess came to what city? It was the best time for both parties to reach an agreement. It is better to resolve the enemy than to make him. If he still wants to continue to live in the northern border and continue to plunder, then he must reach a stable agreement or alliance with the second princess. Klein has tasted the sweetness of the benefits of plundering resources. If he is not really unable to make it, he is still unwilling to leave in such a humiliated way. Well, you go back first. I will take a rest, and I will rush to Yut City tomorrow morning. Is that so? That's great. You have a good rest. I'll leave first. After receiving Klein's positive response, Byzini was a little happy. Although this is just a negotiation of business and slightly political nature, strength is still needed. If the Eye of Grela does not have strong fighting power, it will be easily bullied by others. Fists are the truth. And this is true everywhere. So whether Klein goes or not will have an impact on the entire negotiation pattern of the Eye of Grela. After watching Byzini leave, Klein turned back to his bedroom and lay on the bed. He was really a little tired, but mainly mentally tired. Hey, I just want to steal some money safely. It's too difficult. The next day, Klein rode Dialogue back to the city of Hut. For safety reasons, Klein made some combat preparations. He didn't know if they could be used, but it was better to be prepared. Another day later, the second princess came to the city of Hut with a northern army, accompanied by 2 5th-level masters. One was the Silver Spear Knight Imor, and the other was the second princess's female official and part-time guard Genia. As the commander of the north, the second princess's pomp was much greater than that of the eldest princess. Byzini greeted Qianyu at the city gate early, while Klein chose to wait in the garrison. After entering the city of Hut, Qianyu did not do any fancy things like parading or propaganda, but went straight to the headquarters of the Eye of Grela to prepare for a conversation with Byzini. In a small meeting room, the main members of the negotiation had already arrived. There were only 6 people in the room, and Qianyu was sitting in the center. Klein looked at Qianyu from time to time, but she did not look at Klein, as if she did not know Klein at all. After the meeting began, Qianyu threw a document in front of Byzini and said, "This is the impeachment of the Eye of Grela in Hut City by officials from various cities, gangs, and some private organizations during this period. You can take a look at it yourself." Byzini looked at the thick stack of documents, sweating on his forehead. This kind of negotiation was a little different from what he had imagined before. He was a member of the Eye of Grela. If he was outside the north, he would be a real cult. How could he have any experience in negotiating with the imperial officials? So he was a little at a loss for a while. Qianyu guessed that Byzini had no real negotiation experience, so she did it deliberately. She cleverly transferred the pressure of all the gangs, officials, and forces in the north to Byzini. Facing such questioning, Byzini wanted to make some explanations and rebuttals, but under the pressure of the momentum of the 2 5th-level masters, he couldn't say anything. Qianyu would not be soft at this time. She put pressure on Byzini again. "Mr. Byzini, I'm asking you a question. Aren't you going to answer me?" Byzini wanted to say that I can bring you more benefits. But before he could say it, Emery on the side stared at him. With just one glance, Byzini was speechless. The aura of the 5th-level master had locked onto him, and he felt that he could be killed at any time. This woman is really good at using her hard power to suppress others. Klein muttered secretly. He knew that if Qianyu continued to put pressure on Byzini, the meeting would basically be declared over. So at this time, he had to take action. "Your Highness, can you show me that document?" The ladies-in-waiting Genia and Emery looked at Klein at the same time. Klein ignored them. The suppression of a master like Qianyu was ineffective against Klein, so he smiled immediately. Of course. Klein picked up the document, flipped it a few times in his hands, and made a very surprising move. The shadow flames instantly erupted in his hands, and the document was instantly evaporated when Genia and Emery had no time to stop it. "What are you doing?" Silver Spear Knight Emery immediately took action, and a silver spiral of fighting spirit rushed towards Klein. Klein knew that he couldn't give in even a little bit in order to balance the pressure of the 2 5th-level auras. Shadow flames covered his palm, which contained a large amount of disordered arcane energy. Klein grabbed Emery's spiral fighting spirit with his bare hands and crushed it. Qianyu looked at Klein with a slightly bright look in her eyes, and Klein also looked at Qianyu. "Your Highness, I think we can continue the conversation now." Chapter 360. How much does he give? "I'll give double." Not only the 2 5th-level masters brought by Qianyu, but also Byzini himself was stunned by Klein's actions. It's okay if you don't play by the rules when someone talks to you about data and situation, but now you actually burn their files with fire. The other party is the second princess. You are too arrogant, right? But it seems to be very effective. Is it that the princess likes this? Klein's behavior did relieve Byzini's pressure. The uneasiness just now has completely disappeared, and his self-confidence has returned to him. Byzini looked at Klein with admiration, and felt that he was right to ask Klein for help. Brother Kane is still reliable. If he wasn't here, we would be in trouble this time. Baizini felt that Klein did such an extraordinary thing because he wanted to help them. He was touched beyond words. What is a brother? This is a brother. Although he and Klein had known each other for a short time, it did not prevent Klein from becoming his true brother in Baizini from now on. Qianyu, who was standing by, had been looking at Klein with a faint smile. Although she was surprised that Klein had burned the document, she was also pleasantly surprised. To be honest, Qianyu had a good impression of Klein. Or rather, she liked people like Klein very much. The ingredients of this kind of liking were very complicated. In addition to Klein's being very efficient and decisive, he was also very strong. And his appearance and sense of friendship were also plus points. In addition, from her perspective as a superior, Klein was a very rare talent. It was precisely because Qianyu had a good impression of Klein that she did not use force on him even though he had offended her twice. The complex power relations in the North had existed for too long, and she had long wanted to unify and integrate the entire North. But she was not able to do so now, although she could get 30% of the profits in the entire territory. For the North Army, 30% of the North was not much. Or in other words, 30% was not enough. Qianyu knew very well that a large part of the resources in the chaotic North were used for internal consumption. If there was no such internal consumption, and the real unification and integration of resources was completed, then she would probably get more than 20% now, when she truly controlled all the city resources in the North. Her power development would enter a rapid period. But she had only been in the North for more than 3 years. Her qualifications were too shallow, and her accumulated power was not strong enough. So although Qianyu wanted to overthrow and integrate the entire North, she did not dare to act rashly. At this time, the talent she really wanted was not the old guy, but someone who really did things in an unconventional way and bravely broke the rules. And Klein is the one who can break the existing rules. He will not care about the power of the North. And he has nothing to do with the people here. Klein's main purpose of coming to the North should be to plunder resources. This person is greedy. But greed is not a problem for her, as long as she can really do things. Although Qianyu appreciates Klein's unconventional behavior, she is here to negotiate after all, and she still has to follow the formalities. You are brave enough to burn my documents. What's your name? Klein curled his lips. It's already this bad? And you're still pretending? Okay. I'll do my best to cooperate with you. My name is Kane. Your Highness. Qianyu smiled. Kane. Right. You're quite capable to be able to stop General Emery's fighting spirit at such a young age. It doesn't matter if you burn my documents, provided that you have prepared a reasonable explanation and reasons. So, Mr. Kane, have you prepared a reasonable explanation and reasons now? As soon as Qianyu finished speaking, Emery's face became a little ugly. The other party crushed his fighting spirit with his bare hands, and in front of Qianyu. Doesn't this make him look incompetent? I wanted to perform well, but now I'm embarrassed. Emery was very unhappy. He wanted to teach Klein a lesson. The cultists of the Eye of Grilla should be burned to death. However, it was a negotiation period, so he couldn't do anything excessive. Or else it would only make Qianyu unhappy. So he could only suppress his anger and thought to himself, I'll teach him a lesson later. Klein noticed Emery's hostility, but he didn't take it seriously at all. There were many people who were hostile to him, and there were only a few left alive that he really couldn't beat. Other people or creatures who were hostile to him were basically killed by him. He turned his eyes to Qianyu, who was the protagonist today. Did she want a reasonable explanation? He had no explanation. As for the content of the negotiation, wouldn't it be over if they paid money? Didn't the Northern Army want money? What else is there to talk about? So, Klein said very domineeringly, whatever they gave before, we will give double now. Klein dared to say this because Baizini had already told him the truth. The resources that were handed in before were 3 times. But now Baizini and his team can afford to give the princess double the resources. Klein believed that no one could refuse this temptation, especially an ambitious person like Qianyu. Klein's straightforwardness made everyone a little stunned, and even Qianyu, who was not impressed by external things, raised her eyebrows. Before she came, she had already thought that if the Eye of Grilla was integrated, the resources given would definitely be more than before. Otherwise the integration would be meaningless. Her ideal state was to increase 30% on the basis of the original resources. 30% was already a huge amount of resources, enough for their Northern Army to expand. But she didn't expect Klein to be so arrogant and asked to double it. It was interesting. The North was not hers alone. If the Eye of Grilla really gave double, Not only her, but also the Northern Army itself would support this force. This is the power of capital. Qianyu narrowed her eyes, looked at Klein and said, "It's a bold move. And very smart. I have no reason to refuse your conditions. If you are really willing to give double." "Yes, we are willing." Beiqi and I knew that this was an opportunity created by Klein, and nodded in agreement. Qianyu nodded with satisfaction. The Northern Army is not mine alone. So many students, soldiers, combat resources, and pensions die every day at the Royal Academy. And they all need money. Since you are willing to give double, I will not pursue the matter of Wutei City. Amor and Genia looked at Qianyu and said nothing. Many forces would not want to see the emergence of a city integrating underground forces in the north, such as Amor's family. However, they would not refute Qianyu at the negotiation table. Most of the time, when working, Qianyu is not easy to talk to. She waved to the people beside her. "Now, everyone go out. I want to talk to Mr. Kane alone." Emery frowned. The second princess's behavior was a bit sudden, and this time it was a meeting in Yut City, which was a bit beyond his original expectation. Originally, he thought that coming to Yut City was just to show force, and then suppress the Eye of Grilla, and let Yut City return to the state of no man's land. Unexpectedly, Qianyu actually took the initiative to agree to the Eye of Grilla to integrate resources in Yut City. This action may mean that the entire north will change. He planned to go back to his residence and have a good talk with Qianyu after the meeting. But Qianyu actually wanted to have a private chat with Kane, who challenged him, which made Emery even more unacceptable. This time, not only him, but also the princess's guard Genia spoke up. "Your Highness, this person is very powerful, and the Eye of Grilla is not a kind organization. If he wants to harm you, we may not be able to rescue him in time. It doesn't matter. You can go out. I believe Mr. Kane will not harm me. Besides, if it is only level 5, I can handle it." Qianyu's tone was very calm, but there was a dictator's taste in his words, which could not be changed. Genia knew that Her Highness had made her decision, and there was no point in saying more. So she just walked out. Seeing Genia leave, Emery could only follow her out, and when he left, he did not forget to remind Qianyu, "Your Highness, I'm just outside the door. If anything happens, you can call us immediately." Qianyu nodded and stopped talking. Emery glanced at Klein, wanting to give him a warning with his eyes, meaning that you have to be honest in front of the princess. However, Klein didn't even look at him, completely ignoring the hostility of this 5th level master. Watching Emery walk away, Klein couldn't help but mutter, "Your eyes are as big as a cow's egg. Do you think I was scared?" The 5th level of the medicine jar is also considered the 5th level, right? The fighting spirit is so weak. How dare you pretend in front of me? In fact, Klein complained that Emery was a medicine jar, but he really blamed Emery. Emery did take a lot of magic potions when he was a child, but he also tried hard. As the eldest son of the Northern General, his status is relatively noble, and he is not like Klein's completely free-range education. So he received a very elite education since he was a child, so that their family would not weaken in power, or even make a breakthrough. He is also very motivated. With enough resources, he has been working very hard. Unlike other second-generation strong people who let themselves go, he practices, fights, practices, and fights all day long. He is 31 years old and has never touched a woman. A 31-year-old virgin. In the world of Tarila, a 31-year-old 5th level master has never touched a woman. It's scary to think about it. But Amor is really not good enough. The qualification of practice is only part of the strength. The talent of battle and the development of skills and techniques are equally important. For the development of skills, just refer to Klein. He has almost played the 2 spells of Skeleton Extension and Shadow Extension. Chapter 361 Private Chat between Klein and Qianyu. The strength gap between creatures of the same level is also very huge. Just like the thing in the bottle, there are S-level disasters like abominations, and there are also D-level salted fish like skeletons. Obviously, Emery is a slightly stronger 5th level salted fish than a D-level salted fish. The quality and quantity of his fighting spirit are not good. He is the weakest of the 5th level, so Klein will naturally not take it seriously. When everyone left, Klein became a little embarrassed, because Qianyu had been looking at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Until just now, Qianyu set up a silent barrier in the room. This made Klein a little confused about what Qianyu wanted to do to him. But he didn't think much about it. It was normal to set up a silent barrier for their conversation. After a long time, Klein, who was really a little impatient, finally said, what does the princess want to talk to me alone? We can't just wait here forever. Right? Why not? Qianyu said with a smile. Klein always felt that Qianyu looked at him strangely, as if she was looking at a prey. Qianyu did not remain silent. She took out 3 coin-like things from her ring. They were the 3 100 yuan chips that Klein had stuffed into her chest before. Qianyu took the chips and knocked them out in her hand. Duh, duh, duh. The sound, occasionally flipping the chips up to see the front and back. Does Mr. Kane know what this is? Seeing this chip, Klein was more embarrassed than before. But he had already understood that Qianyu obviously didn't want to talk to him about topics such as power integration and the development of the North. What she wanted to talk about was the private things that happened between them, such as touching breasts, tying up, beatings, and so on. Qianyu is not Agatha. Agatha is a member of the Skull and Bone Society and a fugitive. Klein can abuse her however he wants. But Qianyu is the princess. If he abuses her, he will be responsible. Well, the things of Her Royal Highness are naturally extraordinary treasures. I guess the 3 coins in your hand are antiques. Well, judging from the quality, they are old. Klein lied calmly. There is no my name on the chips. I will never admit it even if I am beaten to death. Qianyu was stunned for a moment. 3 coins made of magic hard materials, 80% new, were said to be antiques. Klein's lying method was really amazing. She looked at Klein's expression that he would never tell her even if he was beaten to death. And she was inexplicably angry. Isn't this a typical case of taking advantage and not admitting it? She picked up one of the chips and hit Klein on the head with a bang. The plastic chips were light and didn't hurt when they hit my head. Klein didn't feel anything anyway. Pretend? And pretend with me. You're quite generous. Klein, you gave me 700 thalers as soon as you said you would. And even stuffed them into my chest. Now you don't admit it. Where's your nouveau riche aura at that time? Come on. I'll stay here. And you can stuff another one for me to see. Klein's breath was choked. She just called me Klein? When did she know I was Klein, even if his identity was exposed? It should only be Kane. The error in the intelligence made Klein a little flustered. If the princess exposed him, the consequences would be really bad. Is the princess talking about me? Did you read it wrong? I'm Kane, not Klein. You can't joke about names. As soon as Klein finished speaking, Qianyu threw a copy of his information in front of him. Klein Alex, son of Esmond and Katie, an outstanding member of the executive department of Jiesha, a talented arcane mage and necromancer. He participated in the hostage exchange between the 2 countries and the elimination of the Imperial Capital branch of the Skull and Bone Society. He was ruthless and decisive. He is suspected of participating in the killing of 5th-level masters many times. His specific strength is unknown. 5 months ago, he triggered the arcane energy tide of Hosvog, causing huge economic losses. Afterwards, Jiesha negotiated with Hosvog and paid a total of 430 million telephones in compensation, of which Klein personally paid half, and served as a monster elimination force in the West for 2 years. Many people have guessed your strength, but not many people really know your true strength. It seems that you have a big plan. Then, Mr. Klein, why don't you serve in the West Territory properly, and come to the North Territory to plunder? Did you get my consent for doing this? Klein touched his head. Well, you have dug up all my past. What else can I say? It turns out that Her Royal Highness knows me so well. Ha! Ha ha, I am Klein. I admit this. But you said that I plundered the North Territory. I really didn't. I am a law-abiding citizen of Tarila. How could I do such an illegal thing? Qianyu had found out his past, so Klein simply admitted it. But plundering the North Territory was an illegal thing. How could he admit such a thing? Okay. I checked you out in detail. There are only 2 of us here, so there's no need for you to pretend with me. After saying that, Qianyu lifted up her clothes, revealing her flat belly. Above her belly button, there was a large black and purple fist mark. She usually wears clothes that expose her belly button, but because she was hit so hard by Klein, she has to cover up her clothes these days. In addition to her belly button, she also brushed up her loose hair. There was also a large black and purple mark on the back of her neck, which was the second blow from Klein that day. The night before yesterday. You hit me hard. My stomach and neck still hurt. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? And before in the casino, you took advantage of me and touched me. If this matter is known by others, my mother doesn't have to kill you. The Northern Army can crush you to death. For example, the one at the door is very hostile to you. Qianyu walked very close and stopped in front of Klein. She was a petite type, and her height was a full head shorter than Klein. Now Klein is sitting and Qianyu is standing. Klein can just look at Qianyu's chest. Then he came to a very fair evaluation of Qianyu's figure. Slender and graceful. This is the standard figure of an Oriental girl. In fact, the Empress's family is very consistent with Klein's aesthetics. But this family is too powerful in terms of status and strength. And Klein is usually too lazy to cause trouble for himself. Seeing Klein looking at her with such an aggressive gaze, Qianyu smiled and said, I asked you to see my injuries. Where are you looking at, Mr. Klein? Can I say I was looking at breasts and legs? Forget it. I'm afraid I'll get beaten if I say it. Ahem. Klein glanced at the serious injuries on Qianyu's body, and was very satisfied with the effect of his attack. The other party was a princess. And the second princess with a very high voice for succession. Looking at the bruises, I felt so accomplished. Although he was questioned by the princess, Klein felt a little relieved. As long as the matter was said, it would be a problem that could be solved. I was just afraid that you would not say it. And you would feel uncomfortable, and so would I. Your Highness, what happened that night was actually a misunderstanding. At that time, you were the first to attack, and I was just forced to fight back. So you mean to blame myself? You are obviously blaming yourself. But you asked me to make up a story to explain it. Is it great to have a big background? Of course I didn't mean that. The situation at that time was quite special. You saw it. I just wanted to knock you out at that time. And I didn't have the intention to kill you. I went to Gerard's fortress just to take my magic beast to see his child. The little black crow. It's not too much for a father to want to see his son. Right? I really didn't do anything else. Please believe me. When mentioning the little black crow, Qianyu's eyes softened a little. But she immediately put away this emotion and listened to Klein continue. As for what you said about the Northern Army looking for trouble with me, Your Majesty, forget it. There are indeed many masters in the north. And I admit it. But what kind of scumbag is that at the door? You compare him with a rookie like me? Do you have any misunderstandings about my strength? Scumbag. The description is quite vivid. Qianyu murmured. Klein's tone was not small. But he should not have reached the 5th level yet. You are the first person to say that the 5th level is so unbearable. What about when you were in the casino? I remember that when you gave me the money, you pinched me twice. Then make up a reason for me to hear it, and let me see if it sounds good. You are such a difficult woman. When I go to gamble, isn't it natural for me to touch the maid next to me when I give her money? What's so strange about you? You really think I'm a great philanthropist if I don't touch her and give her a tip? Isn't it just a nice excuse? I'll arrange it for you right away. You can't blame me for that incident in the casino. You were pretending. And I didn't know it was you. What I did was what a normal gambler would do. Your Highness, you should be glad that it was me at that time. I only pinched you twice, and didn't do anything more extreme. You are already very interested. If you can blame me for this, I really don't understand. Klein described it vividly, and his expression was so aggrieved. Chapter 362. Did I hear it wrong? This chapter has been revised. Qianyu was amused by Klein's twisted logic. She became more and more interested in Klein. Unfortunately, his girlfriend was Kukasero's daughter. Qianyu looked at Klein, with some inexplicably dangerous light flashing in her eyes, which made Klein a little scared. Well, it's not your fault. You only pinched twice, and didn't do anything more excessive. After hearing what you said, I feel like I have to thank you. You are such a good person. Klein, it seems that you really have no sincerity in negotiating peace. Okay. Since you have no intention of cooperating, there is no need for us to talk about it. Let the people of the Eye of Grayla wait for the recruitment. As for you, I will inform the Holzbog side. I believe Miss Annabella should be very interested in you. Qianyu said, turned around and walked out the door. We were obviously sitting down to talk about reason. But you threatened me after I said a few words. This is meaningless. How could Klein let her go at this time? If he could develop steadily in the north for 2 years, he could accumulate a lot of resources. And his magic power and power would increase rapidly. Only then would he have the capital to challenge the superclass masters. The people in the West are poorer than those in the North. And there are not as many magic beasts as in the North. He needs resources to develop. And the bottle needs excellent magic beasts, which can be found in the North. He really doesn't want to leave. Klein grabbed Qianyu and pulled her back abruptly. Don't, Your Highness. Can I stop talking? If you have any conditions, just put them forward. I will try my best to meet them. When pulling Qianyu, the two of them were closer than before. Qianyu was a little surprised by Klein's strength. She just subconsciously struggled to break free. But she didn't break free. This means that Klein's strength is actually greater than that of an ordinary third-level warrior, which is really outrageous. Looking at Klein, who is so close, Qianyu's eyes flickered. Compared with people like Emerly, who can see the top at a glance, Klein is a real talent. And he is the son of the president of Jiesha. If it is a political marriage, Klein is definitely more suitable than Emerly. Of course, Klein himself is also very handsome. And he is younger than her. Compared with old boys like Emerly, Klein looks more tender and delicious. You said that you did nothing wrong before. If you are not wrong, then I am wrong. And you dare to touch me now. You are really bold. Sister, I am wrong. Isn't it okay? Sister, your confession of fault seems to be without any sincerity, Qianyu said in Klein's ear, her tone full of teasing. Klein has been dry for more than 2 months. And the Marian Geo Expo has prevented his expansion. So things have not been going well for a while. Qianyu has been deliberately targeting him from the beginning. And now she uses this provocative tone, which seems to be a fire in front of Klein. Klein is not the kind of person who follows the rules. You have teased me like this. Do you really think I don't have a temper? You always target me. So I have to respond? At worst, I can be a bandit in the North. Klein, who was angry, grabbed Qianyu's arm and lifted her up. Amor, who had been guarding outside the door, kept wandering around. Qianyu and the boy were chatting alone inside. He always had some inexplicable worries. Moreover, the two had been in there for a long time. What important things had they talked about for so long? Genia, who was standing by, couldn't help shaking her head when she saw Emery walking like this. It was no wonder that His Highness looked down on such a guy. At this time, some noises suddenly came from the room. Although the silent barrier could isolate the conversation inside, the sound of hitting the wall could not be isolated. Emery felt more and more uneasy. Did something happen to Her Highness the Princess? He asked. Your Highness. What happened, Your Highness? In the room, Qianyu stared at Klein's eyes. She was not angry about Klein's behavior. You bumped me against the wall just now. The sound must have been very loud. I guess my subordinates are already worried about me. After hearing what Qianyu said, Klein immediately removed the silent barrier. Emery was indeed calling Qianyu. He sounds very anxious. How do you want me to answer him? Klein. Oh, I forgot to tell you that his name is Emery, the son of the Northern General John, who has been pursuing me. Guess what he would think when he sees this? Hearing this, Klein was ready to put Qianyu down. But Qianyu said to Emery outside the door, It's nothing. I accidentally knocked over a few books. Don't worry. Emery was a little unwilling. But Qianyu always said what he said in the Northern Army. He didn't dare to rush in directly. So he could only say silently at the door, Your Highness, if there is anything, you must call me. I'm always outside the door. I understand. General Emery. Qianyu's voice was flat and indifferent. Although Klein had only met Qianyu a few times, he knew that this woman was definitely not a human vase. Qianyu was as playful as Qianhua. But her mind was deeper, and she hid it more deeply than Qianhua. She could find time to come to Meat City to gamble. And she played for a whole day. And it seemed that this was not her first time. She had a good gambling habit. In addition, she was proficient in disguise, and could wear a maid outfit. Klein would not think that it was Qianyu's first time wearing a maid outfit that day, considering her actions in the North. She was strong and domineering. How could such a person be the kind of person who was consistent in appearance and heart? Her hidden and unknown side was what was scary. Klein frowned, suppressed his anger, lowered his voice and said, Your Highness, what do you want to do? Qianyu whispered again. I said, when you were in Gerard Fortress before, you hit me hard and hurt me a lot. I didn't expose you. It's your luck. Your Highness. Qianyu pressed her fingers on Klein. Her eyes brightened slightly. You should listen to me. Next, Klein silently set up a smaller silent barrier. His ability to set up barriers is the strongest at the same level. This barrier is very cleverly arranged. just enough to cover the voices of the two of them. Amor, outside the door, frowned slightly. He heard some small sounds. Very subtle. Jinia. Did you hear any sound? Will your highness be in danger? Jinia glanced at Emery. This guy has been talking nonsense from the beginning. Like a lunatic. No. Amor saw that Jinia had no intention of talking to him. So he had to give up. But he was still a little confused. Did I really hear it wrong? Chapter 363. It's too hard for me. When it was almost 2 hours, Xianyu walked out of the house with a cold face. And Klein followed her with his head down. Amore looked at Xianyu carefully. And her expression and look were the same as before. But he always felt that the princess was more beautiful than before. As if she was more bright and beautiful. I don't know if this was his illusion. And the princess seemed to have changed her clothes. Although the style was exactly the same. The previous one was obviously newer. And this one was a little old. After all, Amor was a 5th level professional. He could still find this detail by observing closely. Negotiation is negotiation. Why change clothes? He was worried. So he asked Xianyu, Your Highness, what did you talk about for so long? Xianyu glanced at Amor coldly. And his eyes, which were more fierce than usual, made Amor inexplicably timid. Are you questioning me? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Since it's a secret talk, it must be about something very important. Have you forgotten all the rules of the Northern Army? Amore looked at the strong Xianyu and wondered in his heart. How could such a princess lower herself and have something happen with a cultist? The princess is still so strong. The sound just now might be something like spilling tea. Yes, it must be like that. The dog's self-comfort is turned on. That feeling is like your goddess talking to you on the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning while telling you that she is running. Yes, I know my mistake. Klein, who was following Xianyu, almost laughed out loud. Is the secret talk okay? But women are all good at acting. Just when Klein wanted to laugh, Xianyu suddenly turned around and said to Klein in a cold and careless tone, Don't forget what I told you, or I'll make you look bad. After that, Xianyu turned around and left, walking with the wind. Amor, who was standing aside, glanced at Xianyu, then turned to look at Klein with a smile. As expected, the princess didn't have a good face for him. So he said a little proudly, Did you hear what the princess said? You'd better do it well. Otherwise, the princess won't let you go. Klein was confused. Brother, do you know what Xianyu told me to do? You are so happy here? She told me to continue fighting at 1 o'clock tonight. And you are still happy here? You are showing off to me here. I am really a little, smiling, overjoyed. Hey, this person is too miserable. I'd better not hit him. Klein looked at Emery with some sympathy, nodded seriously and said, Okay, General Emery, I will definitely complete the task assigned to me by the princess and try my best to satisfy her. Seeing Klein bow his head, Emery felt satisfied immediately. He raised his head like a victorious mallard and said proudly, Humph. I don't think you dare to perfunctorily do what the princess has asked. After that, Emery also left. The only person who stayed was the princess's personal guard Jinia. She looked at Klein very friendly, which made Klein a little puzzled. Jinia glanced at Emery, and after confirming that Emery had left, she stepped forward and bowed slightly to Klein. Hello, Mr. Klein. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jinia. Like the princess, I am an Elia magic swordsman, and my rank is 5th level. If you need anything in the future, you can always tell me. In the future, please take care of your highness's affairs. Don't worry too much. The things you feel dangerous are actually what your majesty has been looking forward to. Everything will be fine if it goes with the flow. Jinia did not give Klein a chance to continue speaking. But her words had a great impact on Klein. Klein only now understood why so many women wanted to marry into a wealthy family. And also understood what it meant to be a woman 3 years older than her husband, holding a golden brick. A woman 30 years older than her husband, giving her a kingdom. A 5th level master directly showed his goodwill to him. What kind of operation is this? Is this the power of a rich woman? Joe. Eric. I don't want to work hard anymore. Chapter 364. I'm already thinking about the future. Klein was not surprised that Jinia noticed what happened between him and Xianyu, because Jinia was a very strong 5th level. Klein could feel her solid magic power and strong aura. She was very different from the lazy guy like Emery. As the personal guard of the second princess, Jinia was very familiar with Xianyu's language and demeanor. In addition, Xianyu was looking for excitement and opened a hole in the barrier. The powerful Genia naturally noticed what Qianyu and Klein did inside at the first time. However, she must not show anything in front of Emery. Not only that, she also had to help Qianyu conceal it. After receiving Genia's goodwill, Klein began to be dazed. What I'm afraid of is what your majesty is looking forward to? What am I afraid of? The affair with the princess is exposed. This is what your majesty is looking forward to? Isn't the queen's hobby a little too strange? Qianyu left the Eye of Grila's base with his entourage. They were regular troops in the north. After all, the Eye of Grila was a cult organization in name. If they stayed overnight in the base, it would have a bad impact. So they chose to live in the Municipal Administration and Security Bureau. After the meeting, Baizini immediately found Klein. You talked for so long. What did you talk about? Baizini was a little worried. Although he was the leader here on the surface, everyone who was interested knew that the person who really controlled the power was actually Klein. We are talking about the future. Klein's words were very floating. Although there was nothing substantial, the sacred expression still frightened Baizini. Future, what a beautiful word, having grasped the second princess. The Eye of Grila might really be able to unify the underground forces in the north. Brother Kane, thanks to you today. No one here can resist the masters under the princess. If it weren't for you, we would probably be swallowed up by the princess. We are all brothers. Don't be so polite. After exchanging a few words with Baizini, Klein sighed, and his mind began to drift away. Having a relationship with Qianyu so suddenly was something he had never expected. Thinking back carefully to the previous negotiations, Klein felt that all of this seemed to be deliberately arranged by Qianyu. Come to the city of Heut to negotiate with the Eye of Grila in person, and also want to try whether he would go. When the negotiations began, the development rhythm of everything had been mastered by Qianyu. She deliberately sent her subordinates away and teased Klein. The relationship between the two seemed to be an accidental spark, but it was actually Qianyu's deliberate teasing. Qianyu's target was Klein from beginning to end. In order to achieve her goal, she even sacrificed herself. Hey! She is not as stupid as Agatha. If Qianyu meets Lilith, it will be a sure field. Klein sighed and took out the blood-stained clothes. But a smile that all men understand but cannot be described appeared at the corner of his mouth. The first blood of the princess is achieved. Achievement rewards, integration of northern forces, and masters of the princess system. Late at night, Klein changed into black. He did not open the door, but turned into black mist, went out from his window, and moved quickly towards the direction of the security department. On the other side, in a private room of the security bureau, Qianyu took out the distribution map of the city forces in the north, and a notebook. These were her personal belongings, and they were full of various code words and marks that only she could understand. Qianyu carefully analyzed the current situation in the north. Now that she had Klein, she had the person who could truly implement the North integration plan. There are 11 major cities in the north. For a city like Yut that has no 5th-level masters and relatively weak armed forces, Klein will definitely be able to integrate it in a few days. But a hard bone like Marion can hold Klein for several months, which is a long time. Just when Qianyu was writing and drawing in Marion City, the black mist that Klein turned into gradually came in from the window. Genia, who had been guarding outside the door, opened her eyes immediately, but soon she closed them again and began to rest. Qianyu looked at Klein, who was gradually solidifying his body from the black fog, put down the pen in his hand, looked at his watch, and said, "It's 12 hours 59 minutes and 39 seconds now. You are quite punctual, Mr. Klein." Klein also saw the map and notes on the table, and understood that Qianyu was probably studying the integration of the underground forces in the north, and might want to talk to him about serious matters tonight. So he said, "Well, I am always punctual. Now are we going to talk about the integration of the underground forces in the north?" Qianyu didn't say anything, but looked Klein up and down, as if looking at an object. Why are you looking at me like that?" Qianyu threw the pen in her hand away. "Didn't I tell you what to do during the day? Why? You forgot so quickly?" Qianyu threw away her coat, rushed to Klein, and bit him. The warm breath made Klein's heart beat faster. Sure enough, the princess is different. In just one day, this woman has changed from a green rabbit to a fierce tiger and wolf. This time, the rhythm of the two was crazier than during the day. During the day, because of the relationship between time and space, the two were a little depressed. At this time, the two let themselves go more than during the day. Genia outside the door shook her head helplessly, and took the initiative to set up a large enough silent barrier for the two, and then fell asleep again. Klein Alex. The princess has a really good eye. Jinya said this about Klein, because the Empress once gave Klein a good evaluation. The good thing the Empress said was that he had the ability of a king at the beginning, which means that if Klein had not fallen in the future, his achievement would be at least the position of a ninth king. Such a talent is enough to be the husband of the second princess. Before this, Jinya had always been a little worried about Qianyu's condition, because everyone had too high expectations for the second princess. Qianyu had always put a lot of pressure on herself, and she didn't dare to try to fall in love easily. Even if she saw a boy who she liked or was handsome, Qianyu would immediately refuse or try to avoid contact as much as possible. Most of the time, she is an absolutely rational person. So rational that she has drawn a political marriage or no marriage for her future, because she thinks she will become the next empress in 9 out of 10 cases. As for choosing a man, Qianyu sets the lowest standard for herself, which is a superclass strongman of suitable age. Unfortunately, the only young superclass that has appeared in recent years is Annabelle, the golden pig, and she is still a woman. Qianyu knows very well what kind of impact feelings will have on women. So before there is a qualified candidate, she chooses to refuse to fall in love and refuse to contact men. In this way, she can maintain her calmness and the stability of the entire North. But it was different after she met Klein. In Qianyu's eyes, ability, talent, power, she herself represents the strongest power in Tarila. So the power of others is just icing on the cake. On the contrary, ability, talent, and character are more valued by her. Although she has only met Klein 2 or 3 times, Qianyu knows that this is the man she wants. Humorous when gambling, brazenly attacking to plunder resources, and easily sweeping away the fierceness of the casino. When they met again, Qianyu personally experienced Klein's strong strength because of the incident with Little Black Crow. She learned that Klein was a relatively loyal person, which made Qianyu very excited. Klein, a person with strength, potential, brains, looks, and loyalty. If there is any obvious disadvantage, it is that Klein has a girlfriend. Qianyu knew that this was her chance. She was not sure whether it was the only chance, but she really didn't want to wait. As for Klein's girlfriend, she would consider it later. Eat Klein first, and make it a done deal. Let him not run away. So, under Qianyu's deliberate teasing, Klein fell, and Qianyu was also addicted to this wonderful feeling. After in-depth communication, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Qianyu found her space ring in the messy room, took out a piece of information from it, and handed it to Klein. This is Jason's information from the Geo Expo. The next person you are going to deal with is him. Right? Qianyu was naked and walked on the wooden floor, which made Klein's eyes tremble. Qianyu saw that Klein didn't speak for a long time, staring at her straight, and laughed. Does it look good? Yeah, it looks good. Klein nodded. Qianyu walked straight in front of Klein. It's a pity that you have a girlfriend. I guess you won't dump your girlfriend because of me. Does this count as a third party? What Qianyu said was exactly what Klein was worried about. He hadn't figured out how to explain Lilith to him. But Qianyu was right. He would never abandon Lilith. So he nodded and said, it should count. Hearing Klein's straightforward answer, Qianyu was stunned for a moment. An inexplicable bitterness appeared in her heart. It was a pity that someone got there first after she finally found the target. You can't even lie to me. She was very angry. Very angry. Angry at herself. And even more angry at Klein. Couldn't he say a few nice words to her? Such a straightforward statement really made her very sad. I am the second princess of Tarela, but I am going to be the lover of a prisoner in the Western Territory. If you tell others about it, people will laugh to death. Pick up your things and get out. Qianyu took out the information about the forces in the Northern Territory that she had prepared long ago and threw it to Klein. Then opened the window and pushed Klein out of the window directly. Ah, hey, I haven't put on my pants yet. Klein's voice gradually faded away. Qianyu returned to the bed, buried her head in her knees, and sobbed silently. But gradually, her voice began to become a little strange. From the initial crying sound to a kind of give, laughing. When she raised her head, although there were still traces of tears on her face, it was already full of smiles. Although I came late, I have given you all my best. Anyway, there should be some position. How about, don't be the emperor anymore, take the North as a dowry. and be a second concubine. It's not bad. Chapter 365 Elemental Flow Selfless Flow Holding Flow. Klein, who was pushed down from the building by Qianyu, turned on the mist form just before he fell to the ground. You turn against me when you say you will. Are all women like this? Klein, who was somewhat helpless, could only take out a new pair of pants, turn on the mist state, and leave the security bureau station in a dejected manner. At this time, Qianyu happened to be standing at the window, looking at the mist that Klein turned into, with a slightly absent-minded look in his eyes. Lilith Anna? It seems that I have to meet her. After Klein returned to the station of the Eye of Grilla, he didn't want to sleep very much, so he simply came to the laboratory prepared for him by Bizini. In the laboratory, he took out the North Territory information that Qianyu had just given him and checked it carefully. After opening this information, Klein realized how much thought and preparation Qianyu had put into integrating the underground forces in the North Territory. Qianyu has been in the North for 3 years. During these 3 years, she has carefully investigated the forces in each city, big and small, some and some, and integrated them all, and then conducted detailed investigations, and finally basically found out the forces in each city. The forces worth noting, such as forces with 5th level masters, as well as forces with multiple 4th level masters, or forces with very strong 4th level masters, all have detailed records and information. Among them are gangs, cults, and organizations. Their business scope and number of members are recorded in detail, which can be said to be careless. At the bottom of the information given to Klein, a few paragraphs of text were also written down. Genia's communication number, 23,141. Conti communication number, 23,144. One of them is a 5th level Elia magic swordsman, and the other is a proper 5th level knight. If you need combat support, you can contact them directly. I will inform you in advance. Go ahead. The Northern Army will not interfere with you anymore. Seeing this, Klein was a little touched. Qianyu, the second wife, was thoughtful. The information was detailed enough. No interference was set, and he was given the right to use 2 5th level masters. The most important point was that she gave her all to him. It was too comfortable for a man to be a rich woman. Klein suddenly felt that the overly straightforward conversation with Qianyu just now was very inappropriate, and he also felt a little guilty. Oh, it was a mistake. I should have said something nice at that time. Women should like to hear nice things. At least keep her stable first. Klein sighed while finding the relevant information of Jason of the Expo and reading it carefully. Jason Moore, the former president of the Geo Expo, later abdicated and became the honorary president of the Geo Expo, the real controller of the Geo Expo, a 5th level fighting master. His school originated from the Arm Fighting Master, one of the 3 major fighting factions of Warhammer Academy. He was taught by the super level fighting master, the master of the stick spinning of Warhammer Academy, and the Guide Aluma. In his early years, Jason was a professor of the fighting department of Warhammer Academy. Later, due to internal fighting in the fighting style, the Guide Aluma was imprisoned by the Dean Neltharion, and finally left Warhammer Academy and founded the Geo Expo. In the early days, the Geo Expo was still a relatively neutral organization, and Jason himself was relatively upright. But people will always change, because Jason was too strong and no one was in charge. He became more and more inflated as the Geo Expo grew. Before the Ease Rebellion, Jason almost dominated the entire Marion. This situation did not stop until the second Princess Qianyu came to the north, and he began to calm down and lay dormant. In terms of strength, all fighters are masters of human body skills. They are the group of people who have developed their physical strength to the extreme, and Jason is no exception. Many years ago, as a famous genius of Warhammer Academy, Jason's strength, speed, and physique had reached the peak of the 5th level, and he was very strong. It turned out to be a college department that was stranded outside. People in the college department must be much stronger than wild people. This Jason is much stronger than I thought, and looks very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. For the sake of safety, I still have to wait for Lilith to come. After getting Jason's information, Klein calmed down a little. It would be too dangerous for him to deal with such an opponent alone. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If you want to kill Jason, you have to understand his fighting style and related combat power. Klein took out the information about fighting styles from the attached materials that Qianyu gave him and read it carefully. Fighting style originated from Warhammer Academy and later spread to the Royal Academy. It is a very famous profession, and also a relatively complete profession in ancient times. Fighters are also called masters of human skills. They do not use armor. Most of them do not use weapons. And the few who use weapons are almost close to their bodies. It is said that when a strong fighter fights, he can control his body as accurately as every muscle fiber. Just like Gwen. She is a master of phase-changing fighting spirit. That is, an elemental fighter. There are currently 3 schools of fighters, each practicing the transformation of fighting spirit. There are elemental fighters, who can transform their fighting spirit into various elements, such as Gwen. There are also selfless fighters, who practice the purest attributeless fighting spirit with bare hands. There are also handheld fighting spirit fighters, who hold a spinning stick or boxing gloves, hooks, and hand shields, such as Jason, behind a seemingly fierce fighter. In fact, it is not so perfect. The first is the attack distance. In addition to the fighting spirit impact, the fighter has almost no medium and long-range combat means. The second is defense, because they have to use their own bodies to the extreme. Fighters cannot wear armor. All defenses basically rely on short weapons and fighting spirit, which is much worse than knights. The last is the ability to resist magic. Fighters basically have no ability to resist magic. The way they deal with mages is to get close at high speed and then kill them. I am basically not particularly afraid of close combat, so this one must be used well. It can be used as a trap to paralyze him. Klein analyzed Jason's abilities one by one, and then determined the opponent's strengths and weaknesses based on his own and Lilith's abilities, and formulated the initial battle plan. This research soon reached dawn. In the morning, Byzini found Klein. Brother Kane, the princess and her friends are going back today. Should we go see them off? Ah, they are going back now? So soon? Klein was a little surprised, thinking about the tenderness of last night. He felt like he had missed something. Bikini looked at Klein strangely. Although there is no written document, Her Royal Highness has tacitly approved our development, which means that our plan has basically been finalized. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so disappointed? Disappointed? Nothing. I just feel that Her Royal Highness is a nice person, and I want to talk to her more. Byzini raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Klein with a weird look. Brother Kane, I know that the princess is very attractive, and it is normal for you to have a crush on her. But she is the princess. Don't have any unrealistic ideas. If you want women, there are plenty in the club, all kinds of women. You can choose any you want. I will change one every day, and I will not bring you the same one. And it's free. So, Brother Kane, if you really have any strange ideas, quickly kill them. Listen to me. There is still a long way to go. Byzini's words were very clear, but Klein's expression was also very strange. He couldn't tell Byzini that he had slept with the princess. Right? Okay. Let's go and send the princess off. Klein didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He took the lead and walked out the door. In Byzini's view, his behavior was a bit of an escape. He looked at Klein's back and shook his head. Is that what we can expect of Her Royal Highness? She is still young after all. No wonder he is so energetic. Klein didn't know that Byzini had labeled him as young and energetic. When they arrived at the security department, the Northern Army that came to negotiate this time had already gathered at the door. Emery looked at Qianyu with a calm face, feeling somewhat puzzled. He had taken the time to teach that Kane a lesson. So why did he have to go back? We probably didn't finish discussing things yesterday. Weren't you going to take over the Eye of Grilla? Did Her Royal Highness acquiesce to the development model of the Eye of Grilla? Your Highness? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? The negotiations with the Eye of Grilla should not be over yet. Qianyu glanced at Emery, and naturally saw through his thoughts at a glance. So she said, why? You really want to stay here? Then you can stay by yourself. Although Emery's strength was not very good, he was a 5th level after all. If he stayed, it would probably cause trouble for Klein. So Qianyu had to take him away. So she retreated to advance and provoked Emery. Originally, Emery thought that he would have some opportunities to play alone with the princess, but he didn't expect that he thought too much, and such opportunities did not exist at all. Emery naturally didn't want to stay here alone. Wherever Qianyu went, he would go. This was his purpose. No. How could I stay here? I still have the mission of fighting on the border and protecting you. The princess. I should stay by your side. I was a little surprised. Why didn't we continue the conversation? If the model of the Eye of Grilla was tacitly approved, other cities in the north would definitely cause riots if they knew about it. Some big forces might attack small forces. At that time, the whole north might be in chaos, and it would be difficult to end it. Emery was telling the truth. Because the unification of underground forces in a city means absolute right to speak. Although it is still possible to pay tribute to the Northern Army and the princess. It seems that there is no difference from the chaotic period. But once the power is highly concentrated, the Northern Army and the princess have no time to take care of it. Then this organization is easy to expand, and ideological problems are easy to occur. The Warhammer Academy in the past was like this. A large organization that does not abide by the will of the country. What else can it do? Chapter 366. All liquors are pitiful. Xianyu also knows this situation. The current situation of complex forces is indeed easy to control. But at the same time, a lot of resources are also used for internal consumption. The income of the Northern Army is not ideal. And these are the current situations that she needs to change. The thinking of a big force is prone to problems. But this force was conquered by her own men. And they also gave a detailed solution for the new force. So the situation is different. Although it is managed under the name of the Eye of Grilla, the actual main combat force has always been Klein. Baizini is a very smart person, and knows how to survive. The smartest point is that he does not recruit experts, but only manages, sells, and business members. This point makes the Eye of Grilla in the north, from a force organization to a business organization. As long as the force of the Eye of Grilla does not exceed the standard, its threat will be much smaller. When the forces in the north are truly integrated and the funds are sufficient, she can slowly infiltrate her true strength into the cities in the north, and control the Eye of Grilla while also controlling the development of the north. Turning the north into a city circle similar to the imperial capital is Qianyu's ultimate goal. Who is Qianyu's enemy? It is the local forces in the north, such as Emery's family. They have been rooted in this land for too long. Like a blood-sucking cancer, Qianyu looked at Emery, and had been mentally prepared for the annexation of forces he just mentioned. She knew that the local northerners, like Emery, were also very greedy. Big forces annex small forces? Haha. Does your family also want to get a piece of the pie? If you have the courage of Baizini of the Eye of Grilla, it is not impossible. The courage of Baizini of the Eye of Grilla? What courage can a cultist have? Amor was very disdainful. He was a son of an aristocratic elite and a traditional northern army. Naturally, he looked down on the Eye of Grilla, an organization that had been messing around. Qianyu looked at the arrogant Emery and shook her head. Talents can appear anywhere, and their achievements are related to the education they receive and the resources they obtain. Baizini of the Eye of Grilla is indeed very courageous. She had heard Klein say last night that Baizini gave up too many things in order to obtain a complete development environment, including giving double resources, which was also decided by Baizini. Under normal circumstances, no force would give up these things he gave up, which is why Qianyu looked at Baizini with new eyes. Baizini promised me 3 points. If you can do these 3 points, your family can also do what you want to do. First, he will lay off all personnel above level 3 in the organization, streamline the combat system, and make the entire force lighter. Second, accept the stationing of the Northern Army, and rotate every few years, so as not to cause the problem of power entanglement. Third, the annual materials handed over will be twice as much as before. Can you do these? Not to mention 3. Not even 1. Emery swallowed his saliva. If he agreed to so many outrageous conditions, wouldn't the organization exist in name only? Moreover, such things are no longer something he can decide. Even his father may have to discuss it with other members of the family. His hesitation also made Qianyu shake his head again. Imole only saw what Baizini lost, but not what Baizini gained. Without members above level 3, the expenses of the society itself will be reduced sharply, because it is very expensive to raise experts. Accepting the stationing of the Northern Army means that security issues can be basically guaranteed. If there are any problems, they can directly blame the Northern Army, and no longer have to consider things like armed conflicts. This not only saves money, but also reduces the affairs that the society needs to deal with, and can also gain official trust. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As for the doubling of the materials handed in, although it is a bit exploitative, with the brand of the princess, Baizini can do business without worries from now on. I'm afraid I have to discuss these things with my father in detail. Detailed discussion? Ha ha. Qianyu smiled calmly. What Imale called a detailed discussion was just reporting the situation in Yet City to John, and then finding a way to criticize it. They still couldn't bear to give up their own interests. What Qianyu lacks most is money and resources. She is not really short of talent. Qianyu has the right to recruit troops from the Royal Academy, and can even actively recruit people from the 3 major societies. Various geniuses emerge under her. Conti and Genia are both pure college students. One is the Elia Magic Swordsman of the Mithril Council, and the other is a Knight of the Brotherhood of Steel. This is also the reason why Qianyu dares not to use local personnel in the north, and can still rise strongly. People are not a problem, but the problem of money has never been solved. If she has enough money, she can form a stable professional army of more than 100,000 people. Elimination, selection, and promotion every year. After a few years, this army will be a nearly invincible army. They are enough to stabilize the north. And then she can retire and return to the imperial capital. Just when Emery didn't know how to continue chatting with Qianyu, Baizini brought Klein. And they also brought the materials and money that Huth City should hand over in the past 2 months. Your Highness, this is the income of Huth City in the past 2 months. Some materials are currently in short supply. We have exchanged them all for cash. You can find someone to count them. Hearing Baizini say that Huth City is short of materials, she was a little puzzled. Huth City is the innermost place in the north. It is the safest and one of the cities with the highest income. Such a city is generally a gold-consuming cave, with more money coming in than going out, and rich in products. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Supply shortage? Wuda City also has shortage of supplies, if it is medical or magic potion resources. You can apply to me, and I will give it to you at a more reasonable price. Qianyu's tone was different at this time. After the handover of resources, Baikini was considered to be the head of the mountain. Now Baikini is considered her person. When she returns, she will send people to Wuda City to officially station there. Since he is one of her own, the treatment will definitely be greatly improved. Qianyu even softened her tone of voice. Amore on the side was sour, but he had no choice. He didn't expect that the Eye of Grayla would give up so many things and completely join the princess. If it were him, he would definitely be reluctant to give it up. Even if he was willing, other people in his family would not be willing to give it up. Power, force, wealth, these people have been holding in their hands for too long and can't let go. Qianyu's inquiry touched Baizini a little. For almost 10 years, their Eye of Grayla has never been treated as a human being. Now the princess cares about him. Is this going to turn over? Your Highness, we have no shortage of health and medical supplies. What we lack now is elemental materials. Qianyu frowned. Elemental materials? Generally, there are relatively few mages in the north. The place with the most mages in the entire north is the North Army, because there are many mages from the Royal Academy and Holzvog in the army. Other places are mainly warriors, so elemental materials have always been used very little. Qianyu regards elemental materials as a resource to be handed over, in order to avoid waste of resources and some excessive dealers. Now that Youth City has everything, it actually lacks elemental materials. This seems a bit unscientific. Why do you lack elemental materials? Baizini glanced at Klein and motioned him to answer. Qianyu also saw Baizini's eyes and immediately understood everything in his heart. So it's this guy Klein. How many elemental materials did he collect? Can a city be short of materials? Klein was about to answer when Qianyu interrupted him. Forget it. It doesn't matter what is missing. Just hand in all the materials. Klein opened his mouth halfway, then swallowed back what he wanted to say. Oh, this woman didn't even give me a chance to speak. It was really too much. Qianyu put away the materials that had been counted, turned to look at Baizini, and nodded solemnly. The Eye of Grayla in the north has taken the initiative to take care of people's livelihood, voluntarily given up the use of force, paid taxes voluntarily, and performed well. From today, in the name of Qianyu, I will officially pardon the Eye of Grayla in the north headed by Baizini as the white organization of the royal power of Teorella. From now on, the Eye of Grayla in the north will be loyal to the royal family of Teorella and will never disobey. Do a good job, Baizini. I am very optimistic about you. Although Qianyu's voice was not loud, it was very sonorous and powerful. These words were spoken very suddenly, and Emery on the side wanted to do something to stop it, but it was too late. Because of Qianyu's authorization, the Eye of Grayla has now become the only white organization in the north, which will be a very delicate identity. Byzini knelt on the ground with some excitement. No one knew about pyramid schemes for 10 years. But once you become a dog, everyone knows about it. Since being a dog for the princess can make you a superior person, why should I do pyramid schemes? Yes, Your Highness. Eye of Grilla will do its best to work for you. She deliberately pardoned Eye of Grilla. Once the news that Eye of Grilla became a white organization spread, those who were a little smarter should know where to stand. In the past, everyone in the north was a gangster, no matter what organization it was. It must be a little dirty. If you are dirty, I am also dirty. So it is natural to do some dirty things. Everyone is used to it and has an indifferent attitude. But now it is different. Eye of Grilla is a white organization. Everyone knows that their business is still the same as before. At most, they will no longer rob and abduct people. But the protection fees, casinos, and clubs that should be collected cannot be reduced. Now the princess has a stake. If you dare to mess with the Eye of Grilla, you'll be messing with the princess's things. You know what will happen, right? What if the Eye of Grilla opens taverns, clubs, casinos, and other organizations in various cities in the name of the Northern Army and the princess? These are all issues that need to be carefully considered. Let's go! Qianyu smiled. Her tone seemed a little wrong, but she was still resolute, waving her sleeves and leaving without a cloud. Klein knew that she wanted to say goodbye to him, although she was still in a bad mood. After all, the two of them had already cooked the rice. Qianyu, who had tasted the sweetness of love, should be enjoying love and sticking to Klein in the passionate love period. Now that she was asked to leave, she must be very reluctant in her heart. Qianyu and Klein were the same, but his mood was immediately broken by someone. When Qianyu left, Emery turned his head to look at Klein and said something cruel. The princess has ignored you. It seems that you haven't done what the princess asked you to do. Now the princess wants to leave, so I have to leave too. Even if you are lucky this time, I will let you go. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Let me go? Klein looked at Emery with sympathy. I couldn't bear this poor kid. When Emery left, Klein sighed. It's so miserable to be a licker. Byzini on the side also stood up and asked in confusion, a licker? What is that? Klein's eyes were deep, and he said in the tone of a person who had experienced it, a licker is a pitiful person. Chapter 367 Lilith arrives. Bai Qi and I stared at Klein blankly. From what you said, licking dog is a term used to describe pitiful people? Klein paused. Pitiful people? It seems not entirely true. While they discussed others, they can only say a few words to drink more hot water. But it seems that they can't get any substantial benefits. Think about it carefully. Licking dogs not only drive up the wholesale price, but also claim to be affectionate. Deep affection is deep affection. And licking dogs are licking dogs. They are two completely different things. Okay, sometimes, the hatefulness of licking dogs seems to be much greater than the pity. Licking dogs are not very pitiful, but more hateful. Bai Qi and I still didn't quite understand what Klein meant, and he didn't intend to dwell on this issue. What did the Geo Expo say? It took so long. Is it because their 5th level masters are so powerful? Well, their president is Jason, a 5th level fighter. Very powerful and difficult to deal with. Not an ordinary character. Also, while we are observing them, he may also be observing us. If I act rashly, I won't be sure. Let's wait for my people to come. In Marion City, compared with the urgency of Byzini and Klein, Jason from the Geo Expo is much more relaxed. Jason's luxury is beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, he is enjoying life in his yard. Beside him, there are more than a dozen maids serving him. These maids are all gorgeous and naked. The scene is indescribable. I am afraid I will be banned if I say too much. Someone is peeling fruit for Jason. Someone is rubbing his shoulders and legs for him. Everything is so delicate. If someone makes a mistake, it depends on Jason's mood. If Jason is in a good mood, the people who made mistakes still have a way to survive. If he is in a bad mood, the best result for these women who made mistakes is to become playthings of other members of the Geo Expo. This is the best result. And there is no better result than this. These maids were carefully selected by the Geo Expo for Jason. They are like a group of slaves without freedom. At this time, they can only live for Jason. If they choose to escape, they will die. Such a decadent life not only corrupted Jason's body, but also his will. His once extremely strong body now has some fat. But fortunately his fighting spirit is still nourishing his body all the time, so as not to reduce his strength. The chaotic and disorderly life made Jason forget when he last exercised. 2 months ago, maybe earlier. In the years when he took over the underground forces of Marion, he had accumulated enough wealth, and he had no offspring and no idea of passing it on. So his indulgence seemed inevitable. His school originated from the academy, but he didn't want to pass it on. He had no children and didn't enjoy life. So what was he doing in this world? President, I have something important to report. The voice outside the door interrupted Jason's enjoyment. He looked at the door with some dissatisfaction, then waved to the women around him and said, "Come in." A member of the Land Expo walked in with his head down. The reason for his head down was that someone had his eyes gouged out for looking around in Jason's yard. It sounds outrageous, but it's true. The past is a lesson for the future. This member knew that Jason was a very self-centered and possessive person, so he was unwilling to risk his life to see those women who had been ravaged by Jason and had no mind. President, we just received news that the Eye of the North, Grilla, was officially declared a white organization by the second queen, and enjoyed all the rights of the white organization. The members of the Geo Expo carefully told about the white organization, and Jason changed from being indifferent at the beginning to a serious expression. Baizini, the fourth leader of the Grilla, this person actually agreed to so many conditions that would completely lose the power of the organization. He must have a problem with his brain. No matter how good the lackey of the princess is, he is just a lackey. He doesn't want to be a good club leader, but he has to be a lackey of the official. He is really crazy, without the autonomy of force. What is the difference between handing his life to someone else? Jason was a little irritated. He certainly knew that Kane, who claimed to be the fifth leader of the Grilla Eye, was making moves in Marion recently. They have cleared most of the small forces in Marion City. These small prophets were actually released by the Geo Expo to paralyze the nerves of the official. But now it is different. The Grilla Eye obviously intends to unify the city of Marion. So the Geo Expo and them will inevitably stand on the opposite side. Originally, Jason didn't care about Baizini or Kane. But now the princess stood behind the Grilla Eye, so he had to pay attention to it. It is said that the power that the second princess can command is so strong that it is suffocating. In the Northern Army, in addition to John's faction, there is also 1 super level and 5 fifth level soldiers who obey the orders of the second princess Chinyu. Although Jason was arrogant and thought he could handle any 5th level master of the Northern Army, if 2 5th level masters appeared at the same time, or even a super level master appeared, he would be finished. Although the princess has not yet used the Northern Army to seize territory. What if the official power is really used in the future? No one in the scattered forces of the North can compete with the princess unless they unite. The Eye of Grilla should have checked me. They know my strength and know that they can't win. So they want to use official power? This Baizini has a big heart. Jason's idea is very simple. He doesn't think that anyone in the underground forces of the North can take him down by force. This is his confidence in his own strength. President, what should we do now? Jason is actually considering a retreat in his heart. If the masters of the Northern Army really appear, it means that the princess is really ready to enter. Then he can completely give up the Geo Expo, escape to other cities, and then contact underground forces in various places to resist. By then, the entire North will be in chaos, and even the princess will have to give in. When the North Army retreats from Marion City, he can return here to be his own emperor again. The only pity is these women who have been trained for so long. Just observe normally with the Eye of Grilla, and don't send more people. It's rare for a savage to appear at level 5. Even if they do, they are trash. And it's impossible for 2 to appear at once. Even if 2 savages at level 5 appear at once, I am confident that I can handle them. Your main task is to keep an eye on the movements of the North Army. The North Army is made up of people from the Academy Department. They are stronger, and the real threat comes from them. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. On the outskirts of Youth City, Lilith jumped off the clouded leopard's blanket. She was a little dusty at this time. After all, she had been traveling for several days in a row. The first thing she did when she arrived in Youth City was to turn on the communicator and try to connect with Klein. Although Klein's communicator was not disconnected, it was in an intermittent state with a lot of noise, as if the signal was not very good. What's going on? He should be in the city. Will the signal be bad at such a close distance? Forget it. Let's go find him. She walked straight towards Youth City without any hesitation, until the clouded leopard behind her said, "Green Lord Silverman beat." Even if Lilith was very determined, she couldn't avoid the embarrassment in her heart. This clouded leopard really couldn't speak. It was too scary. All the way, Lilith remained aloof and tried to talk to the clouded leopard as little as possible, because the clouded leopard's words were really embarrassing. Unconsciously, Lilith quickened her pace and walked towards the city of Hut. "Excuse me, is Kane here?" The guard at the door looked at Lilith in a daze. Although Lilith was exhausted, she still couldn't hide her beauty. After being disconnected from Klein for more than 2 months, Lilith, who had been eating substandard food for a long time, lost some weight and looked taller. Because of the change in her mood, Lilith was less arrogant and more peaceful at this time, which made her more eye-catching than before. Well, only Lord Bizini knows the whereabouts of Lord Kane. But if you want to see Lord Bizini, you need to make an appointment. Appointment? Lilith frowned slightly. She turned on the communicator again and tried to connect to Klein. But Klein's communicator still had a poor signal, as if he was far away. The fourth leader of the Eye of Grayla. Bizini, it seems that. Lilith did not choose to make an appointment because it was too slow. She jumped directly from the outer wall and easily found Bizini's office with the help of the shadow escape ability. At this time, Bizini was making a report on the reform of the iron ore plant in Hute City. Lilith's figure had slowly appeared behind him, and he didn't notice it. "Ha, oops, so tired." Bizini stretched, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. The cap of the pen in his hand reflected a strange woman. "What is this? There is someone behind him." "Who are you? Come here. There is an assassin." Bizini stood up excitedly, and 2 mana shields immediately appeared on his body. When the boss fights, he may not be very good, but the ability to save his life must be sufficient, at least to hold on until his brothers come. Bizini looked at Lilith, sweat on his forehead. He didn't even know how long this woman had been standing behind him. If the other party wanted to kill him, it seemed that she could have done it just now. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Bizini. I'm Lilith. I'm here to find Kane." He should have told you. Bizini was stunned for a moment. Klein had told him before that he had found someone, but he didn't say who it was. He had previously guessed that Klein was a person sent by a certain organization. This time, they should have called some old generation masters, or let a group of masters deal with Jason. But they didn't expect such a little girl to come. "You two are going to deal with Jason. A veteran 5th level master? Are you serious?" Chapter 368, The Needle and the Wheat. "Kane's subordinates? Are you here to deal with the Geo Expo?" Lilith nodded. "Yes. I am Kane's subordinate. I am here to deal with the Geo Expo. Kane asked me to meet him here." After Lilith told him her purpose, Bizini nodded in disbelief. "Okay, you are really here to deal with the Geo Expo. But you are too young. You two can't do it. Is it really feasible? Kane is also very young. Mr. Bizini, you don't have to worry too much. He has his own way to deal with the masters of the Geo Expo. He asked me to come just to be safe." At this time, Bizini's men had already rushed up. "Boss, is she the assassin?" These people wanted to take action when they saw Lilith, and Bizini could only speak out to stop them. "Wait!" Lilith jumped lightly and flashed to the other side of the room and stopped. "Mr. Bizini, it seems that Kane didn't let you know too much. But since he asked me to come to see you, he trusts you enough to let you know some of our strength. It just so happens that your subordinates are here, so I will show you my strength a little bit to reassure you." When Bizini was about to ask Lilith how to show it, Lilith didn't move, but simply snapped her fingers. Snap! She instantly entered the time acceleration state, then she walked over, knocked these people unconscious one by one, and then returned to the original position and released the time acceleration. Bang! 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 A group of members of the Eye of Grayla fell to the ground in all directions. All fainted. In Bizini's opinion, this effect was like Lilith snapping her fingers, and everyone fainted naturally. This method was too horrifying. They fainted? How did you do it? Isn't this too outrageous? Looking at the shocked Bizini, Lilith was also very satisfied with the effect she had caused. According to Klein, it is to pretend to be cool, and to show shocking abilities in front of others, which can make oneself feel extremely satisfied. She is very satisfied now. My strength is definitely stronger than you think, and Kane's strength is much stronger than mine. So Mr. Bizini, don't worry too much about our strength. You just need to tell me where he is now. Bizini nodded. We often go back and forth between the two cities of What and Marion. After the second princess left, Klein went to Marion, saying that he wanted to explore Jason's movements. Lilith was a little surprised to hear Byzini mention the second princess. Shouldn't the second princess Chienu be stationed in the Gerard fortress in the north? She didn't know Klein's current situation in the north. She thought Klein was just robbing in the north under the name of the Eye of Grayla. But she didn't ask too much, as she would make mistakes if she spoke too much. She just nodded calmly. Okay. I got it. Thank you, Mr. Byzini. Lilith left after she finished speaking. Byzini looked at Lilith, who was leaving, and felt a little bit of Klein's mystery. Young strong men. And the subordinates of young strong men. The Kane brothers are really unfathomable, but when this girl mentioned the Kane brothers, her eyes were full of love. Their relationship is probably not just as simple as superiors and subordinates. But the look in the eyes of the Kane brothers, when they looked at the princess that day, was obviously problematic. Does he want it all? The world of young people is really complicated. Clay was eating bread at the entrance of the Geo Expo at this time. He had eaten it for 2 consecutive days, and had eaten a total of 35 bread sets. And he really ate it. Every time he finished eating, he would change his clothes, then disguise himself, return to this noodle shop, and order the cheapest bread set again. The flying distance of the worker bees is not far enough, and the Geo Expo station is a bit too large. So he must be closer. The bakery opposite the Geo Expo is a good location. The only regret is that the bread here is really bad. The business here is obviously good, but the bread is so bad. Isn't this scientific? I don't know if it's because the bread set he ordered has always been the cheapest. In addition to Jason, who is at level 5. There are 3 level 4 masters. The hidden strength of the Geo Expo is really surprising. Klein's worker bees have been hovering around the periphery of the Geo Expo, and he did not let the worker bees conduct further exploration. The worker bees have failed several times in front of level 5 masters. So Klein has a certain understanding of the detection range of level 5 masters. In addition, Jason is a fighter with strong perception, so he is even more cautious. The Geo Expo is located in the central and northern part of the country. They are a local force. Many of their members are locals in the north. Locals must be homesick, so there is no need to kill them like the Skull and Bone Society. Killing Jason and the 3 4th level masters will basically disperse the morale of the Earth Expo. And the situation should be similar to that of organizations like the Silver Flower Society and the Flying Snake. After repeated consideration, Klein decided to give up the method of opening the fire explosion bombing. The local forces in the north are not like the Skull and Bone Society. He can attack the Skull and Bone Society without hesitation. But the local forces cannot, because the Eye of Grilla will take over it later. Klein is now a shareholder of the Eye of Grilla in the north. Although there are only 3 fixed shares, and it will not increase in the future, it is still a huge fortune. So Klein has to consider the emotional factors of the members of the Earth Expo when dealing with the Earth Expo. You have a 1500 fire explosion. It is cool, but most of the people will die. Even if they are not dead, I'm afraid they hate you to the core. It will be very difficult to take over such a Geo Expo. Even if they surrender by force, they may make trouble in the future. So Klein planned to wait until Jason was out before taking action. First, it can reduce the casualties of Geo Expo members. And second, it can reduce the pressure when he is besieged. In the Geo Expo, Jason is studying several people in the Northern Army who are threatening him. Some people who cannot be moved or cannot participate in the cleanup of the Northern Underground Forces are automatically excluded by him. In the end, only 5 are left. Genia, the Princess's Guard, the 5th level Elia Magic Swordsman, Conti, the Princess's Guard, the 5th level Knight, Dominic, the Northern Army's Submersible Salvage Team, the 5th level Blood Knight, Milo, the Northern Army's Political Officer, the 5th level Warlock. There is also a titled strongman who is rarely seen, but has always been rumored. He is hidden beside the princess. These 5 people are the most threatening. The superclass strongman can basically be ignored, because if he takes action, Warhammer Academy will definitely not agree. So there are only 4 dangerous people left. Just like the old saying of Warhammer Academy, when looking at a problem, we must put aside the surface and look at the essence. We must monitor the whereabouts of these 4 people, and there will be basically no problem. Jason was very satisfied with his analysis. But he didn't know that while he was studying several Northern Army masters, Klein was already studying how to kill him. After sorting out the information of these 4 people, Jason prepared to go out for a walk. He also felt that his life recently was a bit too decadent and corrupt. So he planned to return to peace and feel the original feeling. Jason walked out of the Geo Expo alone without his followers. As a top-level 5th-level strongman, although he has neglected training in the past 2 years, his foundation is still there. Even without daily training, he can maintain a relatively intact combat state just by relying on the nourishment of fighting spirit. Jason stopped as soon as he went out. He looked at the bakery opposite the Geo Expo and murmured, "There is a new bakery here. Right at the door. I am tired of eating delicacies from land and sea. Today, I will try the craftsmanship of this bakery." As he said that, he walked towards the bakery. In the bakery, Klein, looking at Jason coming straight at him, his pupils shrank slightly, and his body naturally tensed up. Facing a top-level 5th-level fighter, any mage would be nervous. Even if Klein had strong melee ability, Klein tried to relax himself as much as possible, as such a nervous state would only arouse other people's suspicion. When Jason approached, Klein realized that he seemed to have overthought, and Jason seemed to really come to eat bread. "Who are you, Jason? Are you here to eat bread?" The owner of the bakery seemed to recognize Jason. "Why, you don't let me eat bread? Are you afraid that I won't pay, MD? There are so many people. Are there any waiters? Give me one of each of the various bread sets." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Jason pushed through the crowd rudely, looked at the seats that were almost full, and moved his eyes to Klein's side. "Boy, are you the only one here?" Klein was silent for a while before he said, "Yes, I'm the only one. You're so slow to answer. I thought you were dumb, sorry. I'm always outspoken." "Ha ha." Jason sat down opposite Klein in a somewhat nasty way, and the table was soon filled with various bread sets. "This is really disgusting. Hey, is it the same as yours? It's the same as the camel's feed. How can you eat it?" Jason threw away a piece of bread that was the same as Klein's. His words made Klein frown. It was really bad for a 5th-level master to have such an arrogant and bad personality. This is not bad, but it's too sweet. "Hey, kid, seeing that you eat so badly, I'll give it to you." Klein looked at the bread set that Jason handed over, and said nothing. The bite marks on it were still clearly visible. This bread was filled with cream, and the price was indeed not cheap. But how could Klein take Jason's bread? Not to mention that there was Jason's saliva on it. So he could only remain silent. Klein's silence caught Jason's attention. He leaned back in his chair, stared at Klein's face, chewed the bread in his mouth, and said in a very arrogant tone, "What? Don't eat? Not eating means not giving me Jason Ebonok face. There are not many people in Marion who dare to refuse me." Jason's arrogance has been going on for a long time. Before the Eye of Grayla came to Marion, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the local emperor of Marion. This is the entrance of the Geo Expo, and it is also the real Geo Expo territory. Here, he naturally has the final say. In the Geo Expo territory, Jason really doesn't believe that anyone dares to confront him here. At this time, Klein finally raised his head and confronted Jason's eyes for the first time. Needle tip. Wheatthorn. Chapter 369 Sound Stream Burst Fist. Jason looked at Klein and narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were already filled with a pressure that was unique to a 5th-level expert. He wanted Klein to surrender and bow his head in front of him. But Klein could actually look at him for so long without any abnormality. If he still couldn't find the other party's specialness, then all his years as a 5th-level professional would be in vain. Jason thought to himself, "I didn't feel the breath of a professional. I have neither magic power nor fighting spirit. Is there a way to hide my ability? Why should a real strongman hide? Humph. You dared to show off your skills in front of an expert." He didn't reduce the momentum he exuded just because he saw that Klein was a professional. Instead, he increased the momentum. The momentum gushing out of the 5th-level master caused greater pressure on everything around him, and even caused substantial damage to some items. The glass that was not strong enough would immediately shatter under Jason's momentum, and the wooden tables and chairs would also make a squeaking sound. Many diners had no idea what this aura meant, but under Jason's pressure, many of them had already had uncomfortable reactions. Dizziness and fear came over them, and while they felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, they also felt scared. The smarter ones had already guessed that this was the aura of a professional master. They didn't want to get involved in the dispute here, so they had to leave this dangerous bakery in a hurry. The owner of the bakery looked at Jason in fear. He wanted to come up and persuade Klein, but he couldn't say anything. What if Klein was also the kind of person who was not easy to mess with? Then wouldn't he be dead? I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Or don't you want to eat? Jason picked up the butter bread beside him and handed it to Klein, not caring about Klein's strength. In his opinion, superclass masters are already insurmountable mountains. It is almost impossible for them to actively hide their strength, let alone someone as young as Klein. So he naturally ruled out the possibility that Klein was a superclass master. Since he is not superclass, it doesn't matter. He is a fighter. This kind of close-range combat is his greatest advantage. If the opponent is a long-weapon warrior or knight, Jason is even sure that he can attack the opponent in advance without being able to take out his weapon. Not to mention the slow profession of a mage. If a mage is so close to him, he might wake up with laughter. Klein still didn't speak. When Jason threatened him, he was silently calculating the chances of winning against Jason in this situation. A logistics fighter. Top level 5. With advantages of speed, strength, and physique, and disadvantages of. Klein quickly analyzed in his mind the possibility of defeating Jason under such circumstances. And soon, he came to his own conclusion. As long as I can maintain the magic suppression, I have a great chance of defeating him head-on. If he doesn't run away, I even have a chance to kill him alone, provided that I consume all his fighting spirit and physical strength. Klein didn't expect that when he went to the entrance of the Geo Expo to eat a piece of bread and monitor, and to make a battle plan by the way, he would actually run into Jason himself. Such a coincidence could happen to him, which was really a bit unexpected. After thinking it over and over again, Klein made up his mind and slowly said, "Sorry, I don't like butter bread. So, no need." "Ha!" Jason smiled. "If you don't like it, well, I have plenty of bread here." He took out another piece of fruit bread that he had never eaten before and handed it to Klein. "Oh, I forgot to add some toppings for you." Jason took the bread back, spit on it, and handed it back to Klein. Then he looked at Klein with a smile and said, "Eat this and you can leave." Klein looked at the bread Jason handed over, and the killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. But he knew that he couldn't show it now. Just as Jason thought, they were too close. And at this distance, he was not sure that he could retreat unscathed in front of a 5th-level fighter. So, what Klein had to do now was to distance himself from Jason as soon as possible. He nodded to Jason silently, as if he was going to surrender, and slowly stretched out his hand. Seeing that Klein seemed to have surrendered, Jason smiled with satisfaction. "That's right. Come on. Eat it, and I'll let you go." As Jason spoke, he looked at Klein while thinking about how to deal with Klein later. "Are you going to kill him later?" "No. That's not good. I said I'd let him go, and I can't go back on my word. I'll just break his legs and feet, and save his life. I'm really kind that he can survive without giving me face." Klein's fingers had already touched Jason's bread, and at this moment, he suddenly attacked. On the contact surface between the palm and the bread, a bone blade quietly extended out at an extremely fast speed, and passed through directly with Klein's shadow flame. "Thunder." Jason, who immediately felt the danger, looked slightly stern, and his fierce fighting spirit instantly blocked the bone blade. But Klein's shadow flame continued to burn on his palm. Shadow power in the form of black flames? What the hell is this? Just when Jason was about to use his fighting spirit to extinguish Klein's shadow flame, Klein's hybrid bone spear had already nailed over. Bang! The sudden attack was blocked by Jason, and the extremely hard bone spear was actually bent by Jason's punch, which was something Klein had not expected. This kind of bone spear is really powerful. But, kid, it seems that you don't know the difference in our strength. Klein did not expect Jason's fist to be so strong that it could withstand the 4th-level hybrid bone spear. In fact, Jason didn't expect Klein's ability to be so difficult. Just when his heavy punch was about to hit Klein's chest, the bone spear that had just been bent and broken exploded in front of him. Boom! With the help of the shock wave of the explosion, Klein and Jason pulled away for a distance. The close combat ability of a 5th-level fighter was too abnormal, so he also needed to keep a certain distance from the opponent. This is a bakery. The bone fragments produced by the explosion of the bone spear killed many diners who were still watching. But at this moment, Klein's heart was not moved at all. He seemed to be more indifferent than before. At this time, he only had Jason in front of him. Two gates to the underworld opened from behind Klein. And they opened without even seeing him recite any spells or movements. Which surprised Jason. Gate of the underworld, haha. The one who dares to fight me in close combat is actually a fragile necromancer. Then you are dead today. Klein, who had slightly distanced himself, breathed a sigh of relief. This distance was enough. He raised his head slightly, looking at Jason as if he were looking at a dead person. Klein said in a cold voice, "Fragile necromancer? Then you can try." Jason rushed forward, but a dark red figure blocked his way. The sword of remnant fire. The low and dry voice of the flame guest came from its armor. But Jason did not dodge at all and rushed directly towards the sword of remnant fire. Instant step. Handless style additional combo. Before the flame guest could react, Jason had already flashed past the sword of remnant fire with an instant step, and his bare hands hit the armor specially made for the flame guest by Klein like a machine gun. Crack! The armor shattered, and a dark red skeleton appeared in front of Jason. The soul fire in its pupils kept shaking. Jason's continuous attacks just now almost broke the body of the flame guest. Fortunately, it was a dead creature. If Jason had attacked its head just now, it would have died long ago. It's a dead creature. At this moment, the attack of the shadow guest also arrived at the scene. And the shadow guest also rushed straight to Jason. As a reinforced dead creature, they are extraordinary and fearless of death. This is the result Klein wants. He needs a dead man who can die for him. I spent so much time researching the reinforced dead creature, but I didn't expect it to be useful so soon. Haha. I will kill as many of these dead creatures as come. When the Shadow Man stabbed Jason from behind, Jason stabbed the Shadow Man's head with a knife, smashing the soul fire inside. Then he kicked the Flameman's spine and crushed his head, extinguishing the Flameman's soul fire. Next is you. Jason looked at Klein in the distance and said viciously. Klein had already distanced himself from the Shadow Man with the help of the Flame Man. To be honest, this distance was much better than before, and he was sure to defeat Jason. Then come on! Klein hooked his finger, looking at Klein who was provoking him. Jason grinned, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the entire floor of the bakery sank together. His figure instantly came in front of Klein. Sound streamed secret explosive fist. At the moment Jason made his move, Klein had released 5 skeleton shields, all of which were strengthened by his magic. In addition, he also released the ice body protection and static force field, just for Jason's attack. Boom! The 5-layer shield was pierced by Jason's blow, and the ice barrier was shattered layer by layer under his fist force. But the fist did not break through Klein's final static position in the end, and stopped in front of Klein. Klein activated the mist form and eliminated the physical impact of Jason's attack, just when Klein thought he had blocked Jason's attack. Jason grinned. Do you think this is the end? Sonic boom? Buzz. The sonic boom caused by the high-speed friction and vibration between the fist and the air easily passed through the static force field. After Klein was hit by the sonic boom, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and lost his balance at the same time. The high-speed audio vibration made him extremely uncomfortable. The fist obviously did not touch him, but it could cause such an outrageous lethality. If it was really close, he would probably be shocked to death by one blow. Chapter 370 The Razor of the Gathering Storm. Klein spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, I don't seem to be fine. Is your fist like this? He said this just to deliberately provoke Jason. Fortunately, his bones have been strengthened by the skeleton and absorbed most of the shock force of the sonic boom. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the punch just now. Jason was slightly surprised to see that his Sound Stream ultimate skill did not kill Klein. Your defense is really amazing. Even a 5th level warrior wearing armor can't stop my Sound Stream burst fist under normal circumstances. At this time, Jason's attitude towards Klein has begun to change. Really? Then I am really honored. Klein chuckled and stabbed out the moonlight that had been prepared long ago. Shadow Thorn. The moonlight stabbed Jason very quickly. But in Jason's opinion, although the sword was very fast, he could still dodge it. Every fighter will develop his speed to the extreme because he has no long-range combat ability. Jason is the same. He can easily dodge attacks that others cannot dodge. This is a fighter. But just when Jason wanted to move, Klein had already prepared his dead bone chain. A silver thread blocked his acceleration, followed by the second and third silver threads. These silver threads were all made of Klein's magic power. They were extremely tough and could only be broken with great force. Although Jason could break through with his strong body and fighting spirit, his movement speed was slowed down because of the dead bone chain. In a fight between masters, a slight difference can lead to a huge loss. As soon as Jason slowed down, Klein's moonlight seemed a little difficult to avoid. Jason looked at the moonlight piercing his forehead and simply stopped moving. He concentrated all his strength on his upper body, allowing the fighting spirit and strength of the upper body to easily break free from the troubles of the dead bone chain. Jason's head tilted to the right, trying to avoid the stab of the moonlight. But this position seemed to be unavoidable in Klein's opinion. Just when he was about to be stabbed by the moonlight, his right shoulder began to collapse, and his head was directly stuffed into his right shoulder, and the whole person became deformed, and at the same time avoided the moonlight. Body Jutsu. I haven't used this ability for a long time, and I almost forgot it. Controlling your body to the extreme, even producing unphysiological deformation. This is the control of a top fighter over his body. Jason, who dodged Wee, broke free from Klein's dead bone chain and rushed towards Klein himself. And at the same time, two spinning sticks appeared in his hands. Looking at Jason rushing towards him again, Klein felt great pressure. When he was ready to deal with Jason's attack, Jason actually held the spinning stick and began to punch in the air. Do-chi shock wave. Every time Jason punched, he would bring out a wave of do-chi, forming a special fist force do-chi shock wave. The use of this do-chi is very similar to the slashing of sword weapons. However, Klein knew that it was several times, or even 10 times, more difficult to send a long-range shock wave with a fist than to send a slash with a sword. However, Klein did not panic. This kind of long-range attack from a fist was naturally less powerful than slashing and stabbing. He was sure to stop it. And if the battle continued like this, he was sure to drag Jason into the quagmire of do-chi consumption. Klein stretched the skeleton to the extreme, and instantly stretched out hundreds of skeleton hands. These skeleton hands were all clenched into fists, and began to fight against Jason's shock wave. If one bone hand could not block it, then he would use 10, 20, or even more, until he could block Jason's shock wave. Boom, boom, boom! Just like the internal force collision of two martial arts masters. The shock wave formed by Jason's fighting spirit and the skeleton hand formed by Klein's magic power began to collide with each other. Every time the collision occurred, the air would vibrate violently, and the shock wave shattered the endless skeleton hands. For a time, broken bones were everywhere. The more Jason attacked, the more shocked he was. This was the first time he had seen a mage who used magic to create skeletons to resist shock waves. But this method consumes too much magic power. Right? How did this kid persist? No matter what, his magic power will be exhausted sooner or later. Just as Jason imagined, Klein's mana consumption was indeed high. In order to keep his mana at the maximum value possible, he had already used up the 2 mana recovery effects of the Sapphire Ring. He knew that Jason's fighting spirit consumption must be much lower than his own mana consumption. But he didn't care. He just wanted to use his magic to consume Jason's fighting spirit. As Jason's fighting spirit was consumed, his attack power would be weakened unconsciously. This was what Klein discovered when fighting with many warrior professionals. And as the number of bone fragments floating in the air increased, the fighting environment became more and more suitable for him. So Klein had no intention of stopping. However, on the surface, he always kept a look as if he was about to give up. In order to make Jason feel that he was about to lose, increase his strength, and use more fighting spirit, Jason had been attacking for a long time and had begun to get impatient. He saw that although Klein seemed to be about to die, he could always resist his impact wave. He couldn't help but wonder if this kid was pretending. What he didn't know was that this seemingly fierce but continuous and steady attack was the easiest for Klein to accept. After a while, Jason saw that his attack was really fruitless. So he simply gave up the impact wave. He held the spinning stick tightly, and let the fighting spirit begin to gather at the tip of the spinning stick. The feeling of extreme danger appeared in Klein's heart. But this time, he did not choose to retreat and defend. Just now, Klein's proud defense was penetrated by Jason's explosive fist. He almost couldn't block the sound stream explosive fist. Jason's attack this time could definitely not be worse than the explosive fist. Klein took out the moonlight and pointed it at Jason. Arcane Enhancement, Burning Demon Heart, and Soul Amplification of Thelysis were activated at the same time. In this triple amplification state, he could briefly fuse Shadow Flame and Pyroblast Fire into one energy. Normally, this fusion cannot last long, and there is no way to make an effective attack. But in the current situation, he does not need to last long. 5 seconds. 5 seconds will be enough. At this time, Jason had already thrown his light punch, which seemed to have no strength. But Klein knew that this might be Jason's strongest attack. The secret of logistics fighting ray cut. At this time, Jason's fighting spirit was like flowing water. He hid the most explosive attack in an ordinary wave and hit Klein. And Klein? The moonlight sword wrapped in the fire of the explosion, and the shadow flame had turned into a pure dark red. He stabbed out his own ability. Your secret skills sound very powerful, so I'll give it a better name. Called Light and Shadow. How about the Blade of Light and Dark? This move was created by Klein, completely imitating the flame blade. He didn't have the kind of flame that burned everything in the Will of Fire. But this didn't mean that his qualifications were not good. The shadow flame was completely integrated into the fire of the explosion, with the moonlight sword as the foundation, plus the magic vibration, magic rotation, and super magic amplification. Klein used his own elemental blade for the first time, although it was a copycat version. Boom! The turbulence tore apart everything. The clouds in the sky were shattered, and the surrounding houses were reduced to ashes in an instant. This is not an explosion like the pyroblast. It is just the airflow generated when two attacks collide. When the Blade of Light and Darkness touched Jason's attack, Klein finally understood why his move was called Storm Cut. Storm, in the north, refers to the place where storms gather. The moment Storm Cut exploded, it was like a razor of storms gathering, sweeping across the field with endless storm razors. Klein's moonlight was instantly shattered, and his arm was instantly shattered because he held the moonlight. In the crisis, Klein immediately activated the mist form to avoid the large amount of physical impact brought by Storm Cut. So as to avoid being killed by the turbulence, Klein jumped into the sky with the help of the bone blade, stood on the top of a ruin, looked at the devastated building complex, and fell into deep thought. The power of Storm Cut was incredible. If Klein had not used the Blade of Light and Darkness, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground now. However, there is no if in a real battle. If you block it, you block it. Chapter 371, Jason's Death. Jason, standing on the ground, now regarded Klein as an opponent of the same level as him. The opponent's difficulty was beyond his imagination. Endless abilities, almost unlimited magic power, a wizard who could compete with fighters in close combat. All of this made him feel difficult. But what really scared Jason was Klein's age. He was too young. When he was young, he was also called a genius. But what was he doing when he was Klein's age? Is he complacent about breaking through the second level? Or is he overjoyed about getting his first magic weapon? The opponent already has the strength to compete with the 5th level. And Jason feels that the weaker 5th level may not even be Klein's opponent. Such a person cannot be a savage, or even an ordinary faction. Can actually block Lancia. There is such a wizard in the world. It's really beyond my imagination. You should not be from the north. Right? Klein shook his head and responded with only one sentence. Grila's eye. Kane. Haha. Such an identity can only fool children. Anyone with a little bit of brains will not think that you are really a member of the Grila's eye. We have fought and quarreled. How about we stop here? Klein paused slightly. How could he agree? This was also done to let Jason relax his vigilance. But what he didn't expect was that Jason was more murderous than him. When Klein hesitated, he had already rushed up. Bang! When Jason rushed directly at Klein, Klein had already made preparations. You've been fighting me for too long, and this is the moment I've been waiting for. Jason frowned slightly, not knowing what Klein meant by this. But he did not choose to stop and continued to approach Klein rapidly. The longer you fight me, the smaller your advantage will be. It's not just you. It's the same for almost everyone. I'm a person who is never afraid of a protracted war. Klein stood still, and Jason looked at him from a distance, and suddenly felt that he had a sense of nobility. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but now is obviously not the time to appreciate the opponent. He must kill Klein and eliminate the trouble forever, but just as he moved, the silver threads just now appeared again. And this time, they were much denser than the last time. Just now, because of the impact wave, Klein was broken into pieces of bone suspended around him. Each piece of bone could extend a silver thread, and the dense silver threads completely interrupted Jason's spirit. This is the dead bone chain. The more he moves, the more silver threads are wrapped around him, and the more magic he needs to fight Klein. Klein's total magic power had reached a high value of 1600 at this time. Under the continuous magic power suppression, Jason's speed was getting slower and slower. When he broke through the last few silver threads and rushed to Klein, Klein suddenly became taller. The King of Decay slowly got up from the ground. The moonlight had been broken and needed a lot of magic power to repair. So the King of Decay had no weapons at this time, and could only punch Jason. Bang! Jason struggled to block the King of Decay's punch. His body was already wrapped with dead bone chains, and was extremely stiff. And Klein's second punch had arrived. Boom! Jason blocked the punch with a straight punch, but his body was knocked out. Klein clasped his hands together, and under the surging magic power, two huge skeleton arms broke out of the ground and directly held Jason in the palm of the skeleton giant hand. Skeleton Power 10 Bone Prison. With a pair of skeleton giant hands as the core, layer after layer of bone prison appeared around Jason, blocking him layer by layer. The entangled dead bone chain, the tightly grasped hand of the Skeleton King, and the layer upon layer of bone prison have sealed all of Jason's vitality. Ah! He roared in despair. The fifth level in the desperate situation should never be underestimated. Jason's fighting spirit began to erupt continuously, and the dead bone chain broke one by one, and even the hand of the Skeleton King holding him began to crack. But it doesn't matter. Klein's bone prison is still increasing, layer by layer, and it is still tightening. Jason's spinning stick desperately bombarded Klein's bone prison. He broke one layer, and Klein cast two more layers. The two fell into a war of attrition again. Stalemate, fighting, stalemate, and continued fighting until Jason's fighting spirit was almost exhausted. And he finally broke through Klein's bone prison. At this time, Klein had also used up all his means of recovering magic, and there was not much magic left. He and Jason had been fighting for more than an hour. A battle of more than 10 minutes could be considered a protracted war, let alone an hour. For professionals in Tarila, the burst of fighting spirit and magic power is a matter of a moment. No one will stand there honestly to compete in fighting spirit, so an hour is really too long. Jason rushed out of the bone prison in a bloody mess. His hands were already covered with white bones, and his body was covered with scars. But he laughed at this time, because he felt that Klein must have stopped because his magic power was exhausted. Your magic power is so much that it is unbelievable. It is really so much that it is unbelievable. But that's it, without magic power, you can no longer release those bones. I am the winner after all. Just as Jason rushed towards Klein again, Klein's mouth curled up slightly. How could his magic power run out? All he did was to give Jason hope. To give him the hope of killing himself, so that he would not run away, and would want to kill himself at all costs, so that Klein would have the opportunity to kill Jason completely. Just as he was about to open the King of Decay again, a feeling of contempt for everything suddenly emerged from his heart, and he opened the flame will uncontrollably. Looking down from a high position, and despising everything as the manifestation of the will of flame, red flames began to emanate from Klein's body. And Klein at this time also gave Jason unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the power that erupted from Klein's body was truly completely suppressing him, even exceeding him several times. The red flame blade appeared at Klein's fingertips, and with a slight swing, Jason's life would be taken away. But this time, Klein once again suppressed the random burst of flames. The red flames gradually dissipated and returned to his body. But the flame blade did not extinguish in his hand, but became controllable. Klein carefully experienced the feeling just now. The feeling of controlling the flame made him clearly feel the improvement of magic control. This feeling is not bad. What are you talking about? Jason saw that Klein's arrogance dissipated, and the pressure on his body suddenly decreased. He knew that this was his last chance. And his palm with exposed finger bones pierced Klein's chest. ZZ! The smell of burning appeared between the two. Jason looked at his broken arm, and the neat cuts, and was speechless for a moment. Desperate will drove him to make the last attack. But the skeleton hands that kept stretching out on the ground made Jason more desperate. No, how could I lose to you? Poochie, Poochie, Poochie! His chest, abdomen, and thighs were all pierced by bone blades. Klein fixed Jason with bone blades and slowly walked to Jason's side. Just when Jason thought he was about to die, Klein actually took out a piece of bread that he had just eaten from the space ring and stuffed it into Jason's mouth. Every grain of rice is hard-earned. Well, people in this world don't farm. Klein looked at the approaching members of the Geo Expo, and then at Jason, and gave up this 5th level base with some regret. He is too weak now, and the will of a 5th level master is relatively strong. What he needs to do now is to save his life. Woo, woo! Klein chopped off Jason's head with a sword and put it in the ring. The flame blade dissipated, and Klein sat down next to Jason's headless body very tiredly. He was really too tired. He had never used so much magic power in a battle. The original bakery had completely become a ruin. Not only the bakery, but also the entire commercial area opposite the Land Expo was destroyed because of the battle between Klein and Jason. Klein wanted to light a cigarette for himself now, but unfortunately he didn't have one. He could only use the remaining magic power to take out a few pieces of dried meat from the ring and put them in his mouth to chew. The dried meat smelled a little fishy. Klein knew that it was not the smell of dried meat, but the blood foam inside. He was seriously injured, but he also won. He was in a very bad state at this time. But fortunately, he won after all. Although this battle happened unexpectedly, the victory of the battle was already something Klein expected. He carefully analyzed Jason's ability and the characteristics of fighters. They were fast, swift, and their attacks were fierce and continuous, while having very strong explosive power. The shortcomings were also very obvious. While only being able to fight in close combat, they also lacked close-range means. The impact wave punch was used and fell into Klein's fatigue trap. And Jason's defense was indeed not strong. Klein's attack could definitely hurt him. This caused him to consume some of his strength to deal with Klein's attack. And it was because of this that Klein slowly consumed him to death. After the battle subsided, some members of the Geo Expo began to look around to find Klein. When they found Klein, they could naturally see the headless Jason next to Klein. That's the boss, Nolian, a 4th level professional of the Geo Expo, was shocked at first. And then he turned his eyes to Klein, who was sitting next to Jason. Needless to say, Nolian also knew that it was this young man who killed Jason. Looking at Klein's tired face, Nolian had an idea in his mind. Is this man seriously injured now? Do we have a chance to kill him? Nolian was not the president, but a high-level member of the Geo Expo. He was thinking, if he killed Klein and avenged Jason, would he be able to become the president of the Geo Expo? Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. And a dangerous idea began to sprout in Nolian's mind. How dare you kill our president, brothers? Today I, Nolian, will lead the way and avenge the president. If you have the guts, follow me and kill him. To show my determination, I'll go first, brothers. Klein looked at Nolian, who was rushing over. His eyes were cold. His hands were cold. And his heart was cold. You are courting death. Chapter 372 Lilith arrives. Faced with Klein's somewhat amazing momentum, the members of the Geo Expo stopped for a while. They looked at each other, but no one stepped forward again. After all, Klein was the one who killed Jason. Jason had cast too many shadows on them. So when facing Klein, these people became a little hesitant. Of course, Nolian felt the footsteps of the salted fish behind him. But he knew that he couldn't stop at this time. People are blindly following. If he doesn't go up, others will be even more afraid to go up. This person must be dying. He has been sitting there without moving. It must be like this. He is dying. I just need to go up and finish him off. Nolian's thoughts are very self-comforting. But he is now a little bit in a dilemma. Nolian drew out his sword and quickly approached Klein. After all, he is a 4th level professional. At this time, he can't hesitate. Klein finally stood up. He was overdrawn in magic and couldn't use magic. Looking at Nolian rushing straight at him, Klein could only take out a bottle from his ring. Beheaded rabbit. Rank, 4th level. Grade, A strong. Introduction. Klein's power skeletons cover its body, and its claws and legs are as sharp as razors. There are so many people. If you use it like this, someone with ulterior motives will definitely notice it. To be honest, Klein didn't want to use the bottle in front of so many people. And he was even more so after learning that some ancient bottle objects were still preserved in the GS society. It's okay for one person to do it quietly. But if he uses it in public, if Esmond or some forces are interested in investigating, they will definitely find that he has a problem. It seems that there is no way. Since there is no way, there is no need to hesitate. Klein threw the bottle of beheaded rabbits out. Just as the bottle of beheaded rabbits was about to fall to the ground, a slender arm appeared in Klein's sight and caught the bottle of beheaded rabbits. Green hair was swept across Klein's face by the wind, and Lilith looked at him with a smile. It's not like you to fall to the point where you need to recruit your brothers to protect yourself. There is not a drop left. Klein looked at Lilith, who was teasing him, and suddenly laughed. Well, there is not a drop left. It's about magic power. Don't think too much. Lilith held the sword in one hand, blocked Norian's charge, and kicked him out with one foot. Lilith followed closely, and after the dark sword cut off one of Norian's arms, she turned her head and looked at Klein. Do you want this person? Klein knew that Lilith was talking about the bottle, but he really had no strength left now. His physical strength and magic power were both overdrawn, and there was not a drop of real power left. There are many wild monsters outside the northern border. I am really in bad shape now. You can handle it, anyway. The main goal has been solved. When Klein said this, Lilith had already understood what he meant. That is, Jason was dead. There was no need to kill all these people. Just kill the leader, and then make the scene bloody, and calm the people behind. Lilith nodded to show that she understood, and she burst her fighting spirit to the maximum, and the dark sword chopped vertically, splitting Norian directly in half. A large amount of blood fell into the air and drifted into the crowd with the wind. Many people in the Geo Expo usually just acted arrogantly and made a living by borrowing the name of the Geo Expo. They are the largest organization in Marion City. Usually no one would challenge them. In the past few years, it was okay. The old members followed Marion and dared to fight and kill. But it has been different in recent years. The Geo Expo has been too smooth. In recent years, the members of Marion have been a bit of a scoundrel. For example, now, after Nolium was killed, many newcomers panicked, because a 4th level master was defeated too quickly in front of Lilith, and the old president of the 5th level master also died. This means that there is probably no one in the Geo Expo who can defeat the woman on the opposite side. Not to mention what may happen after the person who killed the old president recovers. Some new members have quietly put away their weapons, slowly retreated to the outermost edge of the crowd, and then quietly left the crowd. This dispersion of the crowd means that they no longer have the opportunity to kill Klein, and the Geo Expo has completely dispersed. Lilith returned to Klein and looked at his arm that was almost shattered by Lancia, feeling a little emotional. Why did you fight him? Klein thought about it. The fight between him and Jason was too bizarre. Just like a quarrel between the two on the street. He didn't want to cause trouble. But Jason felt that he was very powerful and had to pretend in front of Klein. Now, he pretended to be in trouble. Klein didn't want to take action against Jason so early, because if he acted alone, the risk was too high. After Lilith came over, the two of them would act together, which would be truly foolproof. After all, Jason is at the top of the 5th level. Although Klein has many abilities that are restrained by him, he also lacks training and has many shortcomings. But the top of the 5th level is the top level. Klein wants to kill Jason, and there are too many conditions required. If he has a slight thought of escaping during the battle with Klein, Klein really can't do anything. Most of the time, Klein can only defeat him, but not kill him. This time, he was able to kill Jason, and luck was also involved. Can I say that the fight between him and me was completely a tragedy caused by bread? Bread? He asked you to make bread for him, and you refused, in the end. The two of you fought? Or did he dislike the bread you made? Then you were dissatisfied with each other and fought? Because the surroundings had been razed to the ground. Lilith didn't know that this was originally a bakery. When she heard Klein mention bread, she could only imagine this scene in her mind. She tried her best. Klein was stunned. Did you make up this situation in your mind? What do you mean by asking me to make bread for him? How could I make bread for him? The reason for the incident was this. This was originally a bakery. And then Jason and I met here by chance. Klein explained the situation to Lilith in detail. Although the process was a bit bizarre, it was a true story. Well, meeting Jason in a place like this, and letting him take the initiative to fight you. I don't know whether your luck is good or bad. Let's go back and rest. Lilith took the initiative to carry Klein. She was very tall and strong, so there was no problem carrying Klein. Klein was really tired now, so he didn't refuse Lilith. Being carried by Lilith was acceptable. Anyway, it was better than being carried like a princess. Being carried like a princess by a woman. The somewhat chauvinistic Klein felt a little ashamed. Klein lay on Lilith's back. His eyelids gradually became heavy, and soon he fell asleep in a daze. His injuries were not serious, and the broken bones could be recast. But the mental fatigue would take time to recover and eliminate. Chapter 373 Dialogue begins to set up the Shura field. Lilith did not disturb Klein. She also wanted Klein to have a good rest. So she took him to the suburbs far away from the city. After the two left the city, Dialogue landed first. He was still relatively honest in front of Lilith. Or rather, Dialogue was relatively honest in front of outsiders. Lady Lilith, I feel the aftermath of the Masters' battle. How is it? Have you dealt with the matter of the Geo Expo? What is his situation now? Compared to Duanli's slow speech and Yunbao's awkward chat, Dialogue spoke much more normally. At least similar to humans. And Lilith could communicate with him normally. Well, Jason has been killed by Klein. He is fine. But his body is a little weak. He should be able to recover after a while. Dialogue nodded and prepared to leave. Klein was fine. So there was no need for him to stay here. Looking at Lilith, Dialogue hesitated. He didn't know whether he should tell Lilith about Klein and Qianyu. And he was also one of the culprits, who caused the relationship between the two. The way of thinking of Warcraft is very different from that of humans. They rarely consider the emotional issues of their spouses, and always respect the strong. In Dialogue's opinion, Klein is strong enough to dominate the two mistresses. And it should be natural to tell the two. But Klein also told him that humans and Warcraft are different. And there are emotional issues between humans. So he should think carefully when he speaks and does things. After thinking it over again and again, Dialogue still chose not to tell Lilith. In the end, he was still afraid that Klein would beat him to death after waking up. However, when he went to secretly visit his wife and children at night, his second mistress, the second Princess Qianyu, had repeatedly warned him. If Klein and the first mistress Lilith had any news, he must tell her as soon as possible. So should he go now? This is another problem. Lilith and Klein still underestimated the way of thinking of Warcraft. Dialogue's thinking was like this. He didn't tell Lilith about Qianyu because Lilith didn't ask. And Klein also warned him not to talk nonsense. Then, there would be no problem telling Qianyu about Lilith and Klein. Because Qianyu had carefully requested it. Well, Dialogue was really too smart. This kind of thing where the bottle pitted its own master happened unknowingly. The unconscious Klein didn't know that Dialogue had arranged a Shura field for him in these few minutes. Madam, I'll leave now. Well, go ahead. Lilith set up the tent for Klein, made the bed, carried him inside, and then quietly practiced fighting spirit beside the bed. While Lilith was taking care of Klein, Dialogue had already brought news about her and Klein to Gerard Fortress in the north. Lord Dialogue is here. I'll go prepare the meat now. Mary, the keeper of White Crow Chile, looked at Dialogue with some excitement. And then she quickly went to prepare the feed. The princess had already explained that Black Crow Dialogue was the husband of White Crow Chile. And if Black Crow came in the future, he must be served with good food and drink. The breeder Meili was a little scared when she first came into close contact with the 5th level monster. But when she really came into contact with Dialogue, she found that it was a very interesting Black Crow. First of all, Dialogue could speak human language. And he could also tell jokes. And even some adult jokes that Meili had never heard before, which made Meili blush and feel funny. Needless to say, Dialogue learned all these from Eric, Joe, and Klein, and he learned very quickly. Dialogue also enjoyed the feeling of being respected. In Gerard Fortress, the guards and breeders here would call him Lord Dialogue, and would give him so much food that he could not finish eating, and comb his feathers. This unprecedented treatment was something that Dialogue would never be able to enjoy at Klein's place. So Dialogue liked to go here very much. His flying speed was fast. In just a few days, he had come to Gerard Fortress 3 times, just to enjoy the feeling of being a master here. But before becoming a master today, he had another thing to do, which was to bring the news of Klein and Lilith to Qianyu. Don't worry about that for now. I have something to report to Lady Qianyu today. Please inform her for me. Her Highness the Second Princess? Okay. I got it. Hearing that the matter was about the second princess, Meili did not dare to delay, nodded quickly, and left in a hurry. At this time, Qianyu was discussing some issues about the treatment of the Northern Army with Emery. It was a 2-person meeting. Because it was a private meeting, she did not let Genia impose martial law on the surrounding things. Meili came to Genia breathlessly, and said to Genia, Lady Genia, Lord Black Crow Dialogue has something important to ask Her Highness the Princess. Genia was shocked. Black Crow Dialogue was Klein's magic beast. The important news he mentioned must be about Klein. Klein might become the future husband of the princess. so he must report it in time. Okay. I know. You go back first. I will go to inform Her Royal Highness the Princess now. Yes. As Qianyu's closest guard and teacher of some combat guidance, Qianya has great authority. She even opened Qianyu's door without knocking. In the room, Emery looked at Qianya with some dissatisfaction. He finally had a chance to be alone with Qianyu. But Qianya came in and interrupted him at such an inappropriate time. He really didn't know what was going on. However, although Emery was dissatisfied, he couldn't say much to Qianya, because Qianya's status was very high, and he couldn't beat the other party. He could only look at Qianya with resentful eyes. Qianya glanced at Emery and knew what he was thinking. But her attitude towards Emery was similar to Qianyu's. A son who is as good as his father is like a dog. This is how life will end. Qianya thought to herself, look at Klein. He slept with the princess after just a few meetings. You are still here feeling smug for chatting with her. Alas, you will never have a chance in this life. Qianya passed Emery and walked straight to Qianyu's side, whispering a few words. Qianyu stood up immediately after hearing this, and walked straight out the door without even collecting the documents on the table. Go now. Emery looked at the materials on Qianyu's desk and the bright magic lamp on the table. The opportunity to be alone with the princess was gone, and the sadness was like a river. Qianyu quickly came to the beautiful nest of the white crow, and then told everyone to leave temporarily. Dialogue saw Qianyu coming and leaned down his huge body to nod to Qianyu. Master Qianyu, the master has killed Jason from the Earth Expo. But he is also exhausted and fainted. He is currently being taken to the outskirts of Marion by Master Lilith to recuperate. Master Lilith is taking care of him. At this point, Qianyu interrupted Dialogue and jumped onto Dialogue's back and said, let's talk on the way. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Dialogue was very impressed by Qianyu's swift and decisive actions. This style of doing things suited Dialogue's appetite. However, this was the first time that someone other than Klein sat on his back. Although it felt a little strange, Dialogue still flew directly out of Gerard Fortress. Chapter 374 Meeting Her Royal Highness. Klein slept for too long, because even if he was not fighting, he would usually put a lot of energy into research and synthesis. And it was common for him to not rest for several days in a row. To be honest, he hadn't rested well for a long time. Such a long coma was completely a spontaneous compensation mechanism of his body. Although Klein had been in a coma, his condition was still very stable. Lilith didn't care about this kind of waiting. Instead, she felt that it was good to be able to accompany Klein all the time. Not far from the two of them, Cloud Leopard was fiddling with the newly captured monster like a big cat. Well, it was still a swift wolf. I don't know if Cloud Leopard was bullied by the swift wolf when he was young. Why does he like to torment the swift wolf so much now? But Lilith didn't want to chat with Cloud Leopard. This guy's words were too scary. Chatting would only make people embarrassed. Lilith got up, walked to a place not far from Cloud Leopard, took out her weapon, and began to swing it mechanically. Some basic exercises of knights are so boring. They don't need to study and explore like mages. When they learn a certain combat technique, the rest is endless practice. Lilith was sweating after practicing for a while. She put away her weapon and leaned against the tree to watch the clouded leopard teasing the wind wolf. Anyway, she was free. However, at this time, the clouded leopard who had been teasing the wind wolf stopped. As both were in the bottle, they had Klein's own blood, and there was an inexplicable induction between them. Just like now, the swift wolf sensed the presence of Dialogue. Following the gaze of the clouded leopard, Lilith looked up at the sky. The sky? Her eyes were very sharp, at least much sharper than Klein, and she could see the black spot in the sky from a distance. Dialogue? Is there someone on his back? As Dialogue approached, Lilith gradually saw the person sitting on him clearly. A woman! And Lilith seemed to know her identity. There was no way. The Empress's family looked too similar. I don't know if it was because the Empress's bloodline was too strong. Although the three daughters were a little different from her, they were generally very similar. Just like the woman on Dialogue's back, she was too similar to the Empress Lilith had seen. And the eldest Princess Jinhua, coupled with the characteristics of black hair and black pupils, Lilith knew without thinking that this person was most likely the second princess. After Dialogue came, he looked at Lilith with a guilty look, and then looked at the tent. After confirming that Klein was not awake, he suddenly felt a little tougher. Lady Lilith. Lady Qianyu. Lilith did not ask Dialogue what he meant, But just watch Qianyu quietly getting off Dialogue. Being able to ride on Dialogue's back and make the unruly Dialogue very obedient already explains a lot. This woman must have a very close relationship with Klein, which does not need anyone to explain. Greetings, Your Highness. Lilith bowed slightly. No matter what the other party's intention was, she could not ignore the other party's identity in the north. Qianyu was different from Qianhua, the scoundrel. She was the most powerful princess in Tel Ella, the commander of the North Army, and had a large number of masters under her. Her power alone was enough to rival some large organizations. No matter which aspect, Lilith can't compare. Hello, Miss Lilith Anna. I came here today to see Klein's injuries. And by the way, to see you. Qianyu stated her purpose very directly. And by saying this, she also made clear the identity relationship between herself, Lilith, and Klein. She didn't put on airs, nor did she express any hostility towards Lilith. Qianyu is a very smart person, so she won't force Klein. Nor will she do something shameful like coercing Lilith. But she is really curious about Lilith, because she has checked the reports of Lilith and Klein many times. This time, in addition to wanting to see Klein's injuries and discuss the integration of the underground forces in the north in detail, the main purpose is to see Lilith herself. I think I can guess some of the reasons why Her Royal Highness came to visit Klein in person. But I don't quite understand why Her Royal Highness wants to see me. Lilith is different from Qianyu. She doesn't have that much confidence, so she slightly released some hostility towards Qianyu's arrival. To be honest, it's not the first time that Lilith has encountered Klein's unclear relationship with other women. But Qianyu can't be compared with those women. Her generosity made Lilith a little nervous, and her identity was the most primitive factor that caused this tension. No matter at any time or place, people can't ignore the clear effect brought by identity. Although Agatha's relationship with Klein is also unclear, Klein's attitude towards Agatha has always been very clear. That is, a cooperative relationship mainly based on Klein. And his attitude towards Agatha is also relatively tough. So although Lilith felt a little jealous, she was not too worried about Agatha, a woman who was not as strong as herself, had less potential, was not as good-looking as herself, and was also a member of a cult. Such a person would not pose any threat to her. At most, she would be a small episode in Klein's life. But Qianyu was different. Compared with Qianyu, what was her advantage? It seemed that there was none. Appearance? Maybe, but Qianyu's weak appearance was really attractive to men. Background? It was incomparable. Strength, if the Northern Border Army and a large number of masters under Qianyu were not counted, then she would have a little advantage. So in summary, the gap between herself and Qianyu was a bit huge. So big that she could not make up for it by her own efforts. If Qianyu clearly wanted to snatch Klein from her, then the only thing Lilith could count on was Klein's feelings for her. Qianyu seemed to see Lilith's nervousness, and she smiled very warmly. Don't be too nervous, Miss Lilith. I have no hostility towards you, and I won't do anything outrageous, such as snatching a man from you in front of you. If a princess did such a thing, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I said that today, in addition to wanting to see Klein's injuries and discuss with him the integration of the underground forces in the north. I also wanted to see you. But now Klein is still resting. I'm afraid I can't discuss the issue of the underground forces in the north with him. But can I go see him now? Hearing Qianyu's words, although Lilith was still very vigilant in her heart, she also let down some of her guard and nodded to Qianyu. Klein is still resting inside. Come with me. Qianyu followed Lilith and walked into the tent. Dialogue, who was outside, rolled his eyes and wondered if he should run away first at this time. If the two women started fighting, it would be too much to watch. However, thinking that Qianyu was still talking to Lilith inside and might take him away later, he gave up the idea of running away now. He glanced at the clouded leopard lying on the wind wolf with his head down, put on the momentum of a big brother, and said to the clouded leopard viciously, Hey, by meow, let me play with the little wolf under you. My name is Clouded Leopard. Not by meow. But Clouded Leopard didn't dare to talk back to Dialogue. Although they were both in the bottle, Dialogue was a 5th level S-level boss. If he bit him to death, Klein probably wouldn't be very angry. Okay. Big pot, what a shame. The Clouded Leopard was hanging the shivering Wind Wolf, lowered his head, and came to Dialogue. The Wind Wolf had already peed, just escaped from the leopard's mouth, and entered the crow's den again, a 5th level boss. Will you let the wolf live? Dialogue frowned when he heard the tone of the Clouded Leopard. He was not a human like Lilith, who would reason with the clouded leopard. What are you saying? Is it human language? Can't you learn if you can't speak? A bottle of spiritual language secret potion costs tens of thousands of tur. You eat it for free? Is it reasonable for human language to be spoken like this? The clouded leopard felt a little wronged. I have tried my best. Okay, you are not targeting me. Are you? Is the 5th level great? We are all colleagues. Do you think it's fun to bully me like this? Green Lord Silver never said that to me. I've been with Green Lord Silver. But she never said that. Dialogue narrowed his eyes, and pointed at the tent next to him with his wings. Heh. You still dare to talk back? You carried the mistress on your back. So great? You think I haven't carried her on my back? Did you see the black-haired one just now? She will be the mistress in the future. Cloud Leopard's brain was a little confused. How could Green Lord Silver suddenly become two? It's so hard to handle. In the tent at this time, Xianyu carefully checked Klein's broken arm. Although the injury was serious, she was not too worried. Because among the medical resources and information she had, there were no less than 10 ways to cure this kind of injury. Stormrazor's injury. I didn't expect Klein to be able to block the 5th level fighter Stormcut head-on and still be safe and sound. It's really amazing. Although Xianyu's strength is not top-notch, her vision and intelligence are definitely much better than Lilith's. She also knew something about the ultimate move of the logistics fighting technique Lan Qi. In her understanding, this powerful move can only be dodged, not defended. Unexpectedly, Klein was able to block it. And at the same time, he killed Jason. It was really amazing. At least Genia couldn't do it. Is this move powerful? Lilith asked. Yes. It's powerful. All the thousands of fighting spirit fluctuations are compressed into the shape of a blade, and then merged into one attack, and finally burst out with one move. It is a unique skill of logistics fighting. But how did he fight with Jason? Klein should be a relatively cowardly person, right? He would take the initiative to pick a fight with Jason at the entrance of the Geo Expo? Chapter 375. Klein wakes up. It's not him who is looking for Jason, but Jason who somehow found Klein. Lilith repeated to Xianyu what Klein had told her before. The reason why he fought with Jason. And Xianyu was also a little frightened. A normal person should bow to Jason. After all, he is a top-level 5th level person, and he can only bow to such a person. Unexpectedly, Klein not only chose to fight back, but also killed Jason by force, which is a bit ironic. Klein can kill Jason alone like this. I'm afraid many people didn't expect it, but the situation at that time must have been very dangerous. Otherwise, according to his character who can prepare for 2 months in Marion City because of Jason, a 5th level person, he would never take the initiative without full confidence, and it's not an unexpected situation. Xianyu's words made Lilith blame herself. If she could arrive earlier, Klein wouldn't have to take such a big risk. I am responsible for this. If I had arrived earlier, he wouldn't be so passive. If he and I joined forces, we would be able to deal with Jason without any mistakes. When Lilith mentioned her cooperation with Klein, her eyes showed unprecedented confidence and brilliance. She was the most confident one in her cooperation with Klein. This was a tacit understanding that she had developed through fighting together. This brilliance in Lilith's eyes also infected Xianyu, who was standing beside her. And she couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Lilith, you were full of confidence when you said these words. It's really charming. No wonder Klein likes you. Lilith was stunned for a moment, then stared at the princess and asked, what about the princess? I also want to know. How far has the relationship between the princess and Klein developed? Xianyu was already prepared for Lilith's question. She turned her head and looked at Lilith, and said without hesitation, what should have happened has happened. Xianyu's straightforwardness made Lilith's body stiffen for a moment. She was a little unconvinced and a little sad. She and Klein were together after many setbacks. This is the beauty that she has always remembered in her heart. And it is also what she is happy about. But now listening to Xianyu's words, the other party had a relationship with Klein in 2 months. Isn't this too fast? Lilith couldn't accept it. Klein has only been in the north for more than 2 months. Isn't your relationship developing too fast? Xianyu tilted her head, thought about it, and added, to be precise, Klein and I have only met 4 times. Okay, 4 times. If you were not a princess, but a woman like Agatha, I would have punched you by now. Lilith suppressed her anger and forced herself to calm down. The other party was a princess. If I beat her, Klein would be in trouble. Are you telling me this? Your Highness? Are you showing off? But this time, Qianyu showed a different look. She put away her confidence and said seriously, I never mean to show off to you. If I do, it's just envy. Envy? Why? Lilith asked with a little surprise. Qianyu lowered her head, letting her black vertical hair cover her expression. And then she stroked Klein's face with her fingers. This action made Lilith feel uncomfortable. But she didn't stop it, because she had touched Klein's face many times when she sent Klein back. Because the reason we had sex was that I took the initiative to seduce him. But you are different. You really got together because of feelings. It's a very pure love. I want to leave my own offspring. And I also want to experience the feeling of love. I have to consider my own status. There are not many people who can meet my requirements. Or very few. Whether it is to leave offspring or choose a husband. I need to find someone with potential, strength, and background. Klein is the first person I have set my sights on in all these years. So I seduced him with my own purpose, very utilitarian. Right? But the truth is like this. I will answer you like this. Are you a little surprised? In addition to these, Qianyu actually hit a little bit. That is, she really likes Klein. But Klein said that he would not abandon Lilith because of her. In Qianyu's opinion, this was her defeat. She didn't want to lose in front of Lilith. So she would feel better. A princess would actually seduce a man with a girlfriend. It was really unexpected. But after hearing what Qianyu said, Lilith felt a little better. Your Highness, you are really straightforward. Don't panic too much. I am the third party. You are the principal wife. But you have to work hard. If one day you don't perform well, and I take Klein away, don't cry secretly. Qianyu seemed to have put away her emotions at this time. And the confidence and calmness she had before returned to her. She was a princess. But she was not as powerful as the empress. So she had to keep her emotions stable. It was better to have fewer moments of true feelings. Perhaps it was Qianyu's straightforwardness. Or perhaps it was her courage to admit her purpose. Lilith was no longer hostile to Qianyu at this time. But the lack of hostility did not mean that she could accept it. No. Even if it was your highness, I would not give you the slightest chance. Lilith knew very well that she would not give anyone a chance. She still had a way to go. That is, to become the king of black. As long as she wanted to become the king of black and the strongest of the new 9 kings. Then, even if Qianyu was the new empress, there would be no way to shake her position. Qianyu smiled and did not comment on Lilith's answer. She was not the kind of person who would give in. Just as Qianyu Ming said, now she admitted that her relationship with Klein was a third party's interference. And admitted that she and Klein were just lovers. But if Lilith doesn't perform well enough, she will definitely choose to take advantage of the situation. Replace Lilith and become the real mistress. And at that time, she will directly announce that Klein will be her husband and make this matter a reality. As for whether she will take action, it depends on whether Lilith can keep up with Klein. Okay, let's end the conversation between the rivals. This bottle of potion is called Alice's Healing Potion. It belongs to the potion category, which should be quite expensive. But it is enough to heal Klein's injuries and will not leave scars. I am staying here because we don't like each other. And your short separation is better than a new wedding. So I won't disturb your world of two. Qianyu turned and went out of the door. Jumped on Dialog's back. Looked at Lilith and said, I can see that he has a lot of ideas. And the resources of the North can make his ideas come true. So about the issue of integrating the forces of the North. Lilith interrupted Qianyu before she finished her words. Integrating the forces of the North can bring huge resources and benefits to Klein. And I won't interfere with him in any way. You don't need to remind me, Your Highness. I know what to do and how to help Klein. Qianyu was not angry about Lilith interrupting her, but just raised her eyebrows, laughed, and then patted Dialog on the back and said, Dialog, let's go. Dialog glanced at Lilith and thought a little guilty. There's something wrong with the way Mistress Number 1 looks at me. Is she angry? No. I have to find a way to remedy it. Dialog said to Lilith calmly, Lord Lilith, the task of meeting the 2 adults has been completed. I will take Lord Qianyu back first, and then come back to protect the master. This kind of equal tone made Lilith slightly feel a little good about Dialog. And the dissatisfaction just now also dissipated. Is this Dialog's task? Yes. The brains of the monsters are not very good. He is a monster. Why should I care about him? Well, go ahead. Yes, Lord Lilith. Qianyu looked at Dialog with a smile. This black crow is really smart and actually understands women's minds. He can also coax women. It's not easy, however. Qianyu didn't say it out loud, because it would not be good for her to embarrass Dialogue. Only after he flew up, she whispered, Dialogue, you are very smart. Master Qianyu. I don't know what you were talking about, Dialogue said righteously. Then do you think I have a better chance? Or Lilith has a better chance? You tell me. I won't tell Lilith. I'm just a monster. Can you please not ask me questions that always offend people? It's tiring to be Klein's monster leader. Hurry up and get a stronger monster to help me share the burden. It doesn't make any difference to me who is the mistress. For me, Master Klein's orders are everything. Although Dialogue's words have some dog-licking meaning, they are the most real thoughts of a bottle. Dialogue's answer surprised Qianyu a little. She didn't quite understand how Klein tamed the monster. This kind of loyalty is really incredible. Qianyu nodded and said approvingly, you are right. Loyalty to Klein is the most important. After watching Qianyu leave, Lilith returned to Klein with a complicated look. She carefully applied the Alice healing potion that Qianyu left for Klein. This was a real top-grade healing potion. She would not give up using it on Klein because of Qianyu. At night, Klein finally woke up slowly. He first looked at his scabbed right hand, then looked at Lilith, who was sitting by the window, and smiled gently. Thank you for your hard work. How long have I been unconscious? More than 3 days. It was actually 3 days? I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be unconscious because of running out of magic power. Klein touched his head. The sequelae of excessive use of magic power were still there. But he couldn't stop now. There were still things to do. Seeing Klein getting up, Lilith frowned slightly. Why don't you take a break? You're still in a bad state. Klein looked towards Marion City with sharp eyes. It's not time to rest yet. I still have things to do. Come with me. Go now. What for? Marion City. Deal with the remaining things of the Geo Expo. Chapter 376 ST02 Shield Guardian Shield. Marion City. The headquarters of the Geo Expo. The current president of the Geo Expo, Anton, and the executive director, Ueshio, have died at the hands of Lilith. Klein looked at the remaining members of the Geo Expo indifferently and said, I am Kane, the 5th leader of the Eye of Grilla. Jason, the former president of the Geo Expo, Nolian, Ueshio, and the current president, Anton, have all been appointed as leaders. All the resources, halls, and territories of the Geo Expo will be officially taken over by the Eye of Grilla from today on. As for you, I will give you 3 days to consider. Either join the Eye of Grilla and follow the arrangements and divisions of the leader, Baizini. You can either adapt to the new job or quit. I hereby solemnly warn you that if you quit, do not take away any items related to the Geo Expo, as these items now belong to the Eye of Grilla. If you do not listen to the advice, you will be killed without mercy if you are found out. Well, I have finished my words. Those who want to quit can quit now. As soon as Klein finished speaking, some people moved. They were the first to leave the Geo Expo. Most of these people were old people who followed Jason. The Geo Expo was taken over by the Eye of Grilla, and they could not accept it. The rest of the people were basically newcomers. They were for life. It made no difference to them whether Marion belonged to the Geo Expo or Grilla. At this time, Baizini's men were recording the space rings, supplies and other items collected by the Geo Expo one by one. 70 to 80% of these supplies would be directly converted into money or elemental materials by Klein and taken away. The remaining part was handed over to the princess, leaving only about 10% for operation. As for how to operate it, that was Baizini's business. Although Klein was very greedy, Baizini did not dare to have any opinions. He had received news that Kane fought with Jason at the gate of the Geo Expo and finally killed Jason in front of many members of the Geo Expo. No one knew that Klein was forced to fight. In their opinion, Klein and Jason must have come to the door to fight at the gate of the Geo Expo. This kind of strength and courage to challenge the old 5th level masters at the gate of the Geo Expo has already brought a bit of legendary color. Now some of the new members of the Eye of Grilla joined because they admired Kane's bravery and domineering, and dared to challenge the old top masters. Kane's prestige in the northern territory of Grilla has reached a very outrageous level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the spiritual symbol of their Eye of Grilla in the north. The business of the Geo Expo was very diverse, and the various materials were also in a mess. Klein handed most of the things to Baizini to deal with. There was no other way. He was not a salesperson. and it was too troublesome to toss about. Klein touched his head, as if this could relieve his fatigue. The integration of Marion is up to you. The Northern Army should also take some action in a few days. Continue with the elemental materials. I'm leaving first. This time, after killing Jason head-on, Klein felt that he had some insights into the battle again. He was ready to take a good rest and digest the recent achievements. Both the cities of Oud and Marion had been completely captured. He had integrated 2 of the 11 cities in the north. And now there were 9 left. It seemed that unifying the chaotic forces in the north was not far away. Baizini looked at Klein, who looked a little tired, and nodded. Don't worry. I will take care of it. Baizini thought this time was the same as before. But Klein added, no. The situation this time is different from the previous times. This time, I may rest a little longer. Klein had a new idea about the integration of the north at this time. This time, he needed to make some deeper preparations, such as the strength of his subordinates, equipment, and the bottle, all of which needed to be well integrated. In addition to the North Army, there is another behemoth in the north. That is, the Warhammer Academy, and he also needs to understand it himself. Baizini nodded again, and at this time, he was like a little brother in front of Klein. Okay, I will take care of the things in the city of Wout and the city of Marion during this period. Klein nodded with satisfaction and took Lilith back to his residence. After making sure to rest, Klein first rolled the sheets with Lilith for a few days without shame, which was really crazy. Klein didn't know that Qianyu had met Lilith. He just felt that Lilith was particularly enthusiastic these days, and almost met all his requirements. He could only sigh slightly. It turned out that Lilith was also addicted. And a short separation was indeed better than a new marriage. Qianyu was the princess anyway. Klein always felt a little uncomfortable in front of Qianyu. He still preferred to be with Lilith. After a few days of salted fish life, Klein devoted himself to the intensive equipment forging work. Although his magic power had exceeded 1,000 points at this time, he had not yet performed 5-item synthesis because he was too busy recently. After continuous looting battles, Klein not only gained a lot of wealth, but also a lot of magic weapons and rare items. After leaving some of the items suitable for his team members, Klein decided to synthesize all the other items. At this time, after trying to put 5 items into the synthesizer, he discovered the difference between the synthesis of 5 items and other previous synthesis situations. In the past, Klein's 5-item synthesis was all exclusive formulas provided by the synthesizer, without consumption, but now it is different. The results of the synthesis are very different. For example, the following situation: Fingernail of the Spiral King, God Material, plus Yerish Mechanical Saber, Magic Weapon, plus Rocklack Middle Armor, Magic Weapon, plus Ice Staff, Magic Weapon, plus Original Arcane, Level 5 Material. 59% chance of synthesis failure. 22% chance of obtaining miracle materials. 10% chance of obtaining miracle items. 9% chance of obtaining God level. The synthesizer actually failed to synthesize. But the other probabilities and items seem to be much clearer. This forced Klein to make some new attempts, such as the current situation: Book, Ordinary, plus Book, Ordinary, plus Book, Ordinary, plus Book, Ordinary, plus Book, Ordinary. 10% chance to get an ordinary book. 89% chance to get a rare book. 1% chance to get a magic weapon book. 5 ordinary items actually have a chance to appear as a magic weapon. Isn't it very attractive? And there is an 89% chance to get a rare book, which is stable, but thinking about using 1,000 magic points to exchange for a rare book, Klein felt very stupid. 1,000 magic points. 1,000 magic points in exchange for money is how much money? I feel that 5-item synthesis is the true meaning of the synthesizer, but although the synthesizer gives detailed probabilities, the actual return is still very disappointing. Klein made many more attempts, and the results were all very disappointing. Almost guaranteed to lose money. This situation made Klein not quite understand what the meaning of 5-item synthesis is, until he put Jason's pair of spinning sticks into the first synthesis slot of the synthesizer. The synthesizer actually gave an additional prompt: Akishi's Fist, Magic Weapon. An excellent synthesis base material. You can make a more optimized synthesis around it. Excellent base material. This situation is somewhat similar to the 5-item synthesis of the bottle. Then Klein tried 4-item synthesis, and this prompt seemed to disappear. It seems that only 5-item synthesis can have such an exclusive prompt. Klein repeatedly performed many synthesis methods, with Akishi's Fist as the base material. And finally only 2 of them satisfied him the most. Because the results of these 2 syntheses were miracles. Akishi's Fist plus Philo Helmet plus Rocklack Middle Armor plus Modric plus Life Guardian. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the miracle item. ST02 Shield Guardian Shield Miracle. Akishi's Fist plus Evil Spirit Gloves plus Moloch Sword plus Demori's Long Sword plus Destroyer Military Battle Axe. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the miracle item. ST04 Saber Slashing Blade Miracle. Klein was a little confused and happy when he saw these 2 results. Both syntheses use 5 magic weapons, and did not use any miracle items. But in terms of results, they are all real miracle items, which is beyond Klein's imagination. Klein gave up ST04 Saber Slashing Blade without much thought, because his attack power is too strong, especially now that he has the Will of Flame. After slowly mastering the Will of Flame, his attack power will reach an incredible level. Although his defense is also very strong, and Klein has always paid attention to his defense. He adds to his defense whenever he has something, such as the Mist Dragon Power, Skeleton Multiple Protection, Frost Protection, Shadow Guardian, etc., which are all defensive abilities. He seems to have strong defensive abilities, but when he met Jason, Klein realized that his defense is not strong enough. At least, he can't block a move like Storm Cut with his current defense. So, Klein chose ST02 Shield Guardian Shield, almost without hesitation. Akishi's Fist plus Philo Helmet plus Rocklack Middle Armor plus Modric plus Life Guardian. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the miracle item. ST02 Shield Guardian Shield Miracle. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got ST02 Shield Guardian Shield Miracle. ST02 Shield Guardian Shield. Grade Miracle, exclusive to Ancient Ruins. Effect 1 Physical Weakening. Physical damage to you will be automatically weakened by 10%. Effect 2 Magic Weakening. Magic damage to you will be automatically weakened by 20%. Effect 3 Extraordinary Strong. After wearing the Guardian Shield, your physique will be additionally plus 10. Effect 4 Guardian Shield. ST02 automatically defends you. Introduction 1. Special Equipment of the Super Magic Era. It is a special equipment developed by the military for the New Humans in ancient times, and can only be used by people with the blood of the New Humans. Introduction 2. One of the ST series. It has some inexplicable connections with other ST series equipment. Fuck. Awesome. Chapter 377 Grendel Golden Link Sword. ST02 has very strong attributes. No trash attributes at all. And just as it is introduced, it is a piece of equipment that is completely designed for defense. The ST series is an exclusive equipment customized by the ancient military for the New Humans. In addition to ST02, Klein currently only has the Klein book as an exclusive equipment. However, ST02 is exclusive to the New Humans, which means that people with Ancient Relics or Ancient Relics blood can use it. Based on what Klein knows now, he and Joe should be able to use this equipment. This thing looks a bit like a high-level military uniform, and it is a standard equipment that is specially made to have this attribute, which is quite amazing. Klein really wants to see what the attributes of other ST series are like, and whether the ST series can be put together to produce a set effect or something. But unfortunately, there is no base material that can synthesize the ST series. Don't be greedy. Let's take a look at something else. With the outline of the 5-item synthesis, Klein began to carefully study the effect of the 5-item synthesis. It's not that there is no fixed synthesis formula, but Klein is not very satisfied with the hints given, and a large part of the final synthesis results are magic weapons. He has no shortage of magic weapons now, and he can decompose the discarded magic weapons to obtain magic weapon strengthening fragments. So it sounds a bit stupid to use 5 magic weapons to synthesize a magic weapon. Maybe that magic weapon is very powerful, but he doesn't know the specific properties until it is synthesized. What if the synthesized one is garbage? After thinking it over and weighing the pros and cons, Klein decided to give it a try. Roy's Skin Magic Weapon. An excellent synthesis base material. You can make a more optimized synthesis around it. Roy's Skin is a cloak. According to the synthesis rules of ST02 and ST04 above, Klein knows that if it is used as a base material for special synthesis, it must be added with items of the same type. Klein still wants a piece of clothing or a cloak, preferably something cooler. So he rummaged for a long time and finally gathered 5 pieces of clothing items. It's a bit stubborn to use 5 magic weapons to synthesize a magic weapon. But Klein can still afford this. Roy's Skin plus Syndro plus Underworld Armor plus Flame Vestment plus Doom Wrist Guard. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the item, Abyss Magic Weapon. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got Abyss Magic Weapon, Abyss. Grade, Magic Weapon. Effect 1 Power of the Abyss. Wrap your weapon with the power of the Abyss. And various negative effects of the Abyss will be attached when attacking. Effect 2 Disguiser. Let you disguise yourself as an Abyss monster and hide. Effect 3 Spirit Cloth. Slightly make your body lighter. Introduction. A mask from the Abyss. It can make assassins and killers more sharp. How to say it? This equipment is not bad, but it seems to be more suitable for Lilith. And it is synthesized from 5 magic weapons. This magic weapon does not have a very obvious attribute advantage. Klein knows that this business is already a loss. If the previous 5 magic weapons are decomposed, Klein should be able to get dozens of fragments. It should be okay to give it to Lilith. Klein started to try again. This time, he wanted to make equipment for his subordinates and himself. Klein's ideal state is to make a miracle equipment for all members of the team, and all magic weapons of himself and Lilith plus 10. And he can also buy some equipment to restore mana. After searching and trying various things, Klein found that there seemed to be no magic weapon suitable as a base material. Now that I think about it, I feel a little sorry for the magic weapons I disassembled before. What if there is a suitable base material? Wouldn't it be a big loss, since he couldn't find a suitable base material? Klein simply sat down and synthesized it himself. He needed to make a magic wand for Joe, a sword for Becky, and a defensive item for Eric. As for the strengthening of his and Lilith's equipment, it can be considered at the end. After determining the general direction, Klein began to synthesize magic wands, swords, and armor. This time he chose to randomly synthesize 2 to 3 items, because although the randomness is high, the magic cost is the lowest. This boring synthesis lasted for about a month. Joe and Eric's materials were relatively smooth, but Becky was really a pitfall. The number of times 2 items were synthesized reached tens of thousands. Even if the magic consumption of 2 items was only 1, tens of thousands of times would still require tens of thousands of magic. His current daily magic recovery, including equipment, is only about 400 to 500. This does not include the synthesis of rare items into magic tools, which requires 3 items to synthesize, 15 sword weapons and magic tools, tens of thousands of magic. Really pitfalls. It took Klein nearly 2 months to synthesize 3 base materials that can be upgraded to miracles for 3 people. The good news is that Klein finally found a way to synthesize miracle items. Although the cost is huge, miracle items are hard to come by. He can now mass produce, which is already very good. Destiny plus Ruby Greatsword plus Fine Gold Greatsword plus Spirit Wine Greatsword plus Death Speaker Sword. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the miracle item, Golden Link Sword Glendale Miracle. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got Golden Link Sword Glendale Miracle, Glendale Golden Link Sword. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Magic Surge. Every time Glendale attacks, a part of your power will mutate, with additional magic damage. Effect 2 Gold Link. Glendale can connect magic and launch long-range attacks. Effect 3 Magic Block. Block with Glendale to block the opponent's next spell. The power of the spell cannot exceed your rank. Effect 4 Blade Separation. Break Glendale into sections of blades and shoot them out at once. Introduction. It is a giant sword made of ruby, fine gold, and powerful magic, and it can extend with magic. Klein looked at Glendale and almost prepared to give it to Lilith. But after thinking it over, he decided to give it to Becky, because Lilith's Soul Reaper is much stronger than Glendale, and Becky and her team are almost at level 4. And the elite of level 4 are completely worthy of a miracle weapon. The Golden Connection Sword can make up for Becky's lack of long-range combat power. And it also has additional damage from magic attributes, which can also enhance Becky's problem of more defense and less damage. There is also magic blocking, which is a very suitable defense method for knights. As long as the blocking is effective, it can completely offset a magic attack. Finally, there is the explosive ability, Blade Separation. Becky can completely add her own holy light power to increase the power of this skill. Overall, this sword is still very suitable for Becky. Chapter 378, The Devouring Wand and the Alien Helmet. The second piece of miracle equipment is even stronger. Or it can be said to be the strongest piece of miracle equipment among Klein's recent pieces of miracle equipment. Because according to the number of effects and prompts, this piece of equipment should be a top-level miracle equipment. Demon Soul plus Cat's Tail plus Elemental Staff plus Domination Staff plus Ogre Magic Staff. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the miracle item, Turbid Soul Body Devouring Wand, Miracle. Synthesizing. Please wait. You got Turbid Soul Body Devouring Wand, Miracle, Turbid Soul Body Devouring Wand. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Body Devouring, your Strength -7. Constitution -7. Agility -7. Effect 2 Turbid Soul, your Magic Power +77. Your Casting Speed +7%. Your Magic Power Consumption -7%. Effect 3 Super Magic, your Magic Power increases by 25%. This attribute takes the maximum value. Klein's book is 30%. Effect 4 Evil Spirit Summoning. Consume 100 points of magic power and summon the Evil Spirit Messenger of LZC Zulu, 5th level. Effect 5 Magic Constitution. The effect of your meditation to increase the total magic value increases by 100%. And your other attribute increases decrease by 50%. Introduction 1. The Evil Spirit Messenger. VRZC Zulu. Lives inside the Soul Turbid Wand. Introduction 2. The Soul Turbid Wand is too powerful. It will corrode your body without you knowing it. Needless to say, this thing is definitely prepared for Joe. And this wand is really suitable for Joe. With the skeleton enhancement, Joe's physique, strength, and agility are enough to withstand the negative effects of the Devourer. I'm afraid that half of the wizards who replaced him really can't stand it. The effect of the Turbid Soul can greatly, even hugely increase Joe's magic limit, increase the casting speed, and reduce the consumption of magic. 77 magic is definitely a drizzle for Klein. But for Joe, it is life-saving, even if Joe breaks through the 4th level. Without long-term meditation accumulation, it is not certain whether his magic is 100 or not. The Turbid Soul is increased by 77, which is simply a doubling effect. Not to mention the Evil Spirit Summoning, a 5th level Big Brother for free. Summoning spells are also suitable for necromancers. The reason why Joe doesn't use summoning spells is not because he doesn't know how to use them, but because summoning spells consume a lot of energy, are unstable, and cost money. The Magic Constitution is an excellent long-term attribute that can steadily increase Joe's magic. As for Eric's stuff, it's more slick. But Klein thinks that this thing is quite suitable for him. New Barely Alien Skull. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Alien. Summoning consumes some of your blood to summon an alien. Effect 2 New Barely Shield. A shield appears based on the total value of strength, constitution, agility, and magic. Effect 3 Silent Whisper. You will always hear the voice of aliens. Effect 4 New Barely Glory. You are always immune to some strange abnormal states. Well, how can I say it? Among the 3 pieces of equipment, Eric's piece is definitely the worst. And it is even unworthy of the word miracle equipment. Its attributes are even a bit funny. Just like those weird things that Klein has synthesized before. Well, let's treat everyone equally. Everyone has miracle equipment, including Eric. As for equipment attributes, let them figure it out. Klein put down the new Barelia helmet and turned to study his and Lilith's equipment. Jidogo City is the weapons distribution center of the entire North. At this time, the largest gang in Jidogo, the Unicorn Guild, is holding a meeting on the integration of underground forces in the North. The top leaders of the Unicorn Guild are divided into 2 factions, the Radicals and the Stables. The Stables hope to maintain the status quo. They are used to the current development rhythm, making money, not much pressure, and not high risk. But the Radicals are different, because the news that the Eye of Grayla has integrated the city of Oot and Marion has spread. And the Radicals of the Unicorn Guild feel that their union can also integrate the forces of Jidogo. The main reason why they didn't do this before was because the Northern Army didn't allow it. Now that the hole has been opened, the worst thing is to give the princess a little more benefits. Although the 2 factions have different opinions, their attitudes towards the Northern Army and Shinyu are completely consistent. None of them have proposed to surrender to the princess. The Eye of Grayla was only allowed after surrendering to the princess, and was ignored by many people because they all agreed that the Northern Army could not take action against the underground forces. Otherwise the entire Northern Territory would riot. If a beast tide occurs at this time, or a superclass monster appears, the cost of the Northern Territory cannot be borne even by Shinyu. After years of tyranny and peaceful life, The top leaders of the Unicorn Union have become very arrogant. They think they know the situation in the Northern Territory very well. And they are also determined that the princess will not let the Northern Army participate in this incident. Even after 2 months, many people still have a skeptical attitude towards Jason's death. Jason, don't care about his character. But he is definitely a top-level 5th-level strength. If such a person were to reach their Jiajuogo, he would definitely be a top boss. But at present, the top leaders of Unicorn generally believe that Jason was assassinated by the masters of the Eye of Grilla. The Eye of Grilla became the White Organization, and it should have reached some agreement with the princess. It is nothing more than a concession. The news that has been exposed now is just a smokescreen and cannot be taken seriously. After the Eye of Grilla unified the cities of Ute and Marion, their steps have stopped, and they should not continue to expand. The top leaders of Unicorn are also in a state of muddling through. What they are currently discussing is whether to follow the example of the Eye of Grilla and integrate the forces of Jiajuogo. While these people were arguing endlessly, Raymond, a cadre of the Unicorn Guild, had a different opinion. What if the princess really wants to unify the underground forces in the north, if the Eye of the North, and that Baizini, have really surrendered to the princess? Then their next target will naturally be Gajo, because Gajo is the nearest city to Marion. As the largest guild in Gajo, the Unicorn Union is complicated and entangled with forces, and will definitely suffer the most serious blow. Although Raymond is a cadre of the Unicorn, he is just making a living. He is still young and has not really enjoyed life. He does not want to die in this place without knowing why. So, Raymond began to conduct a careful investigation of what happened in Marion City. He had to make full preparations, and the first preparation was to find out who killed Jason. Raymond left the meeting room of the Unicorn executives on the pretext of going to the toilet. In his opinion, this kind of quarrel is really meaningless, and it is nothing more than some petty disputes. The subordinates he sent to investigate had returned by now. Compared to the masters upstairs, who were used to enjoying themselves, Raymond preferred to seize new opportunities that could allow him to soar to the sky. Ajay, how is the investigation going? Is it really the man named Kane who killed Jason? Ajay took a breath, drank several glasses of water in a row, and then sat down and slowly said yes. The person who killed Jason was indeed the Kane. Chapter 379, The Dirty Unicorn Guild. The 5th leader of the Eye of Grilla. Kane, a man whose name has never been heard of, could actually kill Jason alone? Who is this guy? Are there any more specific information? After Raymond repeated Kane's name, he asked his subordinate Mike beside him. There are many different opinions about Kane's identity, but after I bribed an old member of the Eye of Grilla, I got some very outrageous news about Kane. Raymond raised his eyebrows. Outrageous? How outrageous? Tell me in detail. After thinking for a while, Mike slowly said, "It is said that this Kane was recruited by the leader of the northern border of Grilla, Baizini, when he was recruiting people with rewards in the city of Hut more than 2 months ago. When they found Kane and returned to the base, the two of them met secretly. They talked for a while. Originally, Baizini was just a scoundrel who relied on his mouth every day. But after a secret talk with Kane, Baizini's way of doing things changed greatly. He immediately gathered people and said that he was going to take over the Flying Snake mercenary group. At that time, many old members thought that their boss had gone crazy. But what happened later was like a dream. Kane conquered cities and territories. Those difficult gangs could not last a day under his hands. The only organization in the city of Wote that lasted for a long time was the branch of the Skull and Bone Society. After unifying the underground forces of Wote, Kane's footsteps did not stop. He soon came to the second city, Marion. After arriving in Marion, Klein cleared all small organizations except the Land Expo in just 2 days. But in order to deal with the Land Expo, it took 2 months. Finally, Kane went to the Geo Expo alone and killed Jason, a 5th-level master. At the entrance of the Geo Expo, Kane's story is indeed bizarre. He has joined the Eye of Jarila for only 2 months. But he has already integrated 2 cities for the Eye of Jarila. Others do not know the specific situation. But if other people in the north hear it, 9 out of 10 will not believe it. Raymond is a very careful and attentive person. He will not immediately deny the authenticity of something just because it sounds outrageous. If this Kane story is true, then it can only mean one thing: that Kane is not a member of the Eye of Jarila. And even saying that he joined the Eye of Jarila has a purpose. The Eye of Jarila in Yut City is very weak, and it is not bad to say that it is dilapidated. Although it is not that bad, It is basically a propaganda organization that relies on words. Kane should have specially found such an organization with a relatively loud name, but very weak. And he and Bizini should have reached some agreements. Kane needs a suitable identity. And the identity of the fifth leader of the Eye of Grilla is very good. After having this identity, he began to take action against other organizations. Such a person is definitely not a member of the Eye of Grilla. Raymond is very sure in his heart. This guy named Kane should be someone of Her Royal Highness. He is an unknown master specially sent by Her Royal Highness to integrate the underground forces in the north. This person is at least a top-level 5th-level master. It is precisely because he joined the Eye of Grilla, and even controlled the Eye of Grilla, that the princess gave the Eye of Grilla the identity of the White Organization. If Kane is someone of the princess, then those outrageous agreements from the Eye of Grilla can also make sense. After hearing Raymond's analysis, Mike was a little worried about his future. Is Her Royal Highness going to integrate the North, boss? Do you want to report this matter? Raymond glanced at Mike and said dissatisfiedly, Mike, I originally thought you were very smart and your brain was active enough. So I reused you and told you these very confidential things. But why did you get confused about this matter? Mike didn't quite understand why Raymond scolded him. So he could only say weakly, boss, just arrange whatever you want. Raymond raised his head. With a somewhat strategic posture, he drew a few points on the glass, and then marked the first letter of each city. If Her Royal Highness is really determined to integrate the underground forces in the north, she will basically have no obstacles with her strength. The only one who can really stop Her Royal Highness is the Warhammer Academy. Unless the Warhammer Academy enters the scene in person, anyone who stands in front of the princess will be ruthlessly crushed by her. The princess is so cruel? Isn't she afraid of the unrest in the north? The princess is afraid of nothing. The things that really scare her have not happened yet. Raymond had another sentence that he didn't say. That is, the princess is backed by the Empress. The Empress can even kill a monster like ISS. So what is there for the princess to be afraid of? As a native of the north, Raymond had witnessed ISS's figure once in the north, when he was still a teenager. That kind of horror was like a god. At that time, people in the north generally believed that only by recalling the king could they fight ISS. But who knew that ISS was stopped by the Empress at the gate of the imperial capital and killed on the spot without even entering the door? From that time on, Raymond understood that many things in this world cannot be judged by the common sense of ordinary people. Mike scratched his head in confusion. As a member of the Unicorn Guild, if he didn't tell other senior leaders such a big news, wouldn't it be a bit of betrayal? Shouldn't we remind the other big brothers in the guild? Remind? Don't be kidding. Will they believe it if you remind them? Look at these old guys. They are either thinking about how to get more money from the few pieces of land in their hands, or thinking about which woman to sleep with tonight. They are completely immersed in their own world. If you tell them now that the Eye of Grilla is likely to attack, they will not believe it. Raymond looked at the guild bosses, who were arguing, and showed a disdainful smile. He is the youngest executive of the Unicorn Guild. And he is also a boss. And he is also the most intelligent person in the Unicorn Guild. In his opinion, these rotten old guys should have been buried long ago. A bunch of guys standing in the toilet without taking a shit. Suddenly, Raymond put away his expression, changed his face from disdain to a sincere smile, and said to the oncoming woman, Miss Monica, why are you out too? Monica Mutro, a member of the Unicorn family. The Mutro family is the real controller of the Unicorn Guild. And Monica is a very famous one in the Unicorn family. Slut. Monica's reputation is very big, because many men in Gidogo have been slept with by her. It is said that there is no man she doesn't like, and the power behind her will not allow anyone to refuse. Monica actually looks pretty good, but years of indulgence and an unrestrained private life have made her eye sockets deep, and she also has a strange fishy smell. It must be covered with very heavy makeup and very strong perfume. But doing so makes Raymond feel disgusting. Extremely disgusting. And Monica is not young anymore. Although she has never revealed her age, Raymond thinks that her real age under the heavy makeup is definitely not less than 35. Monica looked at Raymond with seductive eyes, showing a self-proclaimed very seductive look, and said, It's too noisy inside. I saw you outside, so I followed you out to get some fresh air. What about you? Don't you want to fight for your own interests inside? Monica looked at Raymond with admiration and teasing in her eyes, as if she had Raymond tonight. In fact, Raymond was also bitter in his heart. He had guessed what Monica wanted to do to him, but now he had no ability to resist Monica. Raymond took out a cigar and said to Monica in front of him, "Haha. Miss Monica, you are joking. I am a newcomer, so I'd better be down to earth. There are disputes among the seniors inside. I can't say much, so I came out. Do you mind if I smoke a cigar?" Monica smiled very elegantly. "Of course I don't mind. I even like this kind of choking stuff. It doesn't matter if you can't say anything. In the Unicorn Guild, the most important thing is to see whether you have the ability to get things done. Don't you think, Mr. Raymond?" Monica pointed her finger at Raymond's chest, which was already very clear. "Of course. The Unicorn Guild is a fair place. And you get what you give. I have the ability to do things. But I wonder when Miss Monica is free." Raymond suppressed his nausea. In his opinion, a woman like Monica is not as clean as the fallen girls working in the club. No, fallen girls are much cleaner than Monica. Many of them work for a living, while Monica is completely for satisfying her perverted ideas and desires. But Raymond did not dare to show the slightest resistance, because the last person who resisted was fed to the crocodile dragon that night. Monica was very satisfied with Raymond's obedience and understanding. She touched Raymond's face with a smile and said, "I like a sensible little guy like you, who always makes people blush and heartbeat. So, today, Monica." Monica was interrupted halfway through her words. At this time, a well-dressed man walked out of the house and shouted to Monica. Amos, Monica's recent lover, has been having a hot relationship with Monica recently. Because of his relationship with Monica, he also forcibly seized the operating rights of a hotel from several old guys. Many people are jealous of Amos's position, but there is no way. The young man is really good-looking and good at sweet talk, which suits Monica's appetite. Seeing Amos' arrival, Monica looked at Raymond with some regret. She said to Amos, "What's wrong, little Amos? Is there anything?" Amos knows Monica's temper very well. If it were someone else, he would definitely not stop it, and he would even feel happy because he could rest for a night. But this time, the situation is slightly different. Chapter 380 Ancient Military Equipment. Raymond is different from other men. He is a new officer of the Unicorn Guild. He is very capable, and is currently the youngest and most outstanding officer of the Unicorn Guild. If Monica is allowed to mix with Raymond, he is likely to gradually lose his position in Monica's heart. So he must stand up and interrupt Monica. "It's okay, dear. I just saw that you were not in the hall, and I suddenly felt a little worried. Let's go!" Monica looked at Raymond, then at Amos, and finally chose to leave with Amos, because although Raymond was very capable, his appearance was still very different from Amos, whom she carefully selected. "Okay. I wanted to play for a while. Let's go, Mr. Raymond. See you next time." Monica didn't forget to give Raymond a scumbag eye in the end, which meant very clearly that she would let you go today, but there would definitely be a next time. "Goodbye, Miss Monica." Raymond bowed slightly, and after watching Monica and Amos leave, he raised his head with a gloomy face, took out a tissue, and wiped his face fiercely. This is the place where Monica touched just now, and Raymond can even smell the fishy smell on it. It's so disgusting. Organizations like the Unicorn Guild should have changed long ago. Mike, who had not dared to speak just now, came over tremblingly at this time and said to Raymond, "Boss, what should we do now?" Raymond took a big puff of the cigar, and then said to Mike, "Help me try to contact Kane of the Eye of Grayla." Mike nodded. "Yes, I'll go now." But before he took 2 steps, Raymond stopped him. "Wait, don't be in a hurry. Boss, what else? Go buy a ticket to Marion. We'll go together. This time, I want to meet this Kane in person." Raymond said it very decisively, as if he had made an important decision. "Boss, isn't this too cowardly?" "Cowardly? This is called wisdom." At this time, Klein, who was staying at home, didn't know that the secretary of the Unicorn Guild was on the way to find him. Klein was holding a light dress in his hand, which was the equipment he had carefully prepared for Lilith during this period. This dress is a bit like a modern body-shaping underwear, although it has many interesting embellishments. These do not affect its powerful properties. Battlefield Suit Special Strengthened Combat Suit. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Special Reduction. Reduce 15% magic damage, and reduce 15% of various elemental damage. Effect 2 Air Purification. Allows you to breathe freely under any conditions. Effect 3 Abnormal Resistance. Enhances the effect of resisting various abnormal states. Effect 4 Toughness. Immune to level 1 slash. Reduces physical damage by 10%. Effect 5 Special Enhancement. All your attributes plus 10. Introduction 1. It is a close-fitting underwear. More suitable for women. Introduction 2. The clothing owned by the elite special operations personnel in ancient times has some strange embellishments under the influence of Klein's thoughts. This item introduction is a bit funny. Fortunately, Lilith can't see it. Klein put away the battlefield suit. Although Lilith now has the Order armor, the Order may be broken, or she may not wear it during the encounter. So the battlefield suit gives her an extra layer of protection. After dealing with Lilith's equipment, Klein began to prepare to synthesize his own things. He has prepared the base materials and other things. The only thing he is entangled with now is the two different synthesis directions. Ancient Coat plus Ghost plus Lawless Handheld Mechanical Crossbow plus Lockley's Shield plus Native Arcane. Based on the above synthetic materials, you will 100% get the Miracle item. GRMS Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment, Miracle. Ancient Coat plus Hero Seal plus Blade of Complaint plus Ring Mist Cloak plus Native Arcane. Based on the above synthetic materials, you will 100% get the Miracle item. Hero Cloak, Miracle. It's a pity that the specific attributes of the two items cannot be seen. Otherwise he can compare them in detail. However, after a simple consideration, Klein has made a decision in his heart. He still needs the support of stronger equipment now, and wants stability and strength. Judging from the previous synthesis results, the military uniform is undoubtedly the most suitable. Whether it is the powerful attributes of the ST series, or the perfect effect of the battlefield uniform. It proves one point. The attributes of the military uniform have almost no obvious shortcomings. They are all completely for combat or adapted to combat. Now these two pieces of equipment GRMS are definitely military uniforms. And the Hero Cloak obviously has the flavor of traditional equipment. When in doubt, take the military uniform first. So Klein decided to synthesize GRMS Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment, Ancient Coat plus Ghost plus Lawless Handheld Mechanical Crossbow plus Lockley's Shield plus Native Arcane. Based on the above synthesis materials, you will 100% get the Miracle item. GRMS Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment, Miracle. Synthesizing. Please wait. You have obtained the item. GRMS Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment, Miracle. GRMS Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Floating. Allows you to get rid of gravity and float for a short time. Effect 2 Enemy Monitoring. Monitor the opponent's strength and give a simple strength prompt. Effect 3 Combat Assistance. Your magic or physical attack will be accompanied by an additional particle level attack. Effect 4 Bionic Machinery. Even if you lose an arm or half of your body in battle, GARMS will mechanically mimic and replace the part you lost. Introduction. Ancient Micro-Mechanical Auxiliary Equipment. Made by the great scientist Candle Demontrices. Clyben looked at this equipment and thought it was no problem. But when he saw the last introduction, his jaw dropped to the ground. Made by the great scientist Candle Demontrices? Great scientist? Can Trices be called great? Klein felt that if he returned to GS Society, he would have to talk to Candlewick about the research of ancient science and technology. From the current point of view, the ancient equipment is too powerful. They have integrated magic materials, mechanics, and biology together. And the equipment they made is indeed too excellent. And the synthesizer can restore this kind of equipment, which makes Klein very satisfied. In addition to the equipment, Klein also studied the spells of the Flame Blade series during this period. Not sure if it was his illusion or the truth, Klein felt that since he had sex with Xinyu, his control over Yini had become more stable. The previous Yini rampage basically did not occur, although he could not freely enter the Yini state now. After learning from the ability of the Flame Demon, Klein gradually developed similar abilities of his own. For example, the Dark Blade or the Arcane Blade. However, the experimental results are not very ideal at present. There is still a long way to go to imitate the ability of the Empress. Joe, Eric, and Becky have all come to Marion City. They have been practicing for a while. It is time for them to experience some actual combat. The equipment of several people has been processed, but Klein did not send them to them immediately. Except for Lilith. The others have not reached the 4th level yet. He plans to use the miracle equipment as a reward for these people to break through the 4th level. Klein walked out of his laboratory. At this time, Lilith was practicing with Becky in the wild, and Eric went to collect blood. Only Joe was left in the yard practicing the use of skeleton extension. "Brother, how come you have time to come out today?" Klein took out a large piece of barbecue from his ring and ate leisurely in a rocking chair under the sun. The work is almost done, and we can go to the next stop after getting ready. Next stop? Is it Jiajuogo? Joe's face was a little excited. Jiajuogo is also a northern city with 5th level masters. And this city is known as the weapons distribution center of the northern region. More than 60% of the weapons in the entire northern region are wholesaled from Jiajuogo. In recent years, the Unicorn Guild of Jiajuogo has made a fortune by wholesale standard weapons. It is a very powerful consortium organization. Well, after Lilith and the others come back tonight, we will set off and start from Jiajuogo. Just after Klein made the decision, a member of the Eye of Grilla knocked on the door of the compound. Klein didn't say anything, obviously not wanting to deal with these things. Joe glanced at Klein and made sure that his brother didn't say anything before saying, "What's the matter?" "There is a person outside who claims to be from Jiajuogo. He said that there is something important and wants to see Lord Kane." Klein, who was lying on the rocking chair, opened his eyes slightly. Just mentioned Jiajuogo. And now there is a person from Jiajuogo. This is really interesting. Let him in. Yes. After the messenger left, Joe tidied his clothes and looked very formal, which made Klein a little strange. "Why are you so particular?" "The other party is from Jiajuogo. We are going to develop in Jiajuogo soon. Let's see if we can get some information from him. Even if we don't get any information, the other party should come to us to form an alliance. We can talk. Extract information? Form an alliance? It seems that there is no need for this." Right? Klein still has the information given to him by Qianyu in his hand. It already contains a detailed investigation of the North Territory, and it is very neutral. And since he came to the North Territory, even if he is alone, his way of doing things is still violent dismantling, and he will be done by clearing all the way. Klein and Joe haven't finished talking yet, and Raymond has been brought to the gate of the yard. "Go in. Lord Kane is inside." "Okay. Thank you very much." Raymond slowly walked into Klein's yard. He looked at Joe, who was dressed formally, and then at Klein lying on the rocking chair, and was slightly surprised. They are both so young. According to the news said back by his subordinate Mike, Jason was killed by Kane alone, which means that one of these two people has the ability to kill a 5th level master alone, which is really outrageous. Chapter 381 Raymond's Surrender. Raymond looked at Joe, then at Klein, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said to Klein, who was lying on the rocking chair, "Lord Kane, my name is Raymond. I am the secretary of the Unicorn Union, the largest guild in Jiajuogo, and the largest weapons workshop in the entire north." After Raymond introduced himself, he did not make any more statements, but just stood there quietly, waiting for Klein's reply. Klein did not speak, but Joe asked a little confused, "How can you be sure that he is Kane and I am not?" Klein also showed some curiosity. Judging from his performance after entering the door just now, Raymond should not have seen him. Joe's dress was more formal at this time. This person could make a judgment after a few glances. This is not just a matter of eyesight. Raymond looked at Klein's inquiring eyes, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous. This feeling was like when Terry Mutro, the real controller of the Unicorn Guild, looked at him. This is the difference in strength. The sense of oppression from the superior. It is precisely because Klein puts a lot of pressure on him, but Joe next to him does not, that he is very sure of Klein's identity. Don't panic because of the pressure. This is related to the 20 brothers under my command and my own future. Stay calm, treat this meeting as a task that must be completed. Don't underestimate him just because he is young. He is the one who killed Jason. Be careful. Raymond gave himself a lot of psychological hints. After reminding himself again and again, he slowly said to Klein, "It should be said that it is intuition. And the pressure from Lord Kane, I am just a professional. Although I am not very strong, my perception ability is pretty good. The oppressive feeling you give me is very similar to that of Terry Mutro, the real controller of our Unicorn Guild. So I can make an accurate judgment." Joe on the side looked at Raymond eagerly. "You flattered so blatantly. My brother will be happy." Joe glanced at Klein calmly. Klein was indeed very comfortable with what he said. The young man was sensible, and had a promising future. Outsiders took the lead in flattering, so his younger brother must not be left behind. Klein has not yet given him the miracle equipment he promised to give him. If he does not perform well, it will be uncomfortable to give him garbage. Joe does not know that Klein has already prepared their own miracle equipment for the three of them. And Joe's devouring wand is obviously the strongest of the three miracles. After all, he is his younger brother, so he must be treated with some preferential treatment. The young man has a good eye. My brother has never lost to anyone in terms of momentum. In fact, Joe can also accumulate one's own aura. Aura is something that is usually cultivated from level 3 to 5, and is fully formed from level 5 to super level. Each high-level professional is different, and has its own unique effects. For example, the Flame Will of the Queen is to mix the power of the Flame King into one's own aura. Just when he wanted to take a break, he was blown up. Klein felt very comfortable at this time. But it was a bit strange for a person of such high status to come to him. He couldn't do anything because of some personal affection. Klein put away the barbecue in his hand, sat up, and said to Raymond not far away, "Okay. Mr. Raymond's intuition is quite accurate. I am Kane. But I want to ask, what is your purpose in coming to me? Is it convenient to talk here?" Raymond glanced at Joe with concern. This suspicious look made Joe feel uncomfortable. "MD, I just praised you. And now you are doing this to me?" Klein smiled indifferently. Raymond didn't know Joe, so there was nothing wrong with being cautious. "It doesn't matter. Those who can be in this yard are all trustworthy people." Raymond nodded. "Okay. Then I'll say it straight. I guess the next step for Lord Kane should be to integrate our Jiajuogo. You haven't taken action in the past few months because you are digesting the resources obtained from Marion and Youth City. It has been almost 3 months since Jason's death. You should have almost consumed Marion's resources. It shouldn't take long before you will go to Jiajuogo to take action against the Unicorn Guild." Klein had already stood up at this time. He squinted at Raymond. If the remaining cities were all smart people like Raymond, it would cause a lot of trouble for his actions. "Did you guess all this yourself?" Raymond sensed Klein's murderous intent. He knew that his future in life and death would depend on his next performance. Although he was very afraid of death, he couldn't be timid at this time. If he was timid, he would definitely die. He wanted Klein to see his value. It's not a guess. It should be said that it is the result of the analysis of Lord Kane's actions during this period. "Lord Kane, I would like to ask, are you the second princess's man?" This question is very important, and has always confused Raymond. He doesn't know whether Klein will give him a clear answer. Klein didn't expect Raymond to continue asking such questions under his pressure. But he did look up to Raymond and gave a positive answer. "Not entirely. I have a close relationship with the second princess, but I am not one of her subordinates." Raymond's eyes lit up. "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." For Raymond, it was the best thing that Klein was not the second princess's man. Over the years, he has done a lot of things that crossed the line for the Unicorn Guild. Otherwise, he would not have become the youngest executive of the Unicorn. If Klein was the princess's man, then according to the princess's personality, she would probably not be able to tolerate the mistakes he made, especially since he had smuggled a large number of weapons to Grandok for the Unicorn Guild. Although this was an order from the top of the Unicorn Guild, it was something that the royal family could never forgive. If he was found out, he would basically be dead. But if Klein is not the princess's man, then the mistakes he made would be relatively better. At least he can make up for it with his future merits. "I think the Unicorn Guild cannot stop you from moving forward. I am just an ordinary professional who wants to live a more comfortable life. I work in the Unicorn Guild because of my life. So, I am willing to provide you with all the information of the Unicorn Guild and assist you in integrating the Jiajuogo city. I just hope that you will give me a chance when you liquidate the Unicorn Guild," Raymond said sincerely. But in the end, he still played a trick. An opportunity is a good way of saying it, because the word opportunity may have too many meanings attached. A chance to survive. A chance to become stronger. And even for many people, joining Klein is a rare opportunity to soar to the sky. Raymond is very smart. He didn't say it so confidently, but said this kind of ambiguous words. But he wanted to cross a little. Klein is not the kind of person who likes others to be ambiguous with him. Or Raymond is not qualified to let him show this ambiguous attitude. Opportunity, great statement. What kind of opportunity do you want? It's better to make it clear. Raymond felt that the pressure on him suddenly increased, which was not a good sign. Raymond felt a little stupid. He knew that the other party was not easy to mess with. So why did he make such a common sense mistake? Did he subconsciously think that the other party was too young? "Lord Kane, I don't mean to offend. I didn't say it clearly enough. I want to get a chance to get promoted. I will show my talents. I don't want to be controlled by the Unicorn Guild anymore. Klein frowned. Is there any difference between being controlled by the Unicorn Guild and being controlled by me? Aren't they both controlled anyway? The difference is huge. At least you won't let me warm your bed. Right? Is it so disgusting? Klein was a little unbelievable. Yes. The Unicorn Guild is so disgusting. Raymond thought about the disgusting Monica and the boring meetings of the Unicorn Guild. And he became more determined to defect. The Unicorn Guild has come to an end. The distribution of benefits has been fixed. For a young man like himself, it is the ultimate to get into the position of guild officer. Unless you can survive 20 to 30 years in the Unicorn Guild and become a senior elder brother, it is impossible to make further progress with your own ability. Mr. Klein, I think you are a sharp person. It is better to follow a sharp person than a group of old guys who are half buried in the ground. Klein looked at Raymond. He was a very smart guy. He could guess his actions, and was indeed much more sensitive than ordinary people. If he had his assistance, I believe that the strategy and high-level things would be much smoother. Although I have the detailed information given by Chinyu. The people who know a guild best are still the people in my own guild. The only uncertain thing now is the loyalty of this person. Although Klein doesn't think that the other party really dares to cheat him when he guesses the movements of the princess. What if this person has a problem, although I am more confident in my current strength? If I really get cheated, it will take another 1 to 2 months to rest and recuperate. His current affairs are quite urgent. He has been out for more than 7 months. He needs to unify the underground forces in the north in the remaining 1 year and 5 months. Then he needs to gather resources to greatly improve his magic power. And finally try to break through the 5th level. So Klein seems to be leisurely now. But in fact his time is still quite tight. When the 2-year service time is up, he will not only have to face Annabella the Golden Pig, but also return to Jiesha to face Esmond. Before that, he must have the strength to face these 2 people. Chapter 382. Distribute equipment and prepare for action. So, Mr. Raymond, what do you think is the most appropriate way for me to attack the Unicorn Guild without destroying the Unicorn Guild's industry and clearing the Mutro family? The information provided by Chinyu suggested that the action was to kill the bosses and officials outside the Unicorn Guild. And this plan was also the plan Klein was going to carry out. However, this plan was a bit broken. Because if the Mutro family was more vigilant and just hid a family with a 5th level master, adding a large number of peripheral members and the mercenaries they invited, Klein and his team would force their way in, whether it was the damage caused or the risk. So Klein was not particularly satisfied with this plan. Now that Raymond is here, he wants to see if this person, who can judge the situation and then come to him specifically, has any other better strategy. Raymond knew that this was a test given to him by Klein. Before coming to Maylene, he had already thought of various possibilities. For Klein's question, he already had a plan in mind. The Unicorn Guild has many members, many officials, and their power is intertwined. However, the real controller of the Unicorn Guild has been heavily guarded, so it would be very difficult to break through head-on. Under normal circumstances, if there is a conflict with the Unicorn Guild, if you want to destroy it, you must start by clearing out the peripheral officials of the Unicorn Guild, because the officials are the real staff of the Unicorn Guild. If you clear out the officials, the Unicorn Guild will be in a situation where no one is doing anything. Over time, it will lead to economic collapse. And economic collapse will make people inside unable to sit still. And the people of the Mutro family will end up like this. Klein nodded. And his analysis was almost the same as Chinyu's. But if it was just like this, it would be meaningless. Good analysis. But I have thought of this myself. If your plan is this, I can only say that it is meaningless. Raymond nodded. I know that this plan has many disadvantages. One of which is that the time it takes is uncertain. If Mutro keeps shrinking, Lord Kane may need several months. I know Lord Kane can't wait that long. So I have a more suitable plan. Tell me about it. The main business of the Unicorn Guild is the weapons business. And 70% of its income comes from the weapons business. Oh no. They have a total of 5 major weapons factories. These weapons factories are the lifeblood of the Unicorn Guild. Keep talking. These weapons factories are heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, small groups cannot carry out direct destruction. Moreover, if a small guild pays attention to the arsenal, it will be surrounded and suppressed by a large number of masters of the Unicorn Guild. But refining weapons requires not only the mold equipment in the factory, but also enough fire mages, who are also an important part of an arsenal. Klein's eyes lit up when he heard this. He probably understood what Raymond meant. It was indeed a different way. Fire mages are the most common among all mages. Although the saying that there is one fire mage for every 3 mages is a bit exaggerated, it also shows the universality of fire mages. You can find enough fire mages everywhere. So fire mages are not valuable. And generally, no one will pay attention to fire mages. But the North is different. There are very few mages in the North. Without fire mages, the equipment manufacturing field will inevitably stop operating. Once these weapons factories stop operating, those who have accumulated capital in the Unicorn Guild can still sit still. But the high-level cadres can't sit still. We just killed the fire mages, and didn't threaten the lives of these cadres. They will have an illusion that this matter is not aimed at them, but at the Unicorn Guild. When these people can't sit still, there will be a gap in the core fortress of the Unicorn Guild. At that time, whether it is a frontal attack or a decapitation operation, it can be carried out smoothly. Klein nodded calmly. This method is indeed much better than directly assassinating the officials. This Raymond is indeed capable. Klein patted Raymond on the shoulder and planted 3 curses on him in front of Raymond. Good idea. Let's do as you say. Raymond was stunned. You agreed so soon? And why do you look like you are going to take action? I haven't explained the action plan in detail yet. Lord Kane? Don't you need to explain the details of the plan in detail? Details? No details. Klein was not bragging. If he didn't want to keep the Unicorn Guild's industry, he would have been covered in his face with a fire explosion. If the requirement was destruction, not integration, he would stand in the sky and throw a fire explosion every hour, and the Unicorn Guild would fall apart in less than 3 days. But his current strategic policy has changed, and he has hooked up with Qianyu. So what he wants now is a complete city industry, not a ruin. Otherwise, with their current strength, why do they need to do these fancy things? Call Lilith and the others back, Klein said to Joe on the side. Yes. Joe nodded and got excited. After Lilith and the others returned, Klein immediately held a small meeting. Originally, he planned to keep the miracle equipment until Joe and the others broke through the 4th level. But now the situation has changed. They are about to carry out a combat operation. So Klein needs to upgrade the equipment of team members as much as possible. This is the Turbid Soul-Devouring Magic Wand. A very powerful magic wand. Joe, it belongs to you now. Joe happily took the body-devouring magic wand. The surging magic power in the magic wand made him love it. Sure enough, although he didn't say it, my brother loves me the most. Joe looked at Klein with some emotion. It was his first time to touch the miracle equipment, not to mention a magic wand. Brother, if I beat you one day, I will definitely let you go. Get lost, you will never win in this life. Klein turned to look at Becky. This is the Grendel Gold Link sword. Becky, take it. It can greatly improve your combat effectiveness. Yes. Becky nodded very calmly, neither happy nor sad. Eric looked at Klein eagerly. Joe and Becky both had it. So normally, he should have it too, after all. He is also a veteran. Eric, I'm here. This is the new Barely Alien Skull. It's a very good defensive miracle item. Keep it. Eric looked at the strange-shaped helmet and suddenly had a bad feeling. He asked Klein, what's so special about this helmet? Can you tell me about it? Unique? Isn't the helmet worn by aliens unique enough? After a moment of silence, Klein slowly said, put it on, and you can hear the aliens talking. Is it unique enough? Eric. Okay. The others go out first. Lilith stays, ignoring Eric's resentful eyes. After everyone went out, Klein took out the battlefield suit. Well, this equipment is an ancient relic equipment, exclusive to women. Although the style is a bit weird, its attributes are really powerful. Lilith looked at the battlefield suit with a weird expression. This thing is a bit like the uniform temptation in some clubs. It really is. This? Wear it for me. Seriously? You don't have any bad taste. Do you? Of course I'm serious. You'll know when you try it on. Do I have to lie to you about this? Lilith looked at Klein, who was already angry and embarrassed, with some suspicion, and finally changed into the battlefield uniform in front of him. It must be said that although this piece of clothing is weird, its properties are really powerful. If it weren't for women only, Klein would have planned to wear it himself. Lilith also felt the power of this equipment. Powerful clothes. Incredible equipment. How is it? I told you it's strong, Klein said as he scanned Lilith up and down. With his super memory, He could completely record how Lilith looked in her battlefield uniform. Lilith glanced at Klein, took out a set of ordinary casual clothes, put the battlefield uniform inside, and cut off Klein's thoughts. Okay, get ready for action. Raymond carefully glanced at the green-haired woman beside him. This was the person Klein sent him, a young woman named Lilith. He didn't expect that Klein would decide to act directly after confirming his news. This time, there were a total of 5 people, including Klein himself. Raymond's original idea was to defeat them one by one, but Klein's plan was to act together with 5 arsenals to solve all the fire mages at once. Raymond was a little surprised at Klein's decisiveness. He was also worried about his lack of strength. These arsenals were guarded by masters. If they got into a melee, the situation would be very bad. However, as a person who had just surrendered, he didn't know how to deal with them. I dare not ask any more questions. Just do my job honestly. 7:05 in the morning is our attack time. At that time, we will carry out the assassination of the fire mages in the 5 weapon factories you marked. Raymond looked at his watch. It was already 7:03. Because the weapon factory was a 2-shift system, there was a 7-day handover every morning. Normally, 7:05 was the time when all the fire mages had completed the handover. Klein was going to stop all the weapon projects at once. As soon as 7:05 arrived, Lilith whispered to Raymond, "It's time. Wait for me here." Raymond subconsciously wanted to ask Lilith if she needed his support. But before he could ask, Lilith had already started to act. He and Lilith came to the largest weapon factory of the Unicorn Guild, where a 4th level master would be stationed. Raymond was a little worried about whether Lilith could handle it alone. But since Klein had arranged things, he should have a certain degree of confidence. So he continued to wait here. Chapter 383, Level 4 Savages Don't Deserve to be Called Masters. In the arsenal, Lilith used the effect of shadow escape to easily come to the lounge where a group of fire mages were handing over their duties. The fire mages here need to wear a set of special protective equipment. So these mages are here to hand over their duties. After the handover, some people are ready to leave, while others choose to sit down, take a break, drink some water, eat something, etc. Suddenly, the lounge became silent. If you were at the window, you would definitely see the terrified faces of these mages. There was no sound, not even people's screams, only the blood splashing on the glass, indicating what happened here. Lilith wiped her dark sword and thought to herself, Klein's combat suit is really effective, but it looks too funny. After turning on time acceleration, Lilith solved all the fire mages in the lounge in an instant. She looked at her watch. It was only 7:06, according to the time Klein had allocated before. She still had 4 minutes. With 4 minutes, I should be able to do something else. I heard there is a 4th level expert here. Hee. Lilith locked the door of the lounge and quietly walked towards the 2nd floor of the weapons factory. This area is already the place where the smelting equipment and molds are located. According to Raymond's information, the 4th level expert usually rests on the 2nd floor here. When Lilith arrived at the door of the 2nd floor, the lounge sounded a fierce alarm. This was a deliberate noise made by Lilith to distract the attention of others. As the alarm sounded, Lilith lowered her hood and knocked on the door of the guard room in front of her. Dong, dong, dong! Ed, the 4th level master of the arsenal, had already heard the alarm from downstairs. He thought that the workers had some emergency, such as serious injuries or forging accidents, so they came to him to solve it. Ed was a little annoyed about this kind of thing. He felt that he was a bit of a waste of talent to be a supervisor in this place. After all, he was a 4th level master. However, there was no place in Jejuogo City for the Unicorn Guild to fight. He was a person with all his skills, but no place to use them. Don't knock. It's so annoying, Philly. Tell your husband that you are working overtime today, and go home. Okay. The woman named Philly on the bed said coquettishly. Ed pinched the woman next to him, sat up quickly from the bed, put on his clothes, walked to the door, and was about to open it, when a black sword suddenly pierced the iron door and pierced Ed's chest. The sudden attack made Ed break out in a cold sweat. But the 4th level warrior's reaction ability was still good. He twisted his body to make the sword tip deviate from the vital point. However, the dark sword still penetrated Ed's abdomen, and blood flowed out for a while, before Ed could breathe a sigh of relief. The iron door of the room, along with the entire door frame, exploded with a bang. A gray scythe came through the air, and Ed quickly drew out his 2 swords to block it. Dang! The two swords broke. But fortunately, they blocked the opponent's fierce attack. The opponent was hiding in the shadows. But Ed could feel that the opponent's body was relatively slender, and seemed to be a woman. Ed's hands were numb. The enemy in the shadow had already thrown his fist. Ed was powerless to resist. He was very fast. So he just wanted to run away. This man is coming for me. Ed turned and ran. But the dark thread behind him followed closely. The thread crossed Ed's back and took away a large piece of flesh and blood. Ugh! Ed spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Wait! Wait! Who are you? I surrender. I can tell you money or intelligence. Lilith, who had been hiding in the dark, thought to herself, intelligence? Maybe it's useful. But I'm not Klein. She didn't stop at all. She punched Ed in the chest with a dark fighting spirit. Boom! 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 The people in the arsenal also heard the sound of the battle here of the supervisor Ed. But the aftermath of this battle made all the workers dare not move forward. Ed was already a top expert in the Unicorn Guild. If he couldn't deal with the enemy, then most of the others would die. Ed sank into the wall with his last breath. His entire sternum and spine had been broken by Lilith. His eyes revealed confusion. He knew that he was going to die today. Lilith held the Soul Reaper scythe in one hand, placed it in front of Ed, and looked at the time. It's 7:09. It's time to hurry up. Puff! Lilith cut off Ed's head and left the largest arsenal of the Unicorn Guild. In just 4 minutes, Lilith completed the assassination of all the fire mages, and then killed the rumored powerful supervisor. The whole process was smooth and easy, just like eating. Raymond paced in a panic at this time. He was worried about Lilith's situation. She seems to be Lord Kane's woman. What if she gets into trouble? Will Lord Kane blame me? How bad would it be if she was caught? If she hasn't come back by 7:10? Should I take the initiative to find her? Or find a way to contact Lord Kane? Raymond's heart was beating fast. But there was no good way. He rarely used force to solve the problem. At this moment, Lilith's voice sounded from behind him. What are you mumbling there? Let's go. Huh? Raymond was stunned. Solved. This arsenal is huge. There are more than 40 fire mages in total. Even if they are cut one by one, it will take more than 5 minutes. So Raymond has always believed that there is something wrong with Klein's plan. But why did she come back so soon? The mission is not completed. Miss Lilith. The mission? Lilith threw Ed's head on the ground and took out the Warcraft barbecue that Klein prepared for her and started eating. Being with Klein, apart from anything else, the food quality is greatly improved. This is a condition that she would never have when she was alone. The mission has been completed. 43 mages have been killed. I think there is a lot of time left. So I killed him by the way. Overseer Ed, Lilith said casually. But Raymond's heart was already in turmoil. Overseer Ed was a famous 4th-level master of the Unicorn Guild. And he was already a high-end combat force of the Unicorn Guild. But Lilith killed 43 fire mages in 5 minutes. And also killed Ed. How easy was that? Level 4 warriors are not easy to deal with. Why does he sound so weak? Raymond was a little bit unbelievable. And he confirmed it again. He is a level 4 expert. Supervisor Ed? Lilith frowned. It is indeed level 4. But an expert? Under normal circumstances, a savage level 4 is not worthy of being called an expert. This person is at best a salted fish that runs faster. Under normal circumstances, a savage level 4 is not worthy of being called an expert. This sentence contains a lot of information. Raymond reevaluated the strength of Klein's team again. Lilith's strength is at least the top level of level 4. Or even level 5. Impossible. Another point is that they are too young. Except for the wretched-looking guy, who is about 30 years old. Everyone else is very young. Also, Lilith said that 4th-level savages are not worthy of being called masters. The underlying meaning of this sentence is that they are not savages, but organized personnel. According to the current situation in Tarila, there is also a contempt chain between various organizations and societies. The GS Society looks down on most organizations, and barely looks up to the Mithril Council, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Brotherhood of the Skeleton, the Black Cross Intelligence Department, and the Black Cross Assassination Department. The Mithril Council looks down on non-pure combat organizations such as the Red and White Society, the Apothecary Guild, and the Assassins Association. Then all the social organizations look down on the College Department, that is, the Pure College faction, and do not join the organization. Finally, the College faction looks down on the Savages, That is, the savages are at the bottom of the professional contempt chain. There is a reason for this. Because the fighting power of the savages is indeed the weakest among all factions. A level 3 college member may be able to defeat a level 4 savage. And this is the current situation of the savages. Raymond felt that Klein and his people were most likely members of a large organization. And they were related to the royal family. Are they from the 3 major societies? Raymond was very close to the truth. But he didn't dare to continue guessing. Okay. Level 4 savages are not worthy of being called masters. So what should we do now? Raymond was a little at a loss. He always did things step by step and meticulously. He was very uncomfortable with Klein's way of doing things. The main reason for his discomfort was that Raymond had never mastered strong power. Many times, strength is the best way to solve problems. Let your people start working. And then we will meet up with Klein. Raymond nodded, followed Lilith, and walked towards the place they had agreed on before. In the other arsenals, Joe, Eric, and Becky had completed their respective tasks, while Klein was doing something very boring at this time. Quack! 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 Mea! 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 Quack! Mea! The level 3 supervisor in front of him was transformed into a frog and a sheep by him using the transfiguration spell. After a while, Klein lifted the transfiguration spell and turned him back into a human form. The level 3 supervisor looked at Klein with some horror. It was too outrageous. This man was a devil. Can you imagine the feeling of a level 3 expert being transformed into a frog and thrown into a group of frog-eating birds? Can you imagine the feeling of making a meh-meh-meh sound from your mouth and being surrounded by a pack of swift wolves? Yes. All of this was done by the man in front of him. He knew that Klein was an expert. But it was the first time he had seen such a boring and disgusting expert. Chapter 384. Klein is a real dog. Maybe he is about to stop being a human. But the other party is a real dog. Please, don't change. What do you want to know? I can tell you everything. Why are you in a hurry? Klein said with some dissatisfaction. He still hasn't had enough fun. Actually, I don't need to know anything more. There is only one thing I am more curious about. How old is the old guy in the Mutro family? Do you know? Old guy? You mean Terry Mutro? The supervisor showed a questioning look. Yeah, that's right. It's him. Klein nodded. There was very little news about Terry Mutro from Chinyu. This is a person who lives in seclusion. According to his experience of becoming famous, this person should be quite old. Although professionals have the ability to extend their age. If they are over 100 years old, their physical functions will still decline. This Terry Mutro, whose fame can be traced back to more than 90 years ago, should be an old guy. He revealed very little information. He killed several people who had fought with him. No one knew his ability and strength. But it was said that Jason and Terry Mutro had fought each other, and the two were evenly matched. From this point of view, Terry Mutro's strength is at least a top-level master of the 5th level. I really know that Lord Terry should be over 170 years old this year. Klein's pupil shrank slightly. So old? Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? Yes. He is indeed very old. I also got this information from Monica. As for whether it is accurate or not, I have no way to confirm it. I will tell you everything I know. I only work in the Unicorn Guild to make a living. I have never done anything that is harmful to the world. You can check these at any time. I have a wife and children at home. Can you let me go? After saying this, the supervisor looked at Klein with a guilty conscience. The other party's strength was not at the same level as his. He didn't even have the thought of running away now. Klein smiled. He is no longer the young boy he used to be. He will not do stupid things because of a few words from others. But this level 3 is indeed useful. When he takes over the Unicorn Guild, there will definitely be a shortage of people. So, although Klein will not let him go directly, he will not kill him directly. Klein put his palm on the supervisor's head. This transformation will last for about 10 to 15 days. If you can survive this transformation, I will let you go. In more than 10 days, the matter of Jiejuogo should have been dealt with. Since you are a level 3 professional, we will welcome you to join us when the time comes. Klein's smile looked very evil in the eyes of the supervisor. He wanted to speak out to resist. But it was too late. Quack! Fuck! I was turned into a frog again. How can I survive with so many frog-eating birds here in more than 10 days? Live for my head? This bastard is really too much. The supervisor said in his heart with some distress. He jumped away from Klein. In his opinion, although the frog-eating birds were scary, they were far less terrible than Klein. The supervisor jumped into a stream. He could only pray that he would not encounter the natural enemies of frogs during this period. Otherwise, a third-level professional would really cry if he was eaten by a frog-eating bird. At 8:30 a.m., Klein and his men gathered at the place agreed in advance. In fact, it was only 1 hour and 20 minutes since the last action. But for Raymond, it felt like a long time. Raymond, I'm here. Lord Kane. Next. Which links do you think are weaker among the officers of the Unicorn Guild? Raymond had already prepared for the next plan. But Klein compressed his 1-month plan into a few hours. Next. We should eliminate the inner circle officers, starting from the inside and outside, and kill as many of the main staff members of the Unicorn Guild as possible, which can greatly reduce the resources of the Unicorn Guild. Raymond talked about his action plan bit by bit, but Klein's mind had already drifted to somewhere else. He was still thinking about what the supervisor had told him just now. Mr. Terry is already 170 years old. Ms. Monica is a relatively easy-to-approach person. As long as the man is handsome, she will definitely approach you. Thinking of this, Klein had a different plan for this action in his mind. Lilith, you take Eric and Becky to carry out Raymond's plan to eliminate the officials. Try to kill the elderly and keep the young. Joe, you come with me. Joe was slightly stunned. It seemed that this was the first time that Klein asked him to follow. Under normal circumstances, the people who followed Klein were Lilith. Lilith nodded. She always obeyed Klein's orders absolutely, and would not have any objections. Me? Joe pointed at himself with some surprise. Yeah, for this operation. I may need some long-range strike support. Lilith does not have long-range attack capabilities, so I asked you to cooperate. Yes, I understand. Raymond was not sure what Klein was going to do, but he did not dare to ask. Here, he just needed to do his job well. Raymond, after cleaning up the Unicorn Guild's executives, let your people prepare to take over the Unicorn Guild's business. But? No buts. Just do it. Notify your little brothers, and let them get ready. Klein's tone was very calm, but Lilith heard the meaning. Do you need my help? No. My ability has improved since last time. This time, I want to confirm it. Lilith looked at Klein and finally nodded. At noon, Monica lazily lay on the bed. Next to her was an unknown young man, probably about 17 or 18 years old. However, she had lost interest in the young man. It's boring. When she was about to get up, Amos walked in with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Monica to be so excessive. He just went out to do something in the morning, and Monica cheated on him at noon. Amos suppressed his anger and said to Monica, all the fire mages in the 5 arsenals were killed at the same time. This was a premeditated plan. They wanted to break the economic chain of the guild. Level 4 Master Ed was killed. This time, the opponent was clearly well prepared. I want to meet Lord Terry and report the situation. Amos is indeed quite capable. He has seen the difference in this matter. Whether it is the action or the strength displayed by the opponent, it is different from previous opponents. However, his vigilance did not resonate with Monica. She thought that Amos just wanted to bypass her and contact her great-grandfather Terry. There were more than just Amos who had such thoughts before, but most of them were subdued by Monica. Grandfather will not show up for this matter. It's just a group of fire mages. Strengthen the defense of the factory, and then recruit a group of fire mages. Right? Fire mages are not valuable. Where can you find them? Amos was a little angry. He spent too much effort in the Unicorn Guild. To some extent, his efforts were greater than Raymond's, because he even sold his body. Amos was very ambitious, and he also had the ability to control his ambitions. But now the only thing he lacked was a real power. So he climbed up to Monica. Monica, listen to me. This is not the time to quarrel. The enemy this time is different from the other times. TSK. What's the difference? Can you explain it? At this moment, Klein's voice came in a little out of place. He should be right. Your enemy this time is indeed a little different. Who? Amos was a little nervous. There should be many guards outside the door. Why is there no sound at all? Mr. Amos. Ms. Monica. Hello. Klein took off his wide hood and revealed his true face. Monica looked at Klein with a slightly shining look in her eyes, and her legs changed positions unnaturally, as if they were rubbing against each other. Amos was different. From the moment he saw Klein, he felt the other party's murderous intent. Who are you? Klein searched in his ring and finally found an identity card. The identity card of the Eye of Grilla. I am Kane, the 5th leader of the Eye of Grilla. From now on, the Eye of Grilla will officially take over the underground forces of Dodoga. Please cooperate with me. Ha ha ha. Monica covered her mouth and laughed. She felt that Klein was talking about the Book of Heaven and joking. But Amos on the side couldn't laugh at all. His back was full of cold sweat. He already knew why the other party's murderous aura was so strong. Kane of the Eye of Grilla. The one who killed Jason at the Geo Expo? Yes, Mr. Amos. You are excellent. It is rare for a city like Katageo to have such excellent talents as you and Raymond. Katageo is really a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Klein no longer paid attention to Amos and turned his head to look at Monica. I heard that Miss Monica likes strong and handsome men. What do you think of me? Monica laughed. She answered Klein's question very directly. It's useless to say it with your mouth. You have to let me see your true strength. Monica's words were very teasing. But Klein had no objection. Well, Miss Monica should really let me know my true strength. Pa! Klein clapped his hands. And the shadow guest in the cloak pushed open the door of the room. But once the door was opened, Monica could no longer laugh. Not only her, but even Amos was cold all over, looking at Klein with horror. You? Klein bowed slightly and said with a smile, there were 193 professionals in total. And it took 1 minute and 59 seconds to kill them all. Let me make it clear first. I didn't lie about the results. Chapter 385 Whereabouts of Terry. At this time, a large number of professionals were lying outside the door, including all the outer guards of the Mutro family and dozens of Amos's own men, all of whom were dealt with by Klein. Only then did Monica realize that the smiling young man in front of her was not joking. Mr. Amos reminded you just now. Miss Monica, you don't know who Jason is, do you? Monica certainly knew who Jason was. He was a big man who was once as powerful as her grandfather, and a super strong man in the Geo Expo. No one really thinks that a young man like this can kill a 5th level master like Jason. Right, are you sure you are not joking? 5th level masters are not cabbages. Monica was speechless. Although she was dissolute, she was also afraid of death. She enjoyed her current life, so she didn't want to die. What do you want to do? I just said that from today on, the Eye of Grilla will completely take over the city of Katageo. My subordinates have already started to act. My patience is limited, so I hope Miss Monica will cooperate. What a joke. My great-grandfather Terry is a top master of the 5th level, Monica still said coquettishly. Klein's eyes also showed a look of nostalgia. 5th level, it used to be a distant synonym. But now, I have killed several 5th level masters. Amos on the side took a few deep breaths. If he still didn't understand what Klein was going to do, then he was really brainless. Are you ready to attack Jiajuogo? Is the princess really going to integrate the north? It seems that there are people who can see the situation clearly, but all of you put the surveillance network on the princess. To be honest, it's a bit stupid. Klein's palm slowly extended a bone blade. He pressed the bone blade against Amos, then turned his head and said to Monica, this Amos is your lover, right? Tell me where Terry Mutro is. I will let your lover go. How about it? I won't betray my family. Monica stepped back a few steps. She secretly picked up the alarm behind her and pressed it. Klein could of course detect these little actions of Monica, but he didn't intend to stop it. The stinky fish stopped a group, and there was no need to intercept them. Miss Monica is really a strong woman. As soon as Klein finished speaking, the shouts of others came from outside the door. The alarm just issued by Monica worked, but Amos was full of resentment. He stared at Monica and said, why do you think such support will work? Are you mentally retarded? Monica looked at Amos in disbelief. This was the first time Amos scolded her like this. In fact, Amos had wanted to scold Monica a long time ago, but he had to rely on her power. But now, Amos has understood that Klein's purpose is very clear. That is, to integrate Jiajuogo. And his target is the 5th level Master Terry. He is not afraid of the so-called 5th level masters at all, and even actively looks for your 5th level masters. Until now, this woman Monica has not understood that her so-called backers are worthless in front of Klein. Boom! A violent explosion occurred outside the door. It was the bone spears released by Joe. They were shot from a very long distance. It didn't matter if they didn't hit. The shadow explosion combined with the impact of the skeleton could cause huge damage to the surroundings. Most of these people were low-level professionals. They couldn't resist Joe's long-range attack at all. After the bombardment of several bone spears, the members of the Unicorn Guild who came to support were blown to pieces. Most of them were just trying to make a living. Working hard? Not true. Klein looked at the scene outside the door with interest, then turned around and said to Monica, "Miss Monica seems to be a little unfamiliar with our strength. We are different from those salted fish who competed for territory with the Unicorn Guild in Gajuagao City. You may not have directly witnessed my strength. It doesn't matter. When I find Mr. Terry, I will let Miss Monica know my specific strength clearly." Puff. Klein's bone blade directly pierced Amos's abdomen. He avoided all of Amos's internal organs and large blood vessels. Although this kind of attack would make Amos feel painful, it would not kill him all at once. "Mr. Amos, quickly persuade Miss Monica. If she doesn't tell you Terry's whereabouts, you will die. Monica, tell him that if you don't tell me, I will really die." Amos was a little anxious. Klein was obviously not the kind of person who was easy to talk to. If he couldn't achieve his goal, killing him would be a casual thing. Monica was a little nervous, but she still didn't plan to tell anyone about Terry. Although she sometimes had no brains, she knew at this moment that her only role was to know Terry's whereabouts. If the young man in front of her knew Terry's whereabouts, she would most likely be killed by him. The more she thought about it, the more Monica felt that her idea was correct, and the more she felt that she had the initiative. So her brain deadness came back. "Kane, right? If you want to know the whereabouts of my great-grandfather, you'd better not touch Amos. Otherwise..." Puff. Cough cough. This time, Klein pierced Amos's right lung directly, and a trace of shadow power made Amos start to wail. Klein looked at Monica with some surprise. The degree of brain deadness of this woman was even beyond his imagination. "Miss Monica, you don't seem to understand what I mean. I'm asking you to tell me the whereabouts of Terry Mutro, not to beg you or to discuss with you. If I don't get any news about Terry tonight, then the Mutro family will have no need to exist." Under Monica's gaze, Klein's bone blade instantly cut off the aorta of Amos' legs. His aorta was ruptured and his right lung was punctured. Normally, he would die in about 3 minutes. He is a professional and has a strong body. Let's assume he has 5 minutes. "Miss Monica, you still have 5 minutes to consider." Amos, lying on the ground, felt fear and despair, and the only emotion left was hatred for Monica. "If you don't tell us, we will all die. Will you not die if you tell us? Do you think he will not kill me if I tell you?" Monica almost screamed as she said these words. Klein looked at Monica and was a little surprised that this woman could still maintain her stubbornness in this situation. It was really good. Monica looked at Klein stubbornly. If she didn't say anything, she would still have a chance to survive. If she really said it, she would definitely be killed on the spot by Klein. The Unicorn Guild had done this kind of thing many times before, and they knew it very well. So Klein didn't need to say anything more. It seems that Miss Monica doesn't intend to say it. "It doesn't matter. I have other ways." "What are you going to do?" "I heard that Miss Monica likes to communicate deeply with people. I can let you communicate as much as you want at once." Klein's palm emitted a bluish-white light, and his eyes gradually became evil. Chapter 386 Cabin in the Woods. The bluish-white arcane energy extended along the air to Monica's arm and entered her body. Monica suddenly felt that her body was being changed by some force. Her nose was getting longer and her body was getting shorter. Monica retreated in fear. There was no master of arcane in the north, so Monica was not sure what magic Klein released. When she wanted to ask Klein what he did to her, the sound coming from the innermost part had become E, E, E. Pig head, pig body, pig brain, pig tail. "Miss Monica, since you like mating so much, I will turn you into a pig beast." As Klein spoke, he picked up one of Monica's pig legs and walked out of the city. When he was tossing the supervisor before, Klein found several groups of pig beasts, which could be used now. When she came to the suburbs, Monica looked at a group of wild pig beasts not far away. They were chaotic and dirty. She would never come into contact with those things in her life. As if she had guessed what Klein was going to do, Monica struggled even harder. However, Klein's strength was already comparable to that of a 4th-level warrior, and Monica's struggle was completely in vain. "Ms. Monica, it's the estrus season for pig beasts now. Guess what will happen if I throw you into that group of pig beasts? There is a term in my hometown called 10,000 pigs arching the tower. I wonder if Miss Monica has heard of it. Monica had no way to speak. She could only shake her head at Klein. Although she was unrestrained. That was limited to humans. If she was pushed by a group of pig beasts, it would be better for her to die. Then can you tell me where Terry went now? Monica nodded quickly. She had to be timid at this time. Once she was timid, Klein helped her to remove the effect of the transformation. Monica panted heavily. After being turned into a pig just now, the violent struggle made her heart beat fast. You can tell me, Miss Monica. Klein's urging made Monica hesitate for a moment. And finally she slowly said, Grandpa lives in the suburbs. He has always been alone. In the suburbs? Klein frowned slightly. He had encountered such a situation of building a base in the suburbs. But now it has been 4 hours since they attacked the arsenal in the morning. If Terry Mutro really felt the danger, he would have a high probability of running away. This old guy is a very afraid person. He doesn't even have the fighting spirit like Jason. And he lives more cautiously than Jason. But if he is in the suburbs, then his advantage is too great. Because Dialogue can also help him fight together. As long as Terry doesn't leave, there is almost no possibility of him turning the tables. Take me there now. Klein called Dialogue back. Monica looked at the huge black crow, her legs trembling. Klein grabbed Monica's back and threw her to Dialogue, flying towards where Terry was hiding. Are you sure it's this? Klein looked at the small villa in front of him with suspicion and said to Monica beside him, This is a hand-built wooden house. The fence and the house are built with wooden boards. There is also an unknown bird in the yard. The whole yard is quiet, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Klein originally thought that Terry's residence in the wild would be a place similar to a small military base. But he didn't expect it to be such a scene. Yes, Grandpa usually lives here. Your grandpa usually enjoys life and looks like an old man who is not interested in the world. But what he did before was not like this. Monica did not respond to Klein's ridicule. Nor did she dare to respond. She lowered her head and asked, Are we going in now? Klein released magic power to cover the entire hut. But he did not sense Terry's existence. Has he escaped? This made him frown slightly. If a 5th-level master escaped, it would have very bad consequences. Klein looked at the wooden house. Just when he was about to go in to check, his heart suddenly moved slightly. And he felt some danger. Under normal circumstances, I should check this room. So, could this room be a trap set by Terry? He stopped and did not choose to go in to check. Instead, he summoned the Shadow Guest and the Flame Guest. Then took out the beehive, released all the worker bees, and entered the wooden house with the 2 summoned warriors. The house was very clean. It could be seen that the owner of this place cleaned it regularly. Everything seemed to be fine. After the inspection, Klein felt a little relieved and walked towards the wooden villa with Monica. There were many antiques, famous paintings, and some notes stored here. Klein casually flipped through some of them and found that these were all accounts written by Terry Mutro himself. He actually made the smuggling business with Grandok so big. No, the amount of this transaction is a little wrong. Klein looked at the account book and felt more and more strange. Although the number of these smuggled weapons was large, the actual amount obtained was very small. It was almost equivalent to Terry delivering weapons to Grandok at the cost price. This old guy is actually a spy. Such important things can be left behind. Is the person really gone? Monica, who was standing by, also heard Klein's words. She was even more unwilling to believe Klein's statement. If Terry Mutro is really a spy, then the Mutro family is guilty of capital crime. Even if Klein does not kill her, the royal family will not let them go. The more Klein looked, the more he frowned. Terry's business scale is very large. In addition to smuggling to Grandok, he feels that there are some things wrong. But Klein can't tell the details just from the account. With curiosity, Klein slowly walked towards the 2nd floor, hoping to find some more valuable information. At this moment, a long knife suddenly appeared from the mural, and Klein, who was alert, immediately extended the skeleton shield. But before he could defend, the ST-02 shield had already started automatic defense, and the hard chaos accurately blocked the sudden knife. Klein's reaction was just as fast, and the light of the brilliant moon had already penetrated into the mural. Shadow Flame and the opponent's fighting spirit collided with each other. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the house, directly blowing up the wooden house, which was not very solid to begin with. with a hunched body, a bent back, and age spots all over his face. This was an old man whose age could no longer be inferred. And his breath was a little vague. Klein couldn't even sense whether the other party was dead or alive. When Klein asked the other party, the mechanical auxiliary equipment had already given a monitoring test of Terry Mutro, old male human. Strength level 5. Dangerous level, medium, is a worthy opponent. This prompt is very humane. Klein looked at the hunched old man and raised the light of the brilliant moon in his hand. Terry Mutro? Chapter 387. You are too old. The hunchbacked old man opposite did not answer Klein's words. His figure had completely merged with the surrounding environment. Even now, Klein could not sense his presence from his breath. This was the state in which the ability to hide was raised to a peak level. Only by seeing it with the naked eye could it be confirmed. Monica on the side was a little dazed. She was sure that this hunchbacked old man was Terry. However, Terry was always kind and gentle. But the Terry in front of him was full of murderous intent and evil spirit. The twisted and unkempt appearance was very different from his usual gentle and easygoing appearance. As if he had completely changed into a different person. Grandpa? Klein heard Monica shout, and confirmed that the hunchbacked old man in front of him was Terry Mutro. He was well hidden, but the old man's breath was a little unstable. Terry Mutro, you are suspected of espionage for Tarila and weapons smuggling with Grandok. Now, come with me. The old man looked at Klein and finally spoke slowly. At your age and with your strength, you shouldn't say such things. The old man's voice was hoarse and dry, like a machine that hadn't been oiled for many years, as if it could collapse at any time. Klein looked at Terry with some curiosity. Oh, why? It is everyone's responsibility to capture the Grandok spies in Tel Ella. Why can others say that I can't? You should be under 25 years old. Right? You have already killed Jason. And you dare to come to me directly. This is not just potential. You have turned the so-called potential into strength. How could you? Who is like this? Yield to others again? People like you should have stood at the highest point. Klein felt a little touched by Terry's flattery. But the old man still underestimated him. As a senior technical geek in his previous life, he had experienced the baptism of society. And his mentality was different from the so-called strong people in this world. In Klein's view, as long as the money is enough, it doesn't matter where you work. What's the point of not wanting to be inferior to others? It doesn't exist. As long as the money is enough, you can let him guard the gate. The biggest difference between Klein and the people in this world is that he has no burden. And it is precisely because of this that he has a more unrestrained taste in doing things. Although I would be very happy if you flatter me, I regret to tell you that you are wrong. Klein's moonlight light stretched out instantly. This fighting method of sneak attack while talking. This was the experience he had gained from fighting with 5th level masters several times before. Because every time he faced a 5th level master, the other party had the habit of sneaking up on him while he was talking, which had become a routine. This was also normal, because 5th level masters were all old cunning people. They had grown to the 5th level and had experienced too many ups and downs, so they didn't care about rules when fighting. Every battle between 5th level masters often determined the fate of many people, so they would not hold back because of losing face. Klein had fought with 5th level masters many times and had also developed this bad habit. Although Terry's body was hunched, his movements were not slow at all. He lightly dodged Klein's attack and his figure was like a ghost, quickly approaching Klein's side. The sword in his hand slashed directly at Klein's thigh with a sharp fighting spirit. When Klein retracted the light of the brilliant moon and blocked Terry's attack with his backhand, Terry's movement seemed to slow down. Terry smiled. His biggest advantage was longevity. If it was compared with combat experience, there were really few people in the world who could compare with him. In his opinion, Klein was already full of flaws at this time. After all, he was still too young, and lack of experience was his biggest shortcoming. And Klein also smiled. The reason he smiled was that Terry laughed at him. In terms of ability, no one could laugh at Klein. When Terry thought he was on the 2nd floor, Klein was already on the 5th floor. Just when Terry thought his attack was successful, buzz! An invisible stand appeared in front of him. Static stand? He is a magic swordsman? It doesn't look like it at all. Although Terry was very surprised. The sword in his hand did not stop. Terry twisted his hunched body again and prepared for the second attack. He had a lot of combat experience. Even though the static force field was a very rare magic, he had seen it several times and knew that this defensive magic had strong defensive power. But the disadvantage was that it only had one plane of defense. He dodged the static force field and slashed at Klein again at a very strange angle. This time, the static force field did not appear again, but a thin layer of ice appeared in front of him. His blade began to slow down after it came into contact with the ice. Terry made his sword spin in a circle, and when the ice power gathered at his attack point, he changed the direction of his attack. Let's see how many times you can defend yourself. After deceiving the ice barrier, Terry had already arrived in front of Klein, and the sword in his hand chopped directly at Klein's head, trying to kill him with one blow. This time, Klein just slowly raised his hand. Skeleton stab bone flower. A large number of bones stretched out from Klein's palm, like wildly growing trees, instantly filling all of Terry's sight. This situation made him unable to retreat. He repeatedly cut off more than a dozen bones, but more bones stretched out to him endlessly. Puff! Terry's protective fighting spirit couldn't even resist Klein's skeleton extension, and dark red blood flowers splashed out. Terry knew that he couldn't fight any longer at this time, and he had to escape the encirclement of Klein's bones. He gritted his teeth and burst out a strong fighting spirit, and the sword in his hand instantly turned into a sharp blade that could cut through the air. With a horizontal cut, he directly cut off hundreds of Klein's bones, finally freeing himself. After landing, Terry felt deeply that Klein's ability was complicated and difficult to deal with. He had already known in his heart that today, he might have no chance. Klein looked at Terry with some regret. He thought he would have a battle of equal strength, but he didn't expect such a result. To be honest, Klein was a little disappointed. Terry's strength was obviously inconsistent with his reputation. Your speed, strength, physique, and fighting spirit are far below my expectations. Only the knife you just burst out has some of the style of a 5th-level master. You and Jason are not comparable at all. I don't know if the news that you fought with Jason back then is true, but at present, Terry, you are too weak. Is it because you are old? Chapter 388. Another 5th-level base. Klein slowly walked towards Terry. The aura he exuded at this time had a unique sense of oppression. Monica on the side was already a little out of breath. Grandpa can't beat him? Why is this person so strong? Terry was silent for a while, and he placed the knife in his hand flat on his chest. I could have left, but I chose to stay. Do you know why? Klein looked at Terry. He had seen a lot of information in the wooden house before, and had some guesses about Terry's identity. However, Terry did not leave, which was indeed a bit beyond Klein's expectations. Tell me, why? Terry's turbid eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. I'm 195 years old. Klein's pupils shrank slightly. What does 195 years old mean, even if professionals have stronger physical fitness? 195 years old is still too amazing. Living long is a good thing. Well, I guess so. But I'm a grand knock. For you, Tarila, living long is not a good thing. I also have my own family in Grandok. I have everything I should have, and I've gotten everything I should get. I've achieved all the things and dreams I once wanted to pursue. I've tasted wealth, top power, beauty, and power. I have no regrets. If I run away and get caught now, it may have a very bad impact on my family in Grandok. So I chose to stay. My strength has long since declined. No one can resist the erosion of time. Not even the top masters. Rather than going back, it is better for me to die here. I used to be a soldier in the northern part of Grandok, but many people don't know it. Terry's breath is still flickering. He has good reasons. But Klein will not be soft-hearted. You have your reasons, and I have my position. Good last words. It seems that you don't care about the family in Telrilla. Terry glanced at Monica casually and said slowly, they have enjoyed too many things, which should not belong to them. If they are deprived one day, it is also natural. Grandfather? Monica didn't expect Terry to abandon them so easily. Terry ignored Monica. He had already made up his mind to die. He stayed in the wooden house to see if there was a way to use his broken body to fight with Klein, a young and outstanding junior, to weaken the power of Tarila. Obviously, Terry's plan failed. Klein's strength has definitely reached the level that can be compared with a true 5th-level master. I have always been confused. Tarila is so corrupt. But there are still many talents like you. In this regard, Grandok is always inferior to Tarila. It seems that God is blessing you, Tarila. But it doesn't matter. One day, everything in Tarila will belong to Grandok. Terry rushed towards Klein with a knife. This time he did not dodge or let go. His last fighting spirit burst out from his broken body. It looked tragic. But Klein didn't have the slightest good impression of him. Not only Terry, but Klein didn't have any good impression of the entire Grandok. Klein took out the communicator and said to Joe, who had been standing in the sniper position, "Joe, join me." "Got it." Swish, swish, swish. Bone spears fell from the sky, bombarding around Terry like huge shells. When Joe attacked, Klein's bone spears also exploded at the same time. A large number of bone spears were nailed around Terry, turning the entire ground into a forest of bone spears. Klein, who was standing in the distance, clenched his fist, and the strong magic fluctuations instantly detonated all the fused bone spears. Boom! A large number of broken bone fragments hit Terry's body, and blood soon stained his clothes red. Klein clasped his hands together, and the broken bones in the air and the bones that were cut off by Terry before immediately floated up, and tough silver threads appeared around Terry, quickly wrapping him up. Dead bone chain. The more Terry struggled, the more he found it difficult to break free from the dead bone chain. In the end, he was tightly trapped by Klein's dead bone chain and could no longer move. "Just give me a quick death. Why bother? I'm already 195 years old. Since I chose to stay, I'm ready to die. You don't think I will reveal the news about Grandok to you, do you?" Klein had put away his previous playful look at this time. He walked indifferently to Terry's side and slowly placed his palm on Terry's forehead. "I am indeed very interested in the news about Grandok. But that's just because my woman needs the news about Grandok. It's better to get it. But it doesn't matter if I can't get it. Compared to leaving a message for Grandok, I care more about you." "Me?" When Terry was confused, Klein's shadow power had already invaded his body. Ugh! Under the erosion of the shadow power, his hunched body began to twist. Although Terry's body was broken, his will was very strong and firm. Klein was mentally prepared for this. But he was a 5th level material after all. Even if he was no longer good, his foundation was still 5th level. I couldn't let him go. I hope I can destroy his will before his body collapses. From Monica's perspective, Klein now looks like a demon king. He held the head of his great-grandfather Terry with one hand, and the black energy continued to flow into Terry's mind. Terry had been groaning in pain. The once powerful 5th level master was completely vulnerable in front of Klein. Just when Terry's body was about to collapse, his will was finally destroyed by Klein's dark power. Terry's body began to disillusion, and his whole body turned into a torrent of energy and was sucked into the synthesizer. Klein turned off the synthesizer and slowly walked to Monica. "Ms. Monica, I have solved your backers. I think we can now consider how to smoothly take over the Unicorn Guild's industry." Miss Monica has also been involved in various businesses of the Unicorn Guild. "I hope you can cooperate with me." At this time, Monica dared not resist Klein anymore. The opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. The only thing she could do now was to obey Klein's request honestly to save her life. The two jumped onto Dialog's back, and Klein reopened the synthesizer and turned to the bottle item option. Terry Mutro. Rank, level 5. Quality, D weak. Introduction, human level 5. Very weak. Very weak. Although he is not as good as some level 4 now, his life essence is still level 5. Although it is AD, Klein is still very satisfied. Another level 5. Go catch another level 5 monster. Then it will definitely be level 5. If it is still a humanoid creature. And give it a bottle of spiritual language secret potion. Then the information of Grandok will be done. There is no need for torture or anything. To force a confession? My interrogation skills are too poor. I will never force a confession in this life. Chapter 389. I like meetings the most. After Klein and Monica left, Joe also walked towards the city silently. He liked this sniper position, which allowed him to use his bone spear's ultra-long range attack characteristics. And even if he was discovered close to him, he was not afraid of normal melee professions with his double extension. Not to mention that he could use the King of Decay to save his life. Human society is still easier. Killing monsters all day is too boring. Klein and Monica just flew to the Unicorn Guild's residence. At this time, he still regretted that he had not experienced a truly suitable battle. He had some insights into the Will of Flame. So Klein really wanted a battle that could really force all his potential, so that he could activate the Will of Flame and experience the Will of Flame again. He not only wanted to truly control the Will of Flame, But he also wanted to get his own system power through the Will of Flame. Unfortunately, Terry was too old. He was no longer qualified to fight Klein head-on. For Klein, this battle was meaningless. At this time, an emergency meeting was being held at the Unicorn Guild's headquarters, chaired by Monica's father, Zenit Mutro, the current president of the Unicorn Guild. They didn't know that Terry had been killed by Klein yet, and still believed that this was a retaliation launched by other hostile gangs against their Unicorn Guild. But this retaliation was worse than usual. After Klein and Monica entered the headquarters, someone immediately greeted Monica. "Ms. Monica, Master Zenit is meeting with other directors and staff inside." "Who is this, Ms. Monica's new friend?" The man glanced at Klein and showed a look that all men understood. Everyone knew what kind of person Monica was. At this time, he thought that Klein should be Monica's new man. Monica changed men faster than she changed clothes. But the guy in front of him looked good. Monica seemed to have dumped Amos and found a new love. Listening to the other party's playful words, Monica looked at Klein with a guilty conscience. Seeing that Klein was not angry, she was relieved. Klein was smiling now. He didn't care about these jokes at all. The Unicorn Guild, without the supportive force, could no longer jump around. So he was in a good mood now. "What are you looking at, Ms. Monica? Lord Zenit is having a meeting inside. Shouldn't we go in and take a look?" Although she said it with a smile, Monica always felt that Klein's expression was terrifying. He wouldn't go in and kill everyone. Would he? "Mr. Kane." Klein saw Monica's hesitation, and he immediately laughed. "Don't think too much, Miss Monica. Just do your job well, and you will all be safe. Look, since I found you, and then found Terry, you have always been safe. Haven't you?" Monica swallowed her saliva. She was safe because she was still useful. But her great-grandfather Terry had been killed by the guy in front of her. How could anyone feel at ease to go in? But Monica didn't dare to refuse Klein, so she could only nod obediently. "Okay. Well, that's right. I also like to hold meetings with my subordinates. Every time I hold a meeting, I will find some faults with my subordinates and then deduct some of their wages. I do this all the time," Klein joked. And the two walked towards the meeting room one after the other. The person who greeted Monica before was a little strange. Why did Miss Monica's expression have been trembling today? Could it be that the young man just now was not handsome enough? No. The young man just now still had absolutely no problem with his appearance. As a man, he had to admit that the other party was handsome. That shouldn't be the case. Miss Monica is a woman who dares to try even the security guard uncle. So why did she show such an expression to the young man? Could it be that she couldn't bear it? My God. This kid can't be the legendary third leg? Is there really such a powerful person? So, the man looked at Klein with a look of contempt that changed to envy. In the meeting room, Zenit looked at the quarreling members of the Unicorn Guild, and his dissatisfaction became stronger and stronger. These people only fight for those boring interests. Regarding the assassination of the Fire Mage and the disappearance of a large number of directors, they can't even make a meaningful proposal. Stop quarreling. The Fire Mage was killed. All the arsenals have stopped working. The guild director sent out to recruit fire mages are now all missing. It is obvious that the other party wants to trick us. Now, whoever can find out the truth about this matter for me will be the vice president of the Unicorn Guild. Zenit's voice temporarily suppressed the other voices in the conference room. They looked at each other and didn't speak. They had long been accustomed to Zenit's behavior of drawing big cakes. They were all old hands. Everyone knew Zenit's level. He was greedy, stingy, and timid. He didn't have the qualifications to be the helmsman of a guild. He was just the only son of the previous generation of Mutro. President, you've seen that the people under you are in a mess now. Everyone is in a panic. If you ask us to investigate now, we basically have no way to investigate. Where are Amos and Raymond? Aren't these two guys always competing? Yes, Raymond is very capable. I said that this guy has a promising future. Amos is not bad either. He has a close relationship with Monica. With such an identity, he is more trustworthy. Yes, we are all old and can't run anymore. Such things should be handed over to young people. After all, the future belongs to them. Hearing this, Zenit showed a face of contempt. When dividing the money, you fight for it. When it comes to the real trouble, you push and give way again. It's really disgusting. Klein, who was at the door, also saw this scene. He suddenly laughed. These old guys are very similar to some old people in a previous life. When they asked for seats on the bus, they said they were old, weak, sick, and disabled. But when they were grabbing eggs at a discount in the supermarket, 3 or 5 young men couldn't get close to them. It was so real. Klein and Monica pushed the door open and entered, stopping the noise in the entire conference room for a moment. Monica, who is this person? You changed people again. Hee hee. This is the meeting room of the Unicorn Guild. Not just anyone can come in. There were many such words mocking Klein, which made Monica panic. She was afraid that Klein would get angry and really kill everyone here. Mr. Klein? I don't mean to offend. They just don't know. Klein raised his hand and interrupted Monica's words. He just stood quietly at the door without saying anything. He had nothing to do now, so he could just watch these ridiculous guys perform. Only Zenit, the leader, saw the anxiety and fear in his daughter's eyes. He looked at the panicked Monica and asked, Monica, what's going on? Where's Amos? Father, Amos is dead. Grandpa is also dead. The Unicorn Guild is finished. You can only survive if you obey. Don't do anything to anger him again. Monica was already crying as she spoke, and the content of her words made Zenit stunned. He subconsciously thought that Monica was talking nonsense. But when he saw Klein beside Monica, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. This man was very calm, and the way he looked at these people was like looking at a piece of meat. A bad feeling rose from his heart. Other senior executives also heard Monica's words. Some of them were alert, and some were completely unbelieving. What a joke. Monica, are you stupid because of playing with men? You can say any stupid things. Is this a joke? Yeah. Zenit, you should take care of your daughter. Don't hang out with these little bastards all day. It's meaningless. That's right. Monica is not young anymore. She should settle down and find someone to marry. I think Amos is a good choice. These people became more and more unpleasant, as if having more people could give them courage. They even started all kinds of dirty jokes. But this is the current situation of the Unicorn Guild. Without natural enemies, they have completely decayed. These superiors all look half dead. The more Monica listened, the more terrified she was. The scene of Klein grabbing Terry's head with one hand was still vivid in her mind. Even a 5th-level master like Grandpa is no match for Klein. Not to mention these scumbags. She yelled angrily. I said, Amos is dead. All his men are dead. My people are dead. And my great-grandfather Terry is dead. If you don't believe me, you will die too. Monica's words were already gritting her teeth. This time, the conference room was finally quiet. And it was really quiet. No one showed up at this time. They looked at each other, and they were all a little overwhelmed for a while. Zenit knew that he had to stand up and speak now. This was his responsibility as the president. He looked at Klein carefully and asked in a low voice, Excuse me. Sir? Oh. Are you done talking? It doesn't matter. Terry is dead. You can talk slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Klein pulled a chair and sat down. His very plain words hit the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Who is Terry? He has been the overlord of Jiajuogo for decades. If such a person dies at the hands of Klein, who can resist the current Klein? Are you asking these old guys to fight? Don't be ridiculous. It's okay to let them brag. But if they are asked to fight with someone like Klein, isn't that asking them to die? Chapter 390 The Real Danger Has Come. Monica. Is what he said true? Zenit still couldn't believe it. If Terry's death had the greatest impact on someone, it would undoubtedly be the Mutro family. Without Terry, who would still know the Mutro family? Yes, Father. Everything I said is the fact that I saw with my own eyes. The Unicorn Guild is over. Zenit's face turned pale, and he didn't continue talking. The other guild leaders became noisy. Some were panicked, and some were unwilling to believe it. But no matter what, the city of Gadageo will usher in a new reshuffle. Amid the noise, Klein took the initiative to stand up. Okay, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kane. Yes, I am Kane, the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grilla. I am from the city of Marion. From today, everything in the city of Gadageo and all the business of the Unicorn Guild will be officially taken over by the Eye of Grilla. No matter what kind of gang you are, or the boss of a club, it is best to be more conscious and leave all the accounts and property behind. If you leave now, I can be more generous and let you go. Terry Mutro has been killed by me. If you have any high-end combat power, just call them out. I will take them all. Whether it is a joint attack, conspiracy, sneak attack, etc. Klein's words were very straightforward, and the murderous intent was compelling. Some people subconsciously believed what Klein said, but there are always some people who have some strange ideas. Especially Klein, who has no magic or fighting spirit, which gives many people a feeling that this person may not be strong. Just as Klein finished speaking, a bodyguard of a big boss, a third-level warrior, attacked Klein. His long sword pierced Klein's heart. If he could kill Klein at this time, it would definitely not be as simple as a merit. However, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Klein held the man's long sword with his bare hands, and the shadow power continuously invaded the man's body from the long sword. His body began to decay, and decay on the spot under the destruction of Klein's power. The body of the professional, who was originally full of vitality, began to become shriveled. This professional died in front of everyone before he even had time to scream. And the meeting was silent again. Very good. Someone finally dares to stand up. You guys haven't taken action yet, and I'm embarrassed to show my strength in front of you. Klein threw the man's shrunken body on the conference table and said again, does anyone have a different opinion? You can say it now, and I will consider it as appropriate. Consider it as appropriate? And then turn the person into a mummy? You are a bit too much. These people didn't dare to have different opinions with Klein at this time. Some of the cowards had quietly raised their hands and said to Klein, I am willing to withdraw from the Unicorn Guild. So can I leave now? Klein looked at this coward and nodded with satisfaction. He liked cowards the most, especially the cowards who took the lead, who would destroy the last line of defense in other people's hearts. Someone has taken the lead and ran away. So if he doesn't run now, when will he run? Of course, I am a man of my words. The old man who was talking stared at Klein cautiously and walked towards the door. But when he just reached the door, he was stopped by Klein. Wait, didn't you tell me to leave? Of course, I can leave. But you seem to have forgotten what I said before? Klein looked the man up and down, which made him feel uneasy. What did I forget? You are still pretending to be here, right? I just said that all the accounts and financials must be kept intact. As long as you hand over the accounts and income of your business, you can leave safely today. In addition, each person can take 10,000 taels away. 10,000 taels is not a small amount. If you save a little, it will be enough for retirement. I have always been a kind person. However, if anyone dares to take a little more, or has a fluke mentality, don't blame me for being rude. Klein is not the kind of person who will not be killed if you surrender your gun. You can surrender your gun and not be killed, but you must also hand over the money. He came to the north to plunder resources. If he cannot directly obtain some resources, then this action will be much less meaningful to him. The old man in front of him blushed. Robbing someone of their money is like killing their parents. Klein's behavior is totally against the rules of the underworld. Your behavior is a bit too much. It is against the rules of the underworld. Klein raised his eyebrows. He also liked people who dared to resist, because he could accept them all. Oh, you are talking to me about the rules. Talking to me about the underworld? Okay. Then don't leave. The old man was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood what Klein meant. He turned around and wanted to jump out of the window, but Klein's bone blade stopped him. The bone blade easily pierced the old man's heart. And by the way, it closed the window and took back the ring from the old man's hand. Klein took the ring, checked it briefly, and showed a satisfied expression. More than 1 million. No wonder you are not willing to pay. A director of your guild can make more than 1 million tel. It's really good. Next one. The others looked at each other again. At this time, they all understood that if they didn't pay the money, they really couldn't get out today. But there was no one who was really willing to hand over all the money. They were all thinking about how to escape with the money. A more ruthless director swallowed a ring directly, then took another ring to Klein and handed it to him. This is all the accounts and income of our club. Mr. Kane, please take a look. Can I leave now? Klein handed the accounts to Monica, who was standing aside, and said casually, check if there are any problems. Check carefully. This is related to your life and your father's life. Monica nodded vigorously. She was quite capable. She could see the problem with such simple accounts after a few glances. This account book has been made by someone else. I can't tell you the specific differences now. The director who swallowed the ring suddenly looked ugly. Bitch. If you don't understand, can you stop talking nonsense? Talking nonsense can kill people. Monica took a step back. But she emphasized again. I said, there is a problem with this account. Klein took the account book back and nodded. Then burned the account book with fire. Is it necessary for him to tell others about the evidence? It's not necessary. Okay. No need to check carefully. Just find out if there are any problems. Mr. Kane, listen to my explanation. Puff. Okay. Next one. The splattering blood and falling heads made the others' hearts beat constantly. Klein killed people without saying anything. He didn't seem like the kind of person who could sit down and talk about things. They still didn't understand that as long as they handed over the money, everyone could get a way out. They were already thinking about how to take the money out. In the suburbs, just as Klein and the other two left, a team came to the location of Terry's cabin. This was a team of 3 people. A man named Nochlin came to Terry's cabin and carefully checked the things in the cabin. Some of the previous account books and information had been taken away by Klein. There was nothing worth checking in the cabin now. So Nochlin didn't gain anything. At this time, Ibrahimovic, another member who was checking outside the door, came in and said, there are traces of broken bones and shadow energy at the place of the battle, as well as Terry's cut marks and fighting spirit. The two sides should have experienced some short but very intense battles. From the remaining things, the result of the battle was that Terry was defeated. It is not clear whether he died or not. Even if he did not die, he should have been captured or caught by the opponent. The opponent should be a shadow and bone necromancer. Terry's outcome may not be good. This person's ability characteristics are very consistent with the previous description of Kane. He should be the number 5 leader of the Eye of Grilla. Kane. Kane. Haha, it's just a disguised identity. How could an organization like the Eye of Grilla train such a person? Nochlin smiled sarcastically. He crushed the corner of an inconspicuous stone table outside the house with his bare hands. After the corner of the table was broken, some text messages began to appear on the entire table. All information has been deleted. Terry is seeking death, indeed. He is more than 190 years old. The decline in physiological function is really a great blow to a professional. Death is a relief for him, allowing him to truly rest. Amy, the last member of the team, had already filled the second floor with various flammable materials and lit a fire. After she came to the first floor, she nodded to the leader. Cockline. The second floor has been fully inspected. Terry should have cleaned it before. There are basically no problems. What do we say? Evacuate. Nochlin showed an interested expression. He looked in the direction of Gajuageo and said in a somewhat cruel tone, at such a young age, he can be compared with a 5th-level master. This is a rising star. It must be very interesting to kill such a person. Ibrahimovic on the side saw what Nochlin was thinking. He knew that Nochlin had the intention to kill Klein. But this time he raised an objection. I don't agree with this rash action. Terry didn't expose our information, which means that Kane of the Eye of Grilla knows nothing about us at present. Now Qianyu intends to integrate the underground forces of the North. This is not our territory. If we encounter masters of the North Army during the battle, we will not be able to evacuate safely. The hidden super level beside her has not appeared yet. Our focus should be on the hidden person. At this time, it is best not to do extra things. If Nochlin's arrogance is obvious, then Ibrahimovic's arrogance is slightly more obscure. Nochlin wanted to kill Klein and propose the action, but Ibrahimovic thought that Klein was not as important as the hidden superclass strongman beside Qianyu. The meaning here is obvious. Klein has some value, but not enough. The two of them have never considered the situation where they can't kill Klein. Even when Klein was Jason and Terry, 2 5th-level players in a row, they still thought that Klein was not a concern. At this time, Amy stood up and made the final conclusion of this matter. This time, I agree with Nochlin's idea. This Kane is growing very fast. If we ignore him, his growth rate may exceed our imagination. Just like the teacher said, such people can't be ignored. If there is a problem, it must be strangled in the cradle. Chapter 391. Lilith was hit on. From the moment Klein said this, an hour had passed. Several directors of the Unicorn Guild had died in the meeting room. They were lying in all directions, and their deaths were different. Klein was not in a hurry. He took out a coffee table, prepared some drinks and food, and asked Monica to sit down with him. While eating, he dealt with the financial problems of these directors. He said, "Take your time." There was no hurry. The younger directors, who were about 40 to 50 years old, had already shown signs of surrendering. After all, they were not very old. As long as they could get out alive today, they still had a chance to make a comeback. And the man named Kane in front of him also said that after the Eye of Grayla took over Jejuogo, they would recruit a large number of staff. At that time, these experienced people would definitely not be left without food, not to mention continuing to be the boss. At least he could be an experienced clerk. It was impossible to make a fortune, but it would definitely be no problem to make some money by going out to do business to support his family. They are still young and have plenty of time to enjoy themselves. There is no need to risk their lives here. They backed out, but the old guys didn't. Half of their bodies were already buried in the ground. Instead of thinking about their own lives that would not last for a few more years, they might as well find a way to keep the money, at least to give their offspring a better future. However, they obviously underestimated Klein's emphasis on resources. In their opinion, Klein was robbing and plundering the resources they had accumulated over the years. But in Klein's opinion, the money that the Unicorn Guild got was already his own. Do you want to take my money away? They were going to give it to their descendants. How could such a good thing happen? Monica looked at the dishes on the table in front of Klein and hesitated a little. She didn't know whether she should really sit down and eat with Klein. Klein didn't care. It was just a matter of waiting for an extra set of tableware. Don't be in a daze. Eat. As for them, don't worry. Let them starve and calm down. Klein's expression of wanting to eat these people made the old guys very uncomfortable. If they didn't bleed today, it seemed that they couldn't do it. On the other side, Lilith, with Becky and Eric, was dealing with the expatriates of the Unicorn Guild. They intercepted almost all of them and handed them over to Raymond for processing. Because of Klein's talent retention plan, Lilith didn't kill anyone who didn't resist particularly fiercely. This was a relatively simple task. She had dealt with the 2 level 4s of the Unicorn Guild, so she was free now. Just now, Lilith received a communication from Klein, and learned that Klein had dealt with the Unicorn Guild's level 5 Terramutro. And Lilith was completely relieved at this time. Without the threat of level 5, normal level 4s should not be able to pose any great threat to Klein unless there are a lot of them. Thinking of this, Lilith was in a good mood. This time coming to Jejuogo was like traveling. Relaxing and comfortable. I'll go shopping. If you have anything, contact me by phone. Okay. Becky nodded. Lilith walked alone on the streets of Jejuogo. It would be better to say that she was observing the terrain of the entire city rather than shopping. This is her habit. Every time she arrives at a new place, she will survey the local terrain. If she knows the terrain, she can react immediately no matter what unexpected situation occurs. For example, pursuit or evacuation, hiding. After understanding the terrain, Lilith can make the most reasonable judgment. Walking to the door of a snack bar, Lilith took out 1 tier and bought some vegetable skewers. She likes to eat, as long as it is not arcane synthetic food. Miss, a total of 57 Rila. I will give you the money. The boss wanted to give change, but was rejected by Lilith. She said generously, no. The rest is a tip. Thank you. Mississippi. The owner of the snack shop looked at Lilith with a smile and nodded to thank her. Lilith waved her hand. When she was about to leave, a voice interrupted her. Boss, please tell me how to get to the headquarters of the Unicorn Union. The person who came was Ibrahimovic, one of the 3 people in the suburbs before. He also took out 1 tier, put it on the table, and took 2 snacks and ate them. The boss also knew that for such a person, eating was fake, but gathering information was real. He pointed to the Unicorn Guild's residence and said, that's the direction. Go straight and then turn left. Okay. Thank you, boss. Ibrahimovic laughed. Lilith's back was already tense at this time. Her intuition told her that the person behind her was very dangerous. This feeling was just like the feeling she had when she faced Gwen alone. Lilith slowly turned her head and looked at Ibrahimovic behind her. This was a man in his 30s. Although he was not handsome, he was very handsome and gave people a sense of elegance and easygoingness. Even though he was very powerful, Ibrahimovic did not show the slightest bit of arrogance to the owner of the snack bar. The first time Lilith saw this man, she was very sure that this guy was definitely not an ordinary person. He was a master of the academy department, and at least level 5. Why is there a level 5 here? He is going to the Unicorn Guild? Is his target Klein or Terry? Lilith was a little confused. If the other party was going for Klein, should she stop him now or meet up with Klein? Ibrahimovic's perception was also strong. When Lilith looked at him, he had already noticed Lilith's presence. After moving his eyes to Lilith, he immediately showed a trace of curiosity. What a strong aura. I like this kind of young, beautiful, and strong girl. Ibrahimovic looked at Lilith and said something that was completely inconsistent with his temperament just now. He was both domineering and very arrogant. Amy and Nochlin should be able to deal with that Kane. It's rare to see a woman like this. This woman should be at the 4th level. She's really young. Let's find a way to leave a contact number first. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Ibrahimovic. May I ask your name? Faced with Ibrahimovic's question, Lilith narrowed her eyes. Although she didn't hear the other party's muttering, she had a feeling that this person was most likely going to find Klein. No. She had to delay the other party as much as possible. Now that the other party was interested in her, she had to learn as much information about this person as possible. After deciding on the way to deal with it, Lilith calmed down her mood and asked calmly, Ibrahimovic, what's your background? This direct way of asking the other party about their background seems to be problematic, but it is the most correct choice at this time. Ibrahimovic raised his eyebrows. Lilith's straightforwardness made him feel a little awkward, but he still didn't want to give up the opportunity to chat with Lilith. My background, well, it was not convenient to tell you, but since the lady wants to know, I will tell you. I am from Warhammer Academy. Warhammer Academy? Lilith frowned slightly. She had collected intelligence about Warhammer Academy before. Giesha's analysis of Warhammer Academy at that time was the most vague, only indicating that this was an academy that had been hiding its light. After the EC incident, the entire Warhammer Academy became very low-key. But the professionals provided to Beijing every year did not change, and the Imperial officials did not intervene. There are many masters in Warhammer Academy, but Lilith has never heard of Ibrahimovic. Level 5 masters are generally senior professors with names. Under normal circumstances, she cannot have not heard of him. Unless the other party is like Giesha. Like this, a place where many forces are hidden. So you are a senior from Warhammer Academy. My name is Lilith, and I am a 4th grade student at Royal Academy. What can I do for you? Wow, you haven't graduated yet. That's amazing, but can't we chat if there is nothing to talk about? You are so beautiful. There should be no one to talk to you. Right? Ibrahimovic said jokingly. But in daily life, there really are not many people who talk to Lilith. She has always been very cold outside, and she looks like a stranger who doesn't want to come in. People who know her know that she is Klein's woman, so it is even more impossible for anyone to talk to her. While analyzing, Lilith determined what kind of personality she should show in front of Evie. Aloof, calm, and curious. That's right. Only by showing curiosity about Evie can he reveal as much information as possible. No one usually talks to me. I'm not good at communication. You are very strong. I have never heard of your name in Warhammer Academy. What department are you in? This question did not arouse Evie's suspicion. It is normal for students to ask which department they are in. You can see that I am very strong. You have a good eye. But I don't have a traditional college department. If I have to classify it, I am good at using swords and should belong to the warrior department. But my ability is a little different from that of ordinary warriors. A warrior master who uses swords. Lilith has already simulated the moves that the opponent may appear. But the ability is different from that of ordinary warriors, which makes Lilith alert again. What do you want to talk to me about? At this moment, Ibrahimovic's communicator rang. Although the communicator was invented by Giesha, it has always been sold to the outside world. Lilith was not surprised that a 5th-level master like Ibrahimovic had a communicator. But the content from the communicator made Lilith feel cold all over. Ibrahimovic, Nokrian and I have arrived. We have confirmed that Kane's location is in the Unicorn Guild conference room. Where are you? Are you coming? If not, we will start first. Companions? A total of 3 people. Listening to this impatient tone. Should be equal status. Are the two opposite? Also 5th level? Just when Lilith was a little confused, Ibrahimovic spread his hands towards her. Sorry. Beautiful lady. You heard it too. My companions are calling me. I have to hurry. We came to Jiajuogo to do something. As for why we are looking for you, it's because I rarely meet an excellent and beautiful lady like you. I want to ask you for a contact method. Chapter 392 Blood for Blood. Tooth for Tooth. They are not from Gajuogeo, but from Warhammer Academy. Their target is Klein. 3 level 5s appear at once. Lilith will not think that the other party is for friendly negotiation. There are already 2 people on Klein's side. She can't let Ibrahimovic go to meet them again. Otherwise, even if Klein is very strong, it will be very dangerous. We have to find a way to keep him. Or defeat him. Lilith was silent for a while, as if she was thinking about the problem. Ibrahimovic was a little anxious. But he didn't urge him, because in his opinion, even if he didn't go, the guy named Kane couldn't be the opponent of his 2 companions. I can give you the contact information, but I want yours too. Lilith's eyes revealed a stubborn look, and there was no problem with her tone. Her acting skills are much better than Klein's. At least Ibrahimovic didn't see anything wrong at all. Contact information? That's too easy. No problem. How can I refuse a beautiful lady? Ibrahimovic smiled and took out a pen and paper from his ring, and swiftly wrote his name, address, and communicator number on the paper. Lilith was doing the same thing, and soon finished writing, and handed the note in her hand over. Ibrahimovic wanted to touch the back of Lilith's hand, and just as the 2 notes were about to be handed over, a sword with dark fighting spirit stabbed out from under Lilith's hand. Puff! Ibrahimovic was actually alert when Lilith attacked, but Lily's attack speed was too fast, and his abdomen was stabbed after all. Ibrahimovic flew back, looking at Lilith with a gloomy face, and also took out his weapon, a pitch-black long sword. Such a fast attack speed. Even I couldn't dodge it. It's really worthy of the person I've chosen. Lilith didn't say anything. She took out the communicator and dialed the number leading to Klein. You have 2 level 5s. Very strong. Go all out. This is a message similar to a message. But not long after, Klein's voice came back. Received. Be careful. After receiving Klein's reply, Lilith finally felt relieved. If Klein released his fighting power at all costs, he would definitely be able to compete with 2 level 5 strong men. His own strength is strong enough. Not to mention that he can also summon dialogue and other things in the bottle. If he lets go, a person like Klein will be a disaster in any city. Ibrahimovic saw Lilith's communication and didn't interrupt it. He was using his fighting spirit to seal his wounds as much as possible. The other party dared to sneak attack him, which could already explain a lot of problems. Kane's companion? What a coincidence. I didn't expect he had a companion like you. This guy should be dealt with in time. Not a companion, but a fiancé. A guy like you is not even a hair of his. You have no idea at all, and are still pretending to be cool. You are over 30 years old, and only at level 5. I don't know what you are pretending to be. Lilith's words were very sharp. Even the calm EV felt the veins on his forehead jump after hearing such words. Haha. Fiancé. Little girl. Quite interesting, but you will soon find out how much stronger I am than your fiancé Kane. Zebra's voice was very aggressive, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at Lilith seriously, and the fighting spirit like flowing water began to wrap around him. Ready to go. Lilith did not take it lightly. She took out the Soul Reaper, activated the Shadow Escape acceleration, and rushed towards Zebra in one step. When she attacked, it was one of her strongest attack moves. Dark Harvest. Boom! What sound? Eric looked in the direction where Lilith and Zebra were fighting. Becky jumped directly to the roof after hearing the words, and also looked in the direction where Lilith was fighting. Lilith is fighting someone. A very strong master. Go to support. Without saying anything, the two rushed towards Lilith. They were all members of the Klein group. At any time, they would rise and fall together. The Klein team had not yet grown to its peak, so no one could be left behind. On the other side, Lilith had already exchanged 2 moves with Ibrahimovic. Her fierce attacks were easily resolved by Ibrahimovic every time. She knew that there was a gap in the hard power between the 2 sides. She had to go all out. Otherwise, there would be no chance of winning. Although you are very good, the gap between us cannot be made up by talent. I am about 10 years older than you. The accumulation of these 10 years is not what you can imagine. The surging water-based fighting spirit instantly shook Lilith away. Although it was water, the impact force in the water made her arms numb. The repelled Lilith did not continue to attack, but stood firmly, allowing a layer of gray energy to begin to cover her body. This is the mixed energy of the power of chaos and the power of time. Lilith's body began to grow taller and stronger, with gray scales covering her whole body. The dark green hair of the original chaos form also turned silver gray at this moment. 2 white air spurted out from her nostrils, and she clenched the soul harvester in her hand. Before, After the power of chaos was fused with the power of time, Lilith could not open the chaos form again because of the incompatibility of the two powers. However, this time, the chaos form was opened very smoothly, as if they knew that their master had encountered an invincible enemy. Ibrahimovic looked at Lilith, who had transformed into a half-human, half-demon monster, and showed some solemn expressions. What an amazing momentum! There is something. Flowing water thousand strike. For the first time, Ibrahimovic took the initiative and stabbed out with a sword. Countless water drops shot towards Lilith along his sword style. Every drop of water had his fighting spirit. This was a real one stab. 1,000 strikes. Lilith didn't think about how to crack this move, because she knew she couldn't crack it at all. Since there was no way to crack it, she would just use violence to hedge. Turbid Soul Wound. Lilith tightly grasped the Soul Reaper and used Adonis's Turbid Soul Strike. The detonated soul power attached to the tip of the scythe and rushed directly towards EV. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of raindrops fell on Lilith's body, and pieces of red blood appeared. Even with the shadow armor attached with the power of order, plus her own power of chaos to protect herself, Lilith still couldn't resist the 1,000 strike of water. The raindrops pierced her body like sharp arrows, bringing out a lot of blood. However, Lilith's charge was not without effect. The soul wound hit Evie's sword hard. The soul burst, and the double impact of the dark fighting spirit blasted Evie away. Boom! Evie fell heavily to the ground, creating a large pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Lilith, covered in blood, did not pause at all. She immediately turned on the time acceleration and wanted to kill the knockdown Evie with the sickle. There is plenty of time. I won. Lilith's scythe had already reached Evie's face. Just when she was about to behead Evie, a layer of ice instantly froze Lilith in place. Evie suddenly woke up at this time. He stepped back a few steps in fear and subconsciously touched his neck. That feeling just now, it's really scary. Does this woman still have the ability of time or space? If it weren't for the ice seal, I would have died. Crack! Lilith broke through the ice and rushed towards Evie again. The time acceleration didn't work, which made her feel a little depressed. But she didn't get discouraged. She hadn't lost yet. Blood kept flowing from her face. These were all the injuries caused by the flowing sword strike just now. Her condition was getting worse and worse. The longer the time dragged, the less likely she would defeat Evie. Evie spat out the blood in his mouth. Lilith's ferocity was really beyond his imagination. The opponent's ability to fight head-on was definitely not inferior to him. The ability to fight head-on is very strong. But the real battle is never as simple as fighting head-on. Mist Shadow Blade. The flowing water-shaped fighting spirit around Evie immediately turned into a mist-like form. The fog almost covered the entire area where the two were fighting. And Lilith also lost her vision. However, after Lilith activated the chaos form, her sense of smell and hearing became very strong. Even without vision, she could still lock onto Evie's position. Boom! Evie's sneak attack was kicked away by Lilith, followed by a heavy chop from the Soul Reaper. This time, Evie really didn't block it. His black sword had been pressed on his shoulder by Lilith, and blood was splattered. Evie gritted his teeth and persisted. The mist around him turned into ice needles and stabbed at Lilith. At this time, he had to distance himself from Lilith. If he continued to fight like this, he would really have the possibility of defeat. But no matter how he attacked Lilith, she didn't mean to let him go. Evie was determined and cut off his captured left hand with a sword, finally pulling away from Lilith. He observed Lilith with hatred. He originally thought it would be a romantic encounter, but he didn't expect to almost die here. I already know that your other senses are also strong, but you won't have another chance. Water, extraction, cooling. Evie's voice became a little psychedelic, and the sound of gurgling water appeared around Lilith, making it impossible for her to hear Evie's position clearly. Then, the air in the mist began to decrease continuously. Lilith could only inhale some water vapor when she breathed. There was almost no air, not to mention the smell. The temperature of the mist was constantly decreasing, and it had already reached below 0 degrees. But this mist mixed with fighting spirit had no signs of freezing at all. Lilith's body was covered with a layer of frost. The lack of air made her body function decline, and the frost made her movements begin to slow down. Even if she moved, Evie's mist would move with her. Lilith was now a little helpless. Even if Evie stopped taking any action, as long as she continued to extract air and cool down like this, she would be trapped here to death. This way of using fighting spirit is even more mysterious than magic. Are they the hidden masters of Warhammer Academy? How many things have they hidden? Lilith bit her right hand and stretched it out, sucking some of her own blood. This warm current seemed to make her more sober. She was much weaker than Evie. Only this way of fighting with blood for blood and tooth for tooth could pose a fatal threat to Evie. Lilith pounded the ground with one hand. Her bones and muscles twisted in waves, and her hidden moves were also ready to go. Chapter 393 Blood in the Mist. Bones in the hands. Lilith tried her best to sense the direction of Evie, but Evie didn't show any breath. And he didn't attack. He just quietly waited for the air in Lilith's place to run out. Lilith's tense body finally couldn't help but relax. There was no way. There was not enough air. She had no way to breathe. And the opponent didn't leave any flaws. This guy has been hiding. There is no way to get close to him. And there is no way to lock his position. Such an enemy made Lilith a little desperate. Evie monitored Lilith from a distance. He had found his arm, but he had to go back to reattach it. A 4th-level professional brought him such great damage, which he had never imagined. The people of Jesha are really strong. Just like the teacher said. In this world, apart from the king level, if there is anyone who can't be provoked, it is Esmond of Jesha. Evie's wound has stopped bleeding, and his face has returned to calm. Lilith was able to cause such great damage to him. One of the reasons was the intelligence discrepancy, and the other was that Lilith had the intention to attack proactively, catching Evie off guard. If Evie had been prepared and used the Mist Shadow Blade in advance, Lilith would not have had the strength to fight back at all. It's really a pity to kill a woman like this, Ice Silk. As Evie injected new fighting spirit into the mist, the ice mist around Lilith immediately showed a sharp attribute, and blood soon appeared on her face, which was cut by Evie's Ice Silk. The cut parts will bleed, but will soon be frozen by the ice fog. These ice blood residues adhere to the body, making Lilith's speed even slower. Her consciousness gradually became a little slow. What should I do now, if it was Klein? How would he deal with such an enemy? In the desperate situation, Lilith's communicator rang, and it was Eric's voice that came from it. Lilith, where are you now? We are here. But this area is very foggy, and there is almost no visibility. Lilith was startled and immediately said to Eric, don't come over. The situation here is very complicated and not suitable for you to fight, and the enemy is too strong. The gap between you and him is too big. After saying that, Lilith hung up Eric's communication. It's not that she couldn't cooperate with Eric, but she found an opportunity. Lilith looked at the communicator in her hand and suddenly laughed. When she exchanged contact addresses with Ibrahimovic just now, she had seen the contents of the other party's note from the corner of her eye, including his communicator number. In this situation where she couldn't lock onto Evie's position at all, she seemed to be able to use the communicator to accurately locate Evie, because the sound of the communicator was loud enough. 165,422. Lilith quickly dialed a series of numbers, and soon after, the sound of beep, beep, beep appeared behind her. Evie didn't expect Lilith to lock onto him with the communicator, and he immediately wanted to throw it away, but it was too late. Found you. Lilith activated the time acceleration again, and this time, she didn't choose to rush in, but used this ability as an effect to fix the opponent's position. In Lilith's time acceleration, Evie's body stagnated. He had the ice seal protecting him. Lilith was not sure whether that ability could be activated again in a critical moment. Regardless of whether it could be activated or not, she had to launch an attack that was strong enough to break through the ice seal this time. She had to make sure that she could make Evie lose his combat effectiveness with one blow. Exile. Lilith's arm expanded rapidly and began to stretch wildly without restriction. The power of chaos had merged with the flesh and blood on her arm, and in an instant, it had arrived in front of Evie. Boom! Crack! When this arm with blood vessels and muscles tangled together touched Evie, it was frozen by the power of ice again. But this time it was different. The attack power of Lilith's exile hand far exceeded the limit that the ice seal could withstand. It broke through all of Evie's defenses with one blow and passed through his chest. As blood and flesh flew everywhere, Lilith grabbed Evie's spine. Even if he was a 5th-level master or a 5th-level warrior with a strong body, he would be weak and even lose his fighting ability if his spine was broken. Lilith squeezed with all her strength, and the power of chaos burst out. Evie's spine was crushed like a rice roll in her hand. Lilith had reached her limit at this time. She had no more strength to do more damage. The power of chaos could not maintain the hand of exile, and began to shrink back. When Evie woke up, he looked at the arm still squirming on his chest, and spit out blood in disbelief. Can this woman's attack even break through the ice seal? My spine is broken too. Ahem. Evie knelt on one knee. Lilith's fatal blow still played a decisive role, without his fighting spirit to guide it. The surrounding fog gradually dissipated. Lilith, who was not far away, raised her head. She was in a very miserable state at this time, but she felt like she had survived a disaster. Is it finally solved, huh? Lilith breathed in the fresh air greedily. She felt too uncomfortable holding her breath for a long time. For the first time, she felt that being able to breathe was an extremely beautiful thing. Evie's strength was indeed very strong. She also relied on the power brought by the ribbon of time to complete the counterattack. If she only relied on the transformation form of chaos blood, Lilith would be trapped to death in the fog by Evie. Lilith went to. She walked towards Evie, and was relieved to see that Evie's breath had become very weak. Her chaotic form could no longer be maintained. Although the battle was short, she used the greatest explosive power in every attack in order to cause as much substantial damage to Evie as possible. She was a little exhausted to be able to hold on until now, but she couldn't show this in front of Evie. Now, do you know how powerful we are? Facing Lilith's question, Evie showed a grim smile. Blood dyed his teeth red. He looked at Lilith and said with some admiration, strong attack power, physical fitness, speed, strength, and the ability to master time acceleration for a short time. People like you are definitely not unknown. Green-haired sickle. You are a new generation member of Jiesha. Lilith Anna? Right? How is it? You don't even have the strength to kill me. Lilith knew that Ibrahimovic was stalling for time. But she was stalling for time as well. She couldn't even hold her weapon steadily. If Ibrahimovic still had the ability to fight back, she would be in the most dangerous state now. She still had companions, and she was waiting for Eric and Becky to arrive. It seems that you also know something about Jiesha. Ibrahimovic stood up. His recovery speed seemed to be much faster than Lilith's. Even if he was shot through the chest, his strong physical fitness still allowed him to stand up at this time. You should have crushed my heart directly. In that case, I might have died. Just crushing my spine. Although it can also seriously injure me. It can't kill me. Since you are Lilith. That Cain, should be Klein Alex, dared to reach out to the north. You Jiesha are very courageous. Hearing that Klein was coming to the north, Lilith felt a little irritated and bitter. If they hadn't really had nowhere to go, how could they have come to the north? Klein had only been in the north for 2 months. And he had hooked up with the second Princess Chinyu, making her a cuckold. Although her hair was originally green. This was too much. We don't need others to point fingers at us where we go. Ibrahimovic pressed the wound on his chest with one hand. He looked at Lilith and suddenly smiled. Haha. You almost beat me. What a pity. The transformation state just now will make your body overloaded. Are you tired now? It doesn't matter. I'll treat you well later. As Evie spoke, he was about to reach out to grab Lilith. Lilith forcefully grasped the Soul Reaper. But her movements were much slower than before. And she was a little dazed. It seemed that she no longer had the strength to resist Evie. Ding! It was not Lilith's scythe that blocked Evie's black sword, but a series of golden linked blades. Eric and Becky finally arrived. And Lilith was also rekindled at this time. What should she do if she can't beat the opponent? Call for help. You can have companions. Why can't I? Evie glanced at Eric and Becky with some disdain. Only level 3. You don't know the difference in the essence of life. Right? Just as Evie was speaking, Becky, who was blessed by the holy light, rushed towards him like a mad dog. Evie's black sword drew an arc in the air, and the 1,000 strike of water appeared again. But this time, there were obviously fewer raindrops. Don't know whether to live or die. At this time, he was also seriously injured. His fighting spirit and serious injuries made his fighting power drop rapidly. The previously powerful flowing water 1,000 strike was also weakened a lot. Becky's fighting style was almost the same as Lilith's. She didn't care about Evie's flowing water 1,000 strike at all. Eric's various gains and shields were blessed on her body. Her holy light power could also amplify these shields for the second time. Half of the mechanical body was nailed in front. Becky was like a humanoid tank blessed with holy light. Rushing in the rain. Is this the 3rd level? Are you kidding me? Although Evie was surprised, he knew that now was not the time to panic. Duh. The sword strikes transformed from rain produced circles of ripples on the shield. After all, it was an attack from a top 5th level master. Eric's mantra shield soon couldn't resist it. Next, Becky began to rely on her mechanical body to withstand the water sword attacks. Every impact would leave a dent on Becky's mechanical limbs, which shows how outrageous the attack power of the 1,000 water strikes is. Chapter 394 1v2. It's hard to say. Occasionally, the raindrops that penetrated the mechanical body hit Becky's body, leaving a bloody hole. However, even if she was injured, the mantra healing, quick healing, and healing prayers would quickly repair Becky's injuries, allowing her to continue this desperate charge. If it was an intact EV, it would naturally have the strength to easily kill Becky, but the current EV was obviously no longer able to do so. After releasing 1,000 streams of water, EV also began to breathe slightly, and the wound on his chest that had been sealed before was reflected with blood again. This kind of paladin blessed by double holy light is really disgusting. What kind of shit are the people of Jesha? EV tightly grasped his black sword, and the cold air burst out instantly. After using this move, his fighting spirit was almost exhausted, and his breath was close to freezing point. Becky, who was close enough, held the golden link sword, and the power of holy light and the power of magic in the golden sword began to echo. With a bang, the golden link sword separated into a large number of blades, carrying Becky's holy light power and flying towards Ibrahimovic's cold air. This was a move that Ian had never imagined. Effect 4 blade separation. Break Grendel into sections of blades and shoot them out at once. Puff! 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 A large number of blades pierced Ibrahimovic's body through the cold air, and Ibrahimovic's cold air also froze Becky in place. But even so, Ibrahimovic still did not die. He staggered back a few steps, looking at Becky who had been frozen. His face looked a little better. Forget it. Today, you win. If his spine had not been broken by Lilith's hand of exile, and he had no way to fly before, Ibrahimovic would have left long ago. But he was unwilling to accept it. His spine was broken and one arm was torn off. Even if he could repair these injuries after returning, the new arm and spine would not be as good as the original ones. Although the hidden forces of Warhammer Academy are powerful, they do not have high-end biotechnology like Jesha, and blood research is basically in its infancy. Now such a result is unacceptable to him. So he has always wanted to take Lilith away. And if he really can't take her away, then kill her. But until now, he has not gained anything. So Ibrahimovic is very unwilling. But he also understands that he can't stay any longer now. He is already in a state of exhaustion. If he insists, he may really die. He wants to escape, Eric! Lilith shouted loudly. If Ibrahimovic escapes at this time, it will really be a waste of all previous efforts. I know. Eric was just about to turn into blood mist to chase. But Becky broke through the ice, and pushed Eric away, and rushed towards Evie. Give me a boost. I'll do it. Becky's eyes were extremely firm, and the holy light power emanating from her body seemed to have increased again. Have you touched the edge of a breakthrough? Eric was a little surprised that Becky's progress speed had surpassed his. Finally, Eric nodded and agreed, and re-blessed Becky with various states. The blessing of the holy light allowed Becky to knock away the opponent's ice sword without hesitation and rush towards Evie. The blade of the golden link sword has been separated. If it wants to be reassembled, it needs to be repaired by injecting magic and the power of the holder. Becky can only take out the axe of destruction and hold it in her hand. Judgment. The holy light shines on the two people, and Becky throws the axe of destruction out. The spinning flying axe directly hits the back of Evie and passes through in an instant. Damn paladin. Evie has no ability to fight back. He has to leave quickly. However, Becky's attack is not ended yet. The holy light in her hand and the holy light on the axe of destruction shine with each other, and an invisible palm holds the axe of destruction in the air. With an axe in the middle, Evie is cut into two pieces. Ah! Evie fell to the ground with a scream. But even after suffering such a heavy blow, Evie still did not die. Liz immediately reminded Becky and Eric, don't kill him, but try to keep him alive. Whether Klein can solve the problem or not, this person is a useful bargaining chip. Eric grinned and nodded, saying, don't worry. I'm a professional at prolonging people's lives. Eric quickly healed a wound on Ibrahimovic's waist to prevent him from bleeding to death, and said to Becky, Becky, cut off his remaining hand. Ibrahimovic was about to say something, But Becky had already started. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and chopped off Ibrahimovic's right arm with an axe. This was not over yet. Eric took out a small knife and stabbed Ibrahimovic's body one by one, causing injuries to all his internal organs, but not to death. Then he used the holy light spell to heal him and keep him alive. After doing all this, Eric looked at Ibra with satisfaction. This makes people feel much more relieved. Lilith walked in front of Ibra. She was now covered in wounds, and was actually in a worse state than Ibra, who had not been chopped into a human stick just now. But now looking at the pale Ibra, she laughed. A very strong 5th level academic was defeated by them. This was something worth celebrating. Klein's strength is far stronger than ours. You didn't even defeat me, let alone him. Your hunting plan seems to fail. Ibra's eyes flashed. He could admit failure very frankly. I lost. But Kane? Oh no. Klein's situation is not necessarily the case. My companions are also very strong. He had a different attitude towards Klein's situation, because his companions were really strong. Even stronger than him. Really? Then let's wait and see. Lilith didn't worry or doubt this time. She chose to believe Klein. Take a break first. Then contact Joe to confirm Klein's situation. And finally provide support. Don't communicate with Klein for the time being to avoid interfering with his battle. Yes. Yes. Eric and Becky nodded at the same time. The time came to 10 minutes ago. In the meeting room of the Unicorn Guild, Klein was a little bored watching the performance of the old guys in front of him. Is your mother a professional? No. Are you a professional? No. You are not a professional. And neither is your mother. You are already 90 years old. And you still told me that you have old people and children. I won't talk about the children. But what about the old people? How old is your mother this year? 110 years old? Or 120? Can non-professionals live that long? Conversations like this are everywhere. And Klein is not in a hurry. These people like to waste time. So he will spend time with them slowly. Anyway, Bazzini and the others haven't arrived yet. So wait until the people from the Eye of Grilla arrive before talking about other things. Just when he thought that such a boring conversation was going to continue, a message came from Joe. Brother, there are 2 suspicious people heading towards you. They are very strong and have strong perception. Even with my super long distance observation, they can still sense it. You have to pay attention. Joe's information immediately attracted Klein's attention. Joe's monitoring distance exceeded 2 kilometers, which was almost impossible for people to detect. At least it was impossible for a 4th level strength to detect such a long distance. But the 2 opponents could actually sense Joe's presence, which could only mean one thing. That is, their strength was higher than level 4. 2 level 5? Just as Klein hesitated, Lilith's communication arrived. You have 2 level 5s. Very strong. Go all out. Klein's face immediately darkened. From Lilith's tone, Klein knew that there were more than 2 very strong level 5s. Dialogue. Respond to my call and support me. Klein's soul induction quickly reached Dialogue, although he didn't know if he could make it in time. I'll be there soon. My master. Dialogue heard the urgency in Klein's tone, and he immediately turned around and flew towards Gatigeo. In theory, Klein's strength is unlikely to encounter danger in these cities in the north. Most of the 5th level masters are well known. Super level masters are even more impossible. They are all treasures of various forces. There are only a few dozen in the country. There is really no need to come to target Klein. However, since there is danger, Klein must deal with it with all his strength. The opponent is 5th level and has the ability to fly. Before Dialogue came, he had no way to escape. 2 5th level, and very powerful 5th level, can make Lilith say so. So they must be academic. Jason is also an academic. And Klein's battle with him is also very thrilling. Mainly an encounter battle. For him, if he does not deploy in advance, it will have a great impact on his strength. Klein first summoned 2 special undead creatures, Shadow Guest and Flame Guest, and then took out the 4 bottles. Decapitation Rabbit, Tongue Mao, Walls Phantom, Ghost Swordsman. All 4 of these bottled creatures are level 4, plus the Shadow Guest and the Flame Guest. Even if they can't compete with a level 5 expert, 6 level 4 creatures can at least limit one. Klein's idea is to use the summoned creature to hold one back, and then kill the other as quickly as possible. This time, Klein is ready to sacrifice the bottled creature. The 2 auras are approaching, and Klein can already feel their presence, without any intention of hiding. One of them has a very sharp aura, while the other's aura is very majestic. A bit like the feeling Jason gave Klein. One is a swordsman, and the other is a fighting one. There are really few magic professionals in the north. But it's good this way. Klein clasped his hands together, and the gate to the underworld suddenly opened, and a large number of ordinary undead creatures walked out. These undead creatures are only level 4 at most, and ordinary undead summons are just a group of cannon fodder in front of such a level 5 expert. The reason why Klein summoned so many undead creatures at all costs was, firstly, to create more broken bones, and secondly, to consume the opponent's combat power as much as possible. 1v2. This time, it's hard to say. Chapter 395 Twin Blades. Everyone else in the conference room was already terrified. Klein summoned so many undead creatures. Could he be going to kill people to silence them? I heard that necromancers would play with the dead. Could they not die even if they wanted to? The people in the north basically only knew about the Skull and Bone Society. In their eyes, necromancers were the kind of villains who did all kinds of evil. Most of them didn't even know that undead creatures could be summoned directly through the gate of the underworld. When they saw Klein summon so many undead creatures, their first reaction was that Klein had killed so many people. At such a young age, they had such a strong desire to kill. Although these old men were stubborn, they really didn't want to be turned into skeletons. The thought of being buried in peace was still popular in the north. It has to be said that the people in the north were still very imaginative. They had already begun to imagine the story of themselves being turned into skeletons by Klein. After being scared like this, some people immediately relaxed. Mr. Kane, here are my accounts and space rings. All the profits from the venue are in them. Please don't turn me into a skeleton. Okay. Clay was still arranging the magic circle at this time, and thinking about how to deal with 2 5th level people. He was not used to these people suddenly doing this. Monica on the side was also a little flustered. She also thought that Kane summoned the skeleton because he had waited too long and lost his patience. Lord Kane, can you let me and my father go? I am willing to leave all my property. Monica was still more pragmatic. At this time, she didn't dare to make any excessive demands. Although most of her assets were placed in the storage ring, she also had some spare money left elsewhere. As long as you can survive, it will be basically no problem to go to another city and become a small wealthy businessman in the future. Seeing that Monica said so, the others were even more panicked at this time. But Klein was at a critical moment now, so naturally he had no time to tangle with these people. Monica, you take these people away first. Find a place to wait for me. I have some personal matters to deal with, and I will come to you after that. Monica was stunned, and she finally reacted when she saw Klein's serious look. Lord Kane, are you going to fight like this? Well, let's go quickly. It may affect you later. Okay. Hearing that Klein was going to let them go, many people still didn't believe it. When they saw that Monica had taken the lead to leave, they finally came to their senses and rushed out of the door in a panic. Klein arranged the arcane decomposition array on the ground and slowly walked towards the innermost part of the conference room. 16 bone spears appeared around him, and then he hid them in the blind spot of his vision. After doing all this, Klein returned to the hall and quietly waited for the other party to arrive. Klein looked at the high-level officials of the Unicorn Guild who were fleeing in a hurry, and frowned slightly. The expressions of these people were still very complicated. In addition to fear, there was also the kind of relief of surviving a disaster. What's the situation? Did the kid named Kane let them go? This guy is really polite. Amy on the side shook her head and stared at the meeting room above the steps and said, I think the other party must have discovered us, so they let these people go. Found us? Is his perception so sharp? Amy shook her head again. She glanced in the direction of Joe and said, It's not that his perception is sharp, but someone informed him that the person who was monitoring the two of us just now has not left. He should be Kane's man. Communicator? Well, it should be something like a communicator, which can be used specifically for communication. So as soon as we arrived, Kane inside found us. Now that these members of the Unicorn Guild have left, he should have freed up his hands and is concentrating on thinking about how to deal with us. Ready to free up his hands and concentrate on dealing with us. Concentrate on dealing with us? Ha ha ha. Then I really want to see what kind of ability this guy called Kane has. Klein seemed to have heard something particularly funny. He laughed and walked towards the conference room above with big strides. As soon as the two entered the door, they saw Klein standing in the middle of the conference hall. Klein was very calm at this time, as if he was waiting for them. There is no breath of magic or fighting spirit. It should be a means of special hiding ability. The other party knew we were coming in advance and dared to wait for us here. He should have some experience in fighting against 5th level enemies. The information that this person killed Jason should also be true. He may think that he has the ability to defeat both of us at the same time. Amy looked at Klein with a calm expression and carefully analyzed the intelligence about Klein. Klein, who was on the side, listened to Amy's analysis and said with a smile, "Doesn't he understand that there are differences between 5th level and 5th level? Although Jason was very powerful before, he has obviously been useless in the past few years. A fighter who has lost his former sharpness is a waste. His failure is not surprising." Amy glanced at Klein. She has never liked his arrogant character. Jason may have fallen and regressed, but you and I are not sure about the extent of his regression. So it is better to be careful when facing the enemy. Compared to Klein, Amy is more calm and objective. Such an enemy is what Klein is most reluctant to see. Klein also stopped at this time, looked at Klein, and said, "Cain of the Eye of Grilla?" "Yes, both of you. What's the matter?" Klein looked up and down at Klein. "How can someone like you be a member of the Eye of Grilla? You should be a member of a large organization. Right, or simply a member of the Dark Crusaders. The Second Princess's people?" Klein shook his head. "Such questions are meaningless. Will you tell me where you are from?" "No. That's it. Since no one can answer, why bother asking such a meaningless topic?" Klein nodded and spoke again. "Well, although I can't tell you where we are from, I can tell you that we are called the Blade Twins of the North. And our goal is your life." When Klein was talking to Klein, Amy on the side suddenly made a move. She took a flash step and rushed towards Klein from another angle. The 5th level masters are indeed a group of people who have no psychological burden for sneak attacks. In their eyes, there is only victory or defeat. Amy stepped on the ground, and the bluish-white light immediately wrapped around her feet. The boots she often used in battle were immediately dissolved by some energy, and her bare feet also appeared on the ground. Chapter 396. The heart of those who play with holy light is dirty. The ability to decompose matter? Amy used her fighting spirit to dispel Klein's arcane energy. But at this time, the ghost swordsman, one of the objects in the bottle, had already raised his sword and stabbed her. Ruthless slash. This is a move that the ghost swordsman needs to consume vitality to release. The attack power is extremely strong, enough to threaten Amy, who is at the 5th level. Klein did not pay attention to Amy on the side and left it to the object in the bottle. From the brief contact just now, Klein has learned that Amy should be a calm character. Such a character is more difficult to deal with, compared with her. The greatsword Nokrian is easier to kill, so the way to deal with Amy is very simple. That is, to keep her busy dealing with various attacks and creatures, so that she has no time to analyze calmly, so as to offset some of her advantages. At this time, Nokrian also took out his weapon, an extremely huge greatsword. Want to use your summons to entangle Amy? Her strength is extraordinary. I wonder if your summons can withstand it. Maybe her strength is really extraordinary. But my summons are also a little different from those of ordinary people. Klein glanced at the ghost swordsman holding a sword and floating in the air, and actually nodded. Well, your summons really look a little different. Klein raised the great sword high. This weapon, which looked very heavy, was as light as a branch in his hand and could be swung easily. Sun Chaser Sword. Klein faced the sword energy of Klein, drew out the light of the brilliant moon, and dodged this powerful slash sideways. The moonlight in his hand stretched out instantly and stabbed at Klein's chest. What a quick move! Isn't he a pure mage, magic swordsman? Klein didn't expect Klein to be so agile. This pace has exceeded the ordinary 4th level agility warrior. Just as he was surprised, Klein's moonlight had already extended in front of him. The magic sword brought Klein's shadow flame to produce a great impact. And Klein's way of dealing with this move was also very simple. That is, to directly point it with his own fingers. Light finger. The seemingly fragile fingertips pointed at the tip of Klein's sword. But Klein's moonlight could not go any further. Even with the power increase of shadow flame, the opponent's power completely suppressed him. Not only the strength of the power, but also the holy light of the Templar also had an additional restraining effect on the shadow power. I thought he was a swordsman, but he turned out to be a Templar. All professions that are related to holy light are cowards. This person looks evil. But I didn't expect he is a believer in holy light. Those who believe in holy light are dirty at heart. Becky was like this before. And Eric was like this too. However, Klein's attack was not just a straight stab of the moonlight. When he stabbed the moonlight, the two bone spears around him were also launched at the same time. Nochlin loosened his sword and clenched his fists. His fighting spirit covered his fists and directly hit Klein's bone spear. Such a soft attack is useless to me. Boom! Boom! The bent bone spear exploded in front of Nochlin in an instant. And the shadow power mixed with the bone fragments hit Nochlin's body-protecting fighting spirit. Klein's attack was still not over. The remaining 14 bone spears were in pairs, hitting the same position again and again. Klein's expression also changed from calmness at the beginning to a little surprised. Boom! Even if he was in his prime, with his fighting spirit and physical strength at their peak, he could not resist the impact of more than a dozen bone spears. His hands were already a little stiff. The continuous explosions and the impact of bone fragments still had a lot of impact on him. Klein, who had been idle, put his 10 fingers together, and a strong shadow power appeared at his fingertips. Dark impact. 10 bursts. Black light followed the bone spears and began to bombard Klein. Klein's magic moves, except for the particularly sophisticated and complex skills, were generally of the type of large quantity and fullness. It doesn't matter if the power of the dark impact is not enough. Just multiply it 10 times. Magic power is not a problem at all. Bomb until you are satisfied. Klein was already burnt to a crisp. But such an attack still couldn't cause him any substantial damage. In his opinion, Klein's attacks were frequent. But his attack power was not strong. He just had to resist. He would soon run out of magic power. The mage's attack is disgusting. The magic swordsman is even more disgusting. This guy looks handsome. But I didn't expect him to be such a disgusting profession. Mages are all dirty bastards. Klein didn't know that when he complained about Nokrian, Nokrian also complained about him. But when he complained about Nokrian, the broken bones around him also floated up. Dead bone chain. Skeleton seal. The same skeleton hand broke out of the ground. Just like the way he caught Jason last time. Klein also used a lot of magic power to seal Nokrian. But this time, he was well prepared in advance. So the consumption was much less than last time. 22 huge bone pillars protruded from the ground one by one, forming a ceiling array to trap Nokrian in the center. He had seen the ability of a top-level 5th-level master to break free from Jason last time. So after 3 months of precipitation, Klein came up with a new way to seal a 5th-level warrior. Wait. Use a large number of dead bone chains to form an encirclement net. And then use the heaviest bone pillars. Add magic seals. And press heavily on the encirclement net of the dead bone chain. In this way, if the opponent wants to break the seal, he must not only break through the bone prison and the dead bone chain, but also resist the weight of 22 large bone pillars. These forces accumulated are enough to seal a top-level 5th-level master. After Klein did all this, he picked up the moonlight again. He had tried hundreds of times to combine the 3 strongest flames and 3 strongest shadows in the last battle with Jason. Now, it was time to see his results. Shadows will exist under flames. Flames will burn in shadows. Magic sword blade of light and darkness. This was a spell Klein made himself. Although it was a bit childish, he felt that if he didn't shout it out at this time, this magic would always feel like something was missing. This was a compound magic. And it was a compound blessing magic. Although Klein named this move Blade of Light and Darkness, its attributes were indeed a fusion of flames and shadows. Because flames can also emit light. And it is more beautiful than holy light. And holy light is dirty. Without exception. So Klein will never study holy light magic in his life. Nochlin, who was suppressed by the dead bone chain, finally panicked. Klein's magic simply refreshed his 3 views. This kind of magic power, and the overlapping magic arrays made him feel that he was facing a group of mages from Hosvog. Not a single mage. Facing the blade of light and darkness. Nokrian felt that he would die if he was chopped. Damn. This bee is really a magic swordsman. But his magic is too outrageous. Amy. Save me. Chapter 397 Objects in a Bottle plus Skeleton C. Amy, who Nokrian called for help, is a fighter. Just like Jason, who Klein defeated before. Amy is also a fighter of the special fighting style of Warhammer Academy. The empty-handed style. Also known as the selfless style. Selfless style fighters pay attention to the unity of man and nature. and pay attention to communicating with the breath between heaven and earth to achieve a perfect state. Compared with elemental fighting and armed fighting, empty-handed fighters are more pure. They advocate the breath of nature, and all the fighting spirit they practice is attributeless fighting spirit. They are a style that truly does not touch the body with external objects. There are no weapons, no armor, and even no fighting spirit with attached attributes. They only rely on their own hands to achieve their dreams. The selfless style fighters are spars, and they also have very strong single-handed combat capabilities. However, they are not without shortcomings. That is, they lack large-scale destructive group attack methods. Even Jason has a sonic boom fist in one hand and a storm razor lawn chi in the other. Jason can deal with most of Klein's summons with just one storm cut. This is the advantage of a wielding martial artist. But karate martial artists lack this ability. Although their single-target attacks are the strongest every time, they are only single-target attacks. Single-target attacks are their biggest flaw. What is Amy like at this time, Tingmao? The 4th-level plant-type bottle creature is a plant-type monster. Just like the tree demon that Klein had encountered before, it can release a large number of vines. Although these vines are very fragile in front of Amy and break with a pull, they are vines of 4th-level creatures after all. Even if Amy is a 5th-level master, she can use some strength to pull them. Just like this, she will spend some energy and time fighting, because Tingmao does not need to do anything else. Its main function is to release vines. The more the better. Never too much. The main focus is control. Next to Tingmao, Wall's Phantom continuously casts various debuffs on Amy, such as slowness, fragility, gravity, elemental scars, and other negative spells. Don't worry about whether it can be cast. Anyway, all the debuffs will be thrown aside first. And don't worry about how long these debuffs can last. Whether it is 3 seconds or 5 seconds. Anyway, they will be cast one after another. Like Tingmao, Klein's order to him is not to fight, just to reduce Amy's combat power and defense as much as possible. Because once Amy's speed slows down and her defense is reduced, she will inevitably be distracted to defend. And she will need to raise her hand to block the attack that she could have resisted with Do Chi, which is Klein's purpose. Wall's Phantom's magic power is very abundant, and he should be able to continue such continuous debuffs for a long time. It and Tingmao, one controls, the other debuffs, and the main attack responsibility is performed by 2 special undead summons, as well as the Ghost Swordsman and the Decapitation Rabbit. The action of the Decapitation Rabbit is just like its name. Its legs are like 2 sharp blades. Once there is an opportunity to attack, it will chop towards Amy's neck. As a bottle, Klein gave it the power of bones. When it is blessed with Klein's skeleton shell, even a 5th-level master dare not use his neck to resist the slash of the Decapitation Rabbit. The Ghost Swordsman floats in the sky, restricting Amy's ability to fly, and then constantly uses sharp sword moves to attack Amy's vital points as much as possible, forcing Amy to act. In terms of defense, Klein's combat strategy is to send death, or the undead sacrifice flow. He used a large number of ordinary summons to attack Amy one after another, so that these ordinary undead creatures could forcibly take Amy's damage. Although none of these undead creatures were a match for Amy, their original effect was to make Amy punch more and consume as much power as possible. Klein did not save money this time. He summoned hundreds of undead creatures, as long as he could hold Amy back. Everything was worth it. Finally, the special undead creature Shadow Guest and Flame Guest used Shadow Silk and Flame Silk to harass Amy respectively. If Amy wanted to break through the entanglement of the Skeleton Sea, she would be pulled down by spell extension. This set of Skeleton Sea plus bottled object summoning tactic had a miraculous effect on Amy. Amy, who had no large-scale attack methods, had fallen into the quagmire of the Skeleton Sea. Although she could solve a 2nd or even 3rd-level undead creature with a light punch. But this punch only killed one undead creature. Klein's undead creatures had surrounded her. Tingmao's vines kept entangled her, and the debuff spell of Wall's Phantom made it impossible for her to ignore the attacks of the 4th-level creatures. From time to time, several powerful bone spears shot from the sky, which made her even more annoyed. Amy's calmness and composure had completely lost their effect at this time. She had not figured out how to crack Klein's tactics until now. She could only wander in the sea of skeletons and eliminate Klein's summons one by one. Hearing Nocklin's call, Amy was a little anxious. Klein's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. The key was that his ability was too complicated. She had no way to conduct a detailed analysis. Nor could she judge Klein's weaknesses. No. If Nokrian dies, I might be in danger too. So I have to save him. Amy kicked away a 4th level Dread Knight and slowly closed her eyes. Mirror still water. With her eyes closed, Amy easily dodged the 3 slashes of the beheading rabbit. These 3 slashes not only did not hit Amy, but on the contrary, they cut a gap in the skeleton group for her. After Amy closed her eyes, the debuff of the wall's phantom never had any substantial effect again. Mirror still water is the secret of the Wuwa-style fighting, which can make the fighter who masters the secret immune to all negative states for a short period of time, and improve attack power and speed. It is a very powerful state ability, because Amy's speed has become faster. Tung Mao's vines gradually cannot catch up with Amy. She made several turns in the air, and came to the front of the Ghost Swordsman. I was forced to use the Myojin Shui, so I'll start with you, Ray Kong. Boom! A punch of almost destructive nature hit the Ghost Swordsman, and the withered body was smashed into pieces by Amy's domineering punch. After all, Amy is a top-level 5th level master, although the Ghost Swordsman is also a 4th level A level. It has no chance of survival in the face of Amy's top-level 5th level attack. Finally, Amy broke through the blockade in the air and locked Klein, who had already raised the Sword of Light and Darkness. Shadow step. Amy stepped on the air, and there was a loud sound from her heels. This move of stepping on the air more than a dozen times to form an instant teleportation effect can only be used by the physical fitness of a fighter. Magoo-style Cosmic Phantom. Amy's fist tore through the air, and even touched the space, and punched Klein's back. Chapter 398, You Can Call Me the Dragon of Mist. Klein had received the message when the Ghost Swordsman was beaten to pieces by Amy's punch. But at this moment, Klein had no time to feel sorry for the contents of his bottle, because he knew that Amy's attack was coming. No fighting spirit, a physical attack that can break everything. If you can really tear the space apart, maybe it will be of some use to me. But now? Hee hee. You dare to attack me rashly without any information. Klein's mouth curled up slightly, and Amy's fist flew over like a rocket. Close. He can't dodge. Amy murmured slightly. With this distance, this speed, and the interference of the Cosmic Phantom on the space, she was very sure that Klein had no way to dodge this punch. Just when her fist touched Klein, she expected Klein's whole body to explode in front of her. But her fist did not feel like hitting an object. The feedback she got was completely a kind of ethereal hitting on the clouds. Klein's body turned into black mist, like a rolling demonic cloud, slowly condensing behind her. I was going to deal with him first, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Oops. Amy thought to herself that it was not good. Before she could turn around, Klein's light and dark sword had already slashed down. She had just used the Cosmic Phantom, and the heavy burden on her body made it impossible for her to use the instant step again. At this time, Amy could only activate all her fighting spirit and use both hands to meet Klein's demonic sword in the opposite direction. Muga-style no sword taking. Amy's hands actually caught Klein's light and dark sword, and strong magic erupted in her hands. Boom! Buzz! First, a ball of flames burned all of Amy's hair and clothes. The high temperature that was enough to burn steel was in a stalemate with Amy's calm fighting spirit. Then, there was a layer of thick shadow power. These shadow powers were like bone-corroding poisons, and finally broke through the defense of Amy's hands and drilled into her body. Ugh! Under the influence of the shadow power, Amy's originally tender body began to have wrinkles, especially her hands. The hands of the fighter, who had been polished countless times, have now become a little old. Not only that, although Amy blocked Klein's sword, the power in the magic sword has not been fully released. Klein maintained this state, and continued to inject magic into the light of the brilliant moon. Although Amy is also a top-level fighter of the 5th level, if she uses fighting spirit to fight Klein's magic, she will definitely lose. Just when Amy was about to lose, Nochlin finally broke through the blockade of the White Bone Demon Sealing Array. He knew that Amy was in a desperate situation, and he had to save her. Amy, get out of the way. Great Destruction Blood Sword. Nochlin was like a blood demon. The sword he raised turned red as blood. The blood sword slashed straight at Klein, trying to force Klein to give up Amy. Klein was reluctant to let Amy go. He finally knew about such an opportunity, but after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. The strength of the 5th level top masters is extraordinary. Their attacks are very powerful. It is unwise to resist them by yourself. He is now very different from the one 3 months ago. With the support of the synthesizer, Klein is improving every minute and every second. And it is a rapid improvement. If he meets Jason again now, even if it is still an encounter, Klein is 100% sure that he can kill the other party. This is the difference between him and 3 months ago. Dang! The blood blade chopped heavily on Klein's light and dark swords. And the exhausted light and dark swords finally returned to their original state. And Amy was saved. Klein looked at the two with some regret, laughed, and slowly retreated. And the black mist gradually floated up. No, Lillian looked at Klein, who was retreating, hesitated for a moment, and still did not choose to pursue decisively. He did not expect that his hesitation this time made him completely lose the initiative to fight with Klein. The black fog around the guild headquarters gradually covered the battlefield. The black fog gradually expanded, and it was larger than Klein's previous fog form, and it felt like it was covering the sky and the sun. In the mist, a black dragon loomed, and a sense of crisis filled every corner of the guild's residence. Knockline didn't know what was in the mist, but he knew that the mist was very dangerous. Suddenly, a shadow giant sword appeared from the mist and pierced Knockline's chest. Boom! Knockline hugged Amy and barely dodged the attack. But the explosion of the shadow power still injured him and Amy. What on earth is in the mist? What is the shadow giant sword that just appeared? Knockline was a little manic, but he knew that he had to let Amy recover first. When he held Amy, a huge skeleton arm holding a shadow giant sword slashed at them again. Dang! The shadow giant sword collided with Knockline's great sword and was blocked by him again. But the attack power of this sword was beyond Knockline's imagination. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his legs had sunk into the ground. The attack of the King of Decay had injured him badly. What the hell? This Kane's ability. Knockline was about to stop talking. Amy on the side had used her fighting spirit to dispel the shadow power in her body, and felt a little better. After dispelling the corrosion of the shadow power, her body regained its vitality and became young again. This is the physique of a fighter. Before she could recover a little strength, the sense of crisis came again. This time, it was the sweep of the shadow giant sword. Be careful. It's coming again. Amy didn't recover, and Knockline knew that he could only rely on himself at this time. Knockline also swung his sword in a sweeping posture, blocking the shadow giant sword with one sword. And the deafening sound of metal collision was heard again. Dang! The impact of the sound wave was even more outrageous than the clock tower in the city center. But this time, Knockline had adapted to the attack power of the King of Decay and completely blocked it. Can't be so passive. We have to take the initiative. He held the sword with both hands, and the fighting spirit surged. The great sword was full of destructive power, and even came with a trace of golden thunder. God-destroying slash. The golden thunder slash instantly destroyed the entire Unicorn Guild's residence, and finally dispelled the dragon-shaped black mist. A huge skeleton holding a shadow giant sword stood in the center of the destruction venue. Beside him were the bottle objects, and the dead guests with different expressions. Behind him were endless dead creatures. Just above the King of Decay, the black dragon-shaped mist enveloped the earth, making Amy and Knockline really feel like they were facing an ancient dragon. What the hell are you? Knockline asked with gritted teeth. Klein, who was standing in the center of the skeleton giant, pointed the shadow giant sword at the two people and said in an inexplicable tone, "You can call me the Dragon of Mist." Chapter 399 Holy Light, Purify Him. Amy had taken this opportunity to take out her communicator and dialed Ibrahimovich's number. Ibrahimovic? Ibrahimovic? Are you there? We need support. Ibrahimovic? However, Amy's message was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any ripples at all. Ibrahimovic. That bastard. Where is he at this time? Knockline said dissatisfiedly, but his eyes never left Klein, fearing that the shadow giant sword would fall on his head again. Amy on the side shook her head. Ibrahimovic is still reliable. He didn't respond to the communication now. Maybe he was entangled by something. At this time, what else can happen? This Kane, although he claims to be the fifth leader of the Eye of Grilla, don't you think he has always been alone? Amy's words made Knockline's face even uglier. The other party was too young, and it was difficult for a small force to cultivate such talents. So Amy said that Klein might not be alone. If he still has companions, will he let us live? What should we do now? Should we retreat now? Amy nodded. I think retreating now is our best option. Although we are injured, our injuries are not serious. His mobility is not as strong as ours, so we should be able to evacuate safely. Originally, their purpose was to hunt down Cain, but they didn't expect the situation to be completely reversed now. The opponent is too strong, and it is too difficult to win now. The idea of killing Cain was originally a temporary idea. Now the opponent has repelled them alone, which makes them feel deeply powerless. Knockline looked at Klein unwillingly. His ability was Holy Light, while Klein's main ability was Shadow and Bones. Logically, he was the one who could restrain Klein. He was really unwilling to retreat in such a disgrace. Let me try one more sword. Just one sword. You can find a way to deal with those small ones, and I will deal with him. Amy frowned. She seemed to know what Knockline was going to do. Although this decision was reckless, she nodded in agreement in the end because of her understanding of Knockline. And Holy Light can indeed break the darkness. Okay, I'll give you a chance to strike with a sword. If it doesn't work, we will retreat immediately. Okay. After Amy finished speaking, her figure began to move. She quickly approached Klein, hoping to use herself as bait to attract Klein's attention and let Klein attack her, so as to create an opportunity for Knockline to attack. Klein looked at Amy calmly, with a mocking look on his face. How could he not see through such a simple tactic? He waved his hand, and the Flame Guest, Shadow Guest, and Tung Mao had already blocked Amy's way. Their medium and long-range harassment methods were still very sharp. The vines spread out. The shadow threads and the flame threads continued to harass her, and the wall's phantom continued to cast gravity and slow magic on her, which was really disgusting. Amy had to deal with a large number of undead creatures while rushing forward, and this time she was under offensive pressure, and the situation was worse than before. Unlike passive defense, Amy, who was under offensive pressure, had to cause some interference to Klein. Otherwise Knockline would not be able to complete the charging. But before she even got close to Klein, she was constantly forced to move by Klein's summons. 100 split fists. Countless fist shadows appeared around Amy, and a large number of low-level skeletons were punched through. Amy finally broke through the encirclement of the sea of skeletons. But what blocked her way were Klein's several bottles. Klein swung the shadow giant sword again, and it was obvious that the target was not her, but Knockline, who was accumulating power. Looking at Klein's raised shadow giant sword, Amy gritted her teeth slightly. Damn it, it's too late. Without thinking too much, she already understood what she should do at this moment. Although her physical condition was also very poor, she now had to create an opportunity for Knockline to attack. Amy used the shadow step to speed up again, and her body entered the previous ultimate state again, and the second cosmic phantom appeared in her hand. This time, Amy's goal was no longer to kill Klein. She knew that Klein had a heartbeat similar to the mist, and her cosmic phantom had almost no effect on Klein. But Amy also knew that Klein could turn into mist, but the skeleton giant in front of him couldn't. Before Klein slashed out with his sword, Amy had already accelerated and arrived in front of Klein. The two looked at each other across the skeleton filled with shadow energy. The closer they were, the closer the face-to-face look, although only for a short moment. But it also allowed Amy to see Klein's face clearly. Too young. If he is not killed today, there will be endless troubles. Klein's eyes were calm, looking at Amy. His mouth moved, and he only said two words that surprised Amy. Hello. Amy did not reply. What responded to Klein was the tyrannical punch of the cosmic phantom. Boom! Amy's cosmic directly hit the chest of the King of Decay. The powerful physical attack force instantly shattered the entire sternum of the King of Decay. Klein also activated his mist form at the moment of being attacked, just as Amy thought, and easily avoided the physical impact. But because of this, the shadow giant sword transformed by the shining moon demon sword also stopped. After avoiding the cosmic phantom, Klein's sense of crisis did not dissipate. He knew that the opponent's attack might not be over yet. At this moment, the holy light on Knockline dispelled the fog surrounding them. Klein looked at the strong power of holy light and frowned slightly. Is this what you rely on? I hate holy light. In the distance, Knockline has connected the sword in his hand with the sky, and the purifying power of the holy light continues to dispel the shadow power and black fog approaching him. Knockline, who has always been vulgar and unrestrained, actually has a sense of holiness at this time. My holy light. Do you see that evil enemy? Please give me strength, purify him. Extinction / evil enemy? Klein was a little puzzled. It was obviously you who came to make trouble. But now you say I am evil. Well, It's okay for the evil to complain first. Clang. The holy light extinction / chopped down from top to bottom. Wherever it passed, all the shadows disappeared instantly. And even Klein's King of Decay was chopped into ashes by a sword. After the King of Decay was shattered, a strong light shone on the earth, and all the black fog and shadows around were dispelled. The sun reappeared, as if indicating that this battle was over. Did you win? I said. He is a shadow. This sword can definitely solve him. Nochlin looked a little proud. He was very satisfied with the result of his sword. But Amy on the side looked at the place where Klein disappeared, frowning. Let's go! What? I said let's go. Right now. Chapter 400. He is like an evil dragon. Miss Dragon? It feels like an evil god worshipped by some evil sect. Oh no. Evil dragon is more appropriate. Looking at the black mist behind Klein, the army of undead around him, and the terrifying King of Decay, Nokrian and Amy's expressions were more solemn than ever before. The god-destroying slash cut a huge scar on the body of the King of Decay, and all the ribs on the left were broken. However, with Klein's magic power, the body of the King of Decay will soon return to its original state, with both offense and defense. And Klein's continuous magic injection, which is the most desperate. When Nokrian complained, the endless army of undead had already rushed towards them. The most outrageous thing about Klein, besides his magic power, is his ability to control magic, because he doesn't need to meditate. His daily practice, in addition to synthesis, is to improve his magic control. For nearly 3 years, Klein, who has been honing his magic control skills every day, can already be said to be a master of magic control. Salty mages meditate for 30 minutes a day. Ordinary mages meditate for 2 hours a day. Hardworking mages meditate for 4 hours a day. Bitter mages meditate for 6 hours a day. And psychos meditate for 12 hours a day. These mages also have to study side jobs or find ways to accumulate resources, so they don't have much time to really practice magic control. Klein makes money by one-click synthesis, which reflects the huge gap between the two sides. At this moment, Klein's magic control has reached an astonishing level. Seth can control thousands of undead armies, and Klein can do the same. But Seth is nearly 100 years old, and Klein is only 23 years old now. This is the gap between the two. Under Klein's control, the 4th level skeleton mages naturally formed a group, and the magic they released was orderly, just like an army controlled by someone. Shadow arrow volleys, bone spear volleys, continuous shooting. These very specific group casting methods were demonstrated one by one in Klein's skeleton mage group. Not only that, Joe, who was in the sniper position in the distance, used fusion bone spears to attack Amy and the others from time to time. Under the bombardment of magic, Amy and Nochlin were suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. In addition to these magical bombardments, the most threatening attack was the Shadow Giant Sword of the King of Decay. Its attack power was too strong, and each attack was almost the top attack power of the 5th level. Nochlin, who was mainly defending the King of Decay, had to pay a lot of fighting spirit for each attack. Dang! After blocking the Shadow Giant Sword again, Nokrian's armor was already full of cracks. This was the exclusive armor of the Templar, at the level of a magic weapon. At this time, it was actually cracked by the collision of the attacks from both sides. It is conceivable how much burden Nokrian was under at this time. I can't go on like this. I can't bear the fighting spirit and physical strength to fight like this. Nokrian was panting heavily, and the fine beads of sweat on his body were all red. This was because the collision between the two sides caused a large number of his capillaries to rupture, and a lot of blood flowed out through the pores. Before he could catch his breath, the Shadow Giant Sword swept over again. Bang! This time, it was Amy who blocked the giant sword, and her palm was almost embedded in the sword of the Shadow Giant Sword. Amy's attack seemed to break the Shadow Giant Sword, but she and Nochlin both knew that the opponent's weapon was not that simple. The core of the Shadow Giant Sword is Kane's original magic sword. Based on the magic sword, he created a large number of bones to wrap the magic sword, making it a bone giant sword. Then the shadow flames were covered on the bone giant sword. This is the true body of the Shadow Giant Sword. If the magic sword cannot be destroyed, Klein's magic power can instantly repair the outer bones, no matter how many times they are broken. Amy's palm also bleeds a lot after blocking this attack. The injury from the previous light and dark sword has not recovered, and she is very tired now. Nochlin was about to say something to Amy. And Amy yelled at him, "Nochlin! Up there! Get out of the way!" As a master of human body skills, Amy knew Nochlin's current physical condition. He could no longer block Klein's slashing. If he continued to resist like this, his body would collapse. The shadow giant sword slashed down again, and the huge sword body combined with the vibration of magic. And the air above Amy and Nokrian's heads was shaking. Nokrian endured the severe pain in his body and rolled to the right, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Boom! The shadow giant sword slashed in the middle of the two people, and the erupting shadow sword energy shattered the entire street behind Nokrian and Amy. Some professionals who secretly watched the battle in the distance fled in panic. But there were still people affected by the shadow sword energy. Most of these people were members of the Unicorn Guild. They had no choice but to pay attention to Crane's battle, because the result of this battle might very well be related to their future fate. After the sword, the crowd retreated a distance. They were already standing far away, and no one expected to be injured by the aftermath of the battle at such a distance. Amy and Nokrian were in a very bad state. Amy's clothes, which had just been changed, were now only strips of cloth. On Nokrian's side, the shadow impact shattered Nokrian's armor. He tore off some broken pieces of armor that were still hanging on his body and spat. "I finally got the armor from the paladin, but I didn't expect it to be broken like this. It's so rotten that it's impossible to repair it." Without the armor, his fighting spirit was almost exhausted and his body almost collapsed. Now he no longer considered resisting Klein's shadow giant sword attack. His fighting spirit and physical strength were limited, but Klein's magic power seemed to be endless. It was the first time he saw such a mage, which made Nokrian feel a little unfair. This person has no restraint in using magic power. It looks like he won't run out of magic power in a short time. Amy, who was standing by, had already decided to retreat. They lacked Klein's information, and the opponent's abilities were too complicated. It would be of no benefit for them to continue fighting like this. "What should we do? Where's Evie? Let him come to help quickly. He still hasn't come even after the fight has gotten this bad. Does he want to die?" Nochlin complained while looking at Klein warily. But Klein's attack slowed down at this time. Klein was a little tired after continuously maintaining the King of Decay plus Mr. Ray plus Undead Lord plus 2 special undead creatures. But he knew that Amy and Nochlin were in worse condition than him, and he was only one step away from defeating them. Chapter 401. Catch another 5th level. Hearing Amy's warning, Nochlin immediately jumped away, and the black fog filled the surroundings again, with a stronger sense of danger than before. Just as Nochlin and Amy were about to escape, countless black fogs erupted from the ground, gradually gathering into a palm and grabbing Amy's ankle. "Go quickly. I'll cover you this time." Amy kicked at the palm, but her attack had no effect on Klein, and the palm dispersed into a ball of black fog again under her feet. "Ah!" Nochlin looked at Amy, who was already surrounded, sighed in anger, took the sword, and walked away without looking back. The black fog did not continue to chase him, because Klein knew that he could only take 1/5 level at most. Sacrifice your life for justice. It's really a touching scene. Looking at the rolling black fog around, Amy's face became uglier and uglier. As a selfless fighter, all her attacks are physical attacks, and even her fighting spirit has no attributes. Facing Klein in the mist form, Amy really had no way to deal with it. The powerful cosmic phantom could be easily immune to Klein, and all physical attacks were invalid, turning him into a complete decoration. The opponent's endless summons and various attribute abilities also made Amy overwhelmed. But Amy did not retreat and blocked all the undead creatures. "This time, we lost, but I will continue this battle. No, there is no fight between us anymore. Since I knew you were a pure physical profession, our identities have changed. I am the hunter, and you are the prey." The black fog covered the sky and the sun, and Amy was completely shrouded by Klein's black fog. These fogs were mixed with Klein's magic, and the skeleton blade appeared around Amy from time to time. A bloodstain, a wound, a piercing. Amy lost her direction little by little in the fog. At this time, she didn't even know how to fight back. Just when she dodged several fatal attacks of bone blades, another bone blade suddenly appeared from her back. Puff! The sharp bone blade directly pierced Amy's heart. Amy's body shook a few times, with disbelief, but more unwillingness. The strong physical fitness of the 5th level fighter made Amy not die even if her heart was pierced, and she could still maintain a state of fighting. But then, Klein really didn't give her any chance. In the fog, my bone blade can appear anywhere. So your dodging and defense are in vain. The 4 bone blades pierced Amy's hands and feet respectively. And then Klein pressed her body with the skeleton hand to destroy Amy's will. The first thing Klein did was not to use the power of shadow to forcibly destroy it, but to directly cut a line on her wrists to bleed her. Klein didn't want to kill Amy. He couldn't bear to kill a 5th level base. He mainly wanted to make Amy weaker so that he could capture her more easily. The blood gushed from the beginning to dripping later. Even for a 5th level master. If all the blood in her body was drained, she would still become extremely weak. But at this moment, Amy's consciousness was still very clear. She looked at Klein expressionlessly and said in an indifferent tone, "You can't imagine the will of a fighter. Any interrogation is futile to me. I will not feel inexplicable shame because my body has been trampled on. So I want to remind you that your behavior is meaningless." Klein was a little puzzled. Why do you women always feel good about yourselves, and your body is trampled on? Isn't this forcing yourself to a drama? What level is my woman? The first wife is the top genius of Jiesha. At a young age, she is already a 4th level Death Knight. She masters both the power of chaos and the power of order in time. It is basically a foregone conclusion that she will become a super level master in the future. Don't worry about it. What about the second wife? She is the most powerful princess. The second Princess Chinyu. In the north, there is no need to talk about the status of the second Princess Chinyu. Right, what's more, they are all beautiful with their own characteristics. You don't eat the best, but you have to get a 30-year-old old onion. Is it really that stinky tofu is better than abalone? Sea cucumber, shark's fin and fish maw. After Klein complained about Amy in his heart, his figure began to solidify in front of Amy. Okay, fighters have strong and firm wills. I know this. But when did I say that I would interrogate you about your words and deeds? It's useless. I won't say anything. What tricks do you have? Just come on. After Amy finished speaking, a resolute look appeared on her face, and her expression was particularly annoying. But it seemed that she was indeed determined to die. Klein felt a little embarrassed. The fighter's will was indeed firm. Klein had already discovered this when he captured Jason. Jason's will had been rotten by years of extravagant life. Even so, when facing Klein's shadow power, Jason still held on for a long time. Because there are no other 5th order humanoid references, Klein has no way to determine how much stronger the fighter's will is than other professions. But Klein can be sure that fighters are definitely several times stronger than ordinary professionals. Which is also related to the fact that fighters have been honing their bodies for many years. The body carries the soul, and the soul supplements the body. Only with a strong and delicate body can a strong soul be born. A strong soul must have a firm will, and this can be understood at any time. Thinking of this, Klein decided to stabilize Amy first. He now has a 5th order base material Terry in his hand. As long as Amy is absorbed steadily, he will immediately get a 5th order humanoid bottle object, although the main will is not retained. As a bottle object, the fusion creature of Amy and Terry will definitely carry some of their previous memories, which is enough. Relax. I won't ask you for any information. The battle with my companions has ended, and they have also captured someone. Should I say your accomplice? Let you meet. Just in time for a companion. Klein was a little happy, because when he contacted Lilith just now, Lilith told him that they also captured a 5th level, and a very strong 5th level. This means that in this battle with Jiejuogo, he has 3 more bottle-in-a-bottle base materials, and the EV captured by Amy and Lilith is still a very good base material. Klein thinks that such a character is at least an A level. If there are 2 A levels, then if these 2 excellent base materials are combined, is it possible for him to get an S level 5th level bottle in a bottle? The 5th order S level bottle is very powerful just thinking about it. So is this plan feasible? After Klein muttered to himself, he reopened the gate to the underworld, and the undead creatures retreated like the tide. Amy, who was standing by, watched everything Klein did, and remained silent. Didn't kill her? Nor did he ask. She couldn't tell whether Klein was acting or not. They really have companions. They can catch Ibrahimovic. So they must be very strong? Who is this Kane? If Ibrahimovic is here, he will definitely guess it. Thinking of this, Amy's previous desire to die dissipated a little. In her opinion, Ibrahimovic's brain is the most active among the 3 people. If she can find a way to reunite with Ibrahimovic, then there may be a chance to escape. People are like this. And masters are even more like this. Even if there is a little chance of survival, no one really wants to die. Amy didn't know that Ibrahimovic had been chopped into a stick by Lilith and Becky. It was okay to brag to her and cultivate her sentiments, but it was basically impossible to take her away. On the outskirts of the Unicorn Guild's base, some members of the Unicorn Guild saw that the aftermath of the battle had subsided and the rolling black fog had dissipated, and they all stuck their heads out to see the situation of this battle. When they saw Klein, many of them showed a look of disappointment. After such a fierce battle, Klein was still alive, which meant that everything in Katageo City would be taken over by the Eye of Grayla, and the days of tyranny would be gone forever. With the seriously injured Amy, Klein quickly came to a residence in the city, waiting to meet up with Lilith and her group. While waiting, Dialogue, who had been the master in Gerard Fortress, finally flew back. Feeling the difference between Klein's previous orders, Dialogue lowered his head and said, "Master, what do you want to call me for?" Klein glanced at him. This guy has become more and more shameless recently. No, it should be said that he is more and more like a human being, and there is a tendency to develop into Eric's personality. It's not safe recently. Don't stay too far away from me. Dialogue felt a little uncomfortable. It was not as comfortable to squat in the wild in Jiajuogo as lying in Xinyu as the master. There were good food and drinks to serve, and someone massaged and combed feathers. There was nothing here. To be honest, he didn't want to stay here, but he didn't dare to disobey Klein's orders. He could only sigh and said reluctantly, "Okay, then I'll come back." Haha, come back if you want? Klein was immediately annoyed. This guy didn't help at all, and said sarcastic words. The reason why he could win this battle so beautifully was mainly because his ability was too restrained by Amy and Nochlin. Nochlin is not fast enough to break through the encirclement of the Skeleton Sea. Amy is fast and powerful, but she is a pure physical profession. She is just a younger brother in front of Klein. If you don't want to come back, then go back. I also think Gerard Fortress is good. It's better than here anyway. Really? Dialogue's eyes lit up, but Klein's face became darker and darker. Well, go. Dialogue looked at Klein's expression and suddenly felt a little weak. He said insincerely, "Forget it. It's good to stay in the wild. The air is free." Chapter 402 The Liquor in the Bottle. Lilith and her companions also arrived at this time. Amy, who was beside Klein, immediately looked in the direction of Lilith. She was looking for Ibrahimovic, but she was soon disappointed. Ibrahimovic had his hands and feet cut off, and was only able to survive thanks to Eric's healing technique. "Amy, you were also captured?" "Yes." "Where is Nokrin? Isn't he acting with you, with your abilities? You two should be able to run rampant in the north, as long as you don't encounter superclass strongmen." "Right." Ibrahimovic's expression was ugly. He had also fought with Lilith, although he felt that Lilith and her companions were also very powerful. His loss was really related to his carelessness. But Amy's side was acting together with two people. How could they lose? Amy's face was not very good either. They did lose, and lost very thoroughly. They were completely beaten from beginning to end, and had almost no ability to fight back. Our ability was restrained, and the opponent's strength exceeded our expectations. We didn't lose unfairly. As the two were talking, Lilith said to Klein, "This man is called Ibrahimovic. He just approached me and revealed a lot of information, which also gave me the opportunity to attack him. They are a hidden force in Warhammer Academy. The identity should be very special. He may be a direct disciple of some old guy. He is very strong and his ability can completely restrain me. I was able to win him. There is a certain luck factor." Lilith told Klein about Ibrahimovic's situation slowly. When she mentioned that Ibrahimovic was arrested because he approached her and revealed a lot of information about them to Lilith, Amy glared at Ibrahimovic. "You did a good job." Ibrahimovic was a little ashamed. He took the initiative to approach someone and revealed a lot of information. He was attacked for no reason, and then defeated by the opponent even though he had the ability to restrain the opponent. It was really a bit embarrassing. Klein nodded thoughtfully after knowing that they were from Warhammer Academy. Warhammer Academy is another behemoth. I heard that there are many ancient heritages in this academy, but most of them are warrior-related. After the turmoil in Is, Warhammer Academy has been entrenched in the north as a turtle. But now it seems that this academy does not really want to be a turtle. Even if it is a turtle, it is a snapping turtle. Rest first. Take good care of them. And don't let them die. Klein looked at the two people with a smile. His eyes were kind, as if he was looking at his pets or children. This strange look made Ibrahimovic feel a little uneasy. This guy. Could he have some strange hobby? Ibrahimovic and Amy didn't expect that Klein would actually lock them up together. Isn't this giving them a chance to discuss? What they didn't know was that when Klein looked at the two people's eyes that seemed to have a glimmer of life, he showed a satisfied smile. They want to live. That's right. As long as they have the desire to survive, their will to die will be reduced. Klein's plan was to deal with Amy first, and then deal with Ibrahimovic. This Ibrahimovic didn't look like the kind of person who would die. He was much easier to deal with than Amy, who was a fighter. At night, Klein took Ibrahimovic out and left Amy alone in the cell. Originally, Amy thought Klein was going to interrogate Ibrahimovic. But when Ibrahimovic didn't come back all night, she felt something was wrong. At this time, Ibrahimovic was in a club, and a large number of fallen women were serving him, providing him with delicious food and drinks, and doing all kinds of services for him. Ibrahimovic was a little flustered and stunned. He didn't know what Klein wanted to do to him, but he just felt that Klein seemed to be quite comfortable with him like this. Anyway, he was already useless. So what? Let's enjoy it now. The next morning, Klein sent Ibrahimovic back intact. Amy looked at Ibrahimovic suspiciously, smelled Ibrahimovic smell carefully, and asked, "What were you doing last night? What did he ask you? Did you tell him?" "He didn't ask anything yesterday. Last night, he invited me to dinner, drink, and then took me to the club to play for a while." Ibrahimovic's expression was a little strange, but as soon as he showed this expression, Amy felt that he had a problem. "He invited you to dinner and drinks? He also took you to the club? Ibrahimovic, he is corrupting your mind. He must have some ulterior motives. You should refuse him," Amy said earnestly. But Ibrahimovic looked at his already broken body and showed an unspeakable expression. "I know he has some ulterior motives. But how can I refuse him when I see the way I look? Hey!" Amy knew that Ibrahimovic didn't listen to her, so she simply changed the subject. "Have you guessed the identity of this group of people?" Ibrahimovic was slightly relieved when he heard Amy change the subject. The green-haired woman should be Kikasero's daughter, Lilith Anna. Since Lilith Anna is here, the leader of these people is most likely Klein from Jiesha. Kane, Klein, should be considered homophonic pronunciations, and the age and height can also match. The only difference is the description of their strength. Klein from Jiesha, too young. The people of Jiesha are too dangerous. They appeared in the north. Did they join forces with the second princess? No. This news must be brought back to the teacher. Amy deeply felt the danger of Klein. If Jiesha joined forces with the second princess, it would be a very dangerous thing. Ibrahimovic did not comment on Amy's statement that he would bring the news back. Now that the two of them are like this, how can he take them? It's better to follow that guy and enjoy it. Anyway, it's like this. One day of comfort is one day. The conversation between the two ended with a silent sigh. Unknowingly, the originally stable partnership had a hint of inexplicable gap. In the next few days, Klein would take Ibrahimovic out to play every day. At first, Ibrahimovic was quite restrained, but after a while, he became a little self-indulgent. Amy saw it and was anxious. She was very worried that Ibrahimovic would reveal something to Klein, but she had no other choice. Now, she was basically unable to stop Klein. She could only hope that Ibrahimovic would be persistent enough. Klein looked at Terry in his synthesizer. After thinking again and again, he absorbed the long-tongued monster under his hand. Originally, he planned to use Terry as the base material for the 5th level synthesis. But now he has a new goal in plan, and the synthesis base material cannot be taken out, so he can only use Terry first. Terry Mutro, level 5D, plus long-tongued monster, level 4B, plus original arcane plus Klein's power plus Klein's blood. High probability of obtaining a weak creature of level 5. A small regularity of obtaining an ordinary creature of level 5. And a very small probability of obtaining a powerful creature of level 5. Klein's face was a little depressed. But a weak creature of level 5 is still level 5. So it can be used. Let's combine it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. People always have to have some dreams. Synthesizing. Please wait 600, 599. You have obtained a weak creature of level 5. Liquor in the bottle. Grade, magic weapon. Effect, break the bottle and release the liquor in the bottle. Level 5D. Attribute, Klein's power skeleton. Introduction, remaining Terry Mutro's attachment to the world. It can destroy everything with its tongue. It's a level 5 creature anyway. And a humanoid creature. So it should be useful. It's been 8 days. Amy should be a little anxious. After Klein comforted himself, he walked towards the room where Amy and Ibrahimovic were imprisoned. Amy was constantly talking to Ibrahimovic about topics such as loyalty. Ibrahimovic knew what she meant. But he didn't want to chat with Amy anymore. Ibrahimovic felt a little guilty, but also a little aggrieved. He didn't say anything. But Amy always looked unconvinced. Besides, his hands and feet were cut off. Even if he was rescued and equipped with prosthetic limbs in the future, he would not be able to recover to his original state. What's wrong with enjoying it now? With the sound of Klein pushing the door open, the conversation between the two stopped. Hello. Klein's smile was very sincere. Of course, these two guys were the basis of his secret weapon. He had even given up Terry now. If one of them died accidentally, it would be a big loss. Miss Amy, do you want to have dinner with me tonight? Ibrahimovic has been eating for 7 consecutive days. It's time for you to change. Ibrahimovic, he also wants to change people, but he would not question Klein's orders. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Amy looked at Klein. In her opinion, if she followed Klein, she could avoid Ibrahimovic being corrupted by Klein. That would be enough. Okay, I'll go with you. Ibrahimovic on the side pouted. You are obviously going to enjoy yourself. But you still look like you are determined to live or die. Unlike Amy's imagination of eating and drinking and corrupting Will, Klein took Amy to a separate cell without making a sound. Klein locked Amy in a chair and circled around her. Miss Amy, how long do you think your companion can hold out against my desire? Ibrahimovic is also a very determined warrior. It's useless for you to do this. Although Amy said this, there was always some uncertainty in her tone. Klein also saw this and continued to say to Amy, I feel that he can't hold out for much longer. You should also know, Miss Amy, that I only need one captive. If you die, will Ibrahimovic really let himself go? Amy was shocked. She felt that Klein was right. If she died, then Ibrahimovic, who was left unattended, would definitely not be able to hold out. Yes, I have to watch Ibrahimovic. I can't die, at least not now. Klein looked at Amy, who was thinking, and thought that his goal had been completely achieved. The bone blade suddenly pierced Amy's chest. Klein pressed his palm on Amy's head, and the shadow power gushed out. This time, Klein did not use a gradual approach, but let the shadow power gush out strongly. He wanted Amy to have a desire to survive, even if it was only for a while. Well, since you are useless, please die, Miss Amy. Amy's eyes revealed determination. No matter what. I can't die. I won't die. Klein almost laughed out loud. Yes, of course you can't die. If you die, my S-level 5th level bottle will be gone. Chapter 403, tricked Amy into going in. The violent shadow power wreaked havoc in Amy's mind. Amy was already very weak, and now Klein destroyed a lot of her vitality in an instant. But her will to survive was very strong at this time, and there was only one thing left in her mind. That is, I can't die. I must live. The strong desire to survive made Amy give up a lot of things, such as her will to resist Klein, which also weakened with her desire to survive. I want to survive. I still have too many things to do. If I can survive, I can give up some things. As soon as this thought came up, Klein's bewitching was half successful. An a tempting voice sounded in Amy's ears. This voice was like the temptation of an evil god. If you obey me, you can get a new life and a new body. Amy was shocked. Wasn't she fighting against Klein's shadow power? Where did this voice come from? Amy first suspected Klein. She thought Klein was playing tricks. But seeing that Klein looked like he wanted to kill her, this suspicion didn't seem so accurate. Is he tempting me? No. How could he want me to live? If it was the evil god. Amy's mentality gradually changed, because Klein's shadow power seemed to be almost killing her. Just a little bit. In desperation, Amy felt that even if she surrendered to the evil god, her situation would not be worse than it is now. Even if I surrendered to the evil god, I can't fall in such a place. Amy's iron will took effect here. And then she joined the party. Oh no! She fell into Klein's arms. Her body turned into a torrent of energy and poured into Klein's synthesizer. The strong energy fluctuations made the surrounding air vibrate. Unlike the previous times, Klein usually beat people half to death before putting them into the synthesizer. This time, Amy almost took the initiative to go in. and Klein hardly spent too much energy, which not only maintained Amy's complete vitality and stability, but also made the process very easy. Amy actor. Rank, 5th rank. Grade, A strong. Introduction, 5th rank top fighter. Master of selfless fighting. Good at hand-to-hand combat. And both physical will, and will have reached the peak. I seem to have found the right way for the synthesizer to capture the object in the bottle. It's so confusing. Klein now feels that his previous way of beating people half to death, and then sucking them into the synthesizer was really stupid. There could be a better way. When people are about to die, they always have some last wishes. As long as you try your best to satisfy these wishes, they will become very easy to compromise. Just like the devil fulfilling the wishes of the wisher. I feel that my style of doing things is becoming more and more like an evil god. Klein turned off the synthesizer. Amy's matter has been settled. So the next one is our human stick brother Ibrahimovic. The next morning, Klein came to the place where Ibrahimovic was imprisoned. Ibrahimovic had not slept all night. Amy was taken away, which made him feel a little upset. Did Amy go to enjoy herself? Or was he interrogated by Klein? Or was he killed by Klein? All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. Although there were many thoughts, what he really wanted was not to die. When Ibrahimovic saw Klein, he subconsciously looked behind him. He didn't see Amy, and he was a little flustered. Where's Amy? Where's he? Ibrahimovic's voice suddenly became louder. Although it was loud, Klein heard panic in the other party's voice. Yes, Ibrahimovic is very flustered now. After enjoying for a few days in a row, his mind has changed a lot. At this time, he really hopes that Amy will not die. He and Amy were both caught. At this time, Amy is like a spiritual pillar for him. If Amy is killed, will he be killed too? Or will Klein torture him? What if Klein really tortures him? If he asks, just say it directly. I don't want to suffer anymore. I hope he will give me a quick death. Before Klein spoke, Ibrahimovic had already imagined all kinds of situations. Klein didn't expect that this human stick would have such rich psychological activities. Mr. Ibrahimovic, I killed Miss Amy just now. Ibrahimovic's body stiffened instantly. Amy was not only his companion, but also his classmate and comrade in arms for many years. They had a special relationship. Really? Is she dead? Yes, she is really dead. Are you going to kill me now? Ibrahimovic looked a little distracted, as if the drunken life of the past few days had drained all his energy. Klein looked at Ibrahimovic, his eyes full of satisfied smiles. The more decadent Ibrahimovic was, the simpler his plan would be. No, Mr. Ibrahimovic, you are different from Miss Amy. She is too tough and too strong. I can't communicate with her at all. Her bluntness and determination led to her death. But you are different. I feel that we get along well. Didn't you feel it a few days ago? How is it? Is the big health care package I arranged still okay? Ibrahimovic looked at Klein's smiling face, and his emotions became more and more complicated. The big health care package arranged by Klein was indeed very good. As a 5th-level master, Ibrahimovic was not short of money. At least not short of money to go out and play. But the things Klein arranged for him were mainly novel, and he had never played them. For example, depth charges, Russian roulette, and multiplayer sports were indeed fresh and exciting. In addition, Klein would also provide very delicious Warcraft cuisine and a variety of drinks. Ibrahimovic had a very comfortable life these days, making him linger. Although the fact is like this, Ibrahimovic will not admit it, at least not verbally. You arranged for me to enjoy. Is it to get something from me? My hands and feet are broken now. I am already a useless person. Meaningless to me. You are plotting. Should be some information? Is it because Amy didn't give you this information that she was killed? Ibrahimovic's brain is very smart. And after a few words with Klein, he began to analyze rationally. But what he didn't expect was that what Klein really plotted was him. A useless person. Not entirely. Miss Amy is too stubborn. She won't listen to me at all. I don't ask you to reveal information about your organization. All I hope is to leave your fighting skills and training experience. Miss Amy didn't want to listen to my detailed explanation, so she chose to commit suicide, which is really a pity. Are you telling the truth? Of course, it's true. Chapter 404, Don't Release A-Level. Please. Klein's words sounded true when he said that he didn't want to reveal any information about their organization. Ibrahimovic's eyes lit up, but he reacted immediately and questioned again. Amy committed suicide? Why did she commit suicide? Of course she didn't cooperate. I wanted to use pleasure to relax her will. But she was too tense. She refused to talk to me, and refused to reveal any information to me. She thought that all mages were evil. Especially necromancers. Klein said this, and suddenly thought of the scene of himself standing in the middle of the undead army. Thinking carefully. He sometimes behaved quite evilly. Do you really just want our practice experience? Is it that simple? Ibrahimovich's eyes were still suspicious. But Klein was full of patience with Ibrahimovich at this time. Because he knew that he was only a little bit away from success. From the beginning, you took the initiative to attack me. I don't know anything about you. And I don't have any ill will towards you. You are from Warhammer Academy. You are from Warhammer Academy. Your companion named Nochlin escaped back. And I don't want to make the relationship between us too stiff. I just want to improve my strength. Both myself and my subordinates need to improve. Warhammer Academy, which has many ancient heritages, is my best choice. Ibrahimovich finally nodded. And after thinking for a while, he made up his mind. What should I do? Tell me orally. Klein shook his head. No. As long as you agree. Just relax and don't resist. And I can get the information I want. Klein said, with his palm on Ibrahimovich's forehead. Ibrahimovich looked at the palm on his head, and suddenly became a little nervous. If he had hands and feet at this time, he would have stood up and resisted. What are you going to do? Why are you putting your hand on my head? Is this the legendary soul search? Are you going to play with my soul? Are all necromancers so evil? I tell you. Don't mess around. You also know that one of our companions has escaped back. If you want to search my soul, you will definitely be hunted down by the entire academy. Klein frowned slightly. Sometimes a person's imagination is too strong, which is really annoying. Just like Ibrahimovich now. But now, he can only carefully comfort him. If Ibrahimovich refuses to surrender at this time, he will lose a lot. At least 7 days of health care. Relax. If I want to search your soul, there is no need to tell you so much. Just feel my spiritual tentacles carefully. And when you feel safe, then recognize me. Don't worry. I won't touch the information you don't want to tell me. Is Klein so amazing? Of course not. All he said was just to fool Ibrahimovich. Okay. I can't resist anyway. I'll trust you once. But you better not touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I'm also level 5. I can't control life. But I still have the determination to die. The panic in Ibrahimovich's eyes was less. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Klein was still full of vigilance. The reputation of the necromancer in the north was really too bad. Okay. Don't worry. I've said it. If I really want to search your soul, I would have done it a long time ago. Why bother so much? Klein extended his spiritual tentacles while comforting Ibrahimovich. MD. It's all the Skull Society's fault. This broken cult is really annoying. We'll destroy it sooner or later. These spiritual tentacles were very soft, making Ibrahimovich feel unprecedented comfort and relaxing his tense mind. Although he had never experienced soul searching, this feeling seemed to be very different from the legendary soul searching. Is he really not going to search my soul? Is it just for the experience and methods of cultivation? What is he planning, if he wants to use force? Should I resist? Smart people still think too much. And Mr. Ibrahimovich began to think wildly again. I'm about to touch your cultivation information. Mr. Ibrahimovich, please relax and don't resist. Don't worry. If you think I'm going too far or there's danger, you can unilaterally cut off the connection between us. As soon as Klein finished speaking, he quietly extended a soul tentacle and mixed it with the spiritual tentacles. Ibrahimovich immediately sensed something. He resisted at first, but the soul tentacles did not give him a sense of danger. The surrounding mental tentacles continued to massage him, making him moan in comfort. Just like that, Ibrahimovich let go of his soul protection under Klein's mental sugar-coated bullet attack. As soon as he let go, Klein immediately used the soul tentacles to grab Ibrahimovich's soft soul core. Got it! The feeling of having his soul grabbed was like the arrival of death, and the feeling of physiological suffocation at the same time. Ibrahimovich looked horrified and looked at Klein in disbelief. But at this time, he had no way to resist anymore. With the injection of Klein's magic power, Ibrahimovich's body also entered the synthesizer's bottle synthesis tank like a torrent of energy. Haha. Smart people are still easy to deceive. For 2 consecutive top-level 5th level, Klein did not use violence, but used this step by step. Seductive method to break the last line of defense in their hearts and complete the capture. Ibrahimovic fan. Rank, 5th level. Grade, A level strong. Introduction, 5th level top level mind swordsman. Mastering the sword of mind portraiture. Water-based solid and liquid 3-phase mixed swordsmanship. Superb skills. Ibrahimovic and Amy's synthesizers are highly evaluated. They are both A level. At least talents of Gwen's level. Klein did not hesitate. He directly put in the original arcane crystal and his own blood. And then hesitated slightly on the item of Klein's power. Logically speaking, Ibrahimovic and Amy are both masters of warriors. Although Ibrahimovic's sword of mind portrait is very similar to the effect of magic, he is indeed a pure swordsman. He uses fighting spirit instead of magic. Under normal circumstances, the best choice for synthesizing 2 warrior-type objects in a bottle is definitely the power of shadow, because the warrior-type lacks attribute damage. But Ibrahimovic is a little special. He has the sword of spiritual portraiture and the 3 swords of water. His abilities are also very complicated. So now he is adding a new attribute to them. Fire or shadow. Or should he add the power of skeletons to them to further strengthen their physical abilities? After a little hesitation, Klein decided to strengthen the skeleton. He needed a humanoid object in a bottle that could fight to the extreme. This would be his biggest trump card and weapon. Amy actor, level 5A, plus Ibrahimovic fan, level 5A, plus Klein's blood plus Klein's power, skeleton, plus original arcane crystal. Probability of obtaining a powerful creature of level 5A. Probability of obtaining a disaster creature of level 5S. Small probability of obtaining a disaster creature of level 5SS. And a very small probability of becoming a level 6 creature, level 6? Isn't that super level? Klein looked at the probability of synthesis and blew into his palm. I've been doing good things recently. Just don't do anything A-level powerful. Magu. Please. For the sake of my being a QQ member. Chapter 405 Cold-Blooded Warrior AI, you have obtained a disaster-level creature. Bottle Man AI Cold-Blooded Warrior, Bottle Man. Cold-Blooded Warrior AI. Grade, Magical Weapon. Effect, smash the bottle to release Cold-Blooded Warrior AI. Level, Level 5 SS. Attribute, Klein's Power Skeleton. Introduction 1. An emotionless killing machine who calls herself a woman but has a too handsome and perfect face. Introduction 2. A confused but determined character. She is a miracle created by Lord Klein and has some memories of Amy and Evie. Introduction 3. Good at Wushin-style fighting. 3-state fighting chi. Sword of soul portraiture. Skeleton extension. Fuck, SS. I'm really going to take off this time. Klein threw AI's bottle on the ground without saying a word. And Sue? Bottle Man AI appeared in front of Klein. After looking up and down very carefully, Klein nodded. The Ruthless Warrior AI is actually a woman. The introduction of the synthesizer is too confusing. What the hell is it to call herself a woman? However, AI's face is indeed too neutral. This is also related to the synthetic material. After all, AI is half EV. After Klein threw a set of clothes to AI, he asked, AI, how much of your original memory do you have? Do you remember everything about Warhammer Academy? AI looked at Klein in confusion. After confirming the soul connection with Klein, her eyes gradually became firm. She was confused but firm. She was not wrong at all. But when Klein asked about Warhammer Academy, AI's eyes became confused again. I'm from Warhammer Academy. I can't remember anything else. Klein nodded. The bottle could not disobey his orders. AI said he couldn't remember. Then he definitely couldn't remember. This may be related to the will of Ibrahimovic and Amy before they died. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. From today on, you will be my personal guard. Yes, master. Call me sir. Yes, sir. Looking at AI, Klein nodded with satisfaction. What is AI's biggest advantage? It's not her level, but her human form. A human-shaped bottle can follow him very conveniently, which is something that Dialogue can't compare to. A 5th level SS level guard is definitely high-end. Even if it's Jinyu. I'm afraid it doesn't have it. Klein walked out of the cell. And Lilith and the others were already looking at him. When they saw a person who was almost indistinguishable as a man or a woman walking out from behind Klein, Eric and the others looked strange. Klein? You? Lilith is still here. Isn't this bad? And your hobbies are a bit unique. Although she looks good. How can I say it? I still think this is not good. Eric analyzed AIE as soon as they met. And Klein glanced at him. Is there nothing else in your mind besides these? You should practice hard. Your progress has been caught up by Becky. Not to mention Xiao. Fairy Xiao. You only need an opportunity to break through. What about you? Joe calls you brother all the time. Don't you feel ashamed that someone has surpassed you? Criticizing Eric is purely political correctness. Although his cultivation progress is not bad. He is the shortest among the tall ones. In his team, he is the slowest to improve. You all say you are a bunch of monsters. Why should I compete with you? I am so angry. After Klein drove Eric away, Lilith also came to Klein with some strange eyes. She? Him? Female. Oh. Lilith was relieved a little. Let's not talk about whether there will be a fourth person between them. If Klein's orientation has problems, she really can't accept it. Has it succeeded? What's her situation now? It succeeded. Her situation is similar to Gwen. But she has lost a lot of memories. So it seems unlikely to get information. Lilith nodded. AI gave her a strong sense of threat, which was stronger than Gwen. Klein was walking too fast. Originally, she had to go all out to keep up with Klein. But now, the situation has changed again. Klein's subordinates now have 4 5th-level ones. They are Gwen, Delua, Licking, and now AI. This made Lilith feel that she could never catch up with Klein. You are progressing too fast. Am I useless? Klein touched Lilith's head. It was inevitable that the strength of the bottle thing would bring an impact to the team. But he would not give up the training of the team. Although the bottle thing has many advantages. Loyalty. No betrayal. No fear of death. Strong strength. And fast production. But the bottle objects also have obvious flaws. Unless the bottle objects retain the main will. The other bottle objects seem to have completely lost the room for improvement. It seems that the synthesizer has exhausted their potential at once. However, normal people like Lilith have the possibility of breaking through to the super level. Especially Lilith and Joe. Breaking through to the super level is almost inevitable. Not to mention that Lilith also has the power of chaos and the power of time. And it is not impossible for her to break through to the king in the future. So, what Klein has to do now is to comfort her as much as possible. You have made great progress, don't think too much. Bottle objects. No one is important forever. Are bottle objects really no one important? Klein is not sure. If his guess and the information he got are correct. He himself seems to be a bottle object. Hearing Klein's comfort, Lilith felt better. What to do next? Continue to integrate the underground forces in the north. Take a good rest for the next period of time. I'm going to Gerard Fortress to tell Chinyu about the Warhammer Academy, and ask her to give me detailed information about the Warhammer Academy. You take them to practice well, and let them break through to level 4 as soon as possible during this period of time, so that our team's combat effectiveness will be qualitatively improved. I will leave AI to protect you. If someone from the Warhammer Academy really shows up, AI will cover the rear, and you just need to retreat in time. Hearing that Klein was going to Gerard Fortress, Lilith felt sad again. She didn't believe that Klein would go to Gerard Fortress and do nothing with Chinyu. Although she felt very uncomfortable, Lilith didn't show it very obviously. She just nodded quietly. Okay. I know. I'll take good care of Eric and Joe. Well, I'm leaving. After Klein left, AI came to Lilith and bowed slightly to show respect. Madam, Master Klein asked me to teach you the Sword of Soul Reflection and the principles of the 3 states of fighting spirit. Chapter 406. Go to Gerard Fortress again. Lilith looked at AI. A little surprised. Was what she said true or false? Seeing that Lilith didn't speak, AI thought that Lilith didn't understand or didn't hear what she said clearly. So she emphasized it again. Madam, Lord Klein asked me to give you the Sword of Soul Reflection and the principle of the 3-state fighting chi. These 2 skills are ancient warrior skills. And they are very powerful skills. If you are not satisfied, I can also teach you the Mingjing Shishui of the fighting system. AI's face was very calm. Her situation was a little special. She was confused and firm at the same time. When Klein gave orders, she was extremely firm. But when Klein didn't give orders, he was very confused. When Lilith heard that AI was going to give her the Sword of Soul Reflection and the 3-state fighting chi, she felt that happiness came too suddenly. She had fought with Ibrahimovic directly, so she naturally knew how powerful the Sword of Soul Reflection and the 3-state fighting chi were. Although her fighting spirit is dark fighting spirit, the principles of fighting spirit are mostly the same. Her dark fighting spirit may also be able to develop similar effects of solid, liquid and gas. Didn't Klein say that you have lost a lot of memory? Why can you still teach these? I lost some of my memory, but I also retained some memories about battles and skills. I remember them all. If Lady Lilith needs a sparring partner, I am always available. Lilith looked at AI and immediately felt that the object in the bottle was particularly pleasing to the eye. That's right. I can only make up for my own disadvantages by becoming stronger and stronger. She looked at AI and nodded heavily. Thank you very much. AI, please teach me the skills of fighting. Klein rode Dialogue and flew quickly in the sky towards Gerard Fortress. If it was normal, Dialogue could have walked it openly, because he was already familiar with the guards of Gerard Fortress. Unfortunately, with Klein today, he could only sneak in at night, which was difficult. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Dialogue brought Klein to the platform where the white crow chili was fed. Dialogue's son had grown up a lot because of the special blood relationship. Its physique at this time was almost greater than its mother, the white crow. You know, it was only a few months old, and even Klein had to admit that the growth rate of the monster was too fast. After landing, the little black crow Max stared at Klein and called Ga, Ga, Ga a few times. Klein couldn't understand this bird language, but Dialogue beside him could understand it. Master, can you give me a bottle of spiritual language potion? You see, my son can't speak human language yet. He's so frustrated. Klein frowned immediately. He hasn't even got it yet. And you're asking me for something? A bottle of spiritual language potion costs tens of thousands of telephones. My things are mine. Your things are mine. Even you are mine. Little brother, you have to understand this. Dialogue's face fell a little, but soon he revealed a thief's expression. I don't have money, so I can only ask the mistress for money. And the mistress is good to me. Not only is she a good person, but she's also beautiful. Klein was a little annoyed. MD, my woman's money is also mine. You dead bird is a bit too much. That's right. I paid for little Max. I won't be stingy if someone is stingy. Qianyu strode in. She heard Dialogue praising her when she arrived. She was in a good mood, and it was no problem to transfer some money. It was just a few tens of thousands of telephones, which was just a small amount of pocket money for her. Klein looked at Qianyu with an embarrassed face. He handled it very badly when they separated last time. But now it seems that Qianyu didn't seem angry. What are you looking at? Let's go! It's not convenient here. If you have anything to say, come to the bedroom with me. Okay. Klein followed Qianyu to her bedroom quickly. Qianyu pushed the door and walked in directly, while Klein stopped at the door. Although Klein was wearing an exaggerated hood, the guard Genia at the door still recognized him at a glance. Hello, Mr. Klein? Klein waved to Genia awkwardly. Hello, Miss Genia. What are you waiting for here, Mr. Klein? The princess is still inside. Oh, okay. Klein scratched his head. Every time he met Qianyu, he would become a little reserved. This was mainly caused by the difference in status. The Empress was influencing everything invisibly. As soon as Klein closed the door, Qianyu rushed over. Maybe she was very angry before, but after several months of missing him, she found that her resentment towards Klein was insignificant. She wanted to see Klein, but her status did not allow her to be so humble. She had been making concessions and admitting her status as a mistress. This was the limit that Qianyu could do. But if she was asked to bow her head and admit her mistake to Klein again, she really couldn't do it. When she knew Klein was coming today, she was naturally very happy. Make it up to me today. Okay. After a long time, it started to rain lightly. When Qianyu heard Klein talking about the 3 5th-level masters, she was really worried about him. But when she heard that Klein killed 2 of the 5th-level masters himself and another one escaped, she looked at Klein with a different look. Almost like him. 3 5th-level masters from Warhammer Academy? Can you handle such force? Well, it's mainly because of my ability to restrain the opponent. And Lilith and the others helped me solve one. Qianyu frowned slightly, meaning that Lilith and the others dealt with 1 5th level alone, and Klein solved 2 by himself. Qianyu looked at Klein with a complicated look in her eyes. He was a master of ancient martial arts from Warhammer Academy, at the age of 23. He could solve 2 at once. Klein's future is really limitless. Her man was very strong, which was something to be happy about. Qianyu felt like throwing herself at Klein again, but she held back. Amy, Nochlin, Ibrahimovic. I have never heard of these 3 people. Normally, Warhammer Academy should not have such people in their 30s. She pondered for a while. And Klein did not interrupt her thinking. Not long after, Qianyu suddenly raised her head. You said they were in their 30s. Around 35 years old. If they were admitted at the age of 20. Their age of admission seemed to correspond to the Ith Rebellion of that year. These people should have been secretly cultivated by Warhammer Academy after the Ith Rebellion. Klein frowned slightly. Is it the Ith Rebellion again? It was obviously just an incident of monsters attacking humans. But this matter became more and more confusing. Chapter 407 The Cause of the ISIS Rebellion, Part 1 That night, Qianyu and Klein did not rest. Don't think too much. They did not do anything unspeakable. They were just looking up some deeds about the Warhammer Academy and their dean, Neltharion. Qianyu did not know from which space equipment to find many files. Many of these files were left by the leaders of the previous generations of the Northern Army. Neltharion once controlled the North. Perhaps some relevant information can be found in the files left behind. Although the information in these files is not confidential, it is at least military documents. Ordinary people cannot see it. Klein took advantage of it. While flipping through them, Klein carefully recorded the useful information in these files, such as the annual war losses, resource consumption, and money obtained in the North. Although Klein can't use this information now, he may use it someday. Qianyu seemed to have noticed that Klein was collecting information. She moved her mouth, but finally said nothing and pretended not to see it. Klein flipped through the files quickly, and soon, he selected the files about its tragedies in the North 14 years ago. Looking at these files, Klein analyzed them in his mind. According to the Dust Dragon, the divine beasts would hardly take the initiative to step into the human territory. The reason why Is attacked the North was because she needed to find her child, White Flamex. It was obvious that the young White Flamex was captured by humans. And even the entire operation of capturing White Flamex was a prearranged plan. 14 years ago, when Is attacked the North, Neltharion's action of asking all Warhammer Academy personnel to give up defense was too abrupt. He seemed to know about its behavior in advance, and also knew that Is was not a so-called superclass monster, but a divine beast. It might be possible for a superclass monster to encircle and suppress a divine beast, but it was definitely not something that could be accomplished by 3 to 4 superclass monsters. Neltharion had a lot to do with the capture by Yanks. If he did this, what was his purpose? Let the world know that in this world, in addition to superclass monsters, there are also divine beasts? Or maybe his real purpose was to test the true strength of the Empress. Why test the strength of the Empress? Normally, there is no need for the forces of Tyrella to do this. But what if Warhammer Academy is not considered a force of Tyrella? In other words, perhaps Warhammer Academy was a force of Tyrella before, and it rebelled after Neltharion came to power? Grondok wanted to know the specific strength of Tyrella's high-end combat power. So they wanted to conduct a deep test of Tyrella. The divine beast was naturally the best choice for this kind of test. So they captured his child, and tried to bring him to the territory of Telella to attract Is to attack Telella. Perhaps more than a decade ago, Grandok had already had the idea of launching a war against Telella. But the strength shown by the Queen was beyond their imagination. Is was easily killed by the Queen at the city gate, and it was in this battle that Grandok ranked the Queen among the 9 kings. After his calamity, Grandok realized the strength of the Queen. So he hit again and accumulated strength. Warhammer Academy also completely retreated under the instructions of Neltharion, and they completely hid their strength. It is very likely that the generation of Amy and the other 3 was retrained by Grandok after seeing the strength of the Queen. And then Nazario used the resources of Warhammer Academy. This is a crazy guess, but if you think about it carefully, it is really possible. The pressure of Warcraft in the North is the greatest in the whole of Telella, and Warhammer Academy is somewhat different from the other 2 academies. After the students of Warhammer Academy graduate, they usually go directly to the North to participate in the battle. So the connection between Warhammer Academy and the Imperial capital is the weakest among the 3 academies. Terry Mutro is a spy of Grandok. Amy and the other 3 came to find Terry at the beginning, which shows that there is some unknown connection between them. The hidden master of Warhammer Academy is connected with the spy of Grandok. This relationship is worth pondering. Thinking of this, Klein felt that his previous reasoning seemed to be correct. He immediately turned to Qianyu and said, "Check whether there was any news about the Northern Army capturing monsters, especially dog-type monsters, before the disaster of his dog-type monsters?" Qianyu hesitated. What is a dog? Klein saw her hesitation and immediately realized that there were no such things as dogs in this world. The Dog God clan seemed to be the only dogs left in this world. Wolves. News about wolf-type monsters. See if there are any similar ones. If it is a wolf-type monster, I seem to have a little impression of it. Qianyu immediately found a file that was not particularly old from a pile of files. Opened it, and handed it to Klein. It recorded a military action of Neltharion. Generally speaking, it was a very strange military action. 15 years ago, after Neltharion repelled a small wave of beasts, he did not follow the usual strategy of strict defense, but summoned nearly 9,000 professionals to march north and launched a massive military operation. It is said that in this operation, they killed 6 superclass monsters, nearly 50 5th-class monsters, cleared 7 waves of beasts, and almost cleared the area of nearly 500 kilometers north of the border. Then they returned triumphantly, carrying spoils and a large number of monster cubs, and returned to Gerard Fortress. I accidentally discovered this information when I was reading these files. At that time, I felt that Neltharion's behavior was very strange. According to the usual information, Neltharion is a very cautious person. If there is no special purpose, he will never initiate such an action. This action is called a victory. But in fact the results are not ideal. In this battle, nearly half of the 9,000 high-level professionals were killed or injured. These are the elite of Torella. The imperial officials were also very dissatisfied. But in order to appease the people, they finally beautified this incident. Klein nodded and looked at the file carefully. Finally, he found something suspicious in the so-called spoils report. This spoils report is from the official empire, so Neltharion has no right to destroy it. Unknown warcraft. Unknown genus. Judging from the size, it should have just turned 1 month old. Similar to the wolf type. A rare warcraft, born with evil energy, ice and a small amount of chaos power. Should be a special mutant, because of its ability and racial characteristics. It is temporarily named the Evil Moon Wolf. Evil Moon Wolf. Is there nothing wrong with this report? Are the officials of the Empire blind? Looking at the report, Klein narrowed his eyes. Chapter 408 The Cause of the Ys Rebellion, Part 2 Qianyu. Did you grow up in the palace when you were a child? Yes, what's wrong? 15 years ago. Have you ever heard of a monster called the Evil Moon Wolf? The Evil Moon Wolf is a monster born with the power of chaos. The power of chaos is a direct access to the superclass ability. As long as there is the power of chaos and persistent cultivation, it must be a superclass creature. Moreover, how could this so-called Evil Moon Wolf be an ordinary monster? It is at least the foundation of the superclass monster bloodline. It is even possible that it is the child of Ys, the remnant of the Inagami clan. By Yanks. Evil Moon Wolf? Qianyu was stunned for a moment. She knew that Klein must have discovered something when he asked this question. Although her memory is good, it is the result of acquired training and strength growth. She really needs to think about what happened 15 years ago. I have never heard of the name Evil Moon Wolf. But in my impression 15 years ago, the palace seemed to have adopted a magic beast. I still remember its name. Xiaobai. But it seems to be a little different from the wolf. Xiaobai's eyes are very different from those of ordinary magic beasts. Ordinary magic beasts often have fierce eyes, while Xiaobai's eyes are relatively gentle. And sometimes they are deep. If you don't know it, you may even think it is thinking about something. In addition, there are many differences between Xiaobai and wolves. Wolves' fur is usually colorful, while Xiaobai's is snow white. Xiaobai's ears are usually drooping, which is also different from wolves. There is also a tail. When Xiaobai is happy, his tail will be lifted up and shaken, and he will also lick people's fingers. Klein listened to Qianyu's description. His ears drooped and his tail lifted up. Isn't that a dog? Where is Xiaobai now? Xiaobai? Xiaobai is with the third sister. She was still young at the time, and we all gave in to her, so she let her raise Xiaobai. She was an exchange student from the Royal Academy to Warhammer Academy. She should be at Warhammer Academy now. What's wrong? Klein? Is there something wrong with Qianyuan? Is she in danger or something? Qianyu heard Klein's voice a little nervous, and she became nervous too. Unlike the eldest princess Qianhua, she has a good relationship with the third princess. Just like real sisters. Your Highness the third princess. Qianyuan, Warhammer Academy. Hearing that the third princess took the initiative to ask for the so-called Xiaobai, and now happened to come to Warhammer Academy as an exchange student, he immediately had some bad feelings. It's not dangerous. Qianyu, don't ask yet. Stay calm and keep quiet. Let me sort out the relationship here. I will tell you all at once. Now, answer my questions first. Qianyu saw that Klein's expression was very serious and nodded. This matter concerned the North, Neltharion, and her sister. She had to stay calm. Okay, I will stay calm. You ask? How old was your sister when she asked for Xiaobai? About 6 to 7 years old. I should have been 9 years old 15 years ago. She is more than 2 years younger than me. So she should be about 7 years old. Klein thought that a 7-year-old child seemed unlikely to be involved in this matter. Not to mention that she was the child of the Empress. So there shouldn't be any problems. 7 years old. Did Xiaobai show any unusual behavior in front of you? Anomalous behavior? Does it count if it stands on the roof and watches the moon every night? We don't know how it climbed to the roof when it was so small and only a few months old. You have been to the palace, right? Some pillars are tens of meters high, but it can actually climb up there. Qianyu wanted to laugh, but she couldn't laugh anymore as she was talking. Yes. How could a wolf-shaped little monster, who was only a few months old, climb up a pillar that was dozens of meters high? Why didn't I think about this question at the time? How did a little wolf, who was just 1 month old, climb up a pillar that was dozens of meters high? Klein, is there something wrong with this little white? You should know what kind of monster it is. Right? Qianyu had heard something from Klein's words. Klein first asked about the evil moon wolf, and then about his sister. These seemed to have nothing to do with Neltharion. But now, she also found something wrong. Klein was silent again. This time, he analyzed a line from the bits and pieces of these things. And this line could already string most of the things together. He handed the report on the income reported by the imperial officials to Qianyu and said, 15 years ago, Neltharion's military action was obviously purposeful. He was not doing it for the purpose of clearing out the monsters in the north. His purpose was to capture a magic beast, which is what the report says is the evil moon wolf, which is born with 3 abilities. And you call it Xiaobai. And the real identity of this magic beast named evil moon wolf should be the child of the dog god is a divine beast above the superclass magic beast, by Yanks of the dog god clan. Qianyu's body shook. Klein's news was really too shocking. Xiaobai, the evil moon wolf, is by Yanks of the dog god clan. Perhaps Neltharion spent a lot of energy to lead 9,000 high-level professionals in the north to conquer the monsters in the north. The real purpose is to find Isi, who just gave birth, take by Yanks away from her, and then send her to the territory of Telrilla. Ise, who lost her only bloodline, will naturally go crazy after recovery. It attacks the border guard desperately and rushes straight to the imperial capital, just to bring back its child. After Isi broke into the territory, if it was not the person who attacked her, she would hardly go and take care of it. Neltharion obviously knew this, so he told all the people in the Warhammer Academy not to resist when facing ISS. Let other armies deal with ISS and consume the power of other factions. Unless humans gather in the king level or a large number of super levels, there is no way to resist the beast. Qianyu's body felt slightly cold. The news Klein told tonight seemed to be more shocking than the other. She was very smart and had already analyzed Neltharion's behavior in her mind. But she still asked, why did Neltharion know that ISS was strong? What was his purpose? Klein touched his chin. He wants to try. Or rather, the power behind him wants to try the strength in Telrilla. You said the power behind him should be Grandok. Yes. 15 years ago, Grandok had the intention to launch a war against Telrilla. The Ise rebellion was caused by them. If Ise caused great damage to Telrilla, then Grandok could just take advantage of the situation to send troops, using the pressure of the divine beast, break through the pass from the east, and then cooperate with Neltharion in the north, and head towards the imperial capital from both the north and the east. Qianyu nodded. Klein's analysis was very likely. She motioned Klein to continue. Their ideas and plans were very mature, but they encountered an accident. That is, your mother, Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 409 Suspect Neltharion. When mentioning the Empress, Qianyu was silent for a while. Empress Qianyu was like an insurmountable mountain, and Telrilla seemed to have nothing to do with her. Yes, the power of the mother is too strong. She seems to not belong to this world, but she affects everything in this world. Oh, by the way, Xiaobai is by Yanks of the Inagami clan. How did you know? The relationship between monsters, especially monsters of this strength, should be difficult to find out. Qianyu's question sounded a bit sharp, but Klein understood that her expression was a bit complicated. As Klein's woman, she didn't want to ask this question. But as a princess and the leader of the North, she had to ask this question. But Klein was not surprised. There was nothing to hide about this matter. The Empress's will of fire neutralized the silk of time, and later helped him, which was equivalent to indirectly saving his life. Although the process was very tortuous and complicated, Klein was able to directly break through the 4th level and obtain the will of flame and the silk of time. All thanks to the Empress. These things are a long story. It all started with my mission to the Western Territory and the magic tide that was triggered. Klein briefly told Qianyu what happened in the Holzvog Academy, including the Empress's presence, his own breakthrough, and what the Dusk Dragon said to him. He only hid some details that needed to be hidden. After Qianyu heard that this matter was actually related to the Empress, he nodded silently again. Is it about my mother again? Her influence is really everywhere. I didn't expect that you also got the will of flame. If you have time, we can have a fight. Klein was stunned. You want to fight with me? Are you still asleep? I just killed 2 5th-level elites of the Warhammer Academy. Do you have any misunderstandings about the 5th level? You want to fight with me? Are you sure? Qianyu smiled. You don't think I can be the commander of the North with just my 3rd level strength, right? Of course, I have my own trump card. Since you have also obtained the will of flame, you should know something about this power. This is the power of my mother. This power is in all 3 of us. If we encounter a big enough danger, this power will automatically activate. Of course, we can activate this power by ourselves, but it will cost us some money. Also, keep the matter of the will of flame in your heart and don't make it public. You should know the secret of this, right? It is reasonable for the 3 princesses to have the power of the will of flame. Klein also knows that the secret that Qianyu said not to make public refers to the relationship between the will of flame and the Fire Blade cult. The demon envoy of flame is also someone who can use this ability. This matter cannot be explored too deeply. Otherwise, Klein is afraid that he will be trapped. The will of flame is indeed a very powerful ability. Its strength almost exceeds all my other abilities. If you can fully master or use this power, you will be able to fight me. As for this matter, don't worry. This is a gift from Her Majesty the Queen, and I will never tell anyone. Klein had always had a vague impression of the Empress from the moment he came to this world until he actually met her. It was not until he really came into contact with her that he had a true understanding of the Master of Tyrella. Unlike the Empress of the previous generation in Tyrella, Qianju's existence already had a sense of transcendence. She had gradually transformed from a political controller of a country to a spiritual symbol. This country seemed to have gradually developed a kind of dependence on the Empress. It was not a good thing for a group to rely on a person, let alone a country, because of the Empress's indifference to worldly affairs. Tyrella caused political chaos, which were all negative effects caused by the Empress. But people felt inexplicably relieved because of the existence of the Empress. In Tyrella, most people believed that as long as the Empress was still there would be no problems in the country. Even the nobles of the official empire had similar ideas. During the years when the Empress was in power, although many cult organizations, black organizations, and gangs appeared, no one dared to stand up and say they would rebel. Even in the Skull and Bones Society, which has been entrenched for many years, most people still maintain absolute awe for the Empress. This is awe for the strong, and her significance is far more than that. The power displayed by the Empress during the Isis rebellion was too strong. It was so strong that it was like a high wall separating Grandok and Tyrella, which could not be climbed or crossed. If Klein's guess was correct, it was very likely that Grandok terminated the 15-year plan because the Empress was too strong. Since they knew that Bai Yanks was his child, they must have had close contact with Iz. It was obvious that Neltharion knew that Iz was a divine beast and knew her strength. If Iz really rushed into the imperial capital, it would inevitably cause huge damage. The Empire would never leave a magical beast alone. It would naturally cause conflicts and cause a large number of superclass masters to be killed and injured. This is exactly what Grandok wanted to see. But they never expected that Iz, who was so powerful, was killed directly by the Empress. She didn't even enter the gate of the imperial capital, leaving only a scratch. After they re-estimated the strength of the Empress, they decisively gave up the plan to attack Tyrella and hibernated again. After that, it should be the Warhammer Academy to start training the new generation of Ibrahimovic. Of course, these are all my guesses and inferences. I have no way of confirming whether the real situation is like this. The only thing I can be sure of is that Warhammer Academy did select a large number of outstanding talents, and trained a group of hidden elites after the Ease Rebellion. 3 5th-level talents are just taken out. It is really not something that ordinary forces can do. The ability to train talents in batches like this is difficult to achieve without the support of national resources. Although Klein's words were relatively brief, the amount of information was too much. Qianyu was silent for a long time. She was thinking about the reasons for these things, and the unreasonable parts of Klein's statement. What do you think is the possibility that Neltharion is a Grandok? After Qianyu asked. She was worried that Klein had reservations about her. So she added another sentence. Don't worry. Our conversation tonight is only known to the two of us. No one else, including my guards, will know. Klein understood what Qianyu meant. This was to show his trust in him. Because the time they spent together was still too short, and the number of times they were together was too few. Qianyu was worried that Klein didn't trust their relationship enough. And because of her identity, he would be reserved in his words to her, which would be uncomfortable. She just wanted to confirm the truth of this matter now. Klein's inference would have a direct impact on her decision. I think the possibility that Neltharion is a Grandok is infinite. Chapter 410. Suspect number 2 Qinchuan. Klein said very confidently that he was not targeting Neltharion. And he had never even met him. But from these trivial clues, all the spearheads pointed to Neltharion and Grandok. Which was why Klein was sure. When there are enough coincidences, then this matter is inevitable. Qianyu nodded. She was not surprised by Klein's statement. And she also believed that Neltharion did have a big problem. But what she really worried about was not this. Then what do you think is the possibility of my sister Qinchuan betraying? Have you also suspected her? Klein did not speak. He had doubts about the third princess from the beginning. It can be seen from the beginning when he asked Qianyu about the age of the third princess at that time. But the third princess Qinchuan was only 7 years old at that time. At the age of 7. Betraying Torella. Betraying the Empress. And participating in a major plan of Grandok. Is this possible? Klein did not know. Seeing Klein hesitate, Qianyu emphasized again, tell the truth. Don't hold back. I have doubted her. The role she played in this matter was too strange. From her initiative to ask for the evil moon wolf and to adopt it. The whole process was very strange. However, because she was only 7 years old at the time. A 7-year-old child could not possibly participate in such a complicated plan. So I didn't think too much about it. But I always felt that she seemed to have no reason or motivation to do this. She was the princess and the heir of the empress. It really didn't make sense for her to do such a thing. If you let me stand in the perspective of a third party, the possibility that your sister, the third princess, has a problem is 70% to 30%. And the possibility that she betrays is about 30%. Since Qianyu asked, Klein would naturally tell the truth. Because the problem of the third princess is not just a simple sisterly relationship between them, but may also involve the safety of the entire Torella. It sounds incredible that a princess of a country betrays another country. But in fact, in the ancient history of Klein's previous life, such things are everywhere. And he is not surprised. After listening to Klein's analysis of the third princess, she said silently, what if she has a motive and a reason to do so? Klein was stunned. He didn't quite understand what Qianyu meant by this. What do you mean? What is her motive? Qianyu did not directly answer Klein's question, but said something else. More than 3 years ago, I applied for admission to the Royal Academy. In 2 months, I quickly learned some knowledge, including various clubs and the academy itself. But during that period, something happened that shocked the whole of Torella. I think you should have heard about it. Something that shocked the whole of Torella? Klein thought for a moment. Something that happened to you that shocked the whole of Torella. Are you talking about the assassination? Klein immediately realized that Qianyu was talking about the assassination of the second princess that shocked the whole country. The most outstanding heir of a country was assassinated in the Imperial Academy. Although the Imperial Academy has become very corrupt over the years, the 3 major societies are all extensions of the Imperial Academy, and their strength is still guaranteed. If it was an ordinary person, such as when Klein first entered school, such a scumbag was assassinated, it would be reasonable to say that the spies of the 2 countries infiltrated each other. But the assassination of the princess and the second princess is a bit unreasonable. To carry out such an assassination under the noses of the 3 major organizations of Jia Society, Mithril Society, and Iron Society, not only does it require strong enough strength, but also the ability to hide strength. The problem is that normally, 4 to 5 level masters will be easily discovered. Not to mention super level masters. The capital has the Dark Crusaders Intelligence Department, the 3 major societies, and the Imperial Academy itself. The masters of the enemy country can't hide at all. The Skull Society wants to hide a 5th level Seth, and it has to go 7,000 nanofeet underground. So how did those assassins hide at that time? This is something that is worth pondering. Qianyu nodded and told Klein the specific situation at that time. When I was studying at the Imperial College, the location of my residence that I announced to the public was just a fake location. The real location was in a magic tower inside the Imperial College. Few people knew my real location. And even if they knew, they were trustworthy people. But there was an episode. That is, Qianyu came to see me once. Did the third princess come to see you? Klein was slightly surprised. This was very important news. Yes, she came once. We have a good relationship. After I finished my studies at the Imperial College, I was going to the north. She came to see me, and I didn't think there was anything wrong. But the assassination happened a week after she came to see me. They did not use the super class, because the super class would be discovered immediately. They used the 5th level professionals. There were 4 5th level masters in total. They came to my residence quietly and suddenly attacked and entangled my guards. At that time, I was only at level 1 and had to face a 5th level master alone. If it weren't for my complete outbreak of the Will of Fire, I'm afraid I would have died there. The location was accurate and the foresight was just right. Without complete intelligence, how could they make such an accurate move? I have always wondered where these 4 5th level professionals were hiding. But now that I think about it, there seems to be no safer place than hiding in the 3rd princess of Torella. How about it? After I've said all this, how suspicious do you think Qianyu is? Qianyu's expression was very calm, as if she was talking about something completely unrelated to her. But Klein could already feel the slightly trembling eyelashes and the murderous intent in her eyes. Klein wanted to comfort Qianyu, but after thinking carefully, it seemed that there was no need to comfort her for such a thing. This was a dispute within the royal family, and it might even be related to the inheritance of the throne in the future. Do you really think all this has to do with the 3rd princess? My eldest sister loves to play, and she is not the candidate to inherit the throne. I am also quite capable, and I am willing to become the new empress. So the whole empire regards me as the future heir to Rila. We have always ignored Qianyu's feelings. She is a very taciturn person, and she only speaks more in front of me and my eldest sister. She has been very sensible since she was a child. Not as sensible as a child, which is something that is worthy of suspicion. But she has always hidden her inner heart, and no one knows what she really thinks in her heart, nor what she is pursuing. Klein held Qianyu's hand and tried to calm her emotions. Do you think it's the throne? Qianyu shook her head. I don't know, but I think my existence should have blocked her way forward. What are you going to do? Qianyu suddenly put away her emotions and returned to her strong woman's posture. Do you want to meet my sister? And by the way, take a look at the evil moon wolf, the dog god you mentioned by Yanks.